kill or you don't shoot at all.
High-stakes cosmic gambling. High-stakes cosmic gambling. Yes. The consequence is suffering and death. The consequence is suffering and death. High-stakes cosmic gambling. The consequence is suffering and death. Yes.
Are you playing music right now? Much love and good vibrations and
What's happening? Benton here. It is my distinct honor and pleasure and privilege to address you fine folks. Shout out to Ms. Bex in the chat. Good to see you, Miss Rebecca. We've got some streams to respond to and to view together. Shout out to Toilet Bowl Earth on the beats. Fantastic. Shout out to the audience. Saturday's $50 in donations. When I held the stream hostage on Saturday, that $50 that was collected went over to Mr. Toilet Bowl, a.k.a. Tinfoil Straight Jacket for the beats. Hopefully he's going to hook us up with another track here in the near future. Thank you, sir. We'll play that again if and when he shows up later in the stream. Shout out to Berserker Bear as well as DWS. Indeed. We got our coffee ready to rock and roll. I'm a bit inspired, I must say. The Provo Kid. I went on with him Saturday night, I believe that was, into Sunday morning. And some inspirational talk from Mr. Provo to yours truly. That was my interpretation anyway, with respect to talking about myself. I have intentionally limited it. Believe it or not, folks, I've intentionally limited the amount that I speak about myself. So let's go ahead and talk about impulsivity with respect to Saturday's broadcast. I was behind on my coffee. There's my excuse. I'm quite addicted to the coffee, but it goes so well with the streaming, I must say. And as you may recall, the folks that were here, I became annoyed. The chat was complaining about the audio. Meanwhile, I was listening on my phone. It sounded fine. Now, it did require headphones and the volume maxed out. But, I mean, who's not listening on a phone with headphones with the volume maxed out? When I go out in public, sometimes I see these bozos wandering around playing their phone speakers at full volume. What even is that, by the way? I'm so old, and I was born into a time warp. I remember high fidelity. Anybody remember hi-fi stereos? Well, doesn't that imply a low fidelity? Technology rarely goes backwards, but this is one technology that's reversed itself. Now, many folks listening to lo-fi music on their phone speaker, right? Well, and it works okay for the spoken voice, or it doesn't. Indeed, Ms. Bex, I'm out of the loop to some extent, having gone to sleep comically early, especially with the time change. And in fact, woke up, I don't know, around 10 p.m., 11 p.m., who even knows? And just the body demanded rest. So I laid there for about an hour and managed to not go back to sleep, which is good, very good. The mind is sharp, indeed. Oh, shout out to Ginseng, back on the ginseng. Thank you for your donations, buying me ginseng, by the way. See, I was thinking about impulsivity and the fact that I am quite impulsive by nature at times, although also AKA spontaneous. Now, that's not a two-way street, by the way. I reject your spontaneity many times, and not you specifically, but other people's. I tend to not work well with their spontaneity. There you go, 10 hours of sleep. How is that even possible? I don't know, but I don't know that I'm jealous, but I admire someone being able to sleep that long. I can lay down for 10 hours. I can only remember one time getting 10 actual hours of sleep. Well done, either way. Yeah, impulsivity, and I am quite impulsive at times. So Saturday, when I chose to go, I killed all the audio and went into the chat and demanded $50 before I would turn the audio back on. Mr. Me was sort of saying, oh, well, now you're holding yourself hostage. No, sir, I was not. The fact is, when I impulsively took that action, and believe me, there was no version of me not, I would have just ended the stream. If, in fact, at a certain point, I said, okay, 10 more bucks. You know, we need $7 more in the next 16 minutes or I'm clicking the button. But the reality is that when I chose to demand the $50, I chose between doing that and just clicking the end stream button, which has only happened a couple of times. But there have been a couple of times I became so annoyed with what was happening here that I told no one and just clicked the button and went on with my life, which is certainly something I will do anytime I choose. Indeed, indeed. Is anybody here, by the way? Monday is usually pretty slow, just for the record. Yeah, C7 in the house. I think what's happened is most of the overnight crews have gone to sleep by now. Good. Let them get their rest. Very important. No pressure on Mr. Benton here. And it is interesting, YouTube intentionally keeping the views down on Saturday's broadcast, which I expect, but I haven't observed that. When I shut down, it was at 800, but that's what it tells me. You know, if I click end stream in the YouTube studio, I get immediate stats, and I've been doing that lately. And I screenshot, you know, whatever that pop-up is with the stats on it. And it said 800 views. And then, but when I checked my channel, it said 650. And I actually noticed it going backwards a couple of times, which I find fascinating. Again, I expect this, right? It's fascinating also living in a world in which I just expect corruption and I expect to not encounter honesty, right? Or, you know, transparency, full disclosure. I just assume that that's the case. I just assume fuckery, you know, off the jump. What about you folks? Anything going on? Nothing? Should we go to the notes or should we wait until later? Just reading the notes now. Oh, and we've emailed Tommy the link. Not sure if he's coming up or not. He may though. Tommy, come save the broadcast, sir. We're floundering right out of the gate. All right. Well, let's watch some streams here. We got Mr. Unslaved from yesterday. This is on Proper Instruction Motivates People. Gimpy and the Beast. Interesting thumbnail. What? Okay, yes. See, we have... Good job, DWS. Because I sort of wanted to go ahead and keep monologuing, but I don't know that I have anything for you, really, unless you folks help me. Isn't that just the real world now, though? Corruption and fuckery. Yes. And I think this is part of my recent annoyance. And again, remember, folks, my base emotional state is annoyance. I'm generally slightly annoyed by just about everything that happens. Indeed, sir, indeed. Did you get to hear the intro music? Music Holds a Secret. That was Beats by TBE. We broke off $50 of the $50 out of the donation pile and transferred that to Mr. TBE in exchange for that beat. And then I played the soundboard over the top of parts of it. Yeah, not much going on here. That's right. We're just chilling. Sometimes I enjoy that type of just a hangout. You know, I've put a lot of energy in the past into sort of trying to drive up the numbers, pump up the numbers, right? You know, like a sales meeting. You know, like Ben Affleck in Boiler Room, the movie. Anybody seen that? Or Alec Baldwin from Glengarry Glen Ross. Right? Do I really need to do that every time? I don't think so. Oh yeah, we'll play it again. No worries on that. I tried to listen to that Springmeier on Rick Farron that you sent me. I remembered why I can't listen to Fritz. Is it Fitz or Fritz? I can't remember. He's one of these people that talks about disturbing topics but finds them hilarious. You guys ever listen to this type of person that is discussing extremely disturbing and morbid and dark topics but laughs at them? And again, some may say that's like a coping mechanism, but I can't listen to somebody who laughs as they give a discourse on disturbing topics. I'm just not able to do that. Also, the sound quality pretty poor. And I'm certainly... there's a few new ones, Robert. We'll roll those out slowly, if that's okay. But, hey, I may run out of shit to say here, and we may just start pushing buttons. Good to see you, sir. But, yeah, that is the real world now. It's corruption and fuckery. And I think that's where, again, I'm annoyed by some of what I hear out of the Paul Unslaved camp. And even... Actually, maybe I should play my appearance on Flow State early yesterday morning. If anybody missed that, where I just couldn't take these bozos looping into problem solving about the dystopia, and I just started. I went off on one person in particular, but everybody got a little piece. I managed to restrain myself overall. However. It's one thing to live in such a corrupt realm of just lies, deceit, dishonesty, corruption, and people are like, yeah, that's just how it is, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it is. But then another to be in some sort of online community, proper instruction motivates people where now I'm expected to behave in specific ways. It's like it's bad enough, here I am in this dystopia. And just assuming nothing's going to be above the board, at least fully. But then folks wanting and being desirous of expecting specific behaviors, right? We don't do that over here, folks. I don't know if you've noticed. Now, obviously, at times, the host may become annoyed, and then all bets are off at that point, right? I may run somebody out of here. I may do what I did yesterday and hold the broadcast hostage, or I may just click the end stream button and go about my life. Right, that's always within bounds. Yeah, it's interesting. Music Holds a Secret. Then I get into it like, is it a bad on purpose? Because if you remember the few times I played that Rule of Law radio, same thing. Just it's the worst radio show I've ever heard. But the information is some of the best information I've ever heard. So it's like, is this just bad on purpose? The bumper music is bad. Most of the time, the host just talks into all the breaks or just lets the caller talk into the break. Like I've gotten in the habit, as soon as I hear the bumper music, I just fast forward through the commercial because I know they're just gonna talk right into the break. It's just insane. Yeah, that's right. You got to commit to drinking the Kool-Aid. That's right. Well, I don't know that it is, but on some level, I agree with you. Music Holds the Secret says the whole Bentard thing is a big mistake by Paul. I'd say yes and no. He's already tightening up, folks. I mean, it's obvious that he's already tightening up based on my, I'm sure he views them as attacks. I don't, and some of it is intended as an attack. It's an attack on specific ideas generally. I do my best not to attack the person. But yeah, you might be right, man. I don't know. I don't want to give myself too much credit. And then my energies fluctuate so much. I can go from feeling fan-fucking-tastic and having all the energy in the world where I'm like, yeah, we're going to do 30 straight days of going in on this guy's material. And, it's like fucking one-man army, man. Let's go. And then like an hour later, I'm like, well, actually, that energy did carry all the way through that day. But then the next day, I'm like, and maybe I kept it up for 2 days. I don't even remember. But at a certain point, I'm like, oh, boy, this is clearly not going to happen for 30 days. Like, what is this? Yeah, maybe so. That's interesting. Yeah, and there's always going to be, saying some people think Rick Fearon's show is an agent of Watchtower, talking about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, that's always in play, right? It's always a possibility. Could be. Well, and we did go live a little earlier than normal. We're still 5 minutes prior to the normal start. But yeah, commit to drinking the Kool-Aid. Well, and my thing is, what do I get out of this, right? Because at a certain point, especially, when Paul kept trying to say I was Breaking Bad, but my thing was like, well, I don't know that I ever broke good, but all of these demands and all of these expectations that I'm going to do monkey dances. I'm the type of person I'll just say, okay, what do I get? What is my reward? What are you offering me? Because yeah, maybe I will drink this Kool-Aid. I don't know. I like to leave all options on the table, right? Yeah, maybe I will drink that Kool-Aid. What do I get if I drink the Kool-Aid? Oh, that's right. Paulie Boy likes to keep everything sort of up in the air as much as possible strategically. Well, yeah, I see that strategy, sir. Yeah, you're not the only one playing strategies out here. Yeah, that was just the coffee talking. That's right. Oh, yeah. In part, sure. Sure. This ginseng, man, is taking me to a whole nother level. It certainly cranks up the body temperature. I feel like I'm warm off the ginseng. That is one of the things I don't like about it. So yeah, the impulsivity, and the reality is I've almost never misstepped. I've almost never suffered as a result of my my own impulsivity. Now, I am the type, I will cut off my nose to spite my face, meaning, if I do impulsively make a decision, I have no trouble living with it, such as when I impulsively left the offtopic.com message board, where I was a valued member for over 10 years and contributed tens of thousands of my writings, my somewhat high-level writing. And then it became clear I was going to be moderated based on my behaviors and opinions. So I was like, all right, well, I'm out of here. Y'all can have it. Left never to return. And I would say I've been better for it. Oh, man. Yeah, I can think we're going to have to go to the soundboard at this point. Oh, and my wrist, man. Because the way my counters, my counter space here is set up with all of these screens and I've got a laptop and a desktop with a separate keyboard and all of this. And I've been using, improper mouse technique, the angle of my wrist to where the mouse is. And then I just, for some insane reason, I just out of nowhere decided to do 10. Well, maybe I do suffer from my impulsivity. I did some push-ups the other day, and my wrist was like, no, man, we're not having this, sir. Yeah, a lot of wrist pain. That may affect the broadcast at some point. Who knows? I guess I can always just talk to my phone. And O'Shea was live with Paul. Did anybody catch any of that? I have yet to watch it. We have that queued up and ready to go. Yeah, let's get into this. Let's get into this.
You don't need to connect yourself to me and my brand and my name, right? It's just going to be a disservice to you unless you're really going to walk in that walk, in which case you don't need that anyway, because it's not about Paul Unslave. It's about what is. It's about the truth. So connect yourself with that, serve that, align with that. It's a together yet separate process. It's a little bit this, little bit that, not this or that. So free yourself rather than now go deeper into challenging yourself and announcing your plans and then having to hold to it and white knuckle it. Just free yourself. Just be Tarek. Go wherever you need to go. Get whatever interactions and experience you need to get. Come back here and double check it with me if you feel it's valuable. If I have a perspective to bring that you find value in experience, in results, not because you like me or respect me or think I'm somebody. So I'm not trying to come down on him. I'm not trying to single him out. I'm not trying to make him feel like he's being judged or whatever else. I'm just be more aware of yourself and everybody else and the dynamics that go on here. Just make more positive, healthy choices, functional choices for yourself and everyone on here. The best thing to show a bunch of loser failures is how you're going to rise and win and be empowered, inspired, and peaceful and co-creative in yourself and in your life. You feel you got to come on the metaverse to these panels to do that? Well, then do it. I don't contend it's where the work needs to start or even finish. I think that it's a distraction along the way and or an opportunity. Right? The metaverse can be a distraction or an opportunity. It's about what we're doing with it. So when you're all sitting in these places, cupcaking with your falsely empowered codependents, acting like you're a bunch of groups and friends and communities, but when you go back to your life, you got no.
Well, Tarek's insane. Clearly, he's insane. Maybe not in a bad way, but he's clearly nuts. It doesn't. Well, okay. Wait a minute. The giggling on panel is one sign of the. I'm talking about literally, clinically insane. The giggling is one sign. But have you read his chats? Anybody? Have you read his chats? This is a crazy person. Like straight up crazy. And I don't throw that around lightly, right? I don't use these terms flippantly. I will sort of say it almost as a term of endearment in certain ways. Like, yeah, I understand we're all a little crazy to be on here doing what we're doing collectively. Sure. No, I'm talking about actual like psychiatrists should be involved. And what's his first language? I'm assuming English is not his first language. I'm assuming. And what Paul just said about the codependency, I do agree with him, but not with respect. See, what I love about, among the many things I love about what's going on over here at our channel, Whose House, Our House, ad hoc grassroots, get in where you fit in style, is almost everything he criticizes these various channels where people may assume he's also speaking about this broadcast. Almost none of it applies over here, actually. And in fact, as far as I can tell, I'm one of the few who's done much of this work internally that Polyboy claims to have done, which it seems like he most likely has, at least in some way, right? Something's happened. Although he makes some statements on O'Shea's broadcast that I find interesting with respect to that. We may get into that as well. And Emilios man here stirring the pot a little bit. Tarek, you are a good, honorable man, in the comments there. Interesting. Shout out to Emilios man, who does manage to be around here some of the time as well. And seemingly remain in good stead over there at Unslavia. But what Paul just said about codependency, yeah, I'm sure that's true in some of these broadcasts. Well, the broadcaster Yours truly is not. I'm not. I can't process codependency, so we don't have that here. Now, if some of the chatters are codependent amongst each other, well, that doesn't affect me, so go for it. You leave me out of it and do all of it you want. By the way, who cares? Like, why do I need specific things from you folks? And again, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. I'm sure you can find an instance or two of me doing the thing I'm saying that we don't do over here. But generally, right? Generally and broadly, that's not what's happening here. And in fact, almost nobody gets banned or dressed down, but occasionally. It's part of the fun, I suppose.
Nobody in your home or nobody in your life or no land and no resources and no plan to get it. It's foolishness, folly, and nonsense.
I don't believe that you
The only way
have
I can
any of
see
that, Paul. I see no evidence that you have those things. See, how am I going to, by the way, some people will internalize this and will feel bad. And this reminds me of something. I worked with a guy who was a functioning alcoholic. We waited tables together at Outback in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And he drank a lot of Milwaukee's Best, the Beast, just regular Beast heavy, I guess we might call it. And so he was intoxicated, for his entire shift. And, I remember him saying something to me about how he did not want to be in a relationship. He did not want to have a woman in his life and all of this. And, but then he was waiting on this one table. It was some kind of younger couple, probably close to his age, maybe a little younger. And he got in his feelers, and he got sort of, he let it affect him, where he started talking like he was feeling like a piece of shit because of this couple, and, they were so happy, and maybe, they were getting married and making plans for the future. Something about the conversation that bothered him. And I just said, hey, man, weren't you just telling me that you don't want any of that? Like, how are you going to beat yourself up over something you're telling me you don't want? And he was just like, yeah, you're right. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me here, Like, what is this? So, some folks, I think in some of these, the way that Paul conveys some of these ideas, I think it is intended to make people feel bad. It is intended as some sort of psychic attack. Well, I don't want any of this, like, for myself. Clearly I've worked enough since 2018. If I wanted the situation he's describing, I had the money to do it. I'd place no value on that, me personally. That doesn't mean I wouldn't participate. It doesn't mean if these folks, created such an environment for themselves, whoever that may be, Paul and whoever else, again, if Benton goes back to bebopping around the country, living out of a backpack, which is always on the table, that's always a possibility, especially now that my health has recovered to at least some degree. I might swing through every once in a while, do a little bit of work, get fed a couple of meals, hang out, shoot the shit, smoke some reefer, and bounce. Right? But show me. You got to show me. I will never just believe that this is happening. He claims, and when he talks about, and I think he said it on O'Shea's, people who aren't doing anything on the ground. And more, I'm very sensitive to, I consider that coded language. Like, what do you mean, Paul, on the ground? What does that mean, sir? Let me write that down. I'm going to talk about that more at some point. On the ground. Because I see no evidence that Paul's doing anything on the ground. And again, none of my business, not my, I'm not here to settle his hash, but I am here to say, okay, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you claiming credit for? What intangible, this is intangible. What can you show me tangibly? Right? Shut the fuck up and show me something, sir. And again, he's tightening up. He starts to mention that he's, making some changes to his lifestyle. Now, will he be able to stick to those is the question. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Mr. Benton here. Anytime I've chosen and committed to a lifestyle change, I've always been successful. I'm on probably my 5th different fucking lifestyle change. I've been there, done that. When my health issues, the number one thing is stop eating fucking fake food, stop eating seed oils, stop eating bad oils, right? No problem. I just knocked that shit off overnight. No problem. Haven't gone back. I'm never in the store thinking, I'd like a Snicker bar. No, and then some people will eat that shit knowing it's about to make them sick. It hasn't happened one time. And it's not about me on that level. It's like, what the fuck is he talking about? I'd like for him to be specific. What are you talking about, sir?
You know? So I'm not trying to come down on him. I'm not trying to single him out. I'm not trying to make him feel like he's being judged or whatever else. I'm just...
Well, you are, though. You're doing that regardless of your intention. That's what's happening, sir.
Going, just be more aware of yourself and everybody else and the dynamics that go on here.
Okay.
Just make more...
How? Because, yeah, I could demand that of the audience over here. Hey, be more aware, you know, why don't y'all grow and change and evolve and act different and do better? And, yeah, every once in a while I'm like, hey, you know, I call the audience certain names on occasion. But, again, the folks who that doesn't apply to, it doesn't apply to. And I know there's certain people who probably were not happy with me holding the broadcast hostage on Saturday, and they won't come back for a while. And that's okay. Maybe they don't need to be here for a while. That's fine. I mean, this is, again, if you don't like the program, change the channel, right? Turn off your station, okay? You know, I've reached the point where a minimum number of people are, as far as I can tell, a minimum number of folks are going to listen to me no matter what. It's 20 in the house right now. I'm pretty much guaranteed, or we are pretty much guaranteed, well, not guaranteed, I shouldn't say that. Most likely it's going to be 15 plus, no matter what happens here. The 28-day average is 32 in the lives. So, you know, that's basically over the entirety of all the broadcasts. That's good enough for me, man. What do I need beyond that? What do we need beyond that? And how many people of that 32, how many different names are posting in the chat? It's probably half. Wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, I don't want to get off into that.
More positive, healthy choices, functional choices for yourself and everyone on here.
Yeah, okay. But then, okay, are you going to help them do that? Right? Because I think Paul claims credit for assisting people in doing this, but I don't know that he does. Like, what specifically? So let's just say this, Paul. Let's just say I'm Tarek, right? And I need to do these things that I need to accomplish what you're telling me. What's the first step? And I'm not saying Paul wouldn't know the first step, but I'm saying, can we get into specifics, or do we want to just continue? And by we, I mean the people who would be involved in the discussion, right? The royal we. You know, what is being discussed here specifically? Or are you demanding specific behaviors of people, right? Because folks like Jack Talcott are certainly able to mimic certain behaviors, although not fully, right? As you see, you know, Talcott pretty much always eventually seems to lash out, although I haven't watched him much of late. So are we demanding adherence to a tyrannical ruler? Is that what I'm seeing here? Basically, hey, do these things, and then you can be my friend. You can be next to me, right? You can be with me. And he even says that. He even speaks in these terms sometimes. But usually it's in the negative. He'll say, you know, folks who are behaving, and he's describing behaviors, they're not going to be with me, as if that's some sort of reward. Well, I don't know, man, because I've worked on myself, and I've always been a big fan of me anyway. You know, I was sort of born that way as far as I can tell. But again, we're all different. We all have our own makeup, right? I have lots of challenges, you know, especially within my own psyche and personality. Okay, but I also have my strong points. You know, why? Okay, and what do I get? What's my list of rewards for, quote, being with Paul? Is it just being next to somebody who may have some positive traits? Well, guess what? I've also got those positive traits, and I'm with myself all the time. So what are you talking about? Now, I understand other folks, you know, they may not have it like that. Again, can we assist Tarek in reaching that point where, because I think we can see Tarek certainly does sort of offload a lot of these, you know, maybe characteristics he would like to have. It seems like he sort of offloads them into his just being in the proximity of Paul, even if that's metaversally. I mean, that's what I've detected. You know, maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think I am. Well, and this is another thing. Yeah, exactly. Putting people in back, banning them, controlling them is the same as tyrannical behavior of this world. Absolutely. And, you know, I do that at times. Now, I hardly ever backstage anybody. although, snafus, certain folks you have to, like I have to, and Tommy just sort of makes me do it every once in a while. Maybe just he wants to make sure I still got the balls to do it. I don't know what his motivations are, but typically I don't backstage anybody. Now people get banned sometimes because I fall into that behavior. I'm aware of it, but generally everybody gets unbanned. I don't know that anybody's muted right now. That one, the cancer grift alter ego sock, that one's banned just because it annoyed me. Right? That thing will probably get unbanned at some point. Yeah, well, there you go, DWS. Yeah. And it's, and again, I'm not here to tear down the man. I'm not here to tear down, the cause, by the way. That's not, now, in my opinion, there's nothing can ever come out of that at the level of a cause. That's just my opinion. But again, head doomer in charge, right? So, of course, that's my view. How could it not be? Better late than never. It's never too late. What's up? What's up? Enjoying the cooler weather? Yeah, me too. Well, and that's another thing, Chuck. Yeah, it's, that's part of it, right? That's part of it, I'm sure. However, Paul definitely, he's not just going to obviously kiss somebody's ass completely, right? Over something like that. And, Mr. Me has donated a decent amount to the broadcast. I don't know that he wants that out there, but I can't remember who I can talk about and who I can't. It's like I can just never mention a donator. I'm just going to have to talk about everybody at a certain point. I can't keep up. I don't remember if I'm supposed to say that or not, but regardless, but then he seemed particularly annoyed by me holding the broadcast hostage on Saturday. Well, that's just too bad. I mean, I've got to do me at the end of the day. But yeah, I will definitely give leeway to donators and contributors, sure, certainly. Now, some of that is, other content creators I give preferential treatment to. Certain people who don't donate necessarily, but they post certain things in the chat. There's lots of there's lots of ways to sort of get special privileges, or be somebody who's been around since day one, more or less. That's also a privilege. Can be anyway, in certain ways. Although, what are we even talking about? This is a fucking YouTube channel, for fuck's sakes. I mean, it's already ridiculous. Oh yeah, probably Mitch. I don't know. But yeah, there's something to that, Chuck. I don't know that that's the full story, though. I mean, I think that's a little too... I think that's... it's that, but it's many other things. And who even knows? Who even knows? And again, I'm not a pocket watcher at that level. I'm happy Paul gets money. I mean, I know that sounds crazy. I've donated. I may very well donate again in the future. That's always possible, especially if I end up going back to truck driving. Man, I'm having some abdominal pain today, though. What's up with that? It's probably that good pain. Had some papaya. I'm eating good, man. I never have gotten around to this fasting. I keep threatening to I guess that's how you know I'm not going to fast. I keep saying that I'm going to. Although I started one at one point, and I think there was just that's probably when I found the papaya. I was like, well, clearly not fasting with this papaya available. Yeah, shout out to the chat. Yeah, no Harvey Weinstein favors. Oh, man. Anyway, let me play some more of this.
To show a bunch of loser failures is how you're going to rise and win and be empowered, inspired, and peaceful and co-creative in yourself and in your life.
Well, but I think what Paul means is how he's going to do those things because, assuming he really believes these are loser failures, I mean, wouldn't the most likely thing be that they're going to continue to be that? And in fact, I called some of the audience do nothing losers on Saturday, but the thing is, I don't need them. I don't need the folks who come to the broadcast to do much of anything other than come to the broadcast. Now, if folks want a better soundboard, then eventually they will learn to email me time-stamped clips. Not even a clip, just a link with a timestamp. Eventually folks will learn to do that. 'Cause some of I don't watch London Man. I don't have time. It's nothing against London Man. There's no time for me to do that. It's just some of this stuff I can't follow, right? I'm happy to be the Truth or Talk Soup guy. If anybody remembers the old E show, I'll just sit here 6 hours a day. I'll Can you speak, sir? Hot coffee in a proper copper coffee pot. She sells seashells by the seashore. Yeah, I'm happy to do it as long as I'm able to. But I need help. I can't, we're just going to get what you get if I'm left to do everything. It's just, you get what you get at that level. It's 3 hours, by the way, between me taking care of myself and, preparing food and eating and whatever I needed to do here physically and preparing for the broadcast. That's 3 hours. I'm happy to do it. I'm not a victim of that. I enjoy it.
You feel you got to come on the metaverse to these panels to do that? Well, then do it. I don't contend it's where the work needs to start or even finish.
So this is where I will be very critical of Paul, because he has opinions about where I don't contend that it is where the work should begin. But again, okay, will you say specifically what should the person do? Because I don't really ever hear Paul prescribing specific remedies or here's where to start or here's what I did. Now he does talk about, being in a tent with an Android, and he talks about working jobs and listening to audiobooks. But other than that, what is being prescribed here specifically? It seems to me like it's a whole lot of, heavily implying that if the person goes to certain broadcasts, if the person interacts with certain folks in certain ways, there will be hell to pay. And yeah, and I will sort of, to back up Chuck's point, I think Chuck's right. He's just not, the way he worded it maybe is not right. But, would Paul be putting up with Tarek's nonsense if Tarek wasn't giving money? I don't think so.
I think that it's a distraction along the way or an opportunity. Right? The metaverse can be a distraction or an opportunity. It's about what we're doing with it. So when you're all sitting in these places, cupcaking with your falsely empowered codependents, acting like you're a bunch of groups.
Falsely empowered codependents. Well, and I think, again, Paul does seem to suffer from a lack mindset versus abundance. And as head doomer in charge, folks may just assume that I would also subscribe to that. No, I don't. I know this is an abundant realm. It can be a hell realm and abundant at the same time, right? But then even within the hell realm, certain folks are able to create heaven for themselves, right? So you see how it's so many shades of gray. It's interesting how that plays out. But yeah, the falsely empowered codependents. I think Paul views this as people going to broadcasts like mine, interacting with me and my personality, as if something's being taken from him, which is simply not the case. It's not how that works. And this stuff about him getting annoyed at me a couple of times because I was dropping links to other channels. Well, the fact is, I was in O'Shea's live chat earlier after Paul had left, and I saw Just a Gal posting. And I was like, hey, Just a Gal, can I assume that you found Brian O'Shea because I dropped his link in my chat? And she's like, well, yeah, I came over today because I saw that, he was talking to Paul and all of this. He was on with Paul because Paul was restreaming. And again, maybe Just a Gal knows about Paul because of me. I mean, you may be shocked, Paul, that it's going to be not a lot of people, but I will actually send some people to your channel, believe it or not. I know in Paul's mind this isn't even possible, but and yet it's going to be small. It's going to be way less than the amount of people that have ended up over here, right? As a result of Paul having the keys, or Paul used to come over here and run the show at times. I used to go on his panel at times, and who knows, maybe I will again. Who knows? But although, again, I have to keep those folks in the long run, so I don't know how many are going to stick around anyway. There does seem to be a certain amount of Breaking Bad required. And then some folks like Emilios Man managed to, although he's not here every day, managed to sort of, fit in a lot of different places from what I've seen.
Friends and communities. But when you go back to your life, you got nobody in your home or nobody in your life or no land and no resources and no plan to get it. It's foolish.
Well, and this is the plight of many folks, right? Why? Because I mean, isn't this being said as if this is demeaning that these people are in this state, right? Well, look, a lot of those folks are in my channel. I am that person to some extent, right? Does that make me less of a person? Does that make me of lesser value because I'm existing in that state? And meanwhile, is that even something that can be resolved? Because I'm not going to be out here hanging around with a bunch of jabbed up bozos. I'm not doing it. I had a really good homeless friend that I used to go visit, and I would stay at his apartment in Fayetteville. Guy got jabbed. Didn't want to. He didn't want to. I mean, it's one thing if folks just believe all the bullshit and think they're actually doing the right. That's bad enough. Okay, that's stupid. Imagine, how am I going to be friends with somebody that didn't want the fucking thing and let himself get bullied into taking it? I got no use for that kind of. I'm not interested. We'll probably never talk again. I went and visited him, and during the visit that came up, and I think it's probably the last time I visited. Probably never going back.
And just be more aware of yourself and everybody else and the dynamics that go on here. Just make more positive, healthy choices, functional choices for yourself and everyone on here. The best thing to show a bunch of loser failures is how you're going to rise and win and be empowered, inspired, and peaceful and co-creative in yourself and in your life.
Well, I agree with that, but yeah, for me though, not so that they get their comeuppance. Like that's not the point. The point is I should be doing that anyway. Again, the reward is contained. If the thing's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits. It doesn't need to be as a fuck you to other people.
You feel you got to come on the metaverse to these panels to do that? Well, then do it. I don't contend it's
passive aggressive, by the way. That's he might as well just keep it all the way real, Paulie. Just tell him you don't want him doing that. You think it's the wrong thing. You think it's bad association, right? Okay, you're daddy, Paul. Are you daddy? My daddy would have told me, hey, that's bad association. You are the company you keep. You're hanging. And my father told me that. He said, you're hanging out with these fucking losers. You're going to get caught up, right? One of my friends, my dad couldn't stand so much. My dad just mean mugged him every time he came over to my house. Like just intentionally tried to intimidate the dude. Yeah. But that's a little different. My dad wasn't trying to manipulate something out of me, right? Just keep it all the way real, Paul. Just say what you fucking mean. That you think it's bad association. That that those people that you're describing are going to keep him. They're going to hold him back. They're going to limit his progress. They're going to, they're not going to like him if he makes progress. I mean, that's what Paul would have you think, right? It's codependent dynamics. Meanwhile, Tarek could come over here and get in where he fits in if he wasn't insane and fucking creepy and weird, right? I think the insanity and the creepiness and the weirdness is going to keep him from fitting in. Meanwhile, Tommy, who gets accused of being all those things, manages to fit in just fine. Isn't that interesting?
Where the work needs to start or even finish. I think that it's a distraction along the way or an opportunity, right? The metaverse can be a distraction or an opportunity. It's about what we're doing with it. So when you're all sitting in these places, cupcaking with your falsely empowered codependents, acting like you're a bunch of groups, friends, and communities. But when you go back to...
Well, but we are, metaversally. I have internet friends. Yeah, believe it or not. Me and TBE, as far as I can tell, are internet friends. Now, that's been an on-again, off-again thing. I'm pretty sure me and EBT, internet friends. Drew, maybe. I don't know. That's, again... Some of this, and especially, by the way, I'm a 48-year-old man. I mean, you know how fucking difficult it is to make friends as a 48-year-old man? It's damn near impossible, right? And actually, as much as I say I don't have friends, I have a few. Highly suspect, Big L, if I ever manage to contact him, he's at least got the good sense not to keep calling me, right? At a certain point, I got to pick the fucking phone up.
To your life, you got nobody in your home or nobody in your life or no land and no resources and no plan to get it. It's
No land, no resources, no plan to get it. No desire to have land, Paul. And I mean none. Now, if I knew I was going to be doing daily live streams, although I don't know how long that will continue. As soon as I lose interest, I'll go on to the next creative thing. But for now, this seems to be the thing. Yeah, I had the money. I would have bought the Truth or Fight Clubhouse in my hometown, although, who even knows who would be willing to come to that hellhole. But regardless, why are you assuming that people want land? I don't. Maybe some do. I guess some folks do. Right? No plan. I don't ever not have, and I know he's not talking to me. Like, that's not the point. He's assuming that people don't have a plan because they're not on his program, right? Look, there's programs other than your program, Paul. Just because a person isn't on a program that you would desire for them doesn't mean they're not on a program. I'm on my own program all day, every day for the entirety of my life, ever since I pulled my head out of my ass. I'm never not on a program. Now, Paul's going to talk about getting on a program, well, with respect to his health, it sounds like. And good on you, sir. But show me. You're going to have to show me, sir. Because I fully expect in a couple of months you'll be right back to all your bad habits, but I hope not. But from observing people's behavior, I'm just assuming that's what's going to happen. Because I could make a living just betting on people who temporarily reform themselves. If I could just place a bet, will this person continue on with this lifestyle? Yes or no. If I could place a bet, I would have unlimited fucking money because most people just go right back to whatever they were doing before in short fucking order. Meanwhile, I've accepted that people are this way. I don't need them to be different.
Foolishness, folly, and nonsense. The only way I could see it. You ain't using this fucking metaverse to change something or create something or better yourself in your life. What the fuck are you using it?
I'm doing all of those things. Now, again, how I do that and how that manifests in my life, I don't need other people to validate that. It's that I'm the judge of that. I'm the one who determines, by the way, this is success. And that I was reminded, one of my, I think it may have been my first live stream that ever went over 1,000 views. It's called This Is Success, where I broke down to people. We just assume that means money, right? I explained that not only am I successful, what I'm doing right now represents success based on the actual definitions of the fucking terms. And this was especially interesting to me because I was around, this was when, this was probably the height of the fucking word wizardry. And I've got that queued up. We may play some of that also.
Indeed.
These motherfuckers sit on here 6-8 hours a day, don't get to a fucking dollar. The dollar's going to be worthless soon and you don't got no fucking silver or food neither. What world are you living in? Metaverse ain't going to get your fucking bills paid. Metaverse ain't going to feed you and your children. Metaverse ain't going to allow you to be inspired, empowered, co-creative, loving, and love able. And be a leader in yourself.
Well, and I'm just going to say it because I don't know if he's around or not. But at a certain point, I got to just call it like I see it. Let me see. Maybe he is here. Because that's Tribe on the panel there. What's up, Heidi? Good to see you. I haven't read the chat in a minute. So, hey, what's up, Baxter? Tribe brings a lot to the table. Folks may not be aware. He has a lot of skills and abilities and a very intelligent guy. But this is just my opinion. I have no way of knowing. He seems to need to feel some type of way, right? And I don't know that maybe he's not able to be the source of that for himself. I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't really know him. Is that what he gets from Paul? I don't know. I can tell you this. I'm not a source of that for anybody. Who was it? Bex called me emotionally unavailable. It's like, I'm not available for providing emotion for other people, right? If somebody needs to feel a specific way, they're never going to get that from me. I'm too busy managing my own fucking comically ridiculous emotions, especially for a man, right? And my emotional intelligence is not high enough to even be able to figure out what other people need from me. I have no way of knowing. I really don't. I just sort of do what I do and do my best not to hurt people, right? And then, I am good enough at tuning into other people. It's like, hey, do you need a hug type of stuff, right? Like, seriously, like I'm available for that in the real world, but metaversally, there's zero emotional labor, right? I'm performing zero emotional labor for anybody metaversally. So if somebody needs to get that, Yeah, thank you, Just a Gal. Yeah, and by the way, who is a generous person who may have very well donated to Brian O'Shea. None of my business, by the way. But yeah, and this is what I pointed out to O'Shea in his chat. I said, yeah, this person's here as a result of me dropping your link in my chat, right? He won't even come to my channel anymore. He said he's a bitch, dude. Let's just call it what it is. You're a bitch, Brian. You're a fucking bitch. I know you like my channel. I know you like talking to me sometimes, although, yeah, I'm a little weird and awkward and strange. We've had some kind of bizarre interactions, but you're a fucking bitch, dude. If you're going to let another man tell you where you can and can't go, you're a fucking bitch. You want to come on here and talk about rights and freedoms, O'Shea? And you're going to let Paul Enslaved determine where you get to go and who you get to hang out with? That's fucking bitch shit, dude. That's bitch shit. And Paul's made fun of me for it. I've told him a couple of times because he started implying that, I wasn't going to be going. I just said, no, Benton goes where he wants and does what he wants. Like, let's just get that clear right now. What are you talking about? I'm not going to be told where I can go and what I can do. Are you crazy? Somebody can't deal with that. That's their problem. But look at O'Shea. You're a bitch, dude. And that's what's wrong with your life, man. Let's just call it what it is. O'Shea can't get on a program because he lacks discipline. He can't discipline himself. He can't discipline his own mind. He's dependent on people outside of himself to feel some type of way. That's bitch shit. Bitch shit. Meanwhile, I'll still promote your fucking channel. Hell, if you go live every day like I do, you'd have just as many people listening to you, maybe more. Meanwhile, he wants to go live and whine and cry about how nobody's in there. Yeah, why do you think there's an average of 32 folks over here? Because I've trained them, and I know how that sounds. I've trained these folks to know that I'm going to be live damn near every day at a certain time. People really are that simple. I'm one of those people. I need to know, approximately when the person's going to be live, or it's just fucking luck of the draw. Do I happen to be, scrolling through my fucking phone and then your shit pops up in the feed, right? Or, maybe I actually get the notification. Sometimes I've got my phone sometimes my phone is muted and I'm doing something for 2 hours and I get back to my phone. It's like, oh, well, that person was live. Well, fuck, I would have watched, except I had no fucking idea. And I hope she donated to him. I hope I sent somebody to his channel that gave him money. And I even typed in there. I said, and Paul didn't want me dropping people's links in my chat. And I just did it anyway. Who the fuck is he? I mean, seriously, dude, I'll play along to some extent with the big fish. That's fine. I'll defer to other people. I have no problem deferring to other people, but I'm not going to be told what to do. You kidding me? What the fuck?
In your community, presuming you even want that or know you need that. Metaverse is going to distract you from all that. Get a fucking clue.
And now Gary's saying that, yeah, he found Paul because of me. Again, it's probably single digits, but I've sent some people to Paul, and I guarantee you some of those people have given him money because of me, right? But in his world, because he's bigger than me, I can't ever help him in that way. Bullshit.
You're not using the metaverse, it's using you. What are you using it for? That should be your question to yourself. That should be the intention you set. What am I using each of these experiences and tools for?
I agree.
What am I even looking to gain out of this? What's the goal? If you really check in with yourself.
Well, by the way, what he's describing here is just focus, right? Is the person focused or not? So yeah, I can answer all those questions because I'm focused. But if some of the live chat is not focused, or are they just like, hey, I'm here because it's fun. I'm here because this dude talks funny and I like listening to him, meaning me. That's fine. Dude, that's enough. I don't need specific behavior out of these people. Why? Because I ain't trying to get nothing specific out of you. Yeah, I like that people donate, right? That's great. But if not, I'll just go back and drive a truck, and then you'll get what you get at that point. You folks could keep me here every day if you wanted to. But, I know that that's not how that works. It's just that's not human nature, right? It's not human nature to say, wow, here's a bizarre fucking sensitive artist who's likes to talk and, gets emails from certain people saying, wow, you're on fire lately and all of this. Yeah, I know. I've been kicking ass. Yeah, I don't fucking brag on myself. I'm kicking. Of course I am. How can I not? If I go live every day for months on end. Every once in a while, I'm gonna, squirrel finds a nut or whatever that expression is. Yeah, every once in a while, I'm gonna do some pretty cool shit. Or we, by the way, half of that was just me being willing to let a woman talk, by the way. And that's the tragedy of these so-called truth communities. And it's a tragedy of a lot, just the internet in general, I would say, is just, all these ladies are here, and I'm assuming some of them are actually like Venus and, are bold enough to actually go into these environments and talk. And the guys won't let them talk. And by let them, I mean won't bring them up on panel. I'm pretty sure Venus would go on Paul's panel. I don't know that I've ever seen her up there.
You'll find out you got it all fucked up and backward. You didn't come into a universe to go on a metaverse to find friends and community. 99% of you ain't meeting in real life and ain't doing nothing anyway. When you do meet up, you get high and talk gossip on other people on this.
Exactly, and that's okay. Now, the gossip, I've participated in some of it. I do limit it. I mean, it may not seem that way, but anyway, it is what it is at this point. But yeah, that's okay, Paul. It's okay that people are that way. Meanwhile, I'm better than some of you. Let's just call it what it is, because I choose to do these things. That's fine. You're better than me in some ways when it comes to like having a place to live. Number one, right? Maybe having friends and family, right? Yeah. I don't need y'all to be like me. What the fuck is that, by the way? I don't want to accuse anybody of narcissism, but isn't that a function of narcissism? Like viewing other people as an extension of myself, and then now I'm martyred or wounded when they don't live up to what I expect from them? Are you kidding me? Have you met the people, sir? If you expect anything from these people, that's a you problem. And I said these people. These are some of the most oppositionally defiant folks you're ever going to meet. Guess what? So am I. So is Paul. Yeah, we all sort of fit in here on some level. Some of it is our own obstinance and our own refusal to do what we're told, by the way. I mean, why do you think it's mostly unjabbed folks in here? Because you can't tell us to do some shit and we'll just do it. Oh, so surprise, surprise, here's Paul. The only people he's going to have around him are bozos that will let him boss them around to some extent. Well, I'm here to tell you, Paul, the real motherfuckers ain't going to let you boss them around. Now, you can lead those people, but only through your own. You're going to have to go to another level. You're going to lead people like me? Motherfucker, I'm just as good of a leader as you are, maybe better. Let's just call it what it is. Padna. I got leadership skills coming out of my ears. I've been showing them my whole life. If you weren't there when I showed what I could do, that's not my problem. I'm 48, man. I'm on the fucking downward slide of this thing. But you're going to have to outcompete me in leadership. You think you're going to have me in your group? Yeah, you will, but you're going to have to be a better leader than me, because before you know it, you'll show up and everybody's going to be looking to me. And you're going to be like, why are y'all looking at Benton? Seriously, you think that shit hasn't happened to me before? Where I wasn't supposed to be the leader of a group, but the next thing you know, everybody's looking to me. Natural leadership skills. So you're going to have to be better and do better to have real motherfuckers around. Or you can have bozos next to you that are sycophants that need to play off of a strong personality. I got my own strong personality. I don't need to play off of yours, but I will, right? I will. I can and will get in where I fit in, right? See how it works? But you're going to be challenged. You're going to have to do better. And this is what I told that guy on Flow State. I forget the guy's name. Jeebus something. Jeebus Crisp or something. And he was talking like he was in charge. I said, man, who told you were in charge? I said, I don't remember taking a fucking vote and electing you leader. The fuck is wrong with you? And if you're going to have a group of 20 people, you're probably going to have one Benton in there who doesn't necessarily want to be in charge, but he's just going to be like, wait a minute. When did we elect you leader, Padna? We don't have to have a discussion here. You just start bossing everybody around. What is this?
Community. It's a fucking joke. Get your fucking head out of your ass and really be real with yourself and each other like I have from a fucking tent with nobody and nothing to get where I'm at and where I'm going. While I got folks watching me and commenting on me and feeling ways about me. For what? Pour that back into you and your life. You'll be way better off. Go ahead, Tim. Timmy?
It seems like he's muted.
Oh, Timmy.
I'll throw something in while he's getting his mic straightened out there. He's going to come back in. Yeah, it's kind of clunky today, Paul, the StreamYard. Nevertheless, the thing is that what you're doing here is demonstrating by your own actions, by what you're doing here, a particular vector, right? A direction that you're moving. Now,
yeah, it's called grounding. I'm the black cable here every day. I'm the grounding cable. I'm here to bring everybody back down to the reality that they're facing and living and co-creating with day to day. I'm not here for the highbrow, airy-fairy, rose-colored glasses and false sense of security. I'll leave that to the rest of these fake-ass, weak-ass slaves who are lying, too.
Oh, you're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. Yeah, the fact that you're not into that, what's that? Who is you? Other folks are into that, and that's okay. Right? Hell, I'm into it sometimes, just depending. Who is you, partner? Good, don't be into it. What's the problem with other people being into it? Don't we believe in rights and freedoms? Why do you have a problem with these people's right to exercise their freedom to interact in ways they choose? Oh, that's right, you're from the most authoritarian part of the United States. Oh, I forgot. Where motherfuckers do what they're told. Yeah, I forgot. See, I'm from one of them places where motherfuckers tend not to do what they're told, or at least historically don't, although that's certainly changed, much to my own chagrin.
That's the worst part, that they're lying to themselves and each other and know it, because they blackball people like me when they get the truth they don't like. They don't want to live in the world and not be of it. They want to create their own world and their own universes and their own bullshit communities that they can exist in. That's where they're all going. Put the goggles on, create your fake ass avatar that looks different from how you look in life because you're ashamed of yourself and guilty, and go into a fake world and commune with a lower form of consciousness. That's your communities in the new world, in the new normal. You're already in it. You want to tell me about a B system, the rest of it. You're already in it. You're stuck to the screen like glue. You panel hop. You all gossip with each other. You're all codependent, connected, and emotional with each other. It's pathetic.
By the way, Paul does every single one of those behaviors at times. He does every single one of these at times. Now, I'm not even going to call it projection. I mean, that shit's pretty much lost all meaning at this point.
Yes, avatar that looks different from how you look in life because you're ashamed of yourself and guilty, and go into a fake world and commune with a lower form of consciousness. That's your communities in the new world, in the new normal. You're already in it. You want to tell me about a B system, the rest of it. You're already in it. You're stuck to the screen like glue. You panel hop. You all gossip with each other. You're all codependent, connected, and emotional with each other.
Those last four things, he does all of those things at various times.
It's pathetic and embarrassing. And then you got slaves like Tom Tard and Slave Cot who want to justify to make excuses because they're weak and powerless and they're alone in themselves and in their life. And they're disconnected from the force that guides, leads, protects, and intuits. That's clear. Go ahead, sir.
No, yeah, I mean, you're expounding on it. I know I hit a trigger point because it is true. Again, there's a lot of people, like I know Timmy, other people that show up from time to time, me as well, and others that are bored, that are applying these concepts, these principles, this direction in our day-to-day lives, right? Jimmy, there's others. You may hear from them some time to time. Some you may never hear from again because they came from the Paul Slave, but you set them on a direction, and you continue to do that. And whether you're moving as fast as these people, because maybe they had more assets, resources, less encumbrances than you, but they're moving that direction. And when you see them in the direction you're heading and you see them getting way ahead, moving forward in success and reaching their achievements and self-actualizing, it gives you more confidence you're on the right path when you spread it for others. Like, listen, it's not just me. I'm going this direction. It's worked for me so far. I'm moving kind of slow, but look at these people that really put it in a high gear and where they are and what they're doing. And maybe you should think about getting on this path instead of putting graffiti on it and shitting along the way, like some of these miscreants have been doing.
Yeah, I set the intention. I undid the authentication. I don't know why it keeps happening, Brandon, but you come up. Please don't mumble under or over me. Just wait till I'm done. I know I talk a lot and then you could take over. Presuming you have something to say, which is subjective, of course. Some would argue it's objective, but I'm not going to get into that. That sounds egoic and narcissist. So now I just fucking, with the proviso, trying to manage everybody else's feelings and expectations, forgot what the fuck you just said that I was going to comment on.
It was about the direction that you have everyone moving in, so moving faster than you.
I set the intention this week, right? I said, I'm done with sugar. I'm done with all of it. I'm done with the fucking screens. Okay. Nice. You know, started exercising a little bit, nothing crazy, but you know, I got to get it together, man. You know, I got to completely align and self-actualize and realize I'm done continuing to entertain and have this stench of loser failure on me and all around me and in my life. Been there for.
That was interesting and telling. Let's back that up.
Some would argue it's objective, but I'm not going to get into that. That sounds egoic and narcissistic. So now I just fucking, with the proviso, trying to manage everybody else's feelings and expectations, forgot what the fuck you just said that I was going to comment on.
It was about the direction that you have everyone moving in, so moving faster
I
than
set
you.
the intention this week, right? I said, I'm done with sugar. I'm done with all of it. I'm done with the fucking screens. Okay.
Nice.
You know, started exercising a little bit, nothing crazy, but you know, I got to get it together, man. You know, I got to completely align and self-actualize and realize I'm done continuing to entertain and have this stench.
Well, by the way, he claims to have done that. He claims to always self-actualize. That's what he claims. He
Have
claims.
everyone moving in, so moving faster
I
than
set
you.
the intention this week, right? I said, I'm done with sugar. I'm done with all of it. I'm done with the fucking screens. Okay.
Nice.
You know, started exercising a little bit, nothing crazy, but you know, I got to get it together, man. You know, I got to completely align and self-actualize and realize I'm done continuing to entertain and have this stench of loser failure on me and all around me and in my life. Been there for too long. And the more that I've gotten away from it and stepped down into my power and my aloneness or connection with that force, the less that I need to concern myself with anything. Really, anything worldly, people, places, and things, any of it. So yeah, I'm going to.
Well, and let's, you know, I've, you know, I got down to 116 pounds recently. I've been eating for months specifically to gain weight. Well, one of the ways to do that is to eat a lot of meals, like all day long. See, they used to tell people, oh, if you want to lose weight, eat 6 small meals. That's bullshit. No, the way to gain weight is to eat all fucking day long, which is, you know, mostly what I've been doing. Although I do cut it off early because I hate trying to go to sleep when I'm digesting food. But I basically eat all fucking day every day, right? Which is more or less what Paul does, as far as I can tell. Again, none of my business. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. But this ain't complicated, man. Go for a fucking walk and eat 1 meal a day. That's it. Because, you know, I'm from fucking Arkansas. 40% of the population here is obese. Okay, I don't even notice when people are overweight. It's just normal to me. But then it's hilarious in Arkansas because we got a bunch of skinny motherfuckers, you know, because of meth. But, you know, fucking 40% obesity rate. Right? Well, he's clearly gaining weight. I mean, there's no doubt that he's been gaining weight over time. So for him, you know, is he just going to go into, you know, at what point is he not going to be able to move around and shit? Like, I'm not even kidding, man. He has to change something or he's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's just how this works, man. And you know, folks may not realize that I was significantly overweight in my 20s. I got up to a 40-inch waist. And how I originally started getting my act together was I said, I'm not buying 42-inch, I'm just not buying 42s. Like 40 was bad enough. Looked like fucking Humpty Dumpty, man. It was fucking horrible. But yeah, I got my shit together and lost a bunch of weight. That's probably, by the way, part of how I fucked myself over. I lost weight too fast because I'm an insane person. When I set my mind to something, I kick its fucking ass. So, of course, I kicked weight loss's ass. And they say one of the big ways to fuck your gallbladder up is to lose weight way too fast. Right? So that's probably part of the beginning of my issues. Right? And look, I don't care if people are fat. Be fat. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. It's none of my business, number one. But he's talking about it. You know, and it's not complicated, man. And I'm not prescribing advice. I'm not even giving advice. I'm just saying, like, he's doing what I did to specifically gain weight as an underweight person. I basically eat all day. Yeah. It's pretty much what I do. I've already eaten. I'm on like my 3rd meal already. 1, 2, 4th meal. I'm on my 4th small meal of the day. I've been up for 4.5 hours. Yeah. And I'm going to be done eating probably around like 1 or 2 p.m. And I'm gaining weight. This is not difficult, man. This is not difficult. So yeah, he's probably starting to get scared. Like, what the fuck? Am I just going to be one of these gigantic fat people? Oh, man. I'm assuming. I mean, I can't speak for him. But yeah, good. I'm glad. But, you know, this does run contrary to his narrative where he's like completely self-actualized. He's like 100% disciplined. By the way, Talcott, remember when Talcott used to have that website that he said on his website that he had, you know, full control of his emotions and thoughts and all of this stuff, right? Which is just megalomania. It's like, yeah, I talk about I'm in a meditative state most of the day. I would never claim to be fully in charge of my thoughts and emotions. Are you kidding me? It's like that'd be the fucking bodhisattva or whatever. Like, you ain't that, Paul. Come on, man. I'm not here to tear you down and accuse you of things. I'm not like these other people, by the way. I don't tear him down and accuse him of things, but fuck, I'm going to check him based on his own statements. Isn't that what a man's supposed to do, by the way? He's putting his name on it. Well, I'm pointing out that, well, wait a minute. This is not exactly what you say it is, partner.
Attain that. I'm going to retain that. All right? I'm going to practice that. I'm going to stay focused on that as much as possible because it's where the power and the inspiration and results come from as far as I'm concerned. If they don't have that experience, well, it makes sense why they would do what they do. And I'm not going to chase them around to tell them why this experience is better than that either. I'm just going to live that and be that. And I'm going to promote that for others. And I'm going to speak life and understanding.
Show me, don't tell me. Again, if I could place bets, I could just make my living placing bets on people who say they're going to do some shit. And by the way, even with myself, when I hear myself say what I'm going to do, that's how I know I'm probably not going to do that thing because I'm saying it. When I hear other people tell me what they're going to do, I can't even think of a time somebody told me they were about to do some shit and then they did it. Shut the fuck up and do it. Or I can just assume you're not going to do any of this, but temporarily he will. Temporarily. Who cares about that? Do it for the long run. Sorry, I'm eating. My apologies.
Into folks, even if it seems combative and forces you to question. That's what is true. Combative at times and forcing you to question who and what you are and what you're doing and what you're being a part of for yourself and others. And I hold myself to the same thing. So you didn't see me drinking coffee today. You see me drinking fresh organic fruit juice. I'm done with the coffee. I'm done with the sugar. I'm done with the things that are going to continue to promote this push-pull, aggressive, combative, competitive, divisive nonsense, right? And just disconnection from who and what we can be and who and what we are versus what we continue to be told our lot in life is. Get online, get on the metaverse, hang around with these loser failures, cupcake and or fight each other.
I'm going to assume that what he's referring to is when he was fucking spiraling a week or two ago. Was it like 2 weeks ago? When he was spiraling? And he even came over here and I told him after he left that he was spiraling and he was in the chat saying, I'm not spiraling. What does that even mean? But now he seems to be acknowledging that, yeah, you were fucking triggered and spiraling, partner. It's okay, dude. We all fucking spiral from time to time.
As you fucking get broker and poorer and more disenchanted and disillusioned and disempowered indirectly by wasting your greatest resource, your time, energy, attention. And don't compare it with me because at this point, again, he goes.
Your health is your greatest resource. If you ain't got your health, you ain't got nothing, partner. I know because I just spent a year without it. Yeah. It's still not all the way back yet, but your time and your energy and your effort is not your greatest resource. It's your health, sir. And I typed that into the chat. I was actually watching this live, and I don't know if he saw it or not. I'm assuming he did.
Stoic or not, I come on camera and I get value. So if nothing else, what I do here helps to make my life and my community's life a little bit better. And it's part of my purpose and process. And it's helped to make me a better communicator and broadcaster. So I'm winning as far as I'm concerned. I'm also in control of my experience. If you have all those things or you're getting to all those things, then you're on a good path, I would think. If you have the opposite and you're here, I don't know what you're doing. Again, like that's why I seem so arrogant and egoic because I presume motherfuckers only came here most of the time with me to learn something about themselves through my experience. Because I have pushed boundaries in many aspects. I have questioned and challenged in many aspects. I have learned a lot about the human nature and or consciousness in many aspects.
And guess who's pushed himself and challenged himself in all the aspects you've never done it, Paul? Me. Now, are you going to come over here and listen to me and get my experience? Of course not. But I've done all of these things. I've challenged myself physically. I've done all of it, sir. And I mean all of it. I've done all the things you've never done, Paul. Think about that.
Aspects. So I presume, folks, if they're not coming here to watch me entertain and act like a clown from time to time, they're here for self-development and self-growth and self-knowledge. So I'm going to stick to that. Why would I fuck around and play with people who don't have that or not pursuing that? I'd be a fool in my folly to continue it. And just like I said, it all goes hand in hand. Drinking coffee to act like I need more energy when I got the Holy Spirit in me to do a broadcast? Nonsense. Addiction and habituation. Don't need it. Dropped it like a hot potato. It's been 3 days. I'm probably not going to go back to it, at least for time. Because I've said that before and done it, and I always wind up going back. Because we backslide. You know, what do they say when you go to NAAA? Relapse sometimes.
Yeah, I don't backslide. Not once I'm committed. The booze, man. It just unlocked in my mind. Now, I don't think coffee's going to be that big of a deal, but it's got its downsides. I can tell you that. Coffee's got its downsides. But this, when he says he always goes back to it, but then you hear him making excuses for it. Bullshit. There's no excuse, sir. There's no excuse. Do or do not, there is no try. Bullshit. That's weak. Weak.
It's part of recovery. Because you got to do the same shit over and over to realize you don't fucking want it anymore. Whether you want it or not, you don't need it because it's not serving you and what you're trying to attain or who or what you are as a beingness. So what's going to serve me before broadcast? Natural sugar, organic fruit juice. I'll get all the energy I need from that and the Holy Spirit. I don't need toxified coffee with caffeine and stimulants.
Well, but see, I don't know. I'm not even going to say anything here. It's not even, I'm just going to end up nitpicking. So I'm going to be quiet.
To wind me up and crash me down, which it doesn't really do anyway because I'm so fucking balanced and centered when I'm off the screen.
Well, coffee's a vice. Let's just call it what it is. It's a vice. I'm better. I'm a better version of me when I'm not drinking coffee. The fact is, I will not drive a truck without drinking coffee. It's just they go too good together. I will not do daily live streams without coffee. I almost quit recently. I was down to 1 cup a day. I kept drinking it mainly because I had coffee, although I realized if I was really going to quit, I would just throw the shit away and quit. Right? Yeah, it just goes too good together. Right? It's just the coffee and the streaming goes great together. The coffee and truck driving goes two great things that go great together, right? But I'm not putting any pressure on myself. I'm not beating myself up. There's no guilt, right? I'll either quit or I'll drink it. I'm not going to do this thing in the middle. That's where the torture is, by the way, is in the middle. Is that middle thing where you're still doing the thing, but now you're sort of guilty and you feel like you've let yourself down. It's like, no, man, I can quit this shit anytime I want to. I've done it before. Yeah, but I'm not willing to because of the streaming. Now, you can say that's an excuse. Well, yeah, it is, but it's choice is what it is.
Nowadays, there's really nothing.
Well, it would only be an excuse if I couldn't quit coffee. I've quit for years before. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I could do it again. And you guys saw me with the cannabis. I was on the fucking vapes, and I knew to do all of them. That's what removed that's why there was no willpower, because I just did all of them, and then I was done, right? But I didn't have any trouble quitting that.
I could smoke 10 once a day and drop it, go into jail and feel better than ever and not even feel like I need it. And I've never been in that position before. I'm almost shocked at the state of consciousness I'm in now and my inner space and how rock solid it is. And I could literally pick shit up and put it down if I choose to. And then I ask myself, why am I not choosing more empowerment, more freedom, more personal choice, more growth, more inspiration? And I start to wonder, is it because I surrounded myself with a bunch of loser failures who've accepted less for themselves?
Oh, yeah, it's our fault. It's our fault. Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Polly Boy, motivation is crap, sir. Motivation is crap. Okay? If these people can drag you down, then you're probably not what you say you are, sir. Meanwhile, you want to talk about the Christed being. You want to compare yourself to the Christed being. Who did the Christed being hang out with, sir? In the Bible? Right? You telling me I can't be around the dregs? I was around the dregs for years, and I went up. I worked on myself the whole time, and I was around the worst of the worst, at least according to society. All right, so now it's our fault that your waistline is ever expanding? That's our fault. Okay, got it.
And I've fallen back into that pattern. It's possible, but I ain't going to blame nobody else but me, because that starts with me and ends with me.
Though.
It's not about them.
You kind of just did.
Hell yeah.
You blamed us without blaming
Freedom,
us.
Brandon.
What's going on, everybody? Peace and love.
Well, and he can claim to be in charge of his emotions and all this. I mean, look at, what do you think these hormones is doing to him? All this cortisol. He's clearly fucking agitated here. And again, I don't care that he's big. Hell, Brenner, Big L's a big guy. Who cares? That's his business.
Prosperity to all.
It's a choice, right? Everything's a choice in this realm. Peace and prosperity is a choice. On some level. That's what I've learned.
There you go, Just a Gal. That's right. Motivation is bullshit.
What do you got, Brandon? You got something that you want to talk about? I know it's high energy. I'm speaking with that fire and that passion for truth.
And I'm not sure people understand that, but it's like, yeah, if my discipline is day in and day out, and day in and day out, if I do that and I'm motivated by something outside of myself, the one day that thing outside of myself isn't there to motivate me, what am I going to do then? I'm going to do the same thing I would have done initially, right? So can I not inspire myself? Can I not motivate myself? Yeah, I can. But I have a bit of an advantage. I've never had to concern myself with how do I feel about doing this thing. I just do the thing. Meanwhile, I do enjoy kicking my own ass. Well, okay, I have an advantage. So what?
And I'm inspiring and motivating myself and maybe others out there who may need to hear that today. Because I need to hear it today. So I'm going to speak it into me and anyone else who needs to hear it.
Yeah, I need to hear it too. You're on a roll, man. You're on fire. Keep going. Don't let me interrupt.
No, it's not interrupting. It's just, how long am I going to sit up here and monologue and not catch more of a rap than I'm egoic and narcissistic? It has to be all about me. Again, when it's all about me, it's really all about the truth because there really is no me beyond the incarnation. Just consciousness and awareness. You think that I need my bodily incarnation venerated, played up to, sucked up to, and deferred to. I don't. The truth needs to be served and deferred to. And if I could be a conduit for that or facilitator for that, that's my role here. The rest of it is nonsense and games. And even if I'm doing it, I know it's nonsense and games.
Yo, Paul, it's funny, synchronicity, man. I cut caffeine for a good 3 fucking hours ago because I fought with it for like a few years. And I always realized that it was a negative reason why I would want it, like why I would go for it. Oh, if I can just be a bit more productive, I can get to my goals faster. And then if I can get to them faster, then
so you subconsciously convinced yourself, like we all did indirectly, that coffee is somehow more powerful than us and our consciousness and the spirit within us.
Right.
There's the pimp trick. There's the slippery slope. We do it every day. We verify to ourselves.
You see, it's interesting. I never thought coffee made me more productive. I just like it. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but I don't. Same thing with cannabis. I know it can have healing benefits. I never viewed myself as a patient. It's like, no, I like to get fucked up, and you can get fucked up on cannabis. I drink coffee because I like the way it makes me feel. I don't drink it to be productive. That part of it never made sense to me.
Ourselves in the universe, how we're not going to manifest to what we know we need to be because we took something else as a shortcut.
Hey, I got to interject something about coffee because I consider myself a coffee achiever, and I don't know if you're over there and I know the beans that they grow in Vietnam are really high in caffeine. I don't really like those beans too much, but they are inexpensive to get, so they are kind of in a lot of the products you see. I stopped sugar. Period. I don't drink sugar with my coffee. I think that was the biggest problem with coffee is people wanting sugar, and they want sugar because the coffee is not that good. If you get good beans, if you grind them. Now, the best is really either grind them by hand.
Thank you, Sherelle, for your donation, by the way. Much appreciated.
Mechanically expensive. But a hand grinder is not, and they're very fine. They're perfect. And, just pressing your own espresso for me has become the best way because, first of all, you can't do too much. It's too much of a mechanical effort to go through everything. The only thing is electric is boiling the water. And the coffee just tastes so good, it doesn't need sugar. And you can enhance it with other stuff if need be. But to me, that's worked for me. It's kept down the consumption, so it's regulated, but it's a high-quality thing, so I don't need the added garbage. It really messes up the beauty of the bean itself. I mean, coffee's been consumed happily for thousands of years. So I don't think coffee has been demonized because of the grades. I mean, you look back to the 1970s and Folgers would buy grade A coffee beans. Then they went to buying mixing grade A with grade B over the years. Then they go to straight grade B. But now they use like wood chips and they call it, and the price has only gone up. So people's tastes have been slowly dumbed down is the problem. And then they go and they compensate with sugar and fake creamers and things like that to compensate for the lack of quality that people are ignorant to because their tastes have been so dumbed down.
I didn't interrupt because I'm sure somebody else wanted to hear that. But I don't fuck with coffee. I fuck with like Red Bulls and that bullshit. And I know it's
that's
fucking
pure
horrible.
poison.
I know. But I get
fucking
stuck in
kid
loops,
shows
man.
up to me, he goes, no, I'm growing my food, whatever else, we're on the land. He shows up with 3-hour energy, or whatever it is, 8-hour energy. I said, bro,
Yeah.
at that point, I got a guy, he's got some cheap crack cocaine. Just go ahead and make the jump, right? Because whatever that shit is, that syrup, I can't imagine the kind of shit you take after drinking that. You ever tasted that shit or smelled it or looked at it? It's like the thickest cough syrup that has the most bitter, disgusting taste. And it's poison. It's full of poisons and preservatives. And I go, what are you doing? I go, listen.
Well, and I heard Timmy here. I couldn't even make the coffee because I had to respond to Timmy. Timmy, who, by the way, acts like he's better than everybody on some level. He does, man. He's got one of those. He thinks his shit doesn't stink. Timmy, I've done an entire year, sir, with nothing, and I mean nothing, that could be considered bad for me. The closest thing was those whatever the fuck those Walmart hard-boiled eggs in the package was, and I knew I was going to get away from them eventually anyway, and I have. Timmy, you're drinking fucking Red Bulls. By the way, if people in the audience drink Red Bulls or Monsters, that's fine. Do whatever you want. It's not my concern. Here's the point I'm making is when somebody thinks that they're productive and they got all these healthy habits, and yeah, by the way, Red Bull is the best energy drink. I mean, there's no fucking question about it, clearly. But then again, when I drink Red Bull, it was never more than one in a day, and it was never anything but the small can. Just the original Red Bull, that shit, there's nothing wrong with that. Especially every once in a while, right? And if it wouldn't fuck me up, I'd probably have one every once in a while, but not every fucking day. And then OTW said he's on like 6 Monsters a day. Dude, what does that cost in a month, by the way? You got people out here talking about, and I don't mean OTW, I just mean in general, folks can't pay their bills, but they spend $20 a day on Monsters. It's like, what? What is that? That doesn't even make sense. But it's funny because, I watch these people. So when I hear some of these folks talking, and they, you just might assume that they have all these healthy habits, but then the next thing you know, they're talking about, oh, I don't fuck with coffee, I do Red Bull. But then while I'm on the topic, and Tribe's talking about the quality of the coffee, right? And I'm sure he's onto something there. But see, I buy the beans and we grind the beans every time, right? It does make a difference in the quality, certainly. Yeah, absolutely. Fancy boy style.
Listen, I'm not like holier than thou. I roll up reefer and I do it with tobacco. I try to at least get natural organic tobacco, but I ain't gonna make an excuse either. Do I really need that? Probably not. Arguably, I might get better as a person if I dropped it. Again, we like to convince ourselves reefer does something for our creativity, to kind of keep us in a certain mode or a certain space. We do the same thing with coffee and everything else. We do the same thing with love affairs, right? Oh, I can only work good if my sweetie loves me and everything's good at home. How much of this is a fucking trick out of position that is not real unless we make it real?
Well, I consider it an adaptation with civilization because we're in a natural state. So these things, certain plants and botanicals help us, adapt to it well. Because now, humanity has been well adapted to civilization for some time. And I guarantee you it's due to things like wine and cannabis and opium and coca and all kinds of things that I can't even list. That
the best argument I could do is that they say that the human body has an endocannabinoid system, which alludes to the fact that we're supposed to be taking in cannabis. Do you think that I'm going to kid myself? The amount of reefer I smoke, if not during the day on this broadcast, I roll them back to back on here. It's almost become a habit, like a nervous habit or ritual. Because I really don't smoke like that in my life.
Vitamin C. Vitamin C is an essential nutrient, yet we need huge amounts of it. The amino acid lysine, we literally have pounds of it in our body. So when you think of it as an essential nutrient, you have receptors for it. Perhaps we're not smoking enough.
Too much.
Like I said, man, I always come back to you, Brandon. You got to speak up, bro, because I wind up talking over you, and you're gonna get pissed off at me. Tell me I talk too much on my own broadcast.
Go ahead.
You remember that day? He goes, would you shut up? I go, what? He's like, you talk too much. I'm like, dude, I'm doing a broadcast here. Did you understand my predicament? Like, watch this, right? Everybody be quiet. Brandon, it's your broadcast.
All right, Brandon, come on, man. It's on you.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? If you just envision yourself in my position, the burden that comes with doing a broadcast or hosting it, you realize why I talk so much. And almost have become comfortable with just yakking, stream of consciousness. And even interrupting people, because I do have a lot of important things to say. I'm a very important person. My broadcast. Did I mention that?
I didn't mean anything by it, man. I didn't mean.
Oh, I know. I just think it's hilarious, right? I've gotten that many times. Folks come on here and they just show up. And I've been here for a year and a half, right? I've been done thousands of hours of this. And they just show up one day and they go, hey, will you shut up? I'm like, what? Who are you again? You're like, I'm Brandon. I'm like, it's my broadcast, dude. Like, I'm not here to shut up. Like, if I had shut up when.
Oh, by the way, he did that to me one day. He left. It was me and him talking. He left. And I'm assuming to see what I would do. I just started talking. And he came back like 90 seconds later and took back over. Interesting, don't you think? And yeah, I didn't worry about, I'm on the spot. What am I going to say? I just started fucking talking. I knew I would get onto something eventually. And as soon as he saw I could handle it, he just came right back. Interesting.
My parents and teachers all told me to. We've never been here to begin with. So I'm definitely not going to listen now. Like, let's just work around it. I get it. I'm verbose and abrasive. I'm not yelling at Brandon. I'm saying for future folks. It comes up a lot. Let's work around it somehow. Don't practice patience with it.
Put the bass in your voice.
There you go. What did I say that to you?
No, I'm just fucking around.
Oh, you're saying, I thought you were doing a bit like repeating whatever we were saying that day back and forth. I don't even remember it. I just remember him telling me, shut up. Would you shut up? I'm like, damn.
You were just going off. I was
something.
telling you the point. You wouldn't stop. It's all good, bro. Okay.
He's fucking he's on like half a strip of Suboxone and he's pissed. I'm pretty sure this kid takes Suboxone because he's brought it up. Right. And I know that something in my story calls these people here who are opioid addicts. So he was pissed that day. He had like 2 milligrams of Suboxone left in the jar. He's licking the powder at the bottom. And he's like, would you just shut the fuck up? Because I'm thinking about killing you or myself tonight. I go, bro, it's going to be okay. Do a broadcast. Supposed to talk.
I'm still here.
What's up with you, man? What's up with the opioid situation and everything else? How are you feeling? Is there any progress there? Any changes? Do you want that? Am I just saying shit that's not true at all and making things up? I'm known to do that.
Wait, well, I think you're confusing me with someone else. What do you mean?
Okay, you ain't on opioids. You don't take Suboxone?
I do, but I never brought it up on here.
Right. I'm a good reader, and I know how to read people. I know this is shocking to you. I've done it for a year and a half. You didn't have to bring it up for me to know you. This is another proof that I don't need to live with you all and know you to know you on some level because I know me.
Well, you were just saying we were talking about something another time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I heard an in-passing comment you made, and I completely maximized on it and made it true, and turns out I was right again.
Oh.
So it's a little bit of gambling, a little bit of like trends and tendencies. I know me, so I know you and others.
Yeah, well,
usually folks don't even know about Suboxone unless they're using it. So the fact that you even knew about it, I already had a clue.
Well, yeah, I've been on it for a decade.
I'm pretty perceptive, sir. And, do you realize that okay. Do you realize that I've done the whole thing and that we are oneself and you could have whatever I have?
Yes,
Do you want to get off that shit?
100%.
Okay.
That's
So
why I'm
have you
down for
tried?
super overdose. Yeah, I've
you
tried
tried
before,
it?
but it's hard.
Of course it's hard. Anything worth doing is challenging, man.
That's very true.
Have you tried to at least wean yourself down to a minimal dose?
Oh yeah, I've got down to literally 0.5 of a milligram, which is like nothing.
That's what
I've
you're
been
at
on it
now?
for so long.
That's what
What'd
you take now, 0.5 each day?
No. I'm on like 2 now.
All right, that's still not crazy.
Yeah, it's very low.
So you realize on some level this is more likely a psychological addiction than it is a physical thing.
Yeah, I know. I do get that. That's why they say more is less too with the sub. The bupe is an interesting substance for sure. It's very
Yeah,
interesting.
but let's get away from the fascination with pharmaceuticals because that's another thing that was close to my heart. I used to sit around figuring out how to synthesize drugs, but we're not here to talk about that. So I get it. Buprenorphine, antagonist, agonist.
Well, it
Right.
just stays in your system so long. That's why it's even harder to get off of. I wish I just stayed on the freaking diesel, back in the day and just got
You don't
myself
shoot
on
it,
that.
do you?
No, I haven't done that stuff in years. I used to shoot dope back in the day. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
No,
because usually
no.
when folks, a lot of times they get an addiction to the needle, as crazy as it sounds, and they got to shoot everything. So they want
Oh
to
yeah,
shoot
yep.
box.
They like that needle. Yep. I had friends like that. They were
So-
addicted to that. Not even the
so
high,
then-
the needle.
Do you realize or do you understand that this is really just about making a choice and committing to it and letting time be the decider, if you will?
Yes.
And what I
do.
mean by that is if you
Okay.
just said today, tomorrow, I'm going to go from the 2 down to 1. I'm going to go from the 1 down to 0.5. Then I'm going to go from the 0.5 to nothing, even if I have to replace that with something else. Again, I'm not NAAA. They're going to tell you if you go and smoke reefer, you're an addict. But what
Yeah,
I'm going to
they're
tell you is I'd rather have you smoking reefer, which is a natural plant, than taking some synthesized opioid that they don't even know what the fuck's in it or what it does because they just made it. And we never find out what the results are until 20, 30 years later.
100%.
Right. I mean, again, are they going to tell? I'm not certified. I'm not giving advice. I'm not none of that. I'm telling you what I did essentially is, first of all, I've always been reefer from day one.
Yeah, that's
Whatever
what me
came
too.
and went, reefer's always been a constant.
Me
So
too.
I just dropped everything else. You could argue I might have increased my intake of reefer, but I would rather be smoking more reefer than taking pills, powders, and fucking with the pharmacies. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to have to show up there. I don't want to look at it. I don't want it in my life no more. Because
Me
it's a
too.
symbol of slavery and it's a symbol of disempowerment to me. And it's also a symbol of disability. Because all of my life they've been telling me you got ADHD, you need Adderall, you need Zoloft, you need this, you need that. Dozens of fucking medications throughout my life since I've been 12 years old. Mostly because they didn't know how to handle me or what to do with me. Not because I was a
Same shit.
retarded person or had issues, other than behavioral, mental, emotional issues which could be corrected.
Same shit here. I feel like they do it to so many people because it's a
Bro,
business.
we're all the same self. This is what I'm saying. So I'm a
Yeah.
living example of who you can be, not in the greatest attainment. I'm not so great. It's one day.
I don't know, man. I think if they would have tried to put me on drugs when I was a kid, I don't think I would have taken them. I just think I would have been like, no, I'm not taking that. Are you kidding me? I had oral surgery and they prescribed me what I'm assuming was hydros. What is it? Hydros or what? I don't fucking know anything about opiates. Whatever they would have prescribed 20 plus years ago for having my wisdom teeth cut out. I took 1 dose of those pain meds. I hated that shit. And I just said, fuck it. I'll just deal with the pain. This is bullshit. Yeah, I'm just some folks, I ain't going to, there's no way, dude. I don't think I would have taken it. I really don't. I think I would have just said, no, I'm good. Yeah, even as a little kid.
Day at a time, one thing at a time, and the discipline and will to let time be the decider, right? Because again, you said you want to get off it, just like I did. And that means you can, because I did. And there's no separation between us. Just time and opportunity and distance, physically. But on the highest level, we're oneself. We have the same mind and heart and probably the same story down to a fucking comma and period. So it is possible for you. You can choose it. You can do it. Is it going to be a challenge? Yes. The things that are worth doing are. Especially when you know you need to do it. Because again, that shit's poison. It affects your fucking beingness, your health, your biology, and it stops you from generating the proper natural chemistry that you could be generating without it. Makes you dependent upon that substance to generate dopamine. Right? There's other ways in your life that you could generate those same feelings, but you're going to have to challenge yourself and put the work in. It may look like coming on a broadcast and screaming and yelling from time to time. The most functional thing? No. But it's a different addiction and a different purpose and different dedication. And if it helps me generate dopamine to replace what the fuck I've damaged, I can work on that at least. I could say, you know what, I'm doing it again. I'm generating dopamine in a way through an addictive quality that's not functional for me and everyone else. How do I update the program? It's a lot easier if I'm not on Suboxone. You get my point? It's a move to a move to a move to a move. It's a long game process. And we're constantly updating the program in order to reform and reprioritize and recommunicate. So,
All right.
yeah, man, I mean, shit, like I said.
Okay, I think we got enough of that. I'm going to go to Brian O'Shea from earlier. This was Paul. Paul came on, and they had an interesting one-on-one, but then eventually Liberator of Self posted something in the chat, and Paul got triggered. But yeah, it was a pretty good conversation up until that point. I haven't heard the whole thing though. I just saw part of it.
Fucking weirdos gonna show you the mountains. Yeah, let's go ahead and look at melted bricks while we wait for people to trickle in. Oh, we got someone here. Yeah.
Shit. You know you got.
Hello there, Paul and Slade.
Oh shit. Oh
Yeah.
shit. You know you got me inspired now, right?
That's what I figured was gonna happen. People are
Brian O'Shea dropping mixtape bombs out here.
crawling out the depths, man.
Yeah, I might have to get busy, man, because that last mix was off of me in Conflicts. He
You
bumped the
know
ball on
it.
that one. It wasn't his fault, you know. I wasn't prepared. So Brian O'Shea, you might have got that one. You might have won the first mixtape drop, right? The versus battle. But I'm coming back with a vengeance on this next one. I'm ready now. See, you guys tricked me, is what it was. You and Conflicts got together on the side, and you guys really put something together and produced it. You know, I just did some shit on the end of a broadcast, and he fucked me by putting it in. So now I'm like, I'm behind. That's how I'm feeling. But I'm not hating. I'm saying you got me inspired. Right? I'm ready to work now.
Right. Reminds me of when Eminem and Busta Rhymes were doing a song together. Busta already recorded the track, gave it to M, and then M just came like way too hard. It was like, God damn.
Now wait a second. Are you Busta Rhymes in this scenario, and I'm Eminem, or who's who?
Let's see. You're gonna be Busta Rhymes for this story. So,
Okay.
So you submitted your track, right, with the first thing that Conflicts put out, and then you submitted your verse, and then I submit my verse as Eminem, and you're like, God damn, O'Shea's trying to decapitate me. Talcott.
Okay, before we get too far into this, here's the new Talcott clip collections. Talcott clip collection. Oh, shout out to 303 subscribers, by the way. And let's go ahead and drop that link as well. Brian O'Shea's link in the chat. Yeah, we'll keep sending people to your broadcast, Brian, even though you don't come around here anymore because Paul doesn't want you around here, apparently. And you're certainly not your own man. We know that. Not too late. It's not too late to become your own man, O'Shea. This is what I should have told him. He dropped the link after Paul left. I should have went up and told him that. But, yeah, this is O'Shea's rap set to music.
Choose love.
What you listening to, son?
I don't think you like it.
Well, why not? I like this new generation of music.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, crawling out the depths, man. Tell me who is next, man. Feeling like the son of Sam. I'm at your fucking neck, man. Mess a plan, plotting, dropping, cotton, stopping, knotting, rotten, gotten fucked up. Get your bitch knocked up. This ain't luck, bruh. Look, I've been moving, I've been grooving, I'm improving, never losing. Now I'm cruising to the top. Tell that goofy bitch stop. Dots, cops, ops, not trying to do me bogus. Staying focused, swarming like some locusts. Moses out of Egypt. Moses not equipped. Bitch, look, read a book, grab a nook. Took them in, they took me in. Up booking wins, my king gon' be straight. Great, EST, OAT, she believe in me. Heavenly, BOD, GOD, status, mathematics, class in session, messing with the bestest off my chest, can put to rest as RIP. Ooh, we fucking with fool, huh? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Mother of God, this is Brian O'Shea. Where did you get this from?
Big deal. I don't feel bad about it.
Let me tell you, Bobby, I don't want you listening to someone who drinks their own urine. What that person on your tape has is a medical disorder. Now, you get ready for the game, okay?
Moose, I've been listening to rap since before you were born, and that
boy
wasn't
ain't
bad.
right. That Brian O'Shea can sure spit bars, though. I tell you what, that was hotter than Strickland's last propane sale.
I just did a little freestyle. And he's coming with all his written shit, all professionally produced. So then you go back in the lab and you're like, no, I'm going to redo my cut. You're going to go from 16 bars or whatever to just straight 50. Top M's 40.
Yeah, I got to get with Conflicts, man, and I got to correct the record. I got to clear my name out here in these streets. A little bit lackluster. The mix was off, man. It's been bothering me. I might have to have him take the video down. It's been bothering me. I'm venting to you now, Brian O'Shea, because I'm on your broadcast and I'm assuming nobody's watching, so I figure it's a place I could let my guard down.
Exactly.
I just insulted you. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I take it in stride. It's exactly how I feel.
Where the hell are you, man? Are you in a spaceship? Did you get abducted by aliens? Are you getting probed or what?
Yeah, I finally upgraded to a spaceship, dude. Fucking, yeah.
Wait a second. Are you at Slave Dave's house? Oh, wait, that's an overlay that he uses, so it can't be. Yeah, it's like one of those mansions. You ever see Slave Dave and the rest? They put the video background up. It's like they're on a cruise ship or something.
Oh, no.
2.0?
I'm at a casino, you know, just trying not to get too corrupt at these hellholes, but they got nice little
You're not
areas.
trolling for hookers again, are you?
Nah, they not on Sunday, not on the Lord's Day. I mean, maybe on a Saturday, Friday night. I keep clean on Sunday, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's a lot of temptation out here in Vegas, so you never know.
Self-government sounds like anarchy, right?
So what do you have going on, man? How many people you got in the house over here right now? Might have to. I don't want to get involved too much. I just wanted to kind of show up. You know, I saw you were on. Me and Jennifer were just kind of listening to stuff, observing, and I saw you on, and I figured I'd, you know, show up, show you some support in my own way.
By the way, what was this about the screens? He's getting off the screens, but what did you just hear him say there? Remember, this is after the first thing. This is, you know, chronologically correct here. So yeah, he's off the screens, but you know, not off the screens.
Fuck with you a little bit. Oh, you a cocksucker. What's up with you people on the metaverse lately, man? What's up? Everybody's going through changes.
Yeah, no, man. It's crazy, the evolution of the past year, you know, everyone's trying to figure out who they are, trying to find their roles, trying to find their place. But
this is ghetto. This is corporate.
Who the fuck
this is ghetto.
Like, what's up? I don't even want to get into that gossip.
Oh man, you know what? See, you broke the rule, right? There's a rule in broadcasting that you, at a certain point you don't mention these people's names. You got to give them like nicknames so nobody knows who they're talking about. They know, but they don't know, right? So you can't promote into.
Oh yeah, like Ben Tard, who's apparently sends people to both of these guys' channels. By the way, you're welcome.
Correctly. But I agree. At this point, I can't imagine why anybody would go anywhere. I mean, I can't imagine even why I'm here right now. Other than that, like, you know, I just kind of want to love you. I feel sorry for you, sitting at that Planet Hollywood, presumably smelling like urine.
Gaslighting.
Wishing that somebody would hold you and tell you they love you.
Gaslighting.
So I figured I would be that person.
So psychology, selfishness, your ego, you know, narcissism.
You can hold me, tell me you love me, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
So psychology, selfishness, your ego, you know, narcissism.
So, you know, I'm being a good friend here. I mean, I'd lend you the 20 or 30, but then you're gonna ask me for the money for the AIDS test the next day and the plan C. You know, it becomes a whole thing. So I go, the way I can be a really good friend is just not even give him the money for the hooker, the AIDS test, the plan C. Just kind of show up, let him hug me, tell me he loves me.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Maybe he can have a good night. You know, restful night.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Plan C's the like plan B of HIV, huh?
Wait,
AIDS fucking contraceptive.
Yeah, no, plan C is something that not only kills the pregnancy, it kills all the other STDs that are running through your bloodstream. So it's like you know those shampoos that are like, they'll say like Head and Shoulders is shampoo and conditioner, and it never really is, let's be honest, but they'll say that like 2 in 1. Like plan C is like 2 in 1. It's A and B, you know, kills hepatitis A, B, C, it kills HIV, and it kills the baby. Because, you know, even a hooker's not going to want to give birth to a little baby Brian. I mean, let's be honest.
No.
I'm trying to help out here.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
It's great.
Come on, Brian. Why do you always do that, man? You're supposed to be a comedian. And you know, in comedians, I fashion myself as a comedian as well. If you can be a comedian, I can be one too, right? Like we were doing the Busta Rhymes thing before.
Listen to this retard.
And like if we're going to be comedians,
jibber-jabbing.
it's about, you know, razzing a little bit. And taking each other down a peg. I guess I shouldn't. Well, okay. I'm not going to. I'm here to lift you up. You take me down. Call me fat right now. Say I eat cheese and then I can't get out of this chair. And then I'm going to say something nice about you.
Yeah. I was just.
No, you're being too nice. Go ahead and do it right now.
Listen to this retard
I came here to uplift you. I
jibber-jabbing.
got in front of the camera and I started abusing you, just like a comedian would with another comedian. And that was wrong. You didn't need to be taken down a peg. You need to be lifted up. I need to be taken down in my ego. Go ahead and call me fat. Say I can't get out of this chair. And whatever else you need. Just go ahead. Giving you free shots, Brian O'Shea. I don't oftentimes do this with people. And then I promise I'm going to say something nice about you after, even if you say the worst things about me ever.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have a roast fat joke, you know, in the holster, trying to say that you look like Down syndrome, fuck the cheese sandwich. Like that would be fucking rude, dude.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. I'm not gonna get upset about that. Whatever.
You did that. I was minding my business.
No, I mean, okay, but just go ahead. I swear, I'm not gonna get upset.
No, I don't have anything else. I've been holding on to that one in my little resentments.
All right, is this where I go? I'm gonna say something nice now. I love that outfit you're wearing. Is that the Goodwill collection? Winter?
Absolutely, dude. The pea coat, it's slick shit. You could get it any.
And you did let the audience know the reason you call it a pea coat is because it smells like urine.
Well,
not actually material.
It's double entendre.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
A lot of pee is the key thing in Anamana. But fuck, dude, I keep getting away from what I was thinking, dude.
Benton has it.
Talcott clip collection, newest video, dude. Just
Benton has it.
Wait, that's your video. Latest
Benton
video.
has it.
You kind of doing a.
It's about me. It's his video about me.
Right, it's your music video.
Right, yeah, my music video. But
you see what he just did there? Hey, I'm gonna play Talflix's latest video. It's your video. I don't know what you're. You think I came in and talked about that. Okay, go ahead and play it then. I did talk about it. Hey, this is your time to shine. What is this?
This is also my video. This is the.
Oh, I don't want to watch this. No, you're doing a switcheroo on me.
I'm trying to like. Remember that one? You posted that video on your page. That was a girl trying to kick me out of a 7-Eleven, not having a mask on.
Are you gonna be going live regularly at night?
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
Take that slot.
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
I mean,
stop acting like a little hoe, bitch. You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth. You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
Why shouldn't you have access? I'm gonna make Hank into a fucking star over the next week. It's gonna be amazing. Okay. Did I tell you I'm doing Hank Fest 2023 for the winter solstice, if you will?
No, you didn't tell me that yet.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be big business, serious business. Okay. I'm setting up the restream right now. That's why I'm a little bit off balance.
That's silly.
Damn, Brian O'Shea. This is what it feels like to be you guys. I got 11 viewers. It hurts.
More than you right now.
How many you got rocking on your side?
Yeah, I guess that.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
You're spinning on my end.
Why do you have such a shitty connection, bro? You're a broadcaster. Come on.
That's
what the fuck is your problem, dude?
Here we go. I knew this was gonna happen. I come on to try to support somebody. I have to wind up carrying everything. Praise God. Hey, what do you got? Your Talrats is acting up. Hey. When are you gonna play Talcott in my
every fucking time
soap opera? Because you look just like him. If we make you up, but I'm gonna have to work on the presentment. Do your best Talcott right now, but like really.
I had to grow up a little too fast. We can argue. I didn't really have a childhood.
Oh my God, you did. You were right in it.
I didn't really have a childhood.
Do the hands again. Hold on, hit me with the two hands.
Brothers, I'm telling you. No way. No, I could do it. I could get into it.
And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end.
No, it's just I can't even do it. It makes me sick. It's hard to embody it.
all right. Yeah, all right. We'll get you some Pepto-Bismol.
I allow the truth to flow.
You need the glasses and the whole ponytail and everything, but you got something there. All right, with the hands. Like when you throw the hands out, you got the big white hands. There you go. We're gonna paint your hands white, even whiter than they are now. Translucent, if you will.
That is known for the white hands.
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm supporting you, and you got me inspired. Like, I want to work, but I'm kind of pissed that Conflict fucked up my mix on my video. You know, and it's because I pushed them. It's my fault again.
Oh no, Paul has poor taste in music. That shit was lit.
It's complete garbage. The mix is all fucked up.
No, it's not. You don't have good taste in music, Paul. I've been trying to hold my tongue. You do not have good taste in music. That shit is fire. You just don't. You don't know what you're listening to. It's like Flow State couldn't let TBE cook long enough on his live music performance. That shit was badass, by the way. But yeah, you got to sort of get through the beginning to the good shit, right?
Completely offbeat.
No.
So he gave me a dose of my medicine. He taught me a lesson.
It's fucking fire. You need to have some musical ability to appreciate it.
You don't rush conflicts. All right. You know, easy for me to get up here, smoke weed, and just yap. That man's a fucking artist. Takes time. You rush him, and that's what he gives you. I'll never do that again.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think you're getting much negative feedback. And
it's not about that. It's about me.
Yeah, and it's about your lack of taste.
Egotistical.
Your lack of
taste.
Like
the mix.
I also think people recognize though that he kind of put that mix together, that beat together, and it's more what they're listening for is the lyrical content. They're seeing if there's bars in that. You know what I mean? Like, so they know that it's not like, you know what I mean? But I hear you though. You kind of want, especially when it's, you know, something it's your rhyme.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least got to be clear and on beat. It was unclear. The mix was off. Timing was off.
Unless I'm thinking of something else. I might be thinking of something.
I didn't realize I was so lacking in energy. I have to come back in the booth on some lean or something. A good kush.
That's sativa. Now I'm buying fucking sativas to get my energy out.
Oh man, you're gonna be masturbating so fucking frequently. Sativa, go back, Ryan O'Shea. You can't handle that shit. You retaining? What's your retaining schedule?
Nah, I fucking release. It's the opposite of retain. Release.
There you go.
Did someone just? Did someone at the table with you?
No, I thought I was. But I'm always like, fucking trying to look around.
Yeah, why do you have so much PTSD? You like looking over your shoulder. Are you on house arrest? But have no house?
Homeless.
They're gonna come get me at any moment. I'm on house arrest and I'm never home.
Stay in my car.
Or you don't shoot at all.
I know what you want to look at, Paul. You want to look at some pictures of mountains, don't you?
Oh, really?
Fuck. I'm trying to force that on you. But I took some pictures out here in Vegas. They paid
Jennifer got mad at you the other day for you objectifying women, so I figured we look at pictures of women. Really pissed her off.
When did I objectify women?
Oh yeah, you were on one of your raps the other mornings. You were pimping and macking hard, feeling yourself.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
I mean, what the fuck though, dude?
I mean, I told her, man, like, you can try to stop Ryan O'Shea from objectifying women, but don't you dare start with me. I'm gonna continue.
Yeah, but what does that even
How
mean?
dare you, Jennifer? I objectify you all the time. This is about equality and equity out here.
The old treat him like a fuck doll.
Whoa, all right, you made it creepy and awkward. Can you feel
Well,
that?
is that what objectification is? You're just looking at him like an object for your pleasure?
Yeah, it's just the way you said it, I
problem,
think. It's the
dude?
characterization, really creepy and awkward. It was you? Yeah. You triggered by that? Are you triggered by that? What do you mean? You?
No.
Jennifer, please. Jennifer thinks she's part of the broadcast.
See, she wants to get in the mix.
Oh, here we go. All right, you're in the mix now.
Wasn't me, she said.
Hello?
What'd you say, Paul?
She said it was her projecting onto you. She was in her feels. Obviously.
Yeah, objectifying women.
Yeah, because I'm such like a filthy animal. You know, just generally. So I tend to do. Hey, I'm as white trash as it gets. Women around me will get a bit, insecure.
You know
act
it.
out on you, Rhino. Should I take it out on you?
Because you know I'm wild.
See? So see, you were encouraging Jennifer to stream herself, but she resisted, right?
Right.
She's not resistant. She wasn't into it.
I just
She was
don't
feeling
think
it.
she necessarily sees the value in it.
Right.
She's not.
The consequences, suffering, and death.
Desperate for attention and validation. I mean, if she's gonna be that way, she might be that way with me, but she's not even that way with me.
Let's
really.
cut the bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's. Dude, she's got like so much to do, or she creates enough for herself to do along with what she has to do. That when is she really gonna like be on here streaming? You know.
Yeah, but I think she could do a lot of service. She could probably actually take some women through a little bit of a process that some of us men could watch and get inspiration from that. It's like how you say women are sometimes more teachable than men.
She's not ready. I'm still. She's not through the cult proceedings yet. She hasn't completed. Right? She's not fully culted up enough yet. While I did encourage her for certain reasons to maybe use the platform and the medium to express or facilitate with others, she knows herself, and upon reflection, she may have been onto something. So just because I do something and encourage someone to do it doesn't mean maybe they should, because they may not be ready, or they may not see the same value here that I do. Right?
Yeah, I get that.
But I think that once she sells her house and she's in a new spot and she's got a new energy and life and lifestyle, and she's got a little bit more time on her hands, and a little bit more experience with certain things, I think that there's definitely a potential there, because I told her that. But it has to be organic, man. It has to be authentic. You can't just be like, okay, I do this here, you should do it, get a camera, get on there. It's like a process, like anything else. I think we're all at different points in that process, and I think we all have different perspective on what the process is and where we get value from it. If that makes sense.
Process. Yeah, like how I relate to like the process that you were talking that got you to where you were at was the right to travel stuff, like learning about it, making videos about it. And then my journey with that, so to understand, okay, the process of getting to where you want to be. Okay, so some of that process is dealing with cops, dealing with, okay, maybe going to jail. So I don't know, I'm just talking out loud. I never, like, this is a new way to think, like you say, like how to think. Not really what's in your mind, but like how you process information and stuff. So
yeah, I mean, you essentially have folks who have always, like I said earlier on the broadcast before, pretty much in different ways in their own way, been kind of misfits or outcasts, either directly or indirectly, or labeled that when it comes to culture and society. Many folks, just based on awareness, have always been aware that something's not right and they don't really fit and they're not really fulfilled and it's not what it could be. So I'm just like day one on that guy, right? Like I've been like that day one. You got a lot of folks who spend 5-10 years, max. A lot of folks who spend 2-3 years, where they've just woke up, quote unquote. So yeah, I mean, for somebody who's been in a certain process with certain elements and stimuli almost from the beginning that they've had to respond a certain way to, it fashions a different character and individual, right? A different consciousness. So that's all you're doing. Well, that's all everyone is doing. Putting themselves in different situations to reform their character and their perspective. And there's a bit of intuitive guide going on here, because I could speak something all day. Motherfuckers wouldn't really take it seriously if something in them didn't fucking vibrate. So he's onto something. It may not be completely that, but he's got a thread there, right? So you follow the thread in your life and then something is revealed. And that's what being a facilitator to me is pointing people back to that thread in themselves that they can follow to reveal more about who they want to be and how they want to live. It doesn't even have to look like what I'm doing. Just look at these things and how it looks and feels, and then ask yourself why I would do that. And if you did it, what it would mean for you and how it would feel, right? How you feel about yourself. And that's what I believe is the most valuable process, right? Playing with who and what we are in our life, and exploring until we have enough experiences to be a well-rounded being and reform our character to a place where we go, we like ourselves and our life and our experience and lifestyle and our day-to-day quality of life. You ain't going to be able to get that slaving 40, 60 hours a week and then tending to a family and all the rest of it. People get so deep in that they can't even a lot of times do this shit with themselves until something really bad happens, you know, because they don't have any fucking time with themselves. They want to explore and to play with it. That's why I say someone like you, people can shit on you. You got the world by the balls in a sense, because you could do whatever the fuck you want. You could refashion yourself into whatever you want or need to be. And then once you continue to do that process, more is available, it would seem to me.
No, he has the potential to. He's not able to because he lacks discipline and focus. Mr. O'Shea does. But yeah, he has the potential to do those things, certainly. Why won't this play? I thought I had this on repeat. It's not repeating. Interesting how that works.
Music video. That music video is just proof that with the least amount of editing and production, you or anybody, if they put their passion into something, can be doing that rapping or music.
What's up, Venus?
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Miss Cupcake.
Like with that song, like
speaking of musicians,
mediocre, but like with that song, like I feel like I was finally.
There's on my community tab is a link
like,
to Venus's music from the '80s.
It got black as like bars, but there. I mean, not that it was, but whatever. There was metaphors in there. Like that song worked. Like, but I was putting a lot of effort into that.
You want to get into all that shit like you're fucking Eminem.
Yeah, a lot of talented folks in these communities.
It's not about that. It's not about the lyrics for
sure
necessarily, especially nowadays. You know, a lot of it's about the energy. I mean, you do that for yourself. If you're like, you know, I'm gonna put these words together because for me, it's just I like to do it like that. But ultimately, it's about the energy. When you're in that zone and you're in that space and you're inspired and inspiring and there's entertainment there and you know it all comes together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like the rhyme scheme too, where it's like unique. Where I was just rhyming back-to-back words throughout it instead of like beginning of the sentence and the end of the sentence, whatever. First word, last word, whatever.
I don't know why this person shows up every single day and tries to tell me about me.
Oh, this is where he gets triggered. This is where Paul gets triggered by Liberator of Self.
What makes you think that you have the ability to tell me who and what I am? God complex person.
They were having a great conversation.
Who comes here every single day to tell.
They were calm. They were vibing. They were building, maybe, arguably. And then Paul reads a comment and gets in his feelers.
Me who and what I am. As if I ever claimed to be a liberator. Right? Only the self can liberate self. Genius. So are you a liberator? Is anyone really a liberator? Or does self get liberated within itself? You need to go into the mirror and pour that shit back into you. Right? Pour all that observation back into you. Go look at yourself and who and what you are and what you're co-creating, what your results are. Stop coming here every day and telling me who and what I am, but it's not true. You don't even listen to what the fuck I tell you who and what I am and what I show you.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Doesn't make any sense. I'm a thief now. This is what I deal with, Brian O'Shea. Come here to support you, give you conversation energy, and now I got these fucking slaves over here. I help others liberate, Tommy. Are you gonna come on up? Come over to Brian O'Shea's area so I can fucking dress you down thoroughly. Since dark energy is my bag.
Good vibrations.
I'll in that position. Right? Dark energy is just a void. Neutrality. Right? Open space and opportunity like the cosmos, the womb. Right?
And you're just acting like you're
pure
some
surrender.
demon.
Pure protection.
And you're just
you want to say
acting
that
like
I'm
you're
dark
some
energy is my
demon.
bag? Oh, it has been. I'll own it.
And you're just
Cosmic
acting
energy.
like you're some demon.
Complete surrender to what
And you're just acting like you're some demon.
Till my
It's all psychology, selfishness, your ego, you know, narcissism. It's all psychology, selfishness, your ego, you know, narcissism.
Interact with scum like you, whose ego is too big for their britches. Mr. Liberator of Self.
I believe that's a
Thinks he's
Mrs.
fucking with slave
or
cop
Ms.
who's got to pretend to be love and light all the time in order to avoid the wrath of public opinion. Oh, I'll own the position. I could be love and light truly, and I could be dark energy is my bag. Because I don't see dark energy the same way you do, disempowered creature. I see darkness as the greatest teacher and tester. Right? You go out into the wilderness, once it gets dark, that's when you become aware of who and what the fuck you really are and what you're ready for. Now,
Gaslighting.
the greatest teacher and tester. You want to put fear onto that experience.
Gaslighting.
That's the difference.
Stop with the
You're still
psychobabble
projecting
shit.
what you want it to be. I'm not interested in that. And the universe ain't interested in that. Liberator of self. Everybody online's an empath. Everybody online's going to save the world from itself by being in my chat box and stream.
Stop with the psychobabble shit.
You don't shoot it off.
It's fucking weirdos. Brain on something.
And you're just acting like you're some demon.
These guys, these three gentlemen. I guess I could show what I'm looking at. But,
And you're just acting like you're some demon.
Gentlemen got the little podcast. these three gentlemen right here. I would love to have them talk to you.
I don't give a fuck about them. Dark energy is my bag. I'm about the void, man. I surrender to what is completely. Give a fuck about them and their opinions and beliefs. What the fuck have they done? What are they doing? You think I'm one of these people like the pathetic warrior in this other pathetic panel that I just watched for the last 20 minutes? Observing? I didn't say nothing. I don't care. I observe them. You think that I believe that everybody's voice is equally important with the nonsense they spew out consistently? I don't. But you could go ahead and try. I mean, I'm open to it. You might have some good energy, some good understanding that we get value from. Whoever we is. It's fine. You know, I'm very arrogant, egotistical, and narcissistic.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
3 of my best qualities. And what comes with that is I care very little about what other people think and feel and say.
No.
I'm more interested in what they're doing and what the results are. I'm weird like that.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Millions of incarnations here, and all of them think they have something different, unique, and special to say and feel. I'm rather bored with it. Sorry, that's the darkness is my bag thing. It's almost like cosmic void consciousness that goes, oh, the humans are doing this again for another 1,000 years? Boring. Let's bring like a fucking wave or some fire to really heat things up or cool things down. Oh, what's that, Brian O'Shea? They're going to bring up statues of Jesus and Buddha and compare them and give us their interpretations on that? I'm sure it's going to be enlightening and profound. Go ahead with it. You might prove me wrong. I don't mind embarrassing myself. Hit the button, Brian O'Shea. I want to hear what they got to say now. I'm curious. Is this a live chat, Brian O'Shea? Are you in there anymore? Are you shocked and stunned in amazement? Yeah, these are 3 people who I almost immediately go, these are competent, credible people, and I could see that they're successful, and I totally think they have some kind of value to give us for on the ground life. And
vaginas,
that's my
am I right? Man's world.
Assessment, just looking at them. These guys got
vaginas, am I right? Man's world.
I don't want to be judgmental.
System later on, and you know, concealed, put into the private. I think that's all very possible. You know, we did all that civil work a month or so.
You know, the LGBTQ mob running around.
Ourselves way out of any time zone that you ever thought ever existed. Hera is white.
Yep, I'm totally out already. I see 3 men who desperately want to be seen and validated online. What else?
Yeah, we need more beats, TBE. Take your time, though. We're gonna need the donations to accrue. So if anybody wants more TBE music, please hit the Cash
Her
App.
hands are clean. She is standing in
$sign Benton303. Although he's promised us nothing. So.
But to be in equity, to have clean hands, is to be absolved
committed to
of
that,
any paper trail.
Maybe he
no
likes
attachment,
money.
There's no joinder. And so equity does it works. It is a fucking hyperdimensional realm. And to try to grasp equity it's a bit of a fool's errand, but it's so let's put this on the
fiction.
table.
This has become a shameful man soap opera of small personalities. Well,
slaves
I think you're probably right,
to take
sir.
in the spirit of information, to look at a bunch of
Now I got to
government
look at myself.
Scrabble and obey
Like,
what
wait
it's
a minute,
telling
I'm
you
right
is to
here.
be a slave.
I'm right here.
You're taking in the spirit of something somebody else
participating
told you to
myself,
say.
right?
And so, in fact, not being literate is hygiene. That is having clean hands, to be hygienic. And I would. Right. That's exactly right.
You know, sorry to interrupt you.
We're gonna try to get 3 for 100, maybe. We're gonna try to cut a deal. Probably already priced ourselves out of the market, though. Oh well.
The libraries at Constantinople and shit, because some of the generals.
All right, let's stop right here.
I just have an article there.
Stop right here. This guy's fucking okay. The top 2 guys already done with them. He's that quick with me. I'm not judgmental and egoic. This guy at the bottom, possibility. But I got to know what he does. Does he live on the ground? Because if not, he's just talking, Brian O'Shea. Get what I'm saying? Easy to sit online for years and okay. Go back to that. No, we're going back to that. Get back to it.
Saw the value in them and didn't want to, and so he wrote to the caliph and tried to get them to not burn them. And he's like, well, it's either if it's not aligned with the Quran, it's blasphemous, it needs to go. And if it is aligned, it's superfluous, it needs to go. There's no point. Burn them all.
Superfluous, man. That word has all of the weight of that story on it. You know, when you hear the word superfluous, you should be thinking about the burning of entire fucking libraries, which were actually
none of that. What they say. Why are you even taking that tongue in cheek and making that a reality? I'm not a dissident. That's what they say, because they're ungodly people. When you live by God's law, people who are infidels call you a defector, a detractor, and a dissident, and a subverter. That's not true. I'm far from sick and I'm far from dissident.
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch. You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
No, hasn't always been the case. So
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth. You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
That of an authoritarian state.
I'm Flow State. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing. I'm Flow State. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing. I'm Flow State. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing. I'm Flow State. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing.
I accept that the definition is is keyed in on the worldly idea of what they would label us to be.
I'm floated. I'm a broadcaster
again, the
now.
original
Amazing.
dissident is the corporation, is the nation, is the country, and its servants who have rejected
Get the
God's
fuck
law
out of here,
and the
dude.
contract.
Be a fucking man.
So, if anything, they're the dissidents.
Get the fuck
right?
out
Let's
of here,
speak into
dude. Be a
existence, or
fucking
let's
man.
acknowledge what is.
Get the fuck
official
out of here,
authority
dude. Be
and
a
the official
fucking
policy
man.
of this nation, if nothing else, and this universe is the law, which is inherent and evident, self-evident, what we call universal law and/or conscience. So I get what, I guess then if he's going to characterize himself as a sick dissident, because they've labeled him that, I get what he's doing. Like I said, he's doing the tongue-in-cheek thing, but we need to refocus the narrative. You guys are the original dissidents because you strayed away from the official authority and policy. Right? Who is the official of this creation? Who is the official authority exactly? Because government is just a collection of men and women. Are any of them an official authority? I don't know. Well, let's get into the word official. Are we talking office space? Are we talking administrative corporate capacity?
I'm floated. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing. I'm floated. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing.
Authority of this land. So how could I be a dissident?
I'm floated. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing.
Most high, and in conscience, I know universal law and can communicate and live it. That's the dissident. Whoever's labeled me the dissident.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
Like, yeah.
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
Official policy, especially that.
You and Drew claim I have no fucking
to sit
teeth.
apart or disagree, right? Or to sit. So essentially, the word means to sit apart or to disagree. So these folks are the dissidents because they've sat apart from and disagreed with the official.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Universal law and law of this land and foundational law. They've sat apart from it. They've disagreed with it. They've just been able to convince the majority of people to go along with them.
I mean, I like Benton and all, but didn't he say he was going to die?
That's the problem, man. Most of these people are godless. They don't have that connection with that spirit. So they don't see the
Stop
world
acting
from
like a
proper
little
perspective.
hoe,
They see it
bitch.
from their localized vision. They don't see it from a different perspective.
I'm floated. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing.
If you saw yourself in a
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
For what it is. These folks are the dissidents. They've sat apart from what is. They've erected whole systems and ideologies that are not in line with what is and what's true and what's right, apprehended in conscience.
You motherfucker.
And that's exactly why each and every man and woman was the authority. Because we weren't going to be slaves and pigeonholed into group consciousness and collectivism. And lo and behold, it's happening again. A republic, if you can keep it. Fucking not only couldn't keep it, it gave it away and begged to give it away. And still do. And you got a metaverse full of fucking clowns who are going to wake up tomorrow and get on here and do patty.
What the fuck is your problem,
get out here
dude?
and do gossip hour and talk and share their feelers again like it fucking matters to any of us who are in the game and on the ground. And have actual consequences and sacrifices. For
You know what I mean? So, I mean,
you want to talk about a test of morale for a motherfucker?
you know what I mean? So, I mean,
surrounded by punk ass bitches like this, that'll test your morale.
You know what I mean? So, I mean,
you want it because you'll start asking yourself, what the fuck am I doing this shit for? When this is the majority of who and what's out here, and then you got to remind yourself, oh, that's right, I'm doing it for me. Right? Like I told her today, oftentimes people get pissed off and they go,
I travel, I skateboard, right? That's what I focus on. That's how I enjoy my life.
See the difference in that energy? It's not about fuck down. Right? In order for me to retain some kind of power, it's about love me. I love me enough to retain my personal choice and my moral compass. You can get fucked or not, I really don't care. I'm in this to retain my power and stop you anyway.
Like when you get high to the level that I am right now,
they already did that. They already gave
there's
up.
a sort of a sexual element to it.
Yeah, and tell me how this right here, how does this right here, like, this is on a piece of private property, right? It's on a piece of private property. How is it owned this giant waterfall?
And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end.
It's like, no, this is owned by one, this is private property. But it's just, it's like, I would like to just fucking live there, dude. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, Brian O'Shea, again, we're constantly having this struggle between body and spirit, if you will. This is one way to put it. Wouldn't we all like to not have to do private property and just share everything and govern ourselves? It's a pipe dream, right? It's utopian idealism. It's not the way the world has always worked. And seemingly, now more than ever, private property needs to be rallied for, because we know what happens when you don't have private property. The government, aka a bunch of slaves in costume, come in and say, well, it's ours now, because if it's the public's, we administrate it, so essentially it's ours and we're going to now regulate it and administrate it. So you now have to, I guess, have a world where we buy up as much shit as possible and we share it as best as we could get that done, because the alternative is they're going to buy it all up and or take possession of it under government seizure for safety and reclamation and preservation, and they're going to slave you on it anyway, because we can't camp on shit now. Can't go anywhere without some ranger coming up. I've tried it in the middle of fucking nowhere. literally in the middle of nowhere, a ranger will come up and start busting your balls on who you are and what the fuck you're doing and when you're going to leave. You know, like a human being is a scourge on the earth.
For your safety, as you're just completely content and peaceful, he's going to roll up on you armed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, man, that's the world we live in. There's no point in even. Oftentimes, people want to speculate about rewriting the rules and overwriting the way it is. There's no point. You can't get it done. So, you know, you got to learn the game and create an understanding that brings your world into the world. Because, you know, we can't Talcott out and go, oh, what if this, what if that? It's never happened and it's never going to happen. And if it does happen, it's probably not going to happen in your lifetime. And if it does happen in your lifetime, there's no point in talking about it, what we feel about it. Focus on what you can do. You know, it's the only type of time I've been on for the last year and a half. Just doing what I do, reinvesting, and co-creating different ways. You know, and then at some point, you know, you manifest your vision, some level of actualization, realization, and completeness. You know, but the other side of it is like I said to you before, you see what happens on these panels. You want to tell me about, oh, we shouldn't have private property. You saw a bunch of people there, there's a community there. You want to open that up to everybody? You want every fucking druggie and jerk off, and low life coming down to that water to piss and shit in it, throw their beer cans around, and shoot dope and throw needles everywhere? I don't. So because we can't govern ourselves and never seemingly have been able to as a collective, you got to focus on yourself, and create community or be part of community, and establish yourself. That's what men have been doing from the beginning of time. There's a fucking town up here. 2 brothers started it. Now there's thousands of people there, shops, the whole thing. They just walked up on a mountain and said, this is a nice place. We're starting a town. They didn't sit around and bitch and whine and complain and say, oh, what if it was like this and what if it was like that? Just go and do it and make it and create it, even if it's got to take your lifetime.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm articulating it, like, as far as private property, but I don't know how to describe it. I mean, something just so fucking wonderful like that. It's hard, because it's owned by some church, some big monolith church or something, that piece of property, but I don't know.
Right, but you say that like you know anything about it. I don't know who them people are. I do ministry every day my own way. You could call it that. I don't call it that because I think it's a bit pretentious, or at least it's not received well by most people in the modern day world. But I do my own form of entertainment and ministry. So you're telling me if at some point that doing what I do the way I've been doing it, it becomes something. It already is a church in its own right, in a sense, if you want to call it that. A court is a church, and a court is 4 walls where people meet and establish who and what they are and what the grievances are and settle their differences and take in the information and understanding. So if I grow in that endeavor in the sense of more proceeds come in and one day I buy a fucking 80 acres with a waterfall on it, invite your goofy ass down there, are you going to cry and complain about it? The only people crying and complaining are going to be the ones who ain't invited.
Oh yeah, we're all going to miss out
because they've been sitting on the fucking metaverse whining and crying.
We're going to miss out from Poly Boys Commune.
Yeah, I guess part of the reason why I struggle with why does these people get to have it? But it's like, that's the scarcity mindset.
It's fucking bullshit if you're playing music right now.
And we all have it. And then at some point you drop it. Why does blah, blah, blah get to do blah, blah, blah? Because they're them and you're you. Do you want to pull it up right now? Go look at Jeff Bezos, who everybody talks shit on. Do I know the motherfucker? Do I like him and respect him? Probably not. Is he involved in a whole bunch of kinky, corrupt shit? Probably. Right? Pretty much we know that based on how that shit is run over there, that Amazon. Go and look up Jeff Bezos 20 fucking years ago. The first Amazon picture. It's him in a fucking office with stacks of paper, grinding. Right? They want to compare Jeff Bezos's level 10 version of Jeff Bezos to themselves and cry about what he's got now, what he's doing versus what they got and what they're doing. You're not Jeff Bezos. You didn't sit in a fucking office grinding for years just to manifest a vision. You spent years online crying and whining about what other motherfuckers have. That's the difference. There's 3 types of people. These people who watch things happen, wait for things to happen, and people who make things happen. Which one are you?
Good to see you.
And that will answer your question as to why that motherfucker has something and you don't. 9 out of 10 times. And for the rest of them, they got it in ways that they didn't have to do nothing to get it, so they don't really appreciate it and aren't fulfilled anyway.
Some time to roll in. Let me say what's up to the chat.
Yeah, it's
all right, guys. You know how
I guess I'm bringing up multiple layered stuff that I didn't like fully.
Welcome, much love.
Think out.
Here we go. No, I got to stop because this guy wants to do this same pattern. There's a video of Jeff Bezos spanking the heck out of a child. I didn't ask you that. I didn't bring that up. I don't need to know that. What can I do about that? Nothing. If you know about it, then the police know about it, and God knows about it. And I'm neither of them. And I'm not Jeff Bezos' daddy, and he's too old to listen to me if I was. So you didn't listen to anything I just said, obviously. You didn't take it into yourself, really, and really reflect onto it and what it means for you. You're too busy trying to figure out how Jeff Bezos doesn't deserve to have what he has and why you're better than him. And that's great. You're better than Jeff Bezos, but you're probably going to be unactualized and unrealized completely in your life and whatever your manifestation and vision is, I suspect. Because Jeff Bezos doesn't sit around thinking about Elon Musk or Galileo.
You're falling for a psyop. Oh, I never heard that one before.
He thinks about Jeff Bezos and what the fuck he's going to do today to influence his realm and
you're falling for a psyop. Oh, I never heard that one before. A psyop. It's amazing.
That's the difference between successful people who will manifest their vision, right, wrong, or indifferent, versus folks who just keep talking and just keep commenting, and just keep watching, and just keep making judgments, and just keep having thoughts and feelings, None of it is productive for that being who's doing that process. And you don't get any brownie points from God or the public court of opinion by pointing out what people have done wrong or evil. Do you do the same thing for yourself? No, because you folks are hypocrites. You shit on Jeff Bezos and everyone else and point out what they do bad, wrong, and evil on here, but you won't do it for yourself on here or in your own life behind closed doors with that force. So it's bullshit hypocrisy. Motherfuckers who really are in reflection and repentance spend very little time focusing on what other people do bad, wrong, and evil. They just go, sucks to be you, because I know what this walk means. I wouldn't want to be you. But they don't get emotionally invested.
Well, Paul spends plenty of time focusing on what many folks are doing incorrectly from his perspective.
I wanted to start going down the road of like, oh, the national parks, and why does the government get to fucking, you know?
You were living in 1984 in 1984.
But it's like, I don't know, man. It's like you could land and land grabs and
culture and society. It's laughable. Hey, bro, what if all these fucking clowns online just did anything that I did, you know, like they do everywhere else, stealing bits? You know, biting styles. I don't have hope. Narratives and hope and all the rest of it. Cool, whatever, bro. Imitation is the greatest form of clarity. Why didn't they fucking copy me when it came to traveling freely and all the rest of it to get a viral video, as they say, viral video, so they could put themselves on the map and be in a different position? Imagine if all these fucking clowns on here actually did something they became known for. And I'm not interested. Their own audience, and then we cross-platformed and shared resources. We could have already had the world by the balls, but they don't know how to move right as men. They don't know how to move right with a high morale as a team. They don't know how to focus on themselves.
That's right. Because I'm not behaving in specific ways, then now I'm punished because now I don't have the things that Paul Enslaved says I would have. If only I behave in the specific authoritarian, tyrannical ways prescribed by Mr. Unslaved, although he won't just come right out and say what those things are. He leaves it sort of open to interpretation and muddies the waters. But because I won't behave, I'm unwilling to behave in specific ways, I'm now punished. I got it. Got it. Interesting. Interesting how you seemingly require specific behaviors. Meanwhile, if I was Tarek, I would just say, okay, sir, I'm going to need a list of what's expected of me. Could you be specific? Could you go ahead and type that shit up? Have Jennifer type up a list of what's okay for me to do and what's not okay for me to do. Because, yeah, maybe I will drink this Kool-Aid, Paul, but you're going to have to put pen to paper at a certain point and make a list of rules there, partner. Or would you rather change them as you go along? Would you rather just leave it up to me to interpret so that you can then lambast and come down on me when I don't live up to these things that I don't know I'm supposed to be living up to, and then you just call it, oh well, common sense, right? I should just know what's expected of me. Fuck you.
The fucker who has led and done what they won't do because they're punk ass cowards. So you can't fix stupid. I'm so sick of this shit, bro. And then that's what Jeff Bezos and Billy Gates and all the rest have learned early on in their life. They don't sit around doing what Paulie and others do, trying to continue to give chances and opportunities and work with motherfuckers. That's flipping the script, they say on the street. So while they're spraying the skies and getting slaves to give you fucking packages and all the rest of it, you're online and in your house whining and crying and not getting nothing. Bozo. Not manifesting nothing. Not co-creating nothing. And not
7
no
fucking days a week.
No community because of it.
And where's this community you're creating,
on here who,
Paul?
if they went really into their heart, and I'll name them all for you because I saw the potential.
I haven't seen it. Can I see it, please? Can you show me the people on the land in the real world who are building a community? Can you show that, sir? Can you show it? Or is what you have to point at the exact same thing I have to point at? A live chat, which is what it is, but it's nothing more and it's nothing less, sir. It's a motherfucking YouTube live chat and donations. Yeah, we got that over here too. So show me something. Or keep running your yap and telling me. And yeah, there's people dumb enough to believe the words coming out of your mouth. There are those people.
Potential in them they don't see in themselves to this day. You want to say I'm a hater and I'm egoic? I'll name them all. All the people I saw potential in that I wanted them to do and be who and what they really needed to be, that they dropped the ball. I didn't really have a childhood. So they're never going to get the shit. And they're never going to be known for nothing. Too busy worrying about political fucking affinity.
You're about to get fucking wrecked.
Online and being accepted. Hating on motherfuckers who are getting to something and doing something. Embarrassing. And that's why the masters sit and make mockery simulations and rituals for everybody, because they say you're a fucking disempowered joke and you're an embarrassment. We couldn't even build a lemonade stand for you.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
You'd be too busy worried about everybody else than staying true to the vision.
I can't
say you were going to name them.
There's no lemonade stand because you drink all the lemonade.
To start off with two, they both have some level of heart. They both have some level of discernment. They're both dissolute and they have personality disorder and they got an ego problem. Okay, and they're fake.
Benton
they're
has
pushed up against the wall, or they're so real they embarrass themselves with how dysfunctional they are. It's a bad combo. So how would I know? Because I look inside of me.
Z's probably talking right about now, by the way.
And I'm sure there's a few others I could think of. Snafu Snaps. There's many folks who got some heart, some discernment, constantly fucking run their mouth and are full of energy and gas, hot air.
Welcome, everybody.
But won't get
Welcome
their
to
fucking
the
ass
Z
on the ground
Show.
to do something different than what everyone else on here is doing so they could be known for something. To get all that fucking attention and them numbers and that money that they so desperately desire but can't get the right way. I wasn't desirous of that when I did what I fucking did and continue to do what I do. I was desirous of something else. Truly loving myself and being love able and being free to choose. Again, that's the difference. It wouldn't matter if you motherfuckers would be known for something and do what the fuck I and others have done in whatever way you want to do it. Then you could get to something a different way. And then we can have a conversation about how we're not going to be in a bunch of slave communities any longer. If 10 of you fucking punk ass cowards could come up with 1 million fiat pieces of monopoly money, which I got to tell you, in today's fucking day and age, with all the technology we have and all this manpower, would not be that hard to do. You're too busy working.
Are you hearing this? If 10 of us could come up with $1 million, 1 million pieces of monopoly money, if 10 of us slaves could come up with a million pieces of monopoly money. Oh, it's our fault that he doesn't have a community, apparently.
If you motherfuckers would be known for something and do what the fuck I and others have done in whatever way you want to do it. Then you could get to something a different way. And then we can have a conversation about how we're not going to be in a bunch of slave communities any longer. If 10 of you fucking punk ass cowards could come up with 1 million fiat pieces of monopoly money, which I got to tell you, in today's fucking day and age, with all the technology we have and all this manpower, would not.
If 10 of you punk ass cowards could come up with 1 million pieces of monopoly money. Well, I think Paul would have it known that he's worth 10 of us, so why don't you have 1 million pieces of monopoly money? Hell, maybe you do. I don't know.
Be that hard to do. You're too busy worried about fighting and arguing. So even if we got to the 1 million pieces of monopoly money and bought the fucking land with a whole town that they got, right?
Now he's talking about buying a town. Okay, we're going to buy a town now, folks. I won't hold my breath on the buying of the town. But he's already victiming based on the behavior of the people. Even if they could come up with the money to buy the town, it would just be a bunch of people arguing and bickering, fighting. Yes, sir. Welcome to humans, Paul. This is how the people are. Have you not realized this yet? This is what people are. This is what people do, like it or not.
A whole town you could buy for $1 million. Even if we bought it, you guys would be there fighting and arguing, bitching and whining and crying and complaining and looking at everybody else. All right. So again, it's no wonder to me why the.
Well, you're actually already complaining about it, Paul. It hasn't even happened, and it probably won't happen.
Quote unquote masters keep
complaining about hypotheticals,
doing mockery simulations and slave and genocide rituals and getting you all to buy into it or sit tacitly paralyzed. It's the perfect game for us to get who and what we need to be or suffer and die. High stakes cosmic gambling. Again, some of us love the game, even if the consequences, suffering and death. Some folks are so fucking gripped with fear and cowardly, they can't imagine stepping up to the plate, let alone hitting a fucking home run.
Yeah. Fuck, man.
And that's why when we were on the baseball field back to 12 years old, Paulie Boy was starting pitcher and batted fourth. Because I can be relied on. When the chips are down, I can be relied on. I can control the narrative and strike every motherfucker out on offense, on defense, to where nobody gets on. And all I need, and this is why I had caught so much static on the baseball field, because I would literally give these motherfuckers a whole speech like their daddy at 12 years old. Because I was taking hundreds of pitches a day. Now, we could talk about my father being dysfunctional and trying to live through me and all that. We could have that discussion. We're not talking about that. We're talking about growing the fuck up. I had to grow up a little too fast, we could argue. I didn't really have a childhood in some ways. Between my mother and the way my father was and all the rest of it, I ain't bitching and complaining. I'm talking about being competent and capable. So when you take 100 fucking pitches a day, 7 days a week, and you take 100 fly balls and you throw 100 pitches and you hit every position and you're fucking competent and capable and you've perfected yourself and you watch a bunch of bitch-ass motherfuckers show up for game time who didn't practice, don't give a fuck about winning, and make excuses when they suck, it's pathetic and embarrassing to even be there, let alone have to be them. Okay? So that's just always where I've kind of been, and that's why I stopped playing. Because the children didn't really want to win. They didn't want to practice. Why are we there? And the adults are all lying to themselves and each other and fighting over how their sons are the best thing ever and want them to play all the star positions. And again, you know you got something when you're playing for other people's teams and starting pitching and batting fourth. It's undeniable. Because if you could deny it, they'd have their son starting pitching and batting fourth. And there was a couple times they did that, and the whole fucking stands went into an uproar because they go, you're going to sit Paulie Boy and put your son there and lose this game? We're not doing it. So then it became a whole thing. This side versus that side. And then my father was into it. My father, it was the whole thing, right? This is 12 years old, bro. I'm fucking.
All right, we're going to switch it up a little bit. By the way, I saw Z's icon is vibrating. We've agreed not to simulcast. I might want to hear his opening remarks, but I guess I could play him from yesterday. We may do that at some point. Who knows? I'm going to play, this is Aphrodite Rose Starfire from yesterday. She's moved into her apartment. So this is called, what is this called, by the way? This is called Coffee in My New Front Yard. 36 minutes will certainly speed up Ms. Aphrodite here.
My new neighborhood. Pretty sweet. Don't look away. How's everybody this morning? Happy daylight savings time. Fall back, fall back, fall back. It's kind of coffee. A really nice stove. Gas stove. Heats up fast. Big drink tea. Big drink coffee. Good move. I walk upstairs in my front yard. Right here. This is my front yard now. Hey Benton. What's up? My place is just down there. Got Adirondack chairs for everybody to use. I got my coffee. Ooh, the sand's cold. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. High five, people. And sunrise. Yeah, it's not too shabby. Oh, look, somebody made some stick art. There's a lot of driftwood here. I think it must be from the Channel Islands, which are off in the distance, but you can't really see them right now. It's a little bit of they call it the marine layer, the moisture, the fog. There was fog rolled in last night. So moved in yesterday. Let's get this driftwood. Ouch! Oh my gosh! Snapped a stick in my toe. It's like a driftwood divot cage. Very interesting. I think everybody here has a dog. I met my neighbor. He already told me he has drama with the landlord. Sit down, enjoy. So nice. Yeah, my neighbor's dog, his name, the dog's name is Marley. So sorry I had to delete my last live stream, the one that was called Everything is Coming Up Roses. Robin notified me that the wind was giving TMI. The wind kept blowing up my application and you could see my information on my application. Too much information was revealed, so I had to delete it, even though it was looking kind of cute. But yeah, I signed the offer letter. The landlord still hasn't emailed me the lease, but he gave me the key, so I moved in. But yeah, my new neighbor saying he has drama with him, but I think it's all gonna be all right. Hi, Virginia dear. Hi, Spearmint. What's up? There's a big barge out there. What is it doing? Is it fishing? What is the barge doing? Hi, Zoo Scott. My neighbor put a note on my door from him and the dog, and he said it was like a $25 Amazon gift code. So that was really nice. It's like, welcome to the area, so everybody has their puppies. Everybody has a dog. Everybody has a doggy. So it's nice. Nice weather here. There's the sun coming. Oh my gosh, my neck hurts so bad. I like really tweaked my neck. Tweaked my scapula, my shoulder blade meets my trapezius right there. Ugh. It's painful. I can't turn. It's not as bad as yesterday. Picked up a new couch. Well, it's an old lady couch, but it was free. Can't beat free. Picked it up yesterday and a matching console table. So I have a place to sit because I have zero furniture. Hey, Cadence, thanks. So yeah, it's an old lady couch, floral pattern and oak back. They were putting her in an old person's home, so it was well taken care of. I think she must have had covers on it. So I got it for free. So I have a couch to sit on. Yeah, I got a new place on the beach. This is my front yard. My place is back there. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's a nice neighbor. Good morning, Techno Hippie. Grand Rising. You can't beat free. Yeah, so I'm spending all my money. All the money I have left. Hopefully the background, the only thing is this HR company that the new medical practice that I'm joining, they outsource their HR. And the HR company is slow, very slow. So I just accepted the offer.
Every person I know that started a new job, the onboarding process took forever.
Now I'll do the background check and
not sure why that is.
Check my references. I asked her, like, oh, would you like me to provide you a list of my references? And she's like, I'm just going to call the people on your application. You know how you list your previous employers and like your supervisor and their phone number. And I'm like, she's like, I can contact everybody, right? I'm like, yeah, but there's some people that are going to respond faster than others. And I want her to talk to like the doctor from my last job and the lead nurse from my last job. And there wasn't a space for the lead nurse. And there wasn't spaces for email addresses because a lot of these doctors and stuff respond faster through email. So I just went ahead and typed out a whole professional references sheet with doctors listed in order of responsiveness. So I'm sure that's going to take another week. I hope not. Oh, the weird thing is that this is how you know you're on the right track. So my landlord, he has other businesses in town, and so I went to his business to drop off the application. And as I was walking in, I see a man parking his car and getting out of his car and walking to the door, and it's one of the doctors I'm going to be working with that I interviewed with. And so I'm like, oh, Dr. So-and-so. He's like, hey. I'm like, yeah, what are you doing? Like, he was walking in to have, some business done that's not medical. And then I was walking in to turn in my application. It was just really weird that we showed up at the same place at the same time. He's like, when are you starting? I'm like, hopefully soon. It was very serendipitous. Like, how would that have happened? I walk into this business to turn in my application for my rent, and my future doctor is there too. Just kind of strange. Oh, look, it's a friendly scuttlebutt. Oh, scuttle. What else? Yeah, I hurt my shoulder. Oh, next is I have to get a car. I was researching, and my last video that I deleted, I was seeing like 2021 Nissan Altimas and for like $2,000, and I finally figured out it's for trade-in. They put them up on Facebook Marketplace listed at $2,000, but it's a trade-in value. So you can trade in your car and then only pay $2,000 for this other car. But I am seeing, don't buy any. I'm looking more like early 2000s Toyota. My stepbrother said they're like pretty much foolproof. He actually said they're bomb-proof. But there was a couple like 2004 Toyota. It was either Camrys or Corollas. I'm not looking to spend a lot of money, honestly. Like, I just need to get from A to B quickly and reliably. I don't want to like put a bunch of money into it. But these cars are just like around the $4,000 range, like with like 144,000 miles. 144 is coming up a lot for me right now, which is great. 144. Yep. So, it's still on Zoom. Yeah, there's me. There's my coffee. There's a stick. There's more sticks. It's a very beautiful area. The weather's been awesome. So I'm really happy I got a place right on the water. This is sunrise. So yeah, I just really want this like background check and reference thing to go quickly because it looks like these people are gonna kind of polar it. They're all, what do you call it? Polar bear? They're all naked. They're gonna go in the water. He's got his swim cap on. It's cold right now, dude. I can't tell if that's her blonde hair or she has a swim cap. I think she has blonde hair. No, it's a swim cap. Oh, there they go. Go in. Oh, it's freezing. He's got his Speedo. Yes, go swim with the sharks. There's a lot of retired people here too. Yeah, my neighbor is retired. The guy who put the Amazon gift on my door. He was mad because they've been doing construction.
Shout out to T4 lovers. Jay, what's happening, partner? Good to see you, brother.
Hopefully they're just doing the construction when I'm at work. But I was able to negotiate $100 off a month because of that, the construction. Woo! Braving the cold waters. That's gangsta, yo. Yeah, so once I get my car, then I have to find a place to store the Bimbo red truck. I'm not quite ready to sell it. Kind of want to hold on to it. But yeah, then my money will be pretty much at zero, and I need to really start working. So This job needs to go through. Hey guys, I did not sell the bed truck. And since it seems like pretty much all onboarding is slow these days, yeah, I guess it's just frustrating because this HR person is like, I gave my like rebuttal to the offer letter, like within an hour of her sending it, and then she takes like 2 days to send it to my employers, have them review it, and then it took a whole day for them to get back, and then it took her 2 days to type up the new offer and give it to me. It's like, why does it take so slow? Like, it's just like typing things up, I think. But whatever, you know, I just have to kind of go with the flow of things. Virginia says, all the doctors I worked with are dead. Oh no. Ben says, do not buy Nissan Altima. Virginia says, Toyota, yes. Will you be prescribing red pills to your patients? No, I'm not going to be prescribing red pills, but like you kind of feel out patients and what they can internalize. Like if I have a patient, they start telling me they have trouble sleeping and stuff, like I'll suggest, you know, but this is even regular Western medicine stuff. You suggest like not having a TV in the room, not having your cell phone in the room, turning off your cell phone, turning off electronic devices, like even turning off the Wi-Fi router. Because the signals really interfere. Like I'm definitely going to be telling people not to be wearing the wearable devices like the iWatches, and I always thought that was sketch right from the get-go before even my spiritual awakening. When I had friends, they were like in the beta testing for the Apple Watch. They're like, it helps you, it monitors your sleep patterns. Like it tells you how you're sleeping. I'm like, don't you think it interferes with your sleeping? Like if it's constantly like shooting a laser through your wrist, like you don't think that like affects you? Like especially because a lot of times our wrists are by our face while we sleep. Like that stuff's going in your eyeball. But yeah, it's like
much
why
love
need a computer to
and
tell you
good
how you're sleeping? It's like,
vibrations and
get the computer away and sleep better. But yeah, you give the red pill in small doses, I guess, whatever you think the red pill is. The red pill seems to be different for everybody, what they think the red pill is.
And that's
I'm not going to be talking about politics
truth.
or anything.
Ruth.
Usually with patients, you kind of just smile and nod and kind of just, oh, okay. You know, you don't really like have an opinion. You don't want to piss anybody off or make anybody feel uncomfortable.
I get so emotional, baby.
Go lightly. If anybody knows what go lightly is. It's more like go heavily. Yes, I'm going to be dealing with our second brain down here. Experiment says, what happened to Dimitri? Benson says, Dimitri's in the friend zone. Yeah, he's helping me move. Like, he's still around. But, yeah, my stance is still the same. That, you know, I'm not going to be going to work and having him stay at home all day on the beach. Like, that's just not flying with me. And, yeah, I'm just kind of taking things day by day. Like, while I still have the bread truck, it's hard to handle with just one person. So I'm not, you know, I'm just taking it day by day and seeing what happens. But yeah, it's not like we're, you know, frolicking on the beach together. That's for sure. Thanks, Benton. Benton says, hit the like, please. Thanks. Thank you. Experiment says, opportunity for Benton to go back to Cali. Experiment. You're on fire. Yeah, Benton, I have a couch now. This granny couch. Benton, are you staying in Arkansas forever? Or are you in Missouri? I forgot. Are you in Missouri or Arkansas? I really liked Arkansas a lot. I would get, once I get enough money, maybe I could buy like a house there or something, like a farm. It's funny, I was like, right when I got my bank account, they had all these like deposit freezes. Oh my gosh, Matrix. Ben says, I don't go anywhere without a pistol on me. Oh boy. Experiment says, May pistols there. Ben says, where in Cali are you, Experiment? Hey, Red Dawn. Red Dawn on NPCs, there's no extra parking at your new place? No. I was able to like park the bread truck, like kind of cattywampus, like taking up my space, which is kind of like a driveway, and then part of my neighbor's space, but he's still able to park in his space. So everybody still has their spaces, like they aren't blocked, but like it's a big, you know, my bread truck is pretty big. So it looks like a big, huge like FedEx delivery truck, like parked like diagonal ways. It's not the cutest. And I don't think people are gonna really enjoy being like that for very long, but at least for a few days, it's like gonna have to be, if somebody complains, then, you know, I can try to go park it on the street and move it around. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a hassle until I get a new, smaller car. Yeah, I'll probably go to the library because I don't have Facebook on my phone unless I'm hooked up to Wi-Fi. So I have to go like to the library to get free Wi-Fi. I guess I can try to go to the store and see if they have free Wi-Fi at the store. Hi, puppies. Hello. Will you serve Watson? Cute. I think his tag said Sir Watson. Oh, there's more people going to go swimming. Oh, it's a thing. It's a swimming thing. I wonder how far they go. That's my beach. Virginia says, exactly, 100%. Big Drinky says, she's probably hating because of the counter offer. Mad she didn't take your approach. I don't know. Well, the HR person is like a solely separate company that's not even in this area. They're like in the Bay Area. So I don't think she has really any incentive to move quickly. Because when I ran into the doctor when I was turning in my application for my apartment, he's like, when do you start? When do you start? I'm like, hopefully soon. So they kind of are disconnected.
Doctors.
You know? Big Drinky says, sorry, I've done that spot's spoken
Doctors.
for. Benton says, if I forgot to go airplane mode on my phone, I sleep terrible. Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, I turn my phone all the way off. Hi, sturdy boy. What's up? We're going downstairs. Go lightly for go deeply. Hi, Taylor Hamilton. What's up? Are you okay? Please shout me out. Please, please. Hi, Taylor Hamilton. What's up? Shout out to Taylor Hamilton. Benton, Arkansas. Benton says, house is cheap as hell here mostly. Yeah. I never really looked into what it would take to get my medical license in Arkansas. It's probably not that hard. I don't really want to commute though. I feel like in Arkansas, like to get a nice place next to some place where you work, probably you have to drive. Experiment says, AK real estate is pretty pricey. Hey, X-Glue, what's up? B-Bot-B, what? Hello. Benton says, I'll come move the bread truck around for you all day while I live stream. That'd be sweet. Can turn it into like an Uber, like bread truck Uber bus. May Rally Ferry says, my name a car brand for an edit. I don't know what that means. Papa O and Nally Shelly, what up? Techno Hippie says, so happy for you. Congratulations. And I hope you like your new job. Amazing view. Thanks, Techno Hippie. I don't know this May Rally Ferry person. Benton says, yeah, everyone drives everybody here. May Rally Ferry says, a random car. Toyota. There was a Toyota Matrix that looked really good, but it got sold really fast. Some more puppies. Everybody's got a dog here. Everybody's got a dog. Doggies. May Rally Ferry says, okay, thank you. Spearman says, you might have to challenge Dimitri to a duel, though. Sharon says, I saw your apartment. It's so cute. Thank you. Yes, there's porcelain tile floor to try to keep it nice and clean. It's pretty easy for it to get dirty looking. Oh, look at this guy. He's braving it, too. Ooh. Looks like he's just in his boxers. Oh, yeah. I don't even think those are swim trunks. I think those are just boxer briefs. People are all about this cold swimming. So wake up the nerves. I don't know where those people went. They're like, oh, there they are. They're swimming out there. See them? You see the old people swimming? Everybody's waking up. What's her face? Flying Rainbow Lasagna lives over that hill. What is Flying Rainbow Lasagna? Oh, Aurora. She calls herself Aurora. But I think her real name is Debbie. And then she had a walk-in alien named Aurora. We taught her about the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance. May Rally Ferry says, thank you, here's the sub. Thanks for the sub, May Rally Ferry. Experiment says, Benton's pistol versus Dimitri. Techno Hippie says, I have a 2010 Toyota Corolla with 170,000 miles, and I love it. The axe is cold, and it drives perfectly. Love how dependable it is. I always had Mustangs before, so very different. Okay, cool. Thanks for the info, girl. Yeah, I heard Toyotas last a long time. Yeah, Mustangs are kind of finicky. My stepdad drove like a 90s Mustang for a while. I think it had some issues. There were some Mini Coopers for sale, and my stepbrother said no. They start to like have problems after a certain amount of miles. And then there was like a Pontiac.
Yeah, minis have a lot of mechanical problems. They drive great though.
He's like, no, don't do that one. They tend to rattle after a certain amount of miles. So probably a Toyota or a Honda. I'm not really trying to like get anything fancy, or I just need it reliable. I don't have to work on it, and yeah, if it has like bad paint on it or anything, I don't really care about that. I don't need nothing flashy, yo. Just need something to fit in a parking space.
What up, TC? Good to see you, partner.
Papa O'Nally Shelley says, can't go wrong with Toyota. I won't buy anything not Japanese. Not because I don't want to support America, but I'm poor. I need reliability. Papa O'Nally Shelley says, bless you. Thank you. Yes. I tend to sneeze in the morning. I don't know what that's about. So yeah, I'll probably try to get some more free furniture today, and I have to like kind of give my references a heads up that they might be oh, dolphins. Where'd they go?
I guess I should have full screened this. It's hard to tell what the fuck's going on.
They were right there.
The damn tall mode or whatever they call this.
Where are the dolphins? Oh.
Up next, we got a new 6079 Smith video.
Pretty sweet. Dauphin. Stark says, yes, Spencer, winner of duels gets the girl blood truck and Cali address. Papa O'Neill says, local honey might help sneezing. Oh, that's a good idea. What state? I'm in California. I'm in the northern border of Southern California.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I'm
in northern Southern California, and they definitely got the chemtrails here.
Yeah, she kept talking about the Channel Islands, so I know roughly where she's at. But
what's what I meant to say? The Kimmies.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where, but
I'm right next to Jane Tandy.
What the fuck is
Hello,
that?
Skywalker.
Jane Tandy. I think she's in Carpinteria.
All right, I'm probably going to cut it short. Yeah, my last live stream I had to take down because the wind was blowing up my deets.
Maybe like Solvang.
I thought it was just my license plate, which I didn't really care about, but it was more than that. So I was like, I can't have that up on YouTube's. So I deleted it, and I was like, oh, I probably should have just made it private, but I deleted it. Oh well.
There's that Air Force base out there.
In that video, I talked about how it's not like a perfect bloom. It's not like it's like easy, but it's not that easy. It's like a rose. There's thorns.
If this was carp, the beach would be busier, I think. I think she's around like Solvang, maybe.
So there's like little obstacles I have to overcome.
If anybody knows the Cali coast.
It's not just like right there given to me. It's like little things, little hiccups that I kind of just have to finesse. Like, see the sharpness and kind of work around it. Yeah. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. That's okay. All right, I'm about due for a refill.
All right, here we go. Here's Smith. He likes when we play his content, so why not? And at least his videos are short.
March 10th, 1933, Hitler became chancellor. March 10th is the 69th day. It leaves 269 days. For reference to that, you can go back and watch 26-9 or 38 Special Coronation. It's also Bin Laden's birthday. November 6th, kind of the opposite of March 10th. November 6th is the 310th day, like how on 3-10, it's the 69th day. While November, like September is the 7th month, November is actually the 9th month. So 9-6, or in the rest of the world, 6-9 is the 310th day, like how 3-10 is the 69th day. So November 6th can be 6-9. It's also Cancer. Cancer sign starts June 26th to July 22nd. From June 26th until November 6th tomorrow, 137 days. 137 is the 33rd prime. Seems to be a pretty big number. From the ending of Cancer until November 6th, 107 days. Again, the war started on 10-7. 1,260 days after the scam, March 11th, 2020, was India's moon landing on Kobe's birthday.
Yeah, I do know that. That's why I was thinking Carpinteria, which is pretty close to Santa Barbara. And I've spent a lot of time in Santa Barbara, Gary. Love that area, by the way.
September 23rd.
One of my favorite parts of the
you could
country,
say
certainly.
The day of the month
Happy
first,
birthday,
so
Gary Baxter.
22-9 or IV.
Shout out to you, sir.
1,335 days, like the Book of Daniel, after March 11th, is November 6th. As a zip code, 9623 is Armed Forces Europe Air Force Base in Italy, which is where the crisis of Sigonella took place on October 7th. What do you know? The war started October 7th, seized by 4 Palestinian terrorists. Seems relevant. 96230 as a zip code is the U.S. Air Force Base Kadena in Okinawa. 1106 is the 666th minute. From Kobe's death until 11/6 or 96, November 6th. 1381 days. Coronation of 38 special. Lamar Odom was born November 6th. Lincoln was abducted November 6th. I said abducted, I meant elected. Lamar Odom, born November 6th. From Kobe's birth to Lamar Odom's birth, 440 days. Made me think of the 44th president. And I was like, well, how many days from Obama's birth to Lamar Odom's? Oh, it's the number of a man, I guess. So 1,290 days after March 11th, September 22nd, 22-9 or 2-29, it's pointing us to the leap year that's next year, the leap day, 2-29. They're usually a great leap forward.
Right on. Gary Baxter says he gives for his birthday. He has big plans today.
The cardinal number 6.
Glad to hear that. Hope you have a great birthday, sir.
Like the purple people years.
What's up, Miss Zinger? Good to see you as well.
VI Kings of sickness. Jesus is the great physician. So 6 is also called Captain Hicks. Captain Hicks died 13-7, which is again the 33rd prime, and he's also places him as New York City's first New York City legendary gangster figure, a bridge between the piracy of old and a rise of a new gangster nation. Ain't nothing but a G thing, the big G of Freemasonry. It's divide and conquer. So pirates, they got a map. They dig on the X. They got the skull and crossbone, the X bones. X marks the spot, like the Great American Eclipse. It marks the time because X is 24. What is a woman? A woman's X. Who is that woman? That woman's the whore of Babylon. November 6th or 6th of November, Matthew 6:11. Give us this day our daily bread. Like bread and circus.
God.
That's not what we need.
Vaginas, am I right?
Named Juvenile.
Man's world.
And he has something called Satire X. The phrase originates from Roman Satire X of Roman satirical poet Juvenal. Bread and circus identifies the only remaining interest of Roman populace that no longer cares for its historical birthright or political involvement. They just care about the bread and circus. 11:6 Hebrews. But without faith it is impossible to please him. For he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. I had some other stuff on November 6th. I guess I forgot to do in order. We had Abraham Lincoln, the longest running television show.
The 33 is their number.
Started that day. And also the first Ukrainian front
the
liberates
33
Kiev.
is their number.
Seems pretty relevant. We also have Tammy Baldwin becomes the first. Seems relevant. God bless you. All glory to the Most High. Thanks for the support. Take care.
That was 6079 Smith W. Link is in the chat. TBE says this motherfucker spitting. This MF spitting. Yep, indeed. Oh, let's go to some old. Well, actually, let's do that later. I think we're going to play some old Benton material. Probably going to wait until I go to the. I'm going after more watermelon, and I hate to be gross, folks, but the only way I can go to the bathroom nowadays is if I eat watermelon, which is becoming very difficult to find. Now, I will say this: as soon as the video starts here, let me share this tab with you. You'll see over here in the comments. It's hard to read, but We've got Christos. So this is called This Is Success. This was 5 months ago, and at the time was, I believe it was the first, pretty sure it was the first stream to go over 1K views. And Christos says, as long as you understand, I wasn't saying you aren't successful already, dude. So apparently part of the impetus for this broadcast was Christos himself. Oh yeah, that's right. Gary is a Scorpio indeed. I think he's like a quintuple Scorpio or something. As he was saying, he's like everything in Scorpio, I believe. But one thing that I noticed immediately about this this stream is, look at me. You can tell how fucking sick I was, man. Look at this. This is only 5 months ago. Look at this dude, man. This is not going good for our partner here.
There's the door. We'll see you next time, or actually, we probably won't see you. Right?
Telling people to hit the
and
bricks.
you think people would understand this by now, right? You think this would be understood by now, but it's not. But I don't have a bone to pick. I don't have a vendetta, right? And I've said before, I can work with anybody who can work with me. But when one man makes it clear to another man, hey, clearly this is not.
I can see it in my eyes there. Just how sick I was, and you look at my fucking cheekbones, for fuck's sakes. I think this would have been right about the time I was hitting 116 pounds, probably. By the way, somewhere in there. I don't remember exactly when, but. Yeah, no freaking bueno.
Not the level of interaction that is going to be tolerated. What I would do is just go ahead and move on to something else. That's what I would do. Or maybe even say, okay, my bad, I didn't realize. Right.
What am I doing here? Settling the fucking audience's hash here? Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this. Let me get this off the screen. He didn't mean me, so let's get that off the screen there. Yeah, thank you, Sunshine Time. Yeah, indeed. Let's see. Like fucking Skeletor there, man. And my color too. I was going outside every day. I mean, not like I was out there all day, but this was summer, I believe. It was sunny. I was out there in the sun every day, at least 20 minutes probably. Yeah, shades of Benton indeed. Let the door hit you on the way out, partner. Yeah, Benton might not be dying. Yeah, I'm no longer actively dying, folks. That Benton was dying. Come on, folks. I mean, what else was I to conclude when the scale said 116, and I'm thinking, well, the trend is downward. What about if I hit 110, 109, 105, 100? It's like, what the fuck? So yeah, doing much better now. Papaya, by the way, for me. Again, none of this is health advice. I'm just talking about me, right? Talking about me. Shout out to Provo Kid encouraging me to talk about myself even more. I mean, that was my interpretation of some of his comments. I should have that queued up. I would like to. I did some screen recording over the weekend of Provo. Yeah, man. Looking like Dale Earnhardt. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, dude, just bad, man. And like I said, every time I would go visit my mom, she would just either burst out in tears as soon as she saw me, or she would hold them back. Yeah, man, it's bad time. Here I was though, almost every day streaming. Not that I don't deserve credit for that, but and started a job. This was either right after I started that job. No, this is right before I went back to work, but I only made it 3 weeks. But yeah, I started drove my happy ass to Chicago. That was in Branson West, where I was staying it was even cheaper than this place. It was like actually it was a lot cheaper than this place. It's $183, I think, a week. Yeah, total price. Yeah, drove my happy ass to Chicago and started a new job, but only lasted 3 weeks. Although I would have kept working. There were some circumstances that sort of conspired against me there. Thank you, Tupelo. Yeah, I'm doing much better now. Not all the way there yet, but yeah, we're getting there. So thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was kind of shocking, actually, to look back at that. And I was like, damn. Yeah, I can't. I'm not really able to do that, Thunder Chicken. Apologies for not responding to that email, by the way. I'm off the digestive enzymes for the most part. So, yeah, hopefully I can remember to email you. But we're still on a warning for medical misinformation, so I'm not going to be addressing any of that. I can talk about what I've taken, but what I've taken and what I might, if I was to, in an email, provide a suggestion, what I might suggest to someone versus. I'll say this, man. For me personally, if I had it to do over again, I would focus more on the ox bile than I would on the enzymes. The enzymes for me that was definitely beneficial, but if I was to do this again, because it is a learning process, but again, as far as I know, as long as I only talk about myself, I'm pretty sure that's not medical misinformation, right? So based on where I was previously, I would focus on actually taurine plus ox bile is what I would focus on, and that's what I've been focusing on lately. And I eat 6 in the morning. Sometime in the morning, I have 3 raw egg yolks. They don't have to be raw, by the way. It's just more convenient. I have 3, and I don't fuck with the whites. 3 raw egg yolks in the morning, and local free range or whatever. As much as I can get that. Although it is Arkansas, so it's pretty easy to get eggs. But and then I do 3 more in the evening before I go to sleep. But yeah, the healthy fats, dietary cholesterol have been very beneficial for me. But just only, and completely, I'll say this, for me, the major thing has been, one of the major things for me and me only, right? Again, none of this is health advice. This is what, for me, just for Benton. And we're all different, remember, but completely avoiding anything even approaching unhealthy, like seed oils, any sort of just bullshit oils. Yeah, actually, I don't seem to respond that well to pineapple, me personally, just for the record. I've eaten a lot of pineapple. I don't do that great on although pineapple, it's tough to get decent pineapple. It can be. Papaya has been a game changer for me, right? Again, for me. None of this is health advice. I've been eating a ton. I bet you I've spent $200 on papaya recently. That's not even that's not an exaggeration. It has to be. I spent $15 just yesterday on papaya. But yeah, taurine and ox bile together, right? Now I take that with, again, me. This is just me. None of this is what I do, right? I take it with the egg yolks. Seems to help. And I do still eat some veggies. I know some folks are against the veggies, but I'm doing really well on the beets and the carrots. I have that pretty much every day, beets and carrots. Slow cooked, though. Man, those raw veggies fuck me up, though. I can tell you that. I was eating raw veggies for like a week. Damn, that shit fucked me up bad. Oh, my God. Never doing that again. Awesome, Rachel. Rachel, hey, what's up, Mr. Me? Good to see you, sir. Rachel apparently also went through some health stuff. Yeah, I'm glad when folks are doing okay. I still feel not that great some of the time, but it's not really that big of a deal. The wrist is actually probably the worst part right now. From unergonomically operating a mouse. Yeah, I mean, there's no telling, Jen. There's no telling. That's a good question on that. And you guys, as far as I know, y'all can discuss whatever you want in the chat as far as YouTube. I think the only way I can really get in trouble is if I'm up here, dispensing anything approaching advice. So I'm pretty sure as long as I just talk about what I've done and I don't equate it to specific ailments. So, yeah, the papaya has been a very much a benefit for me. Yeah, it's interesting about the raw egg yolks. I've also heard, again, who knows, but I've heard that, cooking them can be better. However, don't most folks prefer like a runny yolk? That's basically raw at that point. I mean, it's pretty fucking close. And that's one thing I've found about being so underweight. I'm right on the verge of, being normal weight for my size, although on the lower end, as far as I can tell. But I'm right at the bottom edge now, apparently. What the fuck was I going to say? Shit, I forgot. But yeah, the egg yolk seems to have been been very beneficial. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh well, doesn't matter. But anyway, experimentation probably. And I know a lot of the stuff I was taking, I was on just a shitload of supplements and herbs, and I think most of that was mainly just helping me function to be able to work. Right, looking back on it. I don't think a lot of that probably wasn't strictly necessary for my health, if that makes sense. But it certainly helped me be able to work every day. What's up, Jeff? 6'9". Good God. He was 360 a year ago, down to 275. Damn. Well, depending on how you're built, that's probably not too bad, actually. That's right, Heidi, doing what works for me. Yeah. Good to see you, Dennis Bowles, by the way. Welcome. Haven't seen your name before. You're certainly welcome. Yeah, and actually, just so you know, and again, the only reason I'm not putting some of your comments on the screen is we're on a medical misinformation warning here at the Benton channel, but now somebody go ahead and ask him if he played basketball so we can get that out of the way, and he'll probably be like, no, I didn't, but that's usually how that goes. So like high fructose corn syrup and things like that, I've had none of that for over a year, and I mean none. I haven't had one trip to fast food. I haven't had one slice of pizza. I haven't had one candy bar. I haven't had one soda. I haven't had one bag of chips. I've had none of that stuff. Now here's the part is, as far as I know, it would make me very ill to eat junk food, but I don't know that I'm going to find out. Like, I would love to just go crush a pizza and see what the fuck's going to happen to me, but I don't think I'm going to. Goodness gracious. Oh, you didn't weigh enough? Really? Wow. Rachel also got down to a low weight, apparently. Well, I'm glad you're doing better, Rachel. Yeah, there you go. Music holds a secret. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're helping me in the short term, but I do see myself getting off the veggies at some point, for me personally. And I'm not a huge fan overall anyway, but I will say, based on what I've been dealing with, they seem to have been beneficial. And there's got to be some exceptions, right? I would assume. I feels like, and I know beets are supposedly high in a specific thing that we want to avoid potentially, but I think carrots are all right. I'm pretty sure. I feel like they are. Yeah. Yeah, I've still got mine, Dennis Bowles, my gallbladder, but I still have issues around that actually, but it's doing much better than it was, certainly. The old bile seems to be flowing quite nicely, as far as I can tell. But yeah, the gallbladder, that's a motherfucker right there. And this is another reason, I choose not to go to doctors for myself, right? Because I'd like to keep my organs if at all possible. But again, I'm really bad at knowing what I can say and what I can't say, so I'll just leave that there. Well, and I'll say this, man, I think pretty much just my opinion, right? I think a lot of this stuff, like, people going fruitarian for a period of time or whatever. It's just, again, my opinion. I think some of that's okay, but it's when they devote it becomes their identity, right? And then now they're devoted to this thing, across the board. That's where the problem is. Like, I've eaten almost no vegetables my whole life. I'm pretty sure I can eat vegetables for, a year and be fine, right? I'm in the long run, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure. Because I'm assuming I'll just go right back to not eating very many vegetables. I mean, I've gone decades without effectively eating no vegetables, and it's not an exaggeration. So I'm pretty sure I can have some. And I would say this, man, for me, I have to have saturated fat for my brain to work and dietary cholesterol. I just have to. So 6 egg yolks a day does it for me. That's what I need for fat. That's plenty, especially at not weighing a whole lot. Anyway, good comments. Appreciate everybody being here. I want to check the stats real quick, just out of curiosity. Yep, that's about what I thought. Let's see, what's Z doing? Bet he's up to around 80 by now, I'm assuming. I'm going to guess 75. Zetetic Warrior. No, 55. Goodness. He's got Notch in the house. See, this is where in me and Z weren't quite getting along at the time fully when he's... Well, and I talked a little bit of shit about him, actually. And he was like, I'm assuming you're not going to be simulcasting me anymore. But he might be better off, man, because I'd be happy to just simulcast Z and run off to the grocery store here in about 15 minutes. Excuse me. Oh, he's got that... Actually, I don't know who this is he has on panel right now. See, I would like to be able to watch. It's like I'm just watching on his, preview or whatever. You know how it'll just play the video in the window, like in the browser. I don't even know what I'm saying. In the channel listing, is that the appropriate term? I don't know. Can we watch audio? Can we watch Z with no audio? Is that now we get into what can I do, right? Let's see how close I can get without violating my agreement here. I should just ask him, like, hey man, you want to rethink that? Because I don't know, it's because of me, but your numbers ain't quite what they were. And I'm a fan too, right? I'd kind of like to be. I'm only going to really get to see you if I watch a day behind, right? I could watch yesterday's show. But we all sort of prefer things live now, don't we?
All right, cool, homie.
All right. This is easy. Can we play his video without getting in trouble? No, he doesn't. He doesn't control what I do. I made an agreement because I considered his request to be reasonable, and that's what I typically do. So, yeah. I think we all know I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do, when the rubber meets the road. It needs to say no audio. No audio. Okay, hang on. Fuck. Yeah, Mr. Me, I used to hit the weights and eat a lot of food, man, and the amount of food that I had to eat to gain weight was an appalling amount of food. 5,500 calories a day, although I could have gained on less than that. I tend to go to extremes. But most of and I know I'm not saying you're skinny, but most of the guys who claim not to be able to gain weight, yeah, you can double the amount of food and this is not health advice. I'm just saying if they double the amount of food they're presently eating, they will gain weight. Promise you. Even that, it might take longer than you think. What's up, Provo Planet? Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I gotta getting a little quicker on the draw here.
The Provo Kid. The Provo Kid.
Little quicker.
The Provo Kid.
But thank you, sir. Much appreciated. What's this book we're talking about? I'm a little out of the loop here in the chat. Oh, carnivore diet? I do good on carnivore. I did. See, that's another thing. I'm probably going to have the option of going to that, back to that, just steak and eggs, because I do good on carnivore, but I need more fat. So eggs, leave the eggs in there. Actually, egg yolks. I ain't fucking with the whites no more. But yeah, I'll probably, especially if I go back to work, I'll probably be back on the meat and the eggs. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you might. Yeah, let's make that clear, Gary. Very important. It's Gary Baxter's birthday, if anybody's not aware, by the way. All right, what are we going to watch now? We got, oh, yeah, we got, I thought I had this queued up, but I guess I don't. Oh, yes, I do, actually. This is a Tommy on We Are Awake TV yesterday. Yeah. I didn't get to see this, so I'd like to check this out. If you'd humor me, I would appreciate it.
Going for a joke there. He probably was just losing it there. And I know Ian's not trying to make this about Tommy, but it just turned into Tommy because it gives us something to talk about, like a
he's
focal
here
point.
again. I'm gonna add him on.
Yeah, clear the panel. One-on-one again. One-on-one again. Clear the panel.
One-on-one. Okay, 1 second, guys. Yeah, if anybody ever requests that, I'll always honor clearing the panel for.
I didn't realize he did that. Amazing.
Gone, and I asked you not to corner you, but just to know for myself. I said, while you were gone, have you been watching? Have you been keeping up? And you said no. And that's fine. It gives me that context. Now, channel after channel, I have already explained this stuff. And the haters I've been sitting here watching in the chat, they watched it. They knew it. They said, we're sick of hearing it too. We're sick of people calling you a pedo. And the only thing Z has wrong is this N-word thing from last night. That was not comedy. That was not entertainment. That was calling Toilet Bowl Earth out for his longtime hypocrisy. And the two ways your early form screwing up without knowing it is taking Snafu Snaps, Toilet Bowl Earth, and you've given them a new fresh place to act like nobody knows what they're up to. And there's a lot of people that I'm like, to watch Singular Illumination come schmooze up to me on my lives looking for his mic kind of, oh, the stimulation in the heart of your programming and a stimulation, where he only gets 6 views to any video he puts out, and now he's here hating on me. This community is something.
He hasn't even said a word yet.
No, I've been watching his chats. I've been watching his chats, and I don't expect you to be able to keep up with that. I can't keep up when I do a live. I can't keep up with all the chats. And people call, hey, I said this, I said this. Sorry, I can't watch all my chats while I'm live. It screws up my live enough as it is when I get off on a tangent. But dude, I can handle myself because I've only got one person backing me, and that's God above. But this is just a continuation of this community's loop. And when Snafu says, I'll say what I want if you don't take me to court, it's like, show me what you would show in court to say I'm a pedo. Because
okay. I think I have an understanding. Oh, go ahead.
Him and this building a dental dam in Colorado, they've long since been told the information they're using was from Moose's old channel where I was setting the unslaved cult up. I did go on there and I said what I've said a million times, that this one story about me and that girl, I told the grab them by the pussy version, because as I expected, when I had my Lauren De Laguna interview a week later, they all showed up spouting it, and it was Building a Homestead herself who had no problem with me on your very panel when I was saying, yeah, I'm about to go on Lauren's show next week. She showed up and pushed, look at this clip, look at this time clip. And I had already told Lauren, as I did the campaign before this interview, naturally you're getting swamped by all these cult chats, and here it is, they want you to watch this. It's going to be this game I told you in this interview I was playing with them, and they're still gripping to it. I didn't give a teenager alcohol, Homestead. I'm sitting here telling you how that story was bullshit. I stand on my integrity and say that I don't lie, and I'm telling you, that time was a set-up bullshit because no one liked Moose back then. He was cult as fuck. I told the grab him by the pussy fake story for you to do what you did, Homestead. I just didn't know if it would be you or who.
And me and Lauren are fine. Me and Martin Shkreli are fine. Me and people that are real and go by facts are fine. So I would love Snafu to see what he would do in court. The reason nobody takes him to court is that's a big pain in the ass. And he doesn't have the money for it. I don't want to spend the money for it. I just know I use him and who glorifies him to decide who I'm not going to fox with. But you'd have to know a whole lot of lore about the Machine Lies, Tulip Woolworth, and the Cockbody crew to know what the whole N-word lover thing was about. But one of the most racist people in the community.
So anybody like that, you were just attacking him and you were trying to dig for everything.
Yes, and now,
with no filter.
If you take just last night, if you just took the Machine Lies stream from last night and you don't know who any of us are, yeah, it looks bad. But that's just one of those things about the panelverse. It's like, I would know what I'm talking about before I start going off on things like that. Because Snafu says he stands on everything he says. Man, half of this community is like waiting for him to recede up. Snafu is a joke. He's longtime YouTube joke. There's lots of footage out there of him like interrupting. He mistakenly interrupted a drug deal in a Walmart parking lot. Still doesn't realize it. I don't know of Montegraph being a PDF. He's made, like me, some challenging videos to F with who might watch it. But the dude's married and, to my knowledge, lives in walking distance of me, even though he might deny that for doxing reasons. But I mean, Snafu talks all this stuff, says he has people watching my door. Like, that's not a threat. But when I ask him to tell me my address that is clearly doxed and I'm not worried about it, he doesn't know my address. And I don't know what this we is he keeps talking about. And I think you all got to be careful supporting him just marketing and selling for fiat, whatever he's going to 3D print out. Especially, if anything, if you should get a cut of that because you're being portrayed.
Well, I have more of an understanding of you, and I really like you. I like your channel and everything, so I'm not trying to. So I guess mission accomplished in a way.
Well, I'm not always.
I mean, I think that no matter what people, I'm not going to say from my perspective, but I guess I have more of an understanding in a way. But still, I think it's regardless of what someone does to me, it wouldn't even be an option to even say that, just for me.
Right, right. Because as he came up here again saying, I never bring that up, Tommy brings it up. Yeah, there's months of footage of me trying to explain myself every time it comes up, and you see how much good that did. And as he says, I never bring that up, I could right now just cut a video, if I have the endurance to make it, of all the times he just drops in on me screaming, Tom threatened women and children, he's a pedo, blah, blah. Like, and there's footage recently of every time he does that, I go, did you just bring that up? Was I not talking about that? You just brought it up. So
yeah, you know what? You're a victim of this thing too, with this type of rhetoric.
I have it happen to me, but I'm never a victim. I know my role in the whole pedo thing. But the thing is,
for me, it's the worst thing somebody could call me, especially if I'm not.
It is. And you probably remember that Dave Chappelle stand-up where he says, man, nothing's more hard on a guy than whenever you think he had sex with someone he didn't have sex with. And he's going, please believe me. Please believe. That's how I got for a while over this PDF thing. But now it's evolved to the point where anyone still buying into this is showing they're effing retarded, man. Or they're refusing to know truth. They hate truth. And thanks to Steve and Benton and the people that pointed it out, I was very much, I only date girls in the sense of, hey, will we possibly bring up back when I dated girls? Now I'm celibate, confirmed bachelor till I'm dead. And that probably won't take long. We'll all probably die on the same day if you ask me. But that's my own tinfoil religiousness to go off on. But I appreciate letting me come up and say this, and I'll be considerate to you as I'm probably going to go full Thanos, as I've talked about. And creating Homestead, go on. Keep saying it. You're just showing you are insane. Your land is just a little east of mine, and that's a shitty junk trailer you stream from and smile with. 3 teeth compared to my full set of meth teeth. Like, go ahead and lean into it, because you disappeared for a while over this. Now you're back going strong. You're Snafu way up. You got the spirit of Snafu in you. I'm probably going to go full Thanos again. So look for funny people are effing up videos. And Venus, I didn't get, oh, that's not Venus. That's that boy loser. The only thing I said Venus, like I backed Venus on her Snafu issues. The only way Venus was starting to F up is if you give more than that one stream of what Paul said. After that, the more you bring it up, you're just empowering Paul. I would have done the one stream, hated on him. I showed up and hated on him. After that, just drop it. I wish I could have dropped the PDF thing, but it shows me how RT is still a fake boomer. Bex is going to hashtag Snafu till the cows come home. Shout to Axis Rat Blood. You can always email about that issue, man. I hope you're doing good. There's Venus. Shout to Venus. Shout to everybody that's down for this. Like, let's have it out. Let's find truth and be done with it rather than, oh, I stand on it. I'm going to talk in bobblehead till you take me to court. Well, you'll probably be back in the hospital before you're back in court. And we'll let Sky Daddy figure it out. That's what I throw most things up to. Just let Sky Daddy figure it out. And I don't know why Voy is Hank either. He might sound slightly like Hank, but Hank cams the fuck up everywhere he goes. And Hank's cool. Voy's not cool.
I have no idea who Hank is.
Hank's this black dude, and he'll have like a row of hats on the wall behind him. And
Hank,
like
from
like a
Machine Lies. Okay, yeah, I know him.
Yeah, I love Hank. He's always pushing me to one-on-one. I'd be happy to when I get my free lunch hour set. But yeah, man, I'm working on it. Like the video I have, I'm making about CBO.
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
Of all these channels, all these people. There's Illuminati, fuck Illuminati.
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
It might be kind of good. We'll see. It's people are giving me props on my like intro to video editing, and I appreciate that. I'll admit, man, it is taxing. It's like I used to run 5Ks and stuff. And
well, Tommy, here's the thing, dude. Your lives are, to me, interesting enough. I don't know why you're spending so much time on these videos, man. I mean, I don't watch your videos, but I watch every single one of your lives, dude.
Because I can't go hard on. I have the money for it, but I don't just spend money because I have it. I'm not gonna go pay version stream.
Dude, how old are you?
Okay, hold up, boy. You're cutting me off.
Just answer the question, dude.
It's out there. It's been said.
It's
so why
just
do you
a
care?
number. It's okay. I've uttered 3 sentences.
No, it's not just a number.
How
Listen,
good you're
listen.
in a Panelverse. You are very meticulously, attaining this kind of conversations. I'm asking you a question.
No, it follows me.
Can you just give me an answer?
It's in the chat by that boomer doctor.
I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, so it's not just a number. If you ever heard if you ever heard the real, see, this is why I spurred people. This is why I spurred.
Okay. I think this is acceptable.
Now, if you ever heard the legit story,
dude,
oh my.
Tom, how are you, sir?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm eating. I saw you were backstage, so I figured we'd go ahead and bring you up.
When you were watching Paul earlier, did you see like the brief time I went on and he spurred out and kicked me off?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, it was probably before you started watching.
I think I might have seen that live, possibly, actually. But yeah, we did not review that part.
Yeah, he's a wreck, man. He's an absolute spurg. Yeah, it just was what it was. So what's been up?
Just hanging out, doing the normal stuff, man. Go ahead.
And Gary, I am on top, dude. I intentionally wanted the young dated girl and the meth thing out in the open to handle it. So now, Gary, now there is nothing else anybody can get me with. They can loop this shit and make it older and get people more tired of it. But I always had the intention to just, like, I understood what this metaverse was and what we would be this far in. So I just wanted to dump my skeletons and just be out with it. What's up, Capricorny? My God, I'm warming up such a nuke for that toilet bowl birth motherfucker. Everywhere I go, he's talking shit, slandering me. Nah. I've got some clips of him that makes him quite the polar opposite of himself. Fine Spirit, you've been hating on. You jumped on that London Man train. But whatever. Just chatter. Chat, female. Shit, you might as well host. You can be another bet.
She's got a channel.
Nah, I haven't seen it. Oh, dude, you're gonna love this Aphrodite anime team up whenever it's done. Even get this part where you do that whenever you turned Wizard down that day, you like brought the camera up to show your dial, like turn the volume down. At that point, the entire screen starts shaking. And it goes, my God. And you're like, what? It's very RPG video game.
Oh, shit. Looking forward to that.
Yeah. Might even pull it into that Jaunts from the Police night. I might tie it into that. Like, I still got to do something after I went in the portal and still connect it to, like, the Panelverse. So I've got some ideas. But this shit's crazy when they upgraded Filmora to version 13. Has all kinds of new AI stuff, but it like crashes my computer twice as much. Just to use the program.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to finish up eating. I'll be done here shortly.
Yeah, and hold on, I gotta throw a cash up to somebody real quick. If it kicks me out, I'll be back.
Okie doke.
My God! If you ever see, he waited for me to start talking again.
What is your age? What is your age?
Let me.
If you
guess,
ever heard me,
48.
No,
No.
that's not true. No, he looks 48. But I know.
no, everyone says I look 27. I'm 43. Now that I'm 43, will you shut the fuck up? I've never liked you, boy. You were my original meth pedo Jew. And then whenever Lizzo came up after hours of you calling me meth pedo Jew, Lizzo comes up and you're like, oh, the nice translator. Let's hear from the nice translator.
You've been using meth like you're 48, but you're probably 30.
I'm not 48, dipshit.
I know, dude. I know, but you look.
You backstage him. He's irrelevant to me.
Okay, so you're just not going to answer my question.
What question? What fucking question, boy?
What is your age?
I said it.
He said 43. 43.
43.
So what's the fucking relevance?
Well, your face.
What?
He likes your face. He wants to give you a kiss.
Okay, back to the fucking subject at hand. If you guys ever heard one of the many times I was like, oh, thank you for this platform to just explain this, I was the one talking to that chick not knowing she was 17. When she told me, I pushed off and got away from her, and she kept coming to me like, no, here's the law. Here's my parents not giving a fuck. You were all about it whenever you didn't know. We had something going. And I said, okay, you're right. And it was just a typical regular, we dated for a while, we splitted, no anger, no hate. And that was back, damn near 17 years ago. It was about 15 years ago to this day. And the only significance to it really in my life is this panelverse issue that it has been. And I ain't mad a bit. Like I said, I can alchemize it all. I can look at you motherfuckers that can't let it go.
Gozer, wat zeg je nou de hele tijd, joh?
No, why are you talking to me? I said you are irrelevant to me. You bring nothing.
I know the irrelevance about you and me. I know that. So that's why I'm speaking up.
Okay, I'm going to sit here quiet whenever you address it.
Crickets. Who can?
Yeah, you're going to get crickets. Any panel you come and come at me, you're going to get crickets.
Yeah, I just did again.
Oh, are you trying to use the thing where I'm the only one in this panelverse that will interject or talk over some bullshit? London Man done fucked that up.
I would take you on.
No, you're not going to take me on because you got nothing, and I don't care for your presence.
Nothing. That's how I take you on. So how you
right? Except calling me a meth pedo Jew on OTW.
What are you going to take on me if there's nothing?
Oh no, I had you are nothing to me, boy.
Okay, cool.
So when you talk, whenever you talk up during any of this remaining stream that involves my issue, I'm gonna disregard it. Now, London Man, he says he brought me up yesterday. No, I showed up because I heard he was just like, if I see our collective community online, sure, I'll pop into all of them and see what's going on. And once again, yeah, they're talking about me being a racist pedo.
You're such a caring personality, aren't you?
And they'll talk about me being a racist pedo. So I went into his backstage, and he can't just bring me up. He's got to be like, oh, we were talking about Tommy, and I got Tommy in the back. Well, I came up. I said, hey, man, if you're a stand-up dude and you got all these problems with me, you've spent the last week saying it to everybody but me.
What does it mean to be a stand-up dude? What does it mean? I don't know.
So I tell him that if you're a stand-up dude, you're saying your problem with me to everybody but me. And
like I do with you, right? But you don't react to me.
You backstage him, so I don't have to pretend I'm not listening to him. He's got no history, no lore in this situation. He just got back with you, Ian. He's as new to the return as you, Ian. Is the voice I'm ignoring done? Okay, so I told him, dude.
It's Captain Cupcake. But thank you for listening to my voice.
So I'm like, dude, if you got a problem,
the cakes.
Egan, I don't see why you backstage me for the reasons you do and let this cupcake motherfucker go on. Now, he's not going to have any subject matter. He's not going to be brought up. Can you please backstage him, sir host?
If you have what are you trying to say? You're just kind of ranting. I don't.
Well, I'm trying to get there. He keeps interrupting me, and you don't seem to grasp that.
Yeah, see, this is how the real.
Well, that's what you do all the time too.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I do it. I'm not the founder and proprietor of that business. Everybody does it. He's doing it to me right now.
This is kind of one of those streams, dude. It's just whatever type thing right now.
Sure.
Else wants
so then
to come
if I were to do that, why did you backstage me if it's just whatever? Because you're a goddamn hypocrite like you've always been, Egan. So welcome to Thanos season, everybody.
Oh, now he's talking to you. Now he's talking to Egan. I thought he was still talking to me, but apparently he switched. Sorry, Egan. Sorry.
Well, it's interesting to see people complain. So, I do find this interesting, corporate fiction complaining. You do know I'm doing this. Well, real quick, I just want to talk to corporate fiction directly. I'm doing this live, which means sometimes I need to eat a meal. Sometimes I need to go to the bathroom. So, that's part of the reason I play these streams at times, but I don't think he realized that you're also here, Tom. We're not just listening to this. You're also here live.
Who didn't realize?
This corporate fiction. He's been complaining today about the direction of the broadcast. Which I find interesting.
Heard his name around. I don't know who he is. Does he panel?
I don't think so. Who knows?
Yeah, then it's irrelevant.
Well, yeah, I agree generally, but I do like to please the people if possible.
Yeah, I always check in to see if you saw any of my stuff to just catch your takes and stuff. But yeah, Egan was really pissing me off in that ending situation because they literally had talked about me most of the stream, and I woke up to see them like already talking about me. Jumped in, left, came back again. Yeah, so the fact he let Voy sit there on that bullshit, it was pissing me off because I don't get along with Voy, and he was irrelevant to the situation.
Yeah, Voy, I don't know, man. It's it's a tough one.
Well, I had a lot of run-ins with him on OTWs, and I've seen recently he's playing Mr. Gentleman over with like the Bex Candace crowd. And it's fine if he wants to go over to that crowd and stay there, that would be perfect. But yeah, man, he's schmuck.
Yeah, I went off on him one day, and he's been like real nice to me since then. Sometimes some people, if I break my foot off in their ass, it's like they start liking me more for some reason. I'm not saying that's the reason, but yeah.
He was gone almost as long as Ian was, probably.
Oh, I didn't know him until recently.
Yeah, he had been around back, like I said, back when I could tolerate going to OTW and stuff. He used to be around there. All right, hold on. I'm going to cap off this coffee and I'll be back.
Okay. But yeah, back to the people complaining, the one person complaining about the show. It's like, man, I'm 3 hours and 41 minutes into this thing. I need a break here and there, right? Tom's remodeling his house, apparently, in the background.
That's coffee machine.
No worries, brother. And I will say this, OTW is going live at 9 my time, and we'll probably wrap up by then, unless there's folks that want to panel and want to keep the show going to drive his numbers down and drive our numbers up. But I don't have the energy in me today to just to take him on directly, solo anyway.
Yeah, Frank's got my back. He's telling it like it was. And you and, well, yeah, you were there for some of it. You and Z had taken up for me, even when I wasn't there.
Well, and even when you got backstage, I even said, I was like, is Tom still here? Because I was gonna say, hey man, I don't really feel right being up here, and you got Tom in the backstage, but it worked out, thankfully.
Yeah, and I like how after I started calling him Egan, somebody in the chat said, I am Egan.
Oh, really? There's who is it? I thought you meant Max Egan.
No, I mean Negan. Only it's Ian, it's Egan, like Negan from Walking Dead. And in the Negan saga, like everybody in that gang, if you ask them, they were like, everyone would say they're Negan, kind of like a leader protection or something, or the movement or whatever. They'd be like, I am Negan. And so somebody was like, I'm Egan. I need to do that Photoshop still.
Yeah.
Ian with the fucking chain baseball bat over his shoulder.
Yeah, I missed that whole thing, Baxter, but I've heard about it. The Voy with the apparently was calling Rob Cleveland that same word.
See, I don't call anybody.
I know you don't. I know people miss the nuance, Tom. We know.
But but that's why it's funny that Voy was going in on it, because back in the OTW days, he was the one calling me like meth, P word, F word, small hat. It was, and then whenever he had berated me like that for about an hour, then Lizzo comes up, and Lizzo was new back then, and then they're all like, "Oh, let's talk to the nice trans woman. Let's find out about the trans woman." And it was very contradictory. And he uses North and South war a lot for whatever European area he's in. Like whenever you talk about the North and South war in America, that's a totally different context. Nobody knows about your little Kazakhstan European.
Oh no, part of being an American is we don't have to care. We get to not give a fuck about any of that.
I think we're gonna give a fuck about World War III though, because I have a hunch they're going to let America take some hits this time.
Well, that's a good point, Sterling Ray. I think you're probably technically correct there. I don't really have the energy for it. I got to be honest.
For what?
The whole N-word saga.
Oh yeah, and I'm tired of like having to re-describe why everything happens from panel to panel. These people don't get enough panels. Like, you can tell who keeps up and who's not. And I know people got lives and jobs and stuff, but don't speak out if you're not sure. Like, lurk more, ask someone. Like, I'm still telling
and it's
that.
not like it's not like she was there. So I guess that's where I would take issue is you referred to TBE's wife in a specific way, but it's not like she was there when you did it. It's a little bit different.
Okay, but it was used like the troll hit
I
TBE
know.
was. Did you see that video when I played it on State of the Art?
I think I did. Man, so much stuff has happened. It's hard to keep track. I think I did.
When that video happened, she was there, and you heard her go, "I'm a nig. Thank you very much."
Yeah. Well, just for people who may not know, I know TBE and his wife through a Discord server. I actually knew his wife before they got married and before they started dating. So, you know,
wow.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a lovely person, and yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I always thought so.
Yeah. What's that?
I always thought so. I always thought she was a nice lady. My whole thing
definitely.
was like, for as much as TBE says racially charged shit and founded Jew Burger, that guy asked him if he married an N-word, and he just freezes. And he just laughed, and the whole panel got all weird. And then he was on Ian's panel saying, "Well, you want me to spurg about it?" I was like, "No, I want you to say something. I want you to stand up for yourself. Stand up for your wife, Mr. Jew Burger." Oh, well, you could come up here and spurg TV. But I did throw a nice touch in at the end of the video with the letter to my sister bit. The what you say.
Well, the link is dropped. I'm not going to be doing a lot of moderating, just so y'all know, because I don't really have the energy for it. I'm trying not to whine and cry about my health, but I don't feel well.
Yeah,
at
you can
times.
shut it down whenever you want.
Oh, I just mean I don't have the energy
to
try to wrangle either one of you guys. So.
No, I'm not even gonna talk. I'm gonna let him say his shit because I'm sick of his shit. But Yeti, I wasn't even making fun of the troll. I was making fun of TBE for not saying anything back and just laughing. And then him and EBT went into their bullshit. And they even had to shut Crypto Alchemist down because he was saying something that was like wasn't helping him any.
Welcome to the panel, Mr. Toilet Bowl Earth.
Yeah, let's go ahead and correct your fucking bullshit. You didn't call my wife an N-word. You called me an N-word lover on different panels, implying that that's what she was. You gonna fucking lie about that? You've been on Paul's fucking show where we did the whole bout where we're in the ring, that whole bit. And you did it again there. You've been doing it for months. So
it's all in reference.
Shut the fuck up.
It's all in reference to that video.
Yeah. So what did you want me to do? I'm not gonna spurg like you. What the fuck do I care about some random nobody?
I didn't say you had to spurg.
It doesn't matter, dude. The guy was up there just to say that, so it didn't matter.
Right, and you're more of a troll than he is, but I think you could have at least been like, yeah, I married an N-word.
Nah.
Like, I think that would have been an ample reply, like, yep, I'm an N-word lover.
Well, Tommy, you're an N-word more than anybody else, so.
Whatever.
Yeah, so it really doesn't matter. And you've been fucking lying about this whole thing. You've been coming on panels saying the same exact shit.
Yeah, I'm not
over
lying.
and over again. No, you're lying. You're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
You're painting a fucking false narrative.
Oh, you don't do that. You don't do that. You're the most grounded-based motherfucker in these panels.
That's right.
No, I was being sarcastic. You want to hear
So
something?
when are you gonna move on with your life, Tommy?
I'm retired.
Is this the rest of? Is this your retirement panel war?
Do you think because
in your favela?
Oh, now you're using full terms. Do you think because you only see me on panels that this is all I do?
Yep.
Well, then you're wrong.
Okay.
You should have came on Machine Lies last night and did more than troll. You would have heard about some of the stuff I do.
It wasn't last night. It was Saturday night. You know what day it is, Tommy?
Yeah.
Is the panel lore confusing you? Is the panel lore?
Oh my God! Can I not mistake? Can I not mistake
You're
a day?
lost. You're lost out there, buddy. You're lost.
Now
Okay,
you're
come
painting
back.
a narrative.
Come back.
Now
come
you're
back to
painting
Earth,
a false
Tommy.
narrative.
You're such a fucking loser, dude. You know
How
that?
am I a loser? I'm retired at 43.
Are you self-aware?
You're doing the Paul thing. How am I a loser if I'm retired at 43?
Okay, being retired at 43 means nothing. You're still a loser.
How am I a loser?
You and Drew claim I have no
Look
fucking
at you.
teeth.
Your whole identity when you come on here is talking about panel lore. What people are doing on YouTube panels. Wow, amazing.
Yeah,
You're
when
so
I'm on
interesting.
panel. It's a community. It's like your
No, it's not. It's
Discord.
the internet.
Okay, same difference. But we are a community of people on the internet that know each other. Ooh. Now what do you got? George is getting angry.
You don't aim a gun at a man unless you intend to shoot him.
Well, the jerk store called. They're running out of you.
No warning shot.
Oh, I know, Mr. Miyagi. He founded Jew Burger. He says nigga all over the place himself. He says all kinds of fucking racially charged shit. I don't know why he's this
How is Jew Burger racist? It's a funny bit.
No.
Jews are a race.
They're a race?
No.
Yes.
It's a blanket term.
No, Jew is a race. Jewish is a race.
Crypto!
Wow, you're kind of stupid if you don't know that.
Well,
Crypto!
Yeah, you do gotta
shit.
go. And
You're
don't
fucking
fucking,
retard.
and you can go anytime you feel
Make
like
another
fucking
video.
with me, just
Make
go.
another video. You're gonna end my YouTube career. You're a fucking loser. I don't care.
I never
about
said I
YouTube.
was. Yeah,
you did.
I'm
You
the one
said
that
it.
said we
Such
can't
a
end each other.
fucking
I'm the one that
loser.
says we're all Highlanders stabbing each other in the chest and not taking each other's head. And I will make another video. about making you
Crypto!
stupid.
Wow, impressive. Got nothing else in your life.
You got nothing. Your channel sucks. Nobody comes to
I
it.
don't care about my channel.
Well, then what do you fucking? What do you want? What do you want? What do I care about that you're talking about?
You're such a faggot. You're like, I'm gonna get your channel.
That's my line.
You're going down. You're a fucking faggot, dude.
Yeah, that's why your little cock buddy hasn't
You're
been
such
around.
a faggot, dude.
He knows
Just 'cause
he
has a
gave a
life.
kid up for adoption. And what about when you told him? What about when you told him you needed some time off from YouTube? Why'd you come back? You didn't take the time off. You told Cockbody that you needed off.
Talking about people's kids again. Here he goes.
Well, he's the one that said he gave it up for adoption. I said that's better than the Verily route.
Dude, you live in fantasy land. You know that? You just live in your own.
Yeah, that's
fucking
why I
narratives.
make up
It's
the lore.
hilarious.
You live in fantasy land where you think you're
You're
relevant.
some single loser, 43-year-old sitting in a living room by himself with his dog, making YouTube videos.
No, that was my
nobody
point.
understands except for this one tiny niche community, and nobody gives a fuck after it's
Well,
done.
you have
After-
to know who
after
we are,
YouTube
don't
is closed, you have to sit alone with it all, and it's fucking sad. Honestly.
I've sat alone
You're
for
a
many
fucking-
years. I've been
yeah,
separated
and-
by God.
Yeah, right.
That's the truth. It's why I'm
And then he logged-
celibate. It's
and
why
then
I'm
he
single.
logged onto YouTube and he found this panel culture and his life has been revived.
No, I was here
Wow.
whenever I was
Amazing.
here over Paul Unslaved. You know, your buddy.
Amazing, bro.
Set a narrative. I thought you were leaving. Set a narrative, bitch.
Amazing.
At least you're not spurging like you usually do, talking over me. You want some more back and forth bagging?
Right. You're not buying.
Right.
Go buddy up with Baltimore.
Don't you
He'll
get
take
it? Don't
No,
you get it?
I coined that, bro.
Don't you get it? You're not
doing it
buying
wrong.
I'm not buying it.
Buying what? You ain't got the money.
You're so retarded, dude. You don't even get what I'm saying.
You could say that to anyone.
You're
You could just
so
blanket. Everyone's
woefully
retarded.
behind.
Everyone's
All
a
right,
nigga
anyway.
lover.
There he goes.
Kick rock.
There he goes.
Kick rock, millennial. I ran. You talking? You ran. You're Iranian.
Adios, man. See you
Iranian.
later.
You rock. I rock, and then I ran.
Later,
I truly
TBE.
rock,
Thanks for
and
being
then I
here.
ran.
That's TBE's music playing underneath this, by the way.
That was productive. What'd you say?
I was telling the audience that was TBE's music playing underneath this. You can't hear it, of course, but there's music.
Is it his remix of Walk?
No. He makes good music, actually. I like his music.
No, let me say that good about him. Like, I don't like that dude at all, but I prefer his remix of Kodak Black's Walk over the original.
I don't know where to find that. I'm not sure if I've heard that or not. I might have.
It's the only one that comes. It throws it at me. Like, if I search Kodak Black, it throws the remix at me. Yeah.
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
Kodak with a K. Kodak Black Walk, and then TV.
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
RT, you were definitely over there.
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch. Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
Fucking boomer. It's bad. It's really bad what you said.
I had to turn your mic back up.
Oh. I mean, if it's fine at medium, that's fine. Can you hear the fan?
No, but I'm listening to the music and stuff. It's all right. We're good.
Are you playing that Kodak Black?
No, I need to go find that though. What do I search for? Just
you want me to link it?
yeah, perfect.
Because if you play it, I want to be able to hear it. Hold on, I'll be right. Oh, give me a second. I didn't have a YouTube window up.
What's up, RT? Good to see you, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off. I missed my opportunity to catch it right when it ended, though. How silly of me. Oh yeah, I forgot I should be talking. I was just sitting here like looking at my computer. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm on a live stream. Shout out to Machine Lies in the chat. We got a couple of his he's in the soundboard now, that's what I'm trying to say.
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
And then we got this one.
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
Yeah, there will be more.
Yeah, sorry, man. Like, because I said it always throws it at me, it made me meticulously search it.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, there it is in the back.
Sweet.
I saw it was kind of like a ping trip of a Kodak Black interview. It was done so well, I thought it was actually real, to where it was like,
oh yeah, I've heard this. It's been a while though.
He's got like 37 kids. He got a house for each baby mama.
What got into you?
I'm be stepped by a trip when I walk. I'm bringing pressure everywhere when I walk. I kick the bitch out the jeans on the walk. Yeah, I jump on these beats and I walk. Slide, keep on sliding, walk. Object, keep on down, walk. Spin around, walk. Step down, walk. Your cat came with a sauce. Switch out on me must be lost. to be cold at the boss. Kitty paint made that it gloss. Your bitch in here, she getting toast. But guess on my neck look like frost. I'm busting chicks in the office. I play defense and offense. Run up and you get stuck on. I'm a demon. I throw crosses.
You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
I took all my losses to the chin, and then I charged it. Fresh out of prison, I'm already spinning them right back where I started. 223s in the car, 556 and switches. Ain't spending none of you bitches. Won't sit there and get it from me. My niggas love me, they buy the money, cause they get to spend it for free. I'm from the city, no pity, little nigga went missing the other day, he was just 3. I'm just stuck by trip when I walk. I'm really pressure they run when I walk. I kick the bitch out the Jeep, told her walk. Yeah, I jump on these beats and I walk. Slide, keep on slide, walk. Object, keep on down, walk. Spin around, walk. Step down, walk. Walk. Picked up a bag when I walked in. I fucked this bitch out of nude. She stalking my pain. I got too many options to main. I fuck all of my bitches the same.
Let's go, man. Let's do it.
The jack for a range. I did the dash like dang. She see my wrist and said dang.
Yo. What up? It's your boy Drew. Checking out that Drew World Order live.
Ain't no perk 510. Big size rim. My cousin walking talk me there. Don't need loud walk. What you call dialing when ain't my fault.
Let's go, man. Let's do
1.5
it.
in the vault. I'm on the blogs every time that I talk. 13 cars, but I'm still gon' walk. And I'm on lean today. Now I got behind me, they didn't even chase. They don't fuck with me cause they know they can't. I'm bitch stuck by a trip when I walk. I'm bringing pressure, they run when I walk. I kick the bitch out the Jeep, told her walk. Yeah, I jump on these beats and I walk. Slide, keep on slide, walk. Object, keep on down, walk. Spin around, walk. Step down, walk.
All right. Yeah, it does fuck up the quality, though, when I play it through the StreamYard. It doesn't sound quite as good. But, yeah, good times. I've heard that. It's just been a while.
Yeah, it was like the slide, where he says all the things in a row. When he raps real fast with the cars bouncing and the booty shaking and he throws the money. You know that music video? You know that rap video?
Yeah, exactly. Did you see did you see O'Shea's Talcott Clips video? With his bars?
No, not yet. I thought it was just an O'Shea. I forgot it was a Talcott Clip.
Yeah, he added a little bit to it, made the beat and everything. I'm pretty sure it was pretty good. It's only one verse.
You did see me in O'Shea. Oh, did L what's his dick show up here that was asking me what my angle was in O'Shea's chat? Forget what his name is.
El Pistolero?
No, not Pistolero.
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
Maybe it's something L.
I don't. Oh no, that's a lady. L78.
No.
Oh shit.
It's right on the tip of my tongue. I can see his screen name, but I can't think of it. Emmanuel. Yeah, Emmanuel L.
No, haven't
He was
seen.
asking me what my angle was in the chat. I'm like, no, I don't have an angle. I shoot straight.
That's right. Oh yeah, I saw you make that comment. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was sitting in O'Shea's chat. He had like 20 viewers. Paul had like 45. I was sitting there like, O'Shea, you'd have almost 70 viewers if Paul could just come on your stream and not restream. Like, he's still hogging all your fucking viewers. And, yeah, and then Emmanuel was like, what's your angle? I'm like, just saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a fact. It's a fact.
You know?
O'Shea could do pretty good if he would stream every day. Or mostly every day.
Yeah. And like I said, even whenever I was trying to support him, he was acting all like I was there to fuck it up. I watched you watch that too.
Oh, awesome. Good.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Sometimes I forget that I was at places, and when you're watching it, I just rewatch it like that.
Yeah, it's funny when you're like, wait a minute, I'm on here now. You start hearing yourself, wait a minute, I was on this.
Only time I've ever had qualms is whenever you were watching the Measy and Rose. I was like, Benton, shut up. Benton, quit playing the sounds. Listen to what we're saying.
Yeah, I know. So I know I get a little crazy with the soundboard sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, OTW is worse.
Yeah.
I
try to rein it in.
Tribune. You wouldn't think so, but Cake is vocally challenging because he does have this like monotone, speaky way of singing. You wouldn't think it's challenging. It can be challenging. I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. And going the distance, that one can be a little weird too. You're like, why isn't my diaphragm doing that? Is it not really singing, not really talking? Like the Ray Romano of rock. No, that's Mrs. Tribune Divine.
That's right.
Recognize that ring. She rang the fuck up, Divine. That's
That's right.
Mrs. Tribune.
Mrs. That's right. Mrs. Oh man.
So yesterday you hit a G6, like a G6. Man, I miss my karaoke days.
I found a karaoke channel last night. I'll have to link it at some point.
No, I don't like karaoke channels. I have to do it at a bar where I can drink, and it's not about the courage.
Well, yeah, that's
I think
true.
I taught my diaphragm to only work right with a little bit of alcohol burn on it. Let's say the alcohol isn't as much courage as much as like I want to feel it and be in to singing it and like do it right.
Oh yeah, there's something to that. That's the thing for me is if I try to sing in this, I have to sing loud if I'm going to sing. So not always good for the neighbors. Yeah, belt it out.
Yeah, you belt it out so it like stretches that diaphragm, because then if you don't push it, that's how you like crack your voice and stuff. It's how you're singing like Peter Brady whenever he was going through puberty.
Yeah. Oh man, how long you plan on hanging out? I'm running out of gas here. There's something wrong with me today.
Yeah, man, you can always shut it down.
Oh, I
unless
know.
I'm
I know.
and have a purpose to what I'm saying. But yeah, man, if you're done,
Well, you know, I'll let you carry
I
it.
have
But I figured you probably have other things going on.
in Sterling Ray, I have all kinds of stand-up written that I just never go and stand up because in Denver you got to sign up, and then it still might be like weeks, at least at the.
Yeah, it's an actual comedy city. I forgot they have an actual comedy scene there. Yep.
Yeah,
it's true.
There might be some lesser bars I don't know of that you could get some mic time, but I forget what the major ones are called. There's like 2 or 3 of the same thing that all the famous people go to. If you sign up for mic time there, you'll get like called in a couple months that the opening is coming up. But yeah, I've talked about before. I have a virtual white guy version of the Chappelle Show that Joe Cool's always been hesitant for me to reference. But yeah, maybe I'll come on your show one day and go through some of it, read some of it out.
Hell yeah, dude. That'd be cool.
But yeah, well, you gotta crash out. What time you think you get up?
Fuck, I don't know, man. It's just try not to complain about it, but just sometimes my body decides it wants to rest. And man, when I woke up,
Yeah, like every 12, 15 hours or so, you feel like you need to crash out.
well, I already did that though. You know, I go to sleep so early, but I'm probably not going to do shit once this stream's over.
So I realized I've been wasting my free lunch hours. If I just want to go solo and talk to the chat, I could just go live on on YouTube, couldn't I?
Sure.
Like you can go live on YouTube indefinitely and just talk to the chat.
Yeah, you don't have to go on StreamYard. Yeah.
Yeah, so I got to save my. Yes, Gary, rewind and listen to what I said. I got to save my StreamYards to have people up, or maybe for the sake of using like the intro, outros and stuff. But as far as just sitting around talking to the chat, yeah, man, I need to just go live on YouTube instead of wasting my free lunch hour. Might do that later. Have you ever gone live with just YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Does it give any of the functions of like the little clips you can?
I don't think so.
up?
I don't think it has shit in it. I don't think so. Maybe on computer, but yeah, I don't. Not on a phone.
Yeah, I'll try it out later. It is Monday, right?
I think so. I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta check the market in about an hour. Man, things going off. XRP's pumping up again. I don't know if it's true. I'd like it to be true, but there's a rumor XRP might be $589 before the end of year.
Fuck.
Oh my God. You would see me with I'd be down on my land, Starlink, badass computer, paid StreamYard, vehicle, and back to
93 fucking cases.
effective life.
Yeah, so
It's so funny.
I hope it does.
challenges my
I hope it goes
situation.
to $5.89 for your sake. You mean $589 or $5.89?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to eventually be
Yeah.
the next Bitcoin, dude.
I'm
If you
such a
have a cold
dude.
storage wallet,
Yeah.
it's going to be the next Bitcoin because it has to be big to be what it is because it's designed to send large amounts of money, corporate to corporate, bank to bank, over oceans very quickly for minimal fees. So why would you send a shit ton of XRP? They need it to be like at least grands, maybe 10 grand a piece. What is Bitcoin right now? Like 35 grand?
Oh, I don't even check it anymore. I don't
Yeah,
know.
XRP has to be at least 10 grand a piece, or it's like, why are you using it? You don't want to send a million XRP over the ocean. You want to send like 100 to be sending like $10 million or whatever. Yeah, man, it's got to go up in the next 3 to 5 years, like super up, but it's going to start spurging pretty soon. Oh, Gen 2 gone. You actually have Starlink? I've been looking for somebody. How much is it a month? And what's the, I mean, do you ever panel with it? You do online gaming or anything? What's the most like upload speed and download speed you've seen? Just gotta chat all slow now that I'm asking stuff. I'm gonna start calling her Gen 2G1. What up, Gen 2G1? Well, Capricorny, Bitcoin is still going to be like gold in the sense of storing money, but Bitcoin isn't good for moving money at a high rate constantly. It's good for storing your money in a value. But Jen's not going to answer me. What does Starlink run a month, Jen? Oh, you got XRP, Jen? Did I like get 70 cents today? I guess Starlink's not letting her chat very fast. 130 a month? Wow. Well, I mean, some cable internet's like 100 a month, like the cable service
I'm
internet.
paying
I think it can be like,
$115 for phone plus 5G home internet with T-Mobile. Kicks ass though where I'm
and
at.
Jen, can you pay more to not have the 2 terabyte cap?
Oh wow, yeah, it's expensive. But I know it's available everywhere, so it's not that expensive if it's the only option.
Right.
That's
And I could even, I don't
reasonable.
know what it is to set it up, but I could even picture myself in the future whenever they're like narrowing down and like squashing us with, censorship and stuff. I could see me like hauling it up a nearby mountain from my land, uploading stuff, and then turning it off and carrying it back to my
Have you ever talked,
land.
sorry to cut you off, have you ever talked crypto with Big Drink T? I know he knows a lot about crypto.
Big Drink T, were you the one I was talking to in the chat back in the day on one of the Thorpe's channels? I was talking to somebody in the chat while I was on a Thorpe panel. Was that you? Oh no, I think it was some dog's name.
Jen says she's getting 140 up. 140 megabits. That's great.
And I'm not sure what it costs to run a panel for a couple hours and how close you get to that 2 terabyte a month.
Well, I hit 2 terabyte. Oh, that's plenty. I hit a terabyte streaming. You know how much I stream. I hit a terabyte.
Okay.
So yeah, 2 terabytes. I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, because I don't really online game while we're doing this type of stuff. Well, Big Drink T, I don't know if you ever panel just vocally or if you want to talk from the chat, but I'd be down to talk about the cryptos, the stonk. I might experiment with a live YouTube later just to see what's up.
Crypto!
Yeah, I'd offer you to do that over here if you want, but now that you've got your own channel, there's really the incentives for you to do that over there.
Yeah, but now we can try and make our smaller, tight-knit group within the community, like me, you, Z, maybe somebody I'm forgetting. ones that are like standing against the unslaved, but just casually being our individual channels, like not joined, but not separated, kind of like circling the wagons. We're all like heading east or heading west together, separate wagons, but when we need to, we can circle them.
Yeah, why not?
Well, Jen, what can go wrong? I've already made a lot of money off Elon. He's already kind of saved me. I already worked for his brother's restaurant.
Yeah, Big Drink T's busy, but he says he'll be traveling in the near future. Then he'll have more time.
Okay. Yeah, man, on a channel the other day, somebody kept asking me about, I was talking, Truther Cop on my stream. He kept talking about, Italians lawyers or something. And then I realized one of my old videos that I was using, I think it's this one where it's on your channel with the, hermaphrodite anime thing. Italians lawyers is there in it. Like, you're bringing up the chats on the bottom of the screen. I've just never noticed them around until Truther Cop was pointing them out. And the chat was like, aggressively increases note taking or something like that. But I don't know why Truther Cop was spurging about Italians lawyers. So are you going to get off here and crash?
I might play something and then head to the grocery store, maybe.
Okay. Have you seen all my videos?
Let me check. You might have some stuff I haven't played. I don't know that they're.
Yeah,
I don't know that they're long enough for me to leave and go to the store, though.
Oh, maybe one of my. Well, you can play whatever you want for that, but I think for 500 subs, I'm gonna do one of those director's commentaries for whatever videos I've done by then. I'm gonna do like a MST3K kind of director's commentary of all my stuff. Point out things nobody has ever maybe known I was trying to do with it, or things I wanted to point out. And I won't watch them all, just kind of go through a highlight reel. I don't think there's anybody in your chat that doesn't already know my channel.
I'm sure, man. I'm sure. I'm just in the habit of doing it. I'm just in the habit. I'm trying to be more in the habit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody knows.
Yeah, bring my channel up on the screen. Let's see if there's anything you haven't seen.
I'm looking at it. I've got, this complicated setup, so I'm on like 2 different computers, but hang on.
Are you still, Luke, are you using a laptop like when you sleep and stuff to loop my shit?
I keep forgetting to do that. I got to set a reminder.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I know.
And did you ever get the second notice whenever I said that I unsubbed and then resubbed? Did it give you another notice that I subbed?
I never got the notification, but I need to go back and check in my list and see if it's in there.
No, you would have noticed. I don't think it does, because that's why.
Yeah, I never got a notice. No.
That's why it'll tell you the first time someone subs, maybe not even every time someone subs for the first time, but it won't tell you, or else you'd know who those in and out people were. And if you want to play something to the store, Z's live right now.
Yeah, I've agreed not to simulcast.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, I need to talk to him. I'm not sure.
See you, Frank. That's kind of how I feel about my videos, is whenever a channel watches my videos with all their people, it's like, well, now they're not going to come over and click on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one.
I wish it just gave me all the views for everyone in the chat.
I need to maybe just play it here, but without the audio, and say, hey, go to Tom's channel to watch it, to hear it. Or maybe vice versa. I need to figure out some kind of way to sort of make them go watch it.
I think I'm definitely done with some Mitchell for the time being. I was watching you watch my So the Fuck What stream, and I didn't realize he was in my chat just fucking hating while he was just sitting there on my panel all quiet. And after he's been spurging on like various people, calling me out to Colfax and not knowing why, I'm kind of like over that dude until he gets his shit together.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, it's a problem for sure.
Well, yeah, because in my chat that day, it was like he was coming at you and talking all kinds of shit on you, and I was acting like he's winning whenever
Well,
he's
yeah,
not
but
really winning.
then that one day that we had a bunch of people here and it was, drama, he was on the panel and fucking just being nice. And then I was on panel with him somewhere. Fuck, I don't even remember where. Flow State, same
Somewhere.
thing. He was being nice. So I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah,
I just sort of
he's
take him
kinda-
as he is. I don't know what else to do.
So I need 120 subs to get to that 500 to do a record commentary.
Oh, you're
But,
going to replay one of your streams and comment on it? That'd be pretty cool.
No, I'm gonna go back through a lot of my videos.
Oh,
and
sweet.
talk about like my old videos.
Oh, that'd
Yeah.
be cool, man. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Maybe point out some things people might not have thought about or caught. Or talk about like, yeah, I wanted to do this better, but it was pressed for time. I need to get it out, whatever. I don't know. It depends on who's watching. But it will be like a highlight reel. I won't watch the complete all of them. Won't watch start to finish each video. I still haven't watched this Shaun of Source video that he tagged like everybody in on Halloween. I kind of gave him the business one day because it doesn't really matter because I'm beefing with Hoax Wars, but I caught a Hoax Wars stream where Sean Peniel goes on. He makes a total shit showing, and after he's totally like a sucky appearance, then at the end of his sucky appearance, he goes, "Yeah, I found you guys through Illumitami mentioning you. That's how I found you." I was like, "You motherfucker." But since I'm beefing with him anyway, but if we were cool, I would have been like, "God damn it, Sean, don't make your shit show appearance and then put my name on it." Did you see that post I made from Wizard saying he gave me 18 thumbs down?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, go to my community section when you get a chance. Fucking, I took a picture of him. I caught his chat on my screen where he's like, "Yeah, I gave Tommy 18 thumbs down later. LOL." It's like, yeah, YouTube doesn't like 18 stock accounts. Thanks for showing us you got 18 plus stock accounts.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely people doing some warfare here. Because me and my main meta bitch have been talking about it. Like, you can watch every time I drop a video, there's like intended thumbs downs immediately. Like, if nobody thumbs downs, your likes will be at 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some videos like you can tell they came out the woodwork to intentionally thumbs
Yeah, it's
down.
fucked up, man.
And I don't even thumbs down stuff I don't like. I either thumbs up it or I don't. I don't even go out the thumbs down. I ain't a hater.
Sterling Ray says she'll sub if you unblock her.
We'll think about it.
All right, he's going to think about it.
Only have 4 people blocked, like her and 3 other people.
So I'm going to play Z from yesterday. He's about to panel on this from yesterday. Do you want to be able to comment on this, or what do you want to do?
No, if you're just going to the store, you'll probably shut down when you get back. So I'm just
Who knows, man? That's the thing is my energy's so up and down. Hell, I might feel good by the time. I mean, there's just no fucking telling. It's crazy. It's hard for me to know what I'm doing. What's that, Tom?
I might go over and jump up on Z or something, or I'll just, if you stay on when you get back, I'll come back.
All right, cool, man. Sounds good.
All right.
All right, brother. Later on. That was Tommy. Yeah, I'm going to play this and listen on my phone. I do like to get to, I never get to hear Z, so this is kind of for me as much as anything else. So appreciate everybody being here. I know it's been, I don't know, man. I don't even know how to characterize this show today, but I'm off to see if I can find some watermelon. Maybe grab some more papaya. Appreciate the donos. Got a dono today. Much appreciated. All right. Oh, let me put up a banner so everybody knows what this is. Yeah. Zetetic Warrior from yesterday. Or actually, no, that's not true. Friday. From Friday. and we shall return. Hopefully, I'm just getting out and about and moving around to probably help me out, I'm assuming. So the show may go on. We'll see. Wait a minute. Yeah, OTW live in an hour and a half. So I may shut down then. Don't know. Yeah, 81 in the house over at Z. Go check him out. Be back in a bit.
Pull up my emotional chart now, Bearsworth, because each time we check in with you, you never know what you're going to bring. So I want to get that ready for you. All right, so I have my emotional chart ready. Let's bring up Bearsworth. Good to see you, Mr. Bearsworth. Welcome back to Z Show.
Hey Z, how's it going, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, good sir. How are you today?
I'm okay, man. Yeah, the universe is unfolding as it should. Yeah, man.
The universe does unfold as it should, man. Time marches on. Bearsworth, you and I were getting philosophical earlier today in the show, discussing the philosophical principles of free will versus predetermination. This may be the greatest philosophical question that man has pondered. You could break down all philosophy, Bearsworth, to those two fundamental yet opposing concepts: free will versus predetermination. You can look at the archetypes of Socrates and Aristotle for these things. You can conjecture them as arguments regarding idealism versus materialism. Idealism would be things existing in the ideal, more of a Socratic worldview. Oppose that to the Aristotelian worldview of the material. When you talk about things in the ideal versus things in the material, we find that this, to me, highlights the dualistic nature, some would say the dichotomous nature of this realm. You and I, Bearsworth, are indeed this morning pondering the fundamental question that humanity has been asking. Is there free will, or is this just dominoes falling? Is this just a predeterministic equation playing out over time, one in which we are just mere particles functioning, where we have no choice, no decisions, and we're just playing out some weird cosmic formula? I love this conversation, Bearsworth. Go ahead, your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is a weird one, man. It's like paradoxes are the most fucked up thing. The chicken across the road, the fucking tree fall in the forest. Is anybody here? Paradoxes are so fucked up. And yeah, that's another one. Like, yeah, is there free will, or is like, so if we believe in a creator and he's fucking controlling everything, he's already planned everything, so everything's already set. But it's like said that we have free will, so we're going to determine, so we do have a decision to make. It's interesting to think about, and that's what we're here to do, is just to fucking ponder. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Hundy. Okay, so Bearsworth, I want you to identify your emotional state right now, just so we can kind of take your temperature. All right, so I'm gonna go through. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna bring them up on screen so you can. I'm gonna go through them. All right, I want you to try to identify your emotion. Admiration. Just tell me to stop when I hit the right emotion. Admiration, adoration, aesthetic appreciation, amusement, anxiety.
I like them. Admiration is
you're experiencing admiration right now. What are you admiring? Just the beauty of creation, the creation that we live with. Are you in admiration of the all that is this reality?
Yeah, man, and the duality, and like how crazy it is, and like the duality of life, and how good it can be and how bad it can be, which I've never experienced before, which is actually fucked up, like, to say. Like I never experienced a hard time in my life, ever, once. until I was like until a few years ago, and I experienced the hardest time in my life. But before that, it was like life was like a glide, like nothing ever bad happened, like just making money.
Bearsworth, the devil always comes for his due, good sir, and we appear to live in a realm that is more fallen than heavenly. And here's what I'll say: it's almost like there's a karmic discharge that happens. You may have just been building up a bunch of potential energy that was expressed in a kinetic fashion, where it all kind of came down at once, and you was a fucking proverbial shitstorm.
Yeah.
So admiration, that's a good one. Let me continue. If there's any other that kind of,
but it's so just a caveat is man, it's fucked up, and I like the last 3 years was the most fucked up thing. But it's weird now. I'm looking at it. I appreciate it. It's like I like learned shit from experiencing hardship, and at this point I'm like fuck, like I appreciate that I went through that, and now I know it's like I have a knowing that I know. So it's like at this point I'm like I appreciate that I got to go through that.
Great. So you seem to be evidencing the emotions of satisfaction and triumph due to your understanding that your experience is making you and helping you grow, develop, and mature. And that indeed is the fires of life that purify our consciousness, purify our intentions, and kind of make us who we are. And I like that. And just you'll be happy to know that the current vibe meter is at a 7.7, brought to us by Joe Moore. Shalom. So we are keeping the vibes up. We know Bearsworth that if the vibes drop below 5.0, we need to kind of recalibrate here in Z Show. So we're keeping the vibes high, and I appreciate that. So indeed, you are evidencing triumph, satisfaction, and admiration on this morning, and that is it's inspiring to me, and I appreciate that, Mr. Bearsworth.
But like that's not to say I'm doing like crazy good or anything. Like I still have like so much. I'm like at the bottom of a hole, trying to dig myself out. Like it's so crazy, life, man. How you go down to a hole, and it's like, man, I got such a long tunnel up. But I'm like sitting here, I'm at the bottom of the hole, and it feels like I'm like at the bottom, and I'm finally stopping going down. And now it's like, I'm finally looking up, and I'm like, okay, now I got to fucking get out of this motherfucker. And
all right, so the bottom of the hole, you may be evidencing on the emotional chart here, confusion, potentially anxiety, and possibly fear. But what was that?
I'm also, man, your time is, I'm on the West Coast, so you start at like 4 a.m. So
right.
The only time I ever,
did you say Bearsworth? It's so funny that you need to tell us Bearsworth. What was that? What was that? So you drink the brown stuff, huh? What is that? Whiskey? It's got Captain
Morgan's.
Rum.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Mr. Bearsworth, I could relate with you on the rare occasions, which are becoming more rare as time goes on, that I do engage in the hard spirits. Rum is my spirit of choice, good sir. I find it goes down the best. It agrees with me. It mixes well with the things that I like. And although I don't drink soda, a good rum and Coke is hard to beat. It's simple. You can get it no matter where you are. If you're at a bar, if you're at an event, you just say rum and Coke, Captain and Coke, whatever you want. You just take out the Coke, take out a little bit of rum. You have yourself a beverage that not only is tasty, not only just does the job, but that little caffeine kind of keeps you going, helps you maintain. So although I'm less and less indulging in the hard spirits, I can relate with you, Bearsworth, that a good rum is something. I used to work at a rum bar in my younger years, Bearsworth. There's a rum bar in Atlantic City in Philadelphia called a Cuba Libre rum bar. And they have over 200 rums. Once you get in the world of rums, you kind of understand. But there's not a lot of rum people. Most men in Western culture are Scotch people. Scotch, whiskey, rye, that type of stuff.
And Cuba Libre is rum in Spanish. Yeah. Yeah. But that's what I thought, because that would be like Cuba Libre, Uno Cuba Libre, por favor. Yeah, when I went, I thought it was Cuba Libre was rum and Coke. I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, like Chrissy Lee says, Jack and Coke Zero. If you want to have the Coke Zero has no caffeine and no sugar. But again, guys, I'm not this is where people are like, oh my God, Z's promoting soda, he's promoting artificial sweeteners, Coke Zero. Guys, get a grip. Well, I don't drink soda. I'm just speaking here. Everybody wants to be the ultimate super trooper. Everybody wants to be like the special boy, right? Bearsworth, let's talk about the special boy syndrome that I know you're aware of. You're Bear.
Yeah, man. The fucked up thing is I know also, man, like even deeper than that. It's like, man, I know that, man, when you drink hard alcohol, man, you are, I believe, like you're inviting demons into, like you can bring demons like into you, like truthfully, yeah, like the gin, like man, it's yeah, man, it's not good to get fucking drunk. It's fucking fucked up. But yeah, I don't know. I know Owen Benjamin's been going deep into it, but also that guy, yeah, there's so many fucking, man, once you're such a truther, it's so interesting the rabbit holes you go down. But you know that it's true. It's so fucked up. Everything's like backwards. Everything is upside down from reality. Like everything. Pretty much everything that mainstream says is fucking upside down. Like it's so fucking crazy once you look into virology, like everything, man. It's
so Bearsworth. I have a guy that comes on my show named Smith W. Have you seen him? Are you aware of our friend Smith?
No, I don't get the show that much because you're on like at 4 a.m. when I'm sleeping.
Yeah, either way, it's fine. Well, he claims that he drinks excessively because of the state of the world. He said to me, Z, the world's so fucked up, and apparently Smith W has like some high level awareness that the rest of us don't. This is when I'm going back to the super truther syndrome and excuses, self-justifying reasoning, and the things we tell ourselves and the bullshit that we want other people to co-sign in regards to our behavior. He says to me, Z, I know too much. The world's too fucked up, and I'm too knowledgeable. And unlike the rest of you plebe idiots, because my high level understanding, I need to drink because of how fucked up everything is in my knowledge of it, and I'm destroyed by my knowledge of the truth. And I'm just wondering, I'm not saying you're evidencing that behavior, but there's a tendency for people to, let's say, look at themselves as a victim, the victim status mentality. It's so bad, and I understand how bad it is. It's especially bad for me because I'm a truther, and I know they lied about the globe. I know they lied about the last 3 years. I know they lied about
You're
history.
right. No, and that probably is me for sure too. And then it is like, and none of my family knows about it, and like I'm a victim because I'm just like. At the same time, though, it is like you can't do anything, man. It's like I got 2 kids, and nobody knows about anything. Like nobody. Both of my parents, both of my wife's parents, and my wife are all just straight up fucking plebs. Like straight up fucking don't know a fucking thing. They don't care. Like
Bearsworth. That's all of us. That's every single person here at Z Show. That's all of us.
But it's fucked up, man. It's depressing because it's like I mean, yeah, man. It's so weird.
Hold on. Let's take a beat. Let's take a beat. Hold on. Let's go through the emotions. Where are we now? We'll identify the emotion. Once the emotion is identified, we can then work on our emotional state. There's practices we can use to bring us out. Okay. When I hit the emotion, let me go. Admiration? No, of course not. Adoration, aesthetic appreciation, amusement, anxiety. Are you feeling anxious right now?
No, I'm not. I would say frustration, man. Like anger.
Well, that's not an emotion. Hold on. All awkwardness, boredom, calmness, confusion. No, you're not confused. Craving, disgust. Probably disgust would be the emotion that you're evidencing now. Disgust.
Disgust or anger at the system, man. At this whole system that we're in. Like, because it is a fucking system that's created.
Right, so that would be horror. That anger is not an emotion, believe it or not. The horror. You'd be experiencing now disgust and horror. They'd probably be the two that I could probably point to based off what you're saying here. Okay, so how do we get out of disgust and horror? So right now, I might be feeling the same thing too when I think of these things. Like, oh God, that's disgusting.
Because I know the whole system is fucked. Like they're killing us, man. Like that's reality, and nobody even thinks about it. Like they are actually killing us with the food, with the chemicals. Like it's a fucking like they're dumbing us down. Like that's reality. That's reality. And if you talk to anybody about it, they're just like, that's fucking insane. Like whoa, fuck. Like they're all like they fucking put a carrot in their fucking asshole. But it's like it's the truth though. It's the fucking truth, man. They're killing us with poisons from the fucking sky, from the food. We can't even get real fucking food.
Are you more pissed off that they're telling us now?
And like tap water and like everything is to kill us and to dumb us down and to fucking fuck our kids to make them their lifespans lower and our lifespans lower and to give us cancer. Like that's like reality, and nobody can see it.
You never know.
And like if you like people think you're fucking crazy if you say that, but that's like it's like the truth. That's like it's the fucking total truth. Like the system is trying. It's trying to kill us, and like. I don't know. Do you agree with me, Z, or do you think that's true, or like that's what I think? I think the whole system is trying to fucking kill us slowly, and just milk us for our fucking energy, milk us for fucking money.
It doesn't want you dead. It doesn't want you dead. It wants you impotent. And
Morgan, your audio is less than preferable today. Morgan, did you do something different with your audio? It's
yeah, I had it set for singing there. I fixed it.
No, it's off a little bit. No, we can hear you, but it's just different for whatever reason. So. Bearsworth, my audience is worrying that you're fear pointing right now.
I probably am. I don't know. It's hard sometimes, man.
So you're. It seems as though you are horrified by the state of things. You appear to be horrified and disgusted. Okay, so let's kind of get into this. It's probably natural that you are horrified and disgusted by the current presentation of so-called society. But let's kind of get to it. What's the utility of this? So although we have emotions, although we should not ignore our emotions, I would say that it's probably not logistically in any way beneficial to exist in those emotions. So what I can say is, how can we then operate in a way that's functional so that in spite of and despite of your current emotions of disgust and horror, how can we proceed in a way that will benefit you and your family? Because here's the thing, Bearsworth. There's enough things in life that come against us. There's enough things in life by nature that are meant to kill us because we live in a realm where life survives on death. Things live off of your death. You can just look at the bioorganisms, the microorganisms that thrive off of your decaying body. You can just look at a hiker walking in the woods when he's attacked by a fucking hungry bear. Here's my point.
And then, but also when you're a truther, you fucking realize that like it doesn't matter. Fucking when you die, whatever. Who cares? Man?
No, but here's the point, Bearsworth. It's not obscuring my point that there's enough things by nature in this world that will bring you down. Let's not bring ourselves down. How can we advocate for ourselves? Okay, we've identified the emotion. We are horrified. We are disgusted. We may be fearful. We may be anxious. But indeed, we are not our emotions. We are separate from our emotions. How can we enter a state of consciousness where we can observe these emotions, we can validate them, but move on from them? There's things we can do. We can become masters of our emotional state. We can become masters of our internal state and our consciousness. What can we do, Bearsworth? What can we do
truthfully,
to
man,
thrive and survive?
Exactly, man. I truthfully believe, and like Benny Wills, I've just gotten a few texts from him, and like Benny Wills, and he went through this too. And I think I'm addicted to like the fear porn and like all this fucking bullshit. And yeah, conspiracy videos, and it's just like too much. Like I can't stop watching them. Like, oh, that's all I fucking do is just watch all this conspiracy shit and 24/7, like going down the rabbit hole and just fucking, I'm not living life. I'm living in this fake reality, and I think it's the truth. But maybe that's like part of the fucking psyop is they're putting all this shit out here for us to fucking get into this despair. And yeah, man, I've gotten into this despair of, I think I'm a truther, and it's so fucked up. Like I've been preparing for the end of the world.
Bearsworth, I know. There's no way to prepare for the end of the world other than spiritually, good sir. It's the only preparation needed. I don't care what anybody says. You don't need canned goods. You don't even need fucking, let's say, artillery. You don't need skills. You don't need seeds. They might be good to have. I'm not saying don't have those things, but the one thing you need is spiritual preparation. That's it. It doesn't have to go any further than that.
And that's the one thing I don't have. I have everything other than spiritual and wellness.
Okay, well, you're aware of it. That's the best start. So you're aware of what I just said. You are lacking the primary resource that you need is spiritual soundness. You are not spiritually sound. It is the one and only thing you need, and that is the thing. So let's work on it, Bears. Hold on. We're going to take some time because, like I said, there's ways, there's methods, there's mechanisms. There's things we can do to change our energetic state. We are not subject to the whims of this world. Like we said, Bearsworth, free will versus predetermination. It comes down to those things. If you're somebody who believes in free will, then you must, by necessity, believe that you have the ability to exercise that free will over your personal state. And there's means and mechanisms that we can do. So Bearsworth, hold on. You and I are going to do a little practice. Morgan's going to join us. Are you ready, guys? All right, we're going to work on getting our energetic state up to a position that will promote growth, functionality, joy, awe, appreciation, admiration. Where's those good emotions that we want? How do we bring ourselves there? How do we get to admiration? How do we get to adoration? How do we get to amusement and awe?
Meditation, even just meditation. Like people are always talking about meditation, but I've never even tried. That's a fucked up thing.
Okay, well, we're not going to meditate, but here's what we're going to do. Are you ready, Bearsworth? Because we're going to sing, and Morgan and I are going to help you. Okay?
I love that.
Sing. All right, ready? Let's get it going. Feel free to join along at home. We're going to get those emotions where they need to be. Everybody knows this song. Over the rainbow. Let me drop a register. Over the rainbow, birds fly. Come on, Bearsworth.
That's a tough one.
Birds fly over the rainbow. Why, oh, why can't I? Take it away, Morgan.
Somewhere. I don't even know what song it is. Is this Somewhere Over the Rainbow?
Sure is. Let me pull up the karaoke version to help you guys. Why can't I? There's going to be delay. We know there's a delay, everybody, but that's not the point.
Man,
Let me try to give it.
This is so fucking crazy, man. Seriously, it makes so much sense. Man, singing, it does. Yeah, it's interesting.
Of course it makes sense. Are you kidding me? It makes sense.
To let go and to let your spirit out through your voice.
To let your spirit fly. Bearsworth, what else? What do we have that is a greater expression of energy, of spirit than our voices? We express so many things with our voice. Emotion being primary amongst those. It is vibration, it is frequency, it is energy. Our voice is our greatest expression of vibration, frequency, and energy that we can use. It's how we emote. Emote is from emotions. Let me pull it up so you guys can see it. It's just going to be a delay. I don't care. It does make sense. Z knows he's here for the people. I'm a man of the people.
Man, no, even with like the history and shit, like with the fucking churches and when it was in like, man, probably when we sang and all of us were in perfect harmony, like it probably healed our bodies.
Of course it did. Why do you think they designed the cathedrals the way they did? It was designed to promote the resonant qualities needed to place people in a spiritual state of being. All right, look at the screen, Bearsworth and Morgan. I know there's going to be a delay, but it doesn't matter.
Healing.
Here it comes. Listen up, folks.
And it's in the word.
Come on, everybody. I want to hear you, Bearsworth. It's just the intro. You ready? Here it comes. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, Land that
This probably sounds so fucked up.
somewhere over
the rainbow,
skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are behind, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney top. That's where you'll find me. Come on, here's the chorus. Everybody. Somewhere
over the rainbow, birds fly.
Birds fly over the rainbow. Why can't they Oh, it feels so good.
Man, it does. It's fucking awesome. That's crazy.
Right, it does. Come on, you feel better already. I know you do.
It's crazy.
Fly beyond the rainbow.
Man, that's fucking crazy. Man, singing. Oh my God, man. And I've been listening to Nathan Sanders, and I fucking love listening to him.
So
I've never sang before, man, but man, it does feel so good just to sing. That's fucking crazy. Man, it feels like meditation. That's fucked up. It's like, yeah, a release. That's fucked up.
Yeah, man.
And you had to focus on singing the songs. You couldn't worry about all the fear porn while you were singing it. Oh.
Exactly. When you're singing, there's no, like you said, there's no fear porn, there's no fucking Illuminati, there's no NWO, there's no WEF, there's no Klaus Schwab. There's
especially like an old school song like that, just like positive, just like fucking bluebirds fucking singing in the fucking breeze and fucking Louis Armstrong, motherfucker.
Yeah, man. Come on, this is where it's at. They took away our nature. There's what they removed us from nature. They created this artificial construct. Of course, we're going to be fucked up in the head, man. We're living completely disassociated from our natural state. They took us away from nature. You are you plus your environment. Without the latter, there is no you. Without the environment, there is no you. The boundaries between you and your environment are only an illusion. Your skin contains your physical flesh from the environment. Right. You're communicating all ways with that environment. Go ahead.
Without connection too, man. Okay, seriously, just this singing has made me feel fucking, just this interaction right here has made me feel like amazing.
Yes.
Man, like truthfully, it's fucked up because it is fucking weird, man. The last fucking 3 years, not having any interaction, like nobody fucking thinks like us, man. Like that's so cool that we're singing on the and we're just over the fucking phone. But like all of my fucking family, everybody's fucking fucked in the head. They watch fucking CNN, they watch hockey, they watch, and they're just like in the game, like in like this zone where they just have to be slaves and follow the fucking programming. And I'm just like, I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm so pissed off. Like it drives me crazy. I can't even talk to anyone. Like it just drives me crazy. Even having conversations with anyone, and they're like the weather and like the fucking sports ball and fucking, it's just fucking insane.
They lack the spirit to fight. Yeah, they don't want to get into fights. They don't want to admit it's there. It's humiliating.
Man, also, I know, like music, man, is fucking awesome.
You're like, no, I don't want you. Yeah, and you love the truth, so you don't want the lies. You don't want them bound up in a lie.
Yeah, and I don't want to be bound up in a lie, but also I want expression too, man. And like just this music. I love music. I love all fucking music, man. I love all the old fucking music. I love new music. I love fucking Spanish music, man. I love fucking music. Lover, man. I love jazz. Well, not jazz so much, but anyways, I love Fats Domino, like Marty Robbins, like man, I love all fucking music. It's so fucking cool.
Bearsworth, I'm going to put you on the shelf so I can talk to Morgan.
Okay.
No need to apologize.
Hey.
No need to apologize. Just gets a little crowded sometimes. Plus, Morgan doesn't have the best audio.
Yeah.
Wasn't it nice, Morgan, that we watched? Yeah, you're fine. Morgan, wasn't it great? We watched his emotional state change. From what was he evidencing? He was evidencing anxiety. I love this emotional list. This is my new favorite thing. He was evidencing anxiety, horror, and disgust.
Yeah.
And then he went to joy.
Yes.
He went to joy.
Yes. Because we changed his focus to the bluebirds and the over the rainbow, focusing on sound. We took away his ability to focus on the lightning by demanding his attention to the singing. And then the timing, by you throwing that up, you had him looking at the timing of when it was coming so that he didn't have those in-between moments to allow those other thoughts in again because he was focused then on the timing.
Well, these are the intrusive thoughts. Morgan, these are the intrusive thoughts that come in when people go into what can be termed emotional flashbacks as we experience trauma. Trauma then becomes ingrained. You embody the trauma. We hold trauma in a physical way. It's energetic, but it's expressed physically. We see the effects of trauma evidenced with Mr. Bearsworth in a number of ways. The drinking would be primary amongst those, and others. We all evidence the same effects of trauma. The reality is we need not be slaves to these effects. The simple, as Bearsworth said, the simple act of communicating here this morning, by entering into these communities, even if it's digitally, the act of socialization with like-minded individuals, he instantly became a more balanced, more healthy and whole. Just the interaction, what does that say about what they're doing to us with the system, the division, the isolation tactics that we see as they're pushing us into this mindset of individualistic goals, individualistic behaviors, and an individualistic reality. We exist in families and communities and villages. We exist in a world where our differences are our strengths. The diversity amongst men and women is the strength of men and women.
Right.
Because when we work together, it is our differences that serve to make us a complete, comprehensive whole. But what do we see from society? We see a presentation where they want to push us into some amalgamized, homogenous form of what a man or a woman should be. We're all pushed through the same education, into the same professional experiences. We're all pushed through the same mind control bullshit propaganda. They're trying to make us think that our differences are indeed weaknesses. It's not what it is. It's the communal experience that is our strength. Humans are communal by nature. We are being programmed and socially engineered against our very nature, and we see what we see today. We see endemic dysfunction, social dysfunction, psychological dysfunction. We see physical dis-ease resulting from this, but it's the awareness of it. It's when we, like-minded individuals, can come and group together and we can experience this world together. It is merely the experience that has placed people into a state of, let's say, functionality. Bearsworth came here and evidenced that. Go ahead, Morgan. Floor is yours, good sir.
Backed up into a corner in their mind, isolated. He's dealing with the mentality because he's trying to make his decisions while he allows himself every moment, because of the onslaught of all these stresses upon his mind, to be perpetually making his decisions in a rushed, hyper vigilant state of looking out for this cat that has him in the corner. And he feels so much so that he feels he can't take his eyes off that cat because then it's going to get him. Even though it's like you and I would both be able to state, okay, well, it looks as if this cat is a lot larger than you and so bigger. Why don't you even just stop watching? Because when it wants you, it's got you. So even just for the fact that it's got you, stop paying attention to it and spend the time you can loving your family. What do you mean? Well, because you're beat. Because you're beat. Look, you're in the corner. There's nowhere else to go. You might as well enjoy yourself. But the thing is, the cat, the government, or the people, actually not the government. The government are the people working for those who have the power, okay? And or those to whom it benefits the most. And those people, want you to continually be looking at the cat because you're afraid of it, afraid of what it's going to do next, as opposed to just living your life, building stronger relationships and community so that you already know. Because my neighbor can't feel isolated when they say, you're going to do this and this and this and this and this all on your own. No, because he knows I'm there with him. Any community will work like an extended family, and they won't get you. Oh, you don't have your ID. You can't have your medication today, Mrs. No, I've known you for 20 years or 40 years or 60 years. Here's your medication. We don't need the whole ID thing. They don't like that. Imagine if everybody's supposed to take an hour or a 2-hour process to make sure for safety ID. Can't do that in a small town. I know you, Mrs. Love, but we've got to do that. Hit the button and do it all automatically. You know who
I love you, Morgan. Please hold. Morgan, I put you backstage. Hold on. Morgan, I shelf you because that's what I do. When I feel like you hit your zenith, I shelf you, then I let you reset, and then I bring you back up. So let me talk. Morgan, let's give Bearsworth a chance to bid farewell and adieu to the lovely listeners today before we move on. Bearsworth, I felt like today was a great experience for everybody involved. You are in the hearts and minds of the listeners, good sir, and we salute you. Final thoughts before we move on?
Yeah, man. Thanks for this. Interesting. I don't want to be looked down upon or, but where do I go from there? I don't know where to go from there. From that.
All right, Bearsworth. Much love, good sir. We'll be here for your metaversal friends. Will be here for you, Bearsworth. Yeah, you are not alone, good sir. You are not alone. Just know there are like-minded individuals. You're not crazy. When they're trying to tell you, Bearsworth, you're the crazy one for not following the medical recommendations of the last 3 years. Know that you are not. When they try to tell you you're crazy because you don't believe in NASA and their silly, stupid globe, you're not crazy, good sir. When you tell them you don't believe in their history and their bullshit religions, you are not crazy, good sir. All right? Take care of yourself, bro.
Thanks, man. And that's where I wanted to go. Yeah, because it's anyways, it's insane. But thank you for understanding. Thanks for, you guys are cool. I love you guys. And I'm sure I'll talk to you again sometime soon.
Much love, Mr. Bearsworth. Get out of here, good sir. Back at you. Back at you. It's Bearsworth, and he's a bear. He's a bear, and that doesn't mean he's like a big hairy gay guy. When I say he's a bear, it means he's a listener and a follower of one Mr. Owen Benjamin. Those bears, the big bear. Which one's Voy, London man? Voy, are you who me? Is who me Voy, London man? Are you letting me in on this? Voyka? Voyka, why are you in my chat and not on my panel? Voyka? Voyky? Why is Voy here and not on my panel? He's messing around in chat.
Where is he?
I don't know. They're telling me Voy's here. He must be a sock account.
I can't find him.
Well, he's usually busy with his finger plugging up a leaky dam like a good Dutch boy. So I don't fucking, maybe that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Come on, Mateo. See, I know. Okay, we got a guy here, Morgan, named Mateo, who says he can do 500 push-ups in 27 minutes. Are you buying that?
Yesterday, I was online, on YouTube, and I saw a gentleman in New York, and you said how many in an hour? No.
No.
Set it up.
He said he could do.
Or how?
All right, so Mateo says he could do 500 push-ups in less than a half hour. I think he quoted 26, 27
less
minutes.
than a half hour. This guy was a stamina guy, right? And he was going to see how many push-ups he could do in, whether it was an hour or 2. Okay, and the thing is, and he maxed it out. And I remember the number he got to. I should just watch it because it made the number that Mateo says. Okay, he said he could do 500 in under an hour, or was it 500 in a half an hour?
Yeah, 500 in less than a half hour was his quote.
In less than a half hour, he is right on the line of what the top guy would be.
Exactly. So we looked it up. Apparently, there's people in this world that can do that. There's world record holders. What Mateo's basically saying is he's basically a world record. It's like me saying, that's like me saying I could run as fast as like Usain Bolt, the world record holder, in like the 100 fucking meter dash, bro. Who's lightning fast. Okay, he says drop the link. I am dropping the link, Mateo. I've been dropping the link for your goofy ass, and I still don't think you're going to come up because you've been jived this whole time. Look, he says he wants to come up now. All right.
Now,
hey, we're not going to hold our breath, Mr. Mateo.
Right. I remember and I remember me and my friend, we had to do a lot of push-ups, right? And I remember doing that thing of how are we going to do so many push-ups? And he said, Morgan, do 10 at once, and then stop. Okay. Then do 10 again and stop, do 10 again and stop. He goes, if you do it that way, we'll be able to do our 150 push-ups each. Because we owe 300.
Right. Of course, but that's not a time frame because every time you stop, that clock is still ticking. That's the issue. Anybody could do 500 push-ups given an amount of time. You could do one push-up a day. He says he could do 500 push-ups in 26 minutes or 27 minutes.
Yeah, by the end of the hockey game, and it was difficult. It was difficult to get. I did it right, but it was only 150 I had to do, and I remember it was a little. Now I know I can do that many push-ups. I'm just saying, or it was 300 we each had to do. Either way, I know that what he said. It's on the line for an expert. You know what I'm saying? It's like it can be done. Like you can run 100 meters in 11 seconds or 10 and a half. I'd be impressed if you do it though. Very impressed. Super impressed. I'd put you on the Olympic team, actually.
Well, he's here on the show. Mateo, can you hear us?
Right. Going all the way down, like a proper push-up. Like, it's just...
Well, that's what I'm saying. He has to show proper form. If he's going to do these girly push-ups, like on his knees or halfway down, we're not going to count those.
Zig.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you mean, all right?
You're talking a lot of shit.
No, you're the one who's talking shit by saying
lying.
you could do 500 push-ups in 27 minutes. That's the shit talker.
Yes, I was doing it for 4.5 weeks straight. I did 1,000. I fucked up my shoulder, and
so now you got an injury. Okay, yeah, likely excuse. So you could do it, but now you got an injury.
I have someone here that's seen me do it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Did you see those images from the International Space Station that I was showing your dumb globy ass earlier? I'm not going by third-party thing. I need evidence, fuckface.
I have it all written down, you fuck.
What does that help me?
No, okay,
hold on, Morgan. I'm going to shelf you because this fucking guy's jiving me now.
All right. First thing, I am aligned with the earth, and I wake up with the sun. I have a really strong circadian rhythm. Right now, I'm waking up at like 7. I used to be waking up at like 5:30. I'll get up and fucking do it. All right. Why are you doing this?
What?
You're laughing at me now.
Yeah, I'm laughing at you. You came up here talking all that shit. It's like
I'm not talking shit.
You're like, oh yeah, we're preparing for the fight, and then like 3 days before fight night, you're like, oh, I broke my ankle. Sorry. You knew you were gonna lose. You knew you were gonna lose. You knew there was no way you were gonna do those fucking push-ups. Now you're coming at
me. I will do it. I will do it. Instead of date.
Oh, date, so you could train.
You fucking training? You fucking training? I do shit every day.
Let me ask you this. My audience thinks that you're doing steroids because they saw you put out.
That is crazy. I'm not doing steroids.
Who's that in the background? How's she gonna know? Is this your new lady friend?
No.
No.
Is this that?
She's my friend.
Yeah,
Yeah?
this is friend. I'm very honest. He's telling the truth.
Are you that chick from Virginia? I can hear that fucking accent of yours. Are you Virginia?
No, it's none of your business where I'm from.
Wait, what?
None of your business where I'm from. I'm not
Well,
in your chat room.
Well, you're from somewhere down south. You're Southern Belle. Hmm? So what? You guys are just friends? Get her closer to the microphone. I don't want to scream over here. Fucking Mateo.
She doesn't want to be on TV. She says
she's not on TV. I could just hear her. I can't see her.
Don't you ever get tired of talking all the time?
No. The answer is no. I don't shut the fuck up. That's why I do a show. Otherwise, lady, I would just be talking to myself. At least with a computer, I get to talk to people. I would just be doing this, walking up and down the street like an insane person.
Look, you talk about the flat Earth theory all the time.
It's not a theory. The globe's the theory. The globe's the theory. Get it straight. Don't talk over me on my own show. I got to straighten these ladies out everywhere I go. The flat Earth isn't a theory. Your dumb globe's a theory. Go ahead, continue.
We got nothing to say. All right.
I'm kin to Christopher Columbus. He's my great uncle.
Oh, really? Well, I'm Italian. Maybe me and you are related because apparently that Christopher Columbus was a Guido like me and you.
No, I think he was Portuguese.
No, he was Italian.
Fuck that dude. That's a story, dude.
Oh, well, she's the one who brought up Columbus, douchebag, not me.
She's the one all fucking, I don't know.
Hold on, stop. You guys are going off in the globe. Let's get down. How do you have the Southern Belle in your house right now at 9:20 in the morning, Mateo? What are you two up to? Probably no good. What are you fucking smoking and shit? Have you two been roaming up and down Kensington Avenue? What the fuck? What are you doing?
Dude.
We've been chilling on the sofa.
I'm not in Philly right now.
Yeah, but close enough. You know that you two aren't up to no good. There's no way this chick is sitting on your sofa at 9:20 in the morning listening to Z Show. You two are probably
that's what she's fucking doing.
You're probably fucking tweaking. Huh?
We're snuggle buddies. That's all.
Oh, so Mateo, you're that big of a simp that you're going to snuggle with this broad and not get any sex? Is that where we're going?
I'm not fucking, first thing, I'm not snuggling with her.
She just said you're fucking snuggle buddies. You can't escape that.
You know what?
She's just fucking talking shit.
No, I usually hold on to him, and this is what
you get this yappy fucking broad closer to the microphone so I don't have to hear it.
No, she's on my couch. I'm not on my couch.
No, this is what happens.
No, shut the fuck up.
You don't. I'm out of the conversation.
Thank you.
You are the conversation, sweet tits. So what's going on? You're spending time with this broad and she's not giving you any action. Well, you know better, Mateo. You and I have gone way too far in our journey for you to be still pulling this simpy fucking bullshit. What's going on for real?
That's all conjecture out of your mind.
She just said that you're snuggle buddies, that she ain't giving you no play. Are you fucking going to
that came out of her mouth. I don't think so, buddy.
Well, he's not. I am. He doesn't like it. I do. And he just
right.
Home.
What are you really up to, you two? Get the fuck down to it.
He's got nice body heat. That's all.
So he's got body muscles and shit. He hits the weights and stuff.
I know. I do calisthenics, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't do the weights. He has really nice arms. Yes.
He's got nice arms. So you like him for his arms. Would you say that he's objectively a handsome man? I would say Mateo's handsome. What would you say, miss?
Yeah. I don't hang out with ugly people.
You don't hang out with ugly people. Gotcha.
Yeah, so bye.
Yeah. What about in between the sheets? Is he able to deliver an orgasm through penetration, or is it mostly through manipulation?
I don't know about his textile or anything because we don't do that.
No, you guys are giving me two different stories. You're playing coy, and he's saying, "No, Z, this bitch is laying it down. Come on, come clean." Why does everybody need to lie? Why is everybody just so comfortable with fucking telling falsehoods nowadays? What the fuck is wrong with everybody?
What did he say?
He just insinuated that you guys are more than snuggle buddies, and I think he's on to something. I think you're not coming clean with me, lady.
You know what? It really doesn't matter.
Oh, now it doesn't matter. Gentlemen of the audience, again to show these women are under they do not love the truth. They will manipulate, skew, obscure, and lie at any fucking given chance. Well, how do you have to call her lady? I don't know her name. What can I call you, miss?
T. Just call me T. No, we're snuggle buddies. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snuggle buddies. Yeah, you've been snuggling that salami. You've been doing some salami snuggling there in between your lady parts, guaranteed.
No, I don't like Italian hoagies.
You don't like Italian hoagies? He's a fucking Mick. He's a fucking Irish potato eating fucking Mick. He's not Italian. He has about as much Italian in him as what?
I've never seen him eat a potato. I don't think even one.
He's an Irish fucking pug.
I don't eat carbs, bro.
You know what? He doesn't. And he doesn't want anybody else to either, though. Isn't that messed up?
Yeah, because he's looking out for you because he knows carbs are poison. He understands. He's not dumb. That's my problem with Mateo. Mateo, you're objectively smart, and you won't let go of your stupid globe. You know about nutrition. You know about history.
Dude, I don't know. I don't think you 100%.
No, you don't
I don't
want to
think you know.
You want to listen to Billy Carson, the fucking educated black man.
The only person I listen to.
Who is Billy Carson?
Oh, he's a goofball. Don't worry about it.
What is this?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, gotcha. Why did you guys shouldn't get mad. And what is his name?
Z.
You shouldn't get so hostile sometimes.
Who said I'm mad? I have emotions. You want me to identify the emotions I'm feeling right now? Okay, we'll do it. I'm going to pull up my emotional list for the Southern Belle Lady, T, whatever her name is. I'm currently feeling amusement, I am also feeling a little bit of interest in you two. Who the fuck couldn't be interested in you two, whack jobs? A touch of joy and maybe a bit romantic and a touch of sexual desire because I kind of think you two are up to something. Whatever's going on with you guys, come on, come clean with this. What about
You
this
might
broad,
be on
Mateo?
just a little bit.
Mateo, are you putting this broad up? Are you paying for this bitch to live at your house and she's barely giving you a sniff of that little punani? What's going on?
He doesn't cook. He cooked for me one night, and I've been here a while.
Oh, so she is living with you, Mateo. Fucking
No,
A,
I'm
dude.
just,
Dude, you're once again you're trying to draw some conclusions off of some bullshit that you think.
Well, if you're not telling me what's going on, what other choice do I have other than to conjecture? Your favorite word that I use.
Do you care if people know that? That I'm saying something like that?
I didn't.
Well,
say
now we know it. Whether he cares or not, T, we know it now. So you're putting this broad up. Okay, here, I'm going to tell my audience what's going on. This chick, this is what I always say about the relationship between men and women, how it's conditional and it involves a value exchange.
Right.
Mateo's putting this broad up. He probably fucking found her zombieing out on Kensington Avenue. He fucking picks her up. Now she's got a place to stay. She's going to throw him a little bit. Oh, God, no. Slow your roll, T.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've never been on Kensington Avenue.
Oh, slow your roll. So now she knows she's got to give him a little whiff every once in a while. So she maybe lands on. Yeah, he said he's laughing because he knows.
No.
I'm fucking laughing because he knows it's true. So every once in a while, she's got to pay. She's got to hold up her side of the bargain. So she gives him a little sniff, a little whiff, and she gets a place to stay. She gets fucking 3 hots in a cot, and she gets 3 hots in a cot, and Mateo fucking gets a little bit of sample every now and then of that fucking lady love. We know what's going on. It's just the way. Mateo, just come clean with it. Don't fucking lie.
I paid to stay here. I pay rent.
Yeah, we know how you pay.
Exactly.
We know what you're paying with. We know.
Money.
Yeah.
There's complimentary stuff on the side.
Where's she from? I'm trying to pin her accent. It's definitely South. I'm going to say she's Georgia or Alabama. Am I right?
No.
No? No, I'm right. Am I? I know I'm right. Where are you from?
North Carolina.
Fuck. Okay, she's from North Carolina. Everybody, North Carolina.
You're not doing it right. You're not imitating my accent correctly.
I'm trying to imitate your damn accent. It's hard for me. I dated a Southern chick before.
Did you really? Where was she from?
Family. Yeah, family's from South Carolina. South Carolina.
Oh, I thought you liked those West Virginia girls.
Oh, I like them West Virginia girls. They're probably most of the loosest girls you find. Them West Virginia girls. They give it up kind of easy. I like, as you can imagine, T. I like them loose girls. I like them easy girls and fast girls. I'm into that. I don't like to mess around with my ladies. I like it to happen.
So you pay? You pay for that?
You wonder if was that an offer? Huh? Is that an offer?
Hell no, it's not an offer. I'm saying you pay for that. You said it like you had to pay.
I got a place for you two to stay once Mateo's done with you. I got you, T.
No, thank you. Here.
All right, I'm done with you two. Much love. Get the fuck off my show. Mateo, next time come up, you better be doing push-ups. My whole audience got to see you punk out on me. Wouldn't do your push-up challenge. Fucking goofball. Oh, I could do it, Z, and I'm hurt now, Z. I could bring people up who've seen me do it, and I wrote it down. So that's Mateo, everybody. If you guys ever want to do, get acquainted with the most, the most, the biggest Philly fuck you've ever seen, that's Mateo. He's what I call a Philly fuck. He's a guy from Philly. Plain and simple. Give me a break. What is this show? What the fuck is this show? What's the show all about, Z? What is the show? Blah, 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 blah. Goofy people. That's right. Give me a break. All right, everybody. Let's move along. This is a show, damn it. Just can't hear the fucking spurg out on it. The ultimate Philly fucking douchebag, Mateo. And I say that with all love, Mateo. You're too smart to be behaving the way you do. It's disappointing. Let me go to my emotions. When I think of Mateo and the way he is, what's my primary emotion? Not disgust. Maybe sadness a little bit. I don't know. Sympathy? Possibly. I'm learning how to get more in touch with these damn emotions. Definitely amused. That's an emotion. Maybe confusion. Maybe I'm confused by you, Mateo. That's an emotion. I'm confused. How somebody so intelligent can also simultaneously be so fucking ignorant and dumb. What a world we live in. It's a world of fucking confusion. All right, that's enough. Let's move on. Let's bring the next segment of Z Show up. All right, everybody, gird your loins, because it's that time in the Z Show where I bring you news. In today's top story, Yahoo News, U.S. warns Israel as civilian casualties mount in Gaza. Latest developments as we're now on the 28th day of the conflict. Israel ground assault continued Friday with troops tightening their encirclement around Gaza City. International calls for a ceasefire are growing louder as civilian deaths mount and the humanitarian crisis grows. The U.S. is calling for a humanitarian pause, while warning Israel it doesn't have long before international support erodes. Okay, well, first of all, why does Israel just have all this automatic international support? Why are we just automatically supporting you, Israel? What is with this? These are natural allegiances that we have, this undying allegiance to Israel. I don't know, maybe it's because they have all the fucking money, who knows? But now the U.S. is trying to tell Israel to calm down. Tired of the story, it's going to be here every day, but so what? We're still going to cover it because it's huge news. And I think we have crossed a threshold in our current civilization where they are tipping us towards probably a place of no return. Call it a tipping point, call it whatever you want. Order out of chaos, whatever the weird, occult, dark, ritualistic, magical practices are. They're bringing us towards something. It seems like they're using scripture as script to advance the world that they want to create for us. Let's continue. Israel has so far rejected such calls in its response to the October 7th Hamas attack that left 1,400 people dead. I, like many others, are likening the October 7th Hamas attack to the 9/11 presentation that we saw in the U.S. 20-some-odd years ago. You provide a so-called terroristic attack, real or not, hoax or not, false flag or not, you get people into their emotions, then you present the prescribed agenda that they've had for years on end. More than 8,800 people, including thousands of children, have since been killed in retaliatory strikes across Gaza Strip, according to the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health. Well, long story short there, the shit show continues, everybody. And boy, do we have a shit show going on there. I've probably said all I need to say about the situation. Obviously, we'll see the developments as they continue. Either way, fascinating optics, everybody. Strap in, folks. You're in for a bumpy ride. Just saying. In other news from CNN, new maps reveal who could see more snow this winter during a strong El Nino. As the U.S. gears up for a winter heavily influenced by the first strong El Nino in years, scientists at the National.
Howdy, folks. Yeah, I can't do the can't do this, man. Can't do it. Had a lot of fun at the store. Not really. Got a bit stressed out. Won't even say stressed out. Just that. What's his name? The Bearsworth guy. I think if in just regular speed, it might have been tolerable. But good Lord, that was brutal. Problems. Who is everybody? Thank you. I can't do the. I just can't do all of this point of no return nonsense. You know, as if things were just everything was fine, right? And now it's fucked up. Like, all right. Pretty sure that's not the case. It's been trouble in the Middle East my entire life, as far as I can tell. Situation normal, all fucked up. I guess I should have bought more papayas yesterday. They were almost all gone. I grabbed one. Thing about papayas, this one looked a little beat up, but it's actually going to be really good. Meanwhile, I hate to be gross, but you know, I did entitle a stream recently that my poop smelled like sweet potatoes. Well, I haven't had I finally figured out that I've had a sweet potato in like 3 weeks, but my farts smell like sweet potatoes. So maybe I'm finally beginning to digest the sweet potatoes, perhaps. But I guess I'll just keep rambling. Headed to Walmart, passing the motel right now. Thought about pulling in there and playing something else for you folks, but why not take you to Walmart with me, right? Slave Mart. I'm gonna get some of their GMO, genetically whatever, Frankenstein, those little bitty, tiny little watermelons. So the other store had no watermelon. Yes, we have no watermelon. Just the humanity, man. This is one of those towns where it's like they roll up the sidewalks at 8 p.m., 7 p.m., but there's not really like rush hour. We don't really have traffic here, but what happens is I happened to go to the store at the exact same time that like everybody was going wherever they're going this morning. It's like one of those places everywhere. Everybody goes all to the same places at the same time. And for some reason, I chose to go right along with them. Bad decision. I do need gas in the Slave Mart. $2.87 a gallon at Slave Mart. Yeah, 2. Can you believe that shit? They got me trained though. That seems cheap, don't it? Oh my God, $2.87 for gas. Bear with me, folks. We're bizarre traffic patterns going on here. Bozos are in the intersection. Don't y'all see them semis need to make turns, you bozos? Moron. Are y'all talking religion? What is this? I go to the store and now y'all start talking about religion? Come on. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. Watch this trucker make this turn, maybe. Yeah, plenty of room, plenty of room. I hung back just in case. And then the trucker made it through there. The fucking cars can't make it. This is hilarious. Didn't you just see that guy drive a semi through there, you fucking bozos? Well, they're not paying attention. I mean, to be fair. To be fair to them, they're paying zero attention to whatever may be happening. And the light turns green, we just sit here. Oh, now he's got to teach me a lesson since I had the fucking audacity to use my horn. I'm not in a hurry, folks. I just would like to not have to sit through the light again. If y'all don't mind. Yeah, I want to play when I was on Flow State with that Jeebus Crisp. I think that was pretty interesting. Some of you may have caught it live. Oh, you in here starting shit, huh? Fair enough. At least you admit to it. Yeah. 287. I guess it's really 288. Think about it. 287.9.
What is it in Atlanta? TBE 350, 380, probably 380, probably $1 higher. So. Thank you, sir. Machine Last says the argument with Jeebus was hilarious. Yeah, the people up all night drinking, and then me like just woke up cranky old man. It's not a good combination. Now I wonder if Z's still playing. Can I screen share again? Oh, that ain't it. Unless it ended. Did it end? Yeah, must have. Oh, this is taking way longer than I thought. Hell, it's already 8:30. Oh yeah, it took. I was in line. You know how our brains don't. It can be 5 minutes and we feels like it's been 20 minutes, but I was in line for a good 15 minutes at the store. It had to have been 15 minutes, at least 10 minimum. All right, I'm gonna run in here and grab this watermelon. All right.
Oh.
Oh, here we are at Slave Mart. Hey, they got actual watermelon. Holy smoke. Amazing. It all worked out in the end, didn't it? Watermelon. Wow. Amazing. Hey, dude, who stacks this thing? Unbelievable. Just broke like 3 watermelons. Terrible. Clean up on aisle watermelon. Be right back.
What the fuck? Oh man, believable. Oh man. Anybody see what happened there? Did y'all see that? I was inspecting the watermelons, and this shit just about 3 of them fell on the ground. Fucking retards, man. Bunch of fucking retards. No, I didn't run. I stayed there and picked out 2 watermelons and moved the watermelons out of the way and told the lady that the watermelons broke. So there was no running. And what happened was that they have retards stacking the watermelons. And realistically, they shouldn't have even been there in the first place. They need to be just like in a bin. I would say don't stack the watermelons like on the same area where you just stack like lemons or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I bear no responsibility for that whatsoever. If I can't walk up, put 2 hands on a watermelon without 3 of them falling on the ground, that is not my fucking fault. That's their fault. But no, not only did we not run, we moved them out of the way so nobody would step on them and fall. And then we picked out 2 watermelons, and of course we, inspected them and picked out the best ones we could find. No, I thought about it. I definitely thought about eating them. That's true. I did consider eating them. Although I did get a preview. They look like they're going to be pretty fucking fire, I have to say. Yeah, these people are fucking retarded, man. I mean, they're just retarded. That's realistically all we could say. These people are fucking retarded. It's appalling. I mean, it really is. And then, like, I'm pushing the buggy to my car. Of course, they don't know which car is mine. And like 3 different cars just immediately start trying to pounce, like they're gonna fucking block, like they're gonna sit there and fucking wait for me to pull out, so they can have that spot. Like, bro, there's plenty of spots, man. Like, just don't even fucking worry about it. Like, it's not that much of an advantage like you might think. Like, yeah, okay, that would be a great idea, except there's a spot like 3 spots a little farther away. Like, what is this? Come on. makes no sense. What are we doing, people? It's like 3 different cars tried. I just stood there and waited them out. It's like, fuck this. People are nuts. Like 3 cars in a row tried to do it. Like, what are you even doing? Fuck. The watermelons fell back there. Hopefully. I don't think I had any groceries I could really tear up, though. They fell on. That's right. I know, dude. I know. It's exactly. They want that spot. They have to have that spot. There's another phenomenon. Have you ever noticed this? Like, fuck, what happened? What happened here? I didn't switch. Okay, never mind. There's another phenomenon when there's like one of a product left, when there's just, whatever the product is, if there's just one left. And that reminds me, I was supposed to get lemons, but hell, I was just trying to get in and out of there. I wasn't even worried about the lemons. But yeah, now I have no lemons for coffee in the morning. Maybe I'll take a walk back there later. Who knows? So when there's only one of a particular item left, usually nobody will buy it because they just assume there must be something wrong with it. Because after all, if there wasn't something wrong with it, surely somebody else would have bought it. Right? So it's a strange psychological mechanism. But then something was wrong with my second wife that always made her want to buy it. She'd be like, yeah, but there's only one left. I'm like, yeah, that'd be fine if we needed, but we don't need that thing right now. It's like, why do you want it just because there's one left? Fear of missing out, perhaps? Like an artificial scarcity? Like, yeah, we don't need that thing. What's wrong with you? But there's only one left. Yeah, I get that. There's one left because people just assume there's something wrong with it. And maybe there is. Although it's just in a box, an undamaged box, there's no way to be sure. Human psychology, endlessly fascinating. Well, I do that sometimes as far as the ones behind. Hypothetically, the people are supposed to rotate based on the dates. Now, the thing about that is it seems like nobody gives a fuck anymore. So, I don't know that anybody's actually stocking like that these days. But yeah, I've been known to do that solely based on if it's a perishable. And hypothetically, the ones that aren't, the ones that are older or newer, the older ones are supposed to be at the front, basically. Supposed to be. How often is that the case? I'm starting to think this is why I haven't been able to poop, though, is all these sweet potatoes I was eating. I'm telling you, man, this is disturbing. I mean, it's been a minimum of 2 weeks since I had a sweet potato. Probably, but hell, it might have been a month for all I know. Yeah. All right. Well, be right back with you, folks. BRB. Man. Okay, good. Well, actually, not so good. Okay, yeah, we're all right. Thought my watermelon smashed my papaya, but no, we got lucky. Dude, these watermelons look badass, though, I gotta say. For this. Okay. Back to that one. Good Lord. All right, one more trip. Almost there. Hey. That's called being in a space beyond 0% humility, right? And really what we're talking about is the reality is, you know, and I can talk about crazy in a context, but the reality is that the vast majority of the populace 100% of the time psychologically operates from a space of 0% humility. Meanwhile, here I am on the positive end of the humility scale. So they can make fun of me for being prideful and arrogant all they want. But as long as I'm at 1% or greater of humility and they're at 0, I mean, what are we even talking about, right? But anyway, good to see everybody. Thanks for being here. And by the way, I don't even need 31 people. That could say 10 people, and I'll do the same broadcast. And in fact, I started out doing this broadcast to Music Holds a Secret, Glenn. I think Andrew K. Mack was swinging by. Drew wasn't a viewer, that's for sure. Neither was Cecil, right? But now I got to hear Cecil expound upon ideas that he literally can't spell, right? So I'm not here for that, but I've been very patiently tolerating things, by the way, without becoming cranky most of the time. It's funny, it's something about being calm, cool, and collected and not cranky is nobody notices. They only notice when the crankiness comes out, right? But yeah, I'm supposed to just let people just say whatever they want and construe things however they want. That's completely fine. Well, I don't think it's an act, El Sensei. I don't think it's an act, right? But yeah, I am cooking up some great content, and y'all are going to love it, certainly. Yeah, and it has to do with this comment from Christos, which says, "As long as you understand, I wasn't saying you are not successful already." Well, and actually, we're going to get into some definitions and such. And I do want to say, well, by the way, I'm like this all the time. So it's shout out to AJ Lloyd because he noticed something I mentioned a couple of weeks back on the live stream about there's something in the ether, right? And I'm very well attuned. I'm very well attuned to these various dynamics. Well, I would say the same thing to you, Drew. Why are you being a little bitch, not accepting that I really am not here for what y'all were throwing my way, and then you could adjust to that and move on to something else, but instead you decided to remain in a fixed position. So when I dig in my heels and you dig in your heels, there's nowhere to go. So if that's what you consider being a little bitch, I mean, I can't help you, sir. But I'm not here for that. So when I hear somebody say that they're not down with that, then I typically just take them at their word instead of trying to make it, oh well, they haven't had coffee, right? They woke up on the wrong side of the bed, right? Oh, they're cranky. See, which by the way, that's all things I might attribute to women. Oh, but I'm been berating women. Meanwhile, I could start now and do it for the rest of the week, and I wouldn't be able to touch the amount of belittling Drew did just of Aphrodite alone over a period of what may well have been years. Oh, but she was acting crazy, so I guess it's okay. And then she reformed her life to better suit what Drew considers acceptable behavior. So now it's okay to bring her into the fold, see, based on how Drew perceives her behavior, right? And what's interesting about me is having all of these dynamics in my brain in real time and just very patiently going along and seeing everything as it unfolds. Meanwhile, feel free to just treat me appropriately. I mean, I don't think that's too hard to do. Just feel free to just treat me appropriately, right? Trying to put me in league with OTW, who could not match any of my scholastic achievements or my manner of thinking, right? So now, apparently, which I haven't even seen the live stream, so apparently OTW went on a live stream and used weak arguments and embarrassed himself, and then first thing Monday morning, that gets attached to me. I was asleep on the floor over there when that all happened. Yeah. So, what is that, by the way? And then, I don't care if you call me crazy. That's fine. What's the famous quote? Something about being well adjusted to a realm like this is no measure of mental health, right? So that's not the part that bothers me. It's just being treated in a fashion as if I'm less than you guys. Meanwhile, I'm above you. I'm so far above y'all's levels. Get on my level. But so I got people looking up at my level from below and addressing me as if I've done something wrong and I need to be critiqued and corrected. How about y'all correct yourselves first? Then maybe you can see clearly enough to correct your boy Benton, because I've already completed my process of correction. There's really no correcting left to do. But now here I am in the metaverse. Oh, and it's somehow being construed that I'm doing something bad or this is my favorite part, Drew. It's being construed that I'm somehow doing something bad or wrong by choosing to spend so much time in the metaverse. Okay. Meanwhile, type into the live chat, how many of you in this year have worked all but 2 days of a calendar month? Because I've done it probably multiple times. January, the only reason I even noticed that I worked every day but 2 days is because I hit the mileage bonus. Driving a big rig long haul all across the country, which we claim American society is about capitalism and being productive and, this American work ethic. Well, I outwork all of you. So unless you can go get in a big rig and drive 7 days a week for months on end, by the way, did live streams from the fucking driver's seat. Again, get on my level. Unless y'all can do any version of that, or until you do any version of that, you can't tell me nothing. So maybe I'll do all my working for the year. Maybe I'll do all that in 8 months. And then maybe I'll fuck off for 2 months, stay in a motel, and be on the metaverse all day. You fucking morons. How can your brain not figure this out? So then we get into stupid or liar. Are you stupid? Or are you actually smart enough to understand what I'm telling you, but you're pretending not to understand so that you can try to demean me, right? And a lot of it is jealousy. I mean, come on here every day and talk, Drew. You'd have 3 times the numbers I have. People would love it. Oh, well, I got this and I got that. Yeah, that's your choice, sir. You chose the life you have. I chose the life I have. I chose a life in where if I want to fuck off and go live in the streets for 6 straight years, I get to do that. I chose a life in which if I want to go drive a truck for 8 straight months, right, and then take 2 months off and be on the metaverse every day running my fucking yap, I get to do that. It's called freedom, by the way. It's called America. But see, y'all really don't believe in that now, do you? Because under freedom, I get to just live however the fuck I want, as long as I'm not hurting nobody. Who's being hurt by me being on the metaverse all day? Who's being hurt by me driving a truck for 8 straight months? Who's benefiting, by the way? Who's benefiting? But see, and I think I do prove that we don't embody or uphold these values that so many people claim to uphold and value. All this magabozo conservatism nonsense that doesn't exist, right? It's a fantasy. It's a farce. And I would say the way I live more or less proves that we're not into that. What we're into is corporatism, and we're into everybody living like everybody else. So as long as I banter with you bozos, as long as I live in a way that you find pleasing, well, then I'm accepted. But as long as I want to live outside of that little bitty box of what's acceptable, as long as I want to live outside of that, then now I'm not accepted. Meanwhile, the success is being able to demonstrate in the real world over time a superiority in thought, a superiority in logic, a superiority in practice. See, that's called competition. And I thrive on it, sir. Meanwhile, I'm dying. Oh, but these are the type of people who will make fun of a dying man. Why? Because anything they perceive as weakness, they attack. Well, that's fine. You can attack me all you want. I'm tough as fucking nails, Jack. But if you think I'm going to just hang out and, again, already, adjusting to other people, already kind of sublimating what I would want to do, right? And then to be treated that way, I'm just not cool with it. Now, again, y'all were free to just be like, oh, okay, well, we didn't realize. So, maybe we won't treat you that way in the future. It seems to me, by the way, that's what a good Christian would do, right? Isn't that what a good Christian would do? And this is why I'll never call myself a Christian, because I would never want to be confused for y'all, because that shit is not cool at all. And anybody don't like it, not my fucking problem. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. See, that they've made fun of my accent, so now I don't even want to say that. There you go. Well, see, what's interesting about perpetually indignant is nobody notices if one is not indignant. That's the interesting part. They only notice the indignation. They don't actually notice the times in which, oh, wow, based on what we know of this individual, normally he would be cranky and agitated and indignant. But look at how calm he is, and he's just calmly just waiting around to see if he's going to be needed, right? Partner. Well, that's fine, RT. I mean, that's okay. You know, he says this has been brewing for a while. Hopefully this airing of dirty laundry back and forth will allow ultimate hatchet bearing. Well, but it can't, because they can never accept me because they're authoritarians. They have an authoritarian mindset. So they will dictate to me, and if I'm willing to go along with their dictations, then they will not accept me. They will tolerate me. And I've known this for a very long time. Well, it is bad when I try to say Dostoevsky. I get made fun of for that. Oh, I'll be right back. I forgot to do something. Actually, I guess I can do it on the computer. By the way, shout out to 54 folks in the house. Oh, and Drew rage quit, by the way, lest we forget. The rage quit was Drew's, just for the record, since we're playing that game. Benton wins again. Oh, go check out Freedom Grower. He's piecing up these fake. He's piecing up the fake Christians as we speak. So go check out Dick. He's of course they backstaged him apparently based on what he said. I haven't seen the broadcast. Maybe we'll watch the broadcast and I'll get to. Although I can't do that to Music Holds the Secret. I've committed myself to not annoying Music Holds the Secret with excessive religious talk. But yeah, here's Dick. Let me drop his link. Give me a second. Here's Dick's link. I'll be right back. Oh, no, I won't. I keep thinking I have to do this on my phone, but I can do it right here. All right. Let's share the screen, actually. Let's do this. Present, share screen. Yeah, Drew rage quit. He shut down the stream. Oh, it's the wrong one. All right. He's gone. Who's next? There he is. Let's see, who else? I guess that's it for now. Thanks, Cleveland. Appreciate it. All right, we're back. Yeah, I agree, Young Jim. And if we cared about the audience, probably we would do what was needed to continue the show. See that, you guys people can, construe that I'm a diva, and they can imply that, I'm this or I'm that. I'm doing this first and foremost. I'm doing it number one for myself, because I do better when I'm less cranky and agitated when I'm engaged in creative endeavors. But number two is the audience, right? So Young Jim says none of us is greater than all of us. You and Drew do a good show together. You both have strong points and weaknesses. You're coming off as terminally unique here, but I respect your point. Thank you. But that's what I'm saying is, like, so if I bring some value to the table, then one of the few times I make a fucking request, I would just assume to have it granted. That would be my assumption, right? Instead of having it pushed back on me. And see, I notice this pattern in life where I bring something up, and the way that my objection is handled is it's just thrown back in my face. Oh, you're cranky. Oh, well, you need coffee. Oh, well, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. And I don't have people like that in my life. I really don't. I don't experience that on a regular basis, because I won't have anything to do with people like that. The fact is, as a human being, I have an inherent value where if I raise an issue, even if it's not valid, nobody can just immediately, without even taking the time to think, toss it back in my face. I can't think of many things more disrespectful to that than that. Now, if the people said, hey, let's take some time and, after the show, we're going to think about what he said, or we're going to have a meeting about it, right? And, if at the end of the meeting, the conclusion was, well, Benton is just, he went off half-cocked and really he didn't have a valid objection to raise. See, I could accept that. I can't accept this thing where I raise an objection and it's just immediately put back on me. You're cranky. You didn't have coffee. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed. That's some weak-ass pussy shit, man. And I'm not here for it. It's just, that's people that behave that way are below a minimum standard of human conduct that I would tolerate in my own life, period. That's just, it's not good enough, right? And by the way, I would never do that to somebody. That's fucking bullshit, man. Complete bullshit. But we're not paneling. I actually have prepared material. We're not paneling. If people want to panel, they're free to go on their channels and start up a live and drop a link. Yeah, exactly. Music Holds a Secret. He says, thanks, Benton, but feel free to talk about whatever you like. All this Bible thumping religious talk is quite sickening. Feels like I'm back at the Kingdom Hall. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Which and what do we know about the Jehovah's Witness religion? It's authoritarian. It tells you what to do. You don't tell it anything. Well, I see the same thing with people like Smackleford and Toilet Bowl Earth and EBT to a lesser extent. He doesn't do it as bad, but you don't get to tell them anything. But they will tell you what the religion is. They will tell you what the dogma is, and unless you adhere to that, they won't even entertain it. And I think that's what Dick's complaining about right now. Is there's no openness to a conversation. But then the same people throw it back in his face as if he's the one not willing to have a conversation. It's just it's a lack of integrity, right? It's a lack of honor as a human being, right? The fact is, I'm in the realm, and this is what I'm going to explain about. See, it says successful down there. Success in part is me being in the realm as a human and treating every other human being with some modicum of respect at the level of their humanity. Now, you can say it's debatable. There's times when I cross those lines, right? But I would argue that even if you find, maybe yesterday with Jeff was an example, but I believe if we go back and watch that, you will see that I was patient with him as long as I could be, right? Because I have to maintain my integrity as well. Versus I come on a broadcast, I take issue with some of the comments directed my way, and it's just I'm immediately attacked as if I'm doing something wrong because I'm not just sitting there taking it. Well, fuck you. That's bullshit. If I don't have to take any kind of treatment I don't want to take, it's called life, man. That's just called life. And without getting too much into the religious stuff, it just reminds me of the Bible. The Pharisees following Jesus around with a metaphorical list of a fucking checklist and trying to catch him slipping so that they could, persecute him basically by the law. That's what I feel like being done to me. People are trying to hold me to their concept of a checklist. Meanwhile, I'm in the realm following the example of the Gospels, right? The teachings. I'm following that to the best of my ability. And I got people who I don't see following those want to hold up a checklist and try to catch Benton slipping on some legal and lawful, right? Based on a bureaucracy that Jesus never created. Jesus never came here and created a bureaucracy, you fucking bozos. But that's not convenient for people who are under brainwashing, who've been religiously brainwashed, right, through a system. Meanwhile, guess who was also brainwashed through religion? Except I seem to be the only one, other than possibly Music Holds a Secret. I seem to be the only one who's actually bothered to take the time to go in his own brain and unbrainwash all of that stuff. See? Meanwhile, I've already defeated all of your religious arguments with my superior logic, and nobody's ever even attempted to debate me or refute my points. They can't. So they just say, oh, he's strawmanning when I've never strawman. They just say, oh, well, or they just try to not understand what I'm saying. Big brain EBT tries to say, what does skin in the game mean? And I'm like, really? You really think I'm going to let you act like you don't know what I mean when I say that? Like, that's just insane, guys. That's fucking crazy. I mean, it really is. I was here first, Drew, by the way, just so you know. You are on my internet on some level, lest we forget, Drew. You are on my internet. Yeah. Well, or Drew, I am me, because I know exactly who I am, and I could never be Paul, just like I can never be you or be anybody else. See? Yeah, you do, though. You do know what skin in the game means. And if not, you could Google it. Yeah. And I used it in a context that you're certainly intelligent enough to understand. Well, but see, that's why I won't call myself a Christian, Scott, because these people are trash at the level of a Christian religion, and they're trash when it comes to attempting to live the teachings of Christ as outlined in the Bible. They don't embody any of it. They just don't. Back to the Dick Gregory, and meanwhile, if I don't cite Dick Gregory, I'll get made fun of for not citing him, and then if I do cite him, I'll get made fun of for citing Dick Gregory. But how come if I see a prostitute walk in the street, I know she's a prostitute based on the way she walks, but I don't know these people are Christians unless they tell me. I mean, wouldn't it show through? I would think it would, but I don't know. Hard to say. Well, I'm accountable to the Most High, and I'm accountable to myself, Drew. See, actually, you're the one who hates that I'm not accountable to you other than the ways in which I choose to be accountable, right? Which is why I was in the seat ready to do the show. See, I decided to be accountable to you. Now, there was a time when my life went completely off the rails, and I failed to live up to that, right? Although I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one who didn't behave appropriately in certain ways. But I think Drew hates the fact that I'm not accountable to him and his idea of how I should be as a person. See? So no, I'm accountable to the Most High first and foremost, and I'm accountable to myself, and I'm accountable, to society in certain ways, right? In certain very narrow ways. But I'm only accountable to you, Drew, in the ways I choose to be. So I think you actually hate that you have no authority. I think that, and that's ultimately what Freedom Grower is talking about. His ultimate point is that you religious bozos, there is no source of authority for you with respect to other people's lives. There's not an authority or a church that anybody can point to say, well, that's the authority that Dick must adhere to. There's no authority, Drew, that you can point to other than the Most High, right? Or my own code, because I will live up to my own code. There is no outside authority that you can cite, Drew, and say, well, he's beholden to that. He's accountable to that authority. See, that's not a thing that can be done. Now, I do realize that people will hear this, and many of them lacking intellectual integrity won't just say, wow, he's right. And the thing is, how can I come on here and come correct and speak so specifically and be saying so many things that people find so powerful and that resonate with people? How can I do all of that, but then I'm never getting from you guys Oh, wow, I never thought about it that way. That's an interesting perspective. Oh, wow, you're right. That's never happened, not one time. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. There's never been a time when it was just like, you know what? Never thought about it that way. It's ignored or it's mocked or ridiculed, whatever I say. I mean, think about that. But these are the people who want you to believe that they're living up to the teachings of Christ. Meanwhile, I haven't treated any of these people that way. Not one fucking time. Why? Because I'm actually attempting to put the things in practice. Okay. Because that's what that is. Actually, Drew, I challenged you in real time. I felt like I was receiving things that. Why are you speaking for me? Number one, because you're the one that got out of the kitchen when it got too hot, Drew. I didn't leave the kitchen when it got too hot. Now I did temporarily. Yeah, I did temporarily, but it seemed like no, I did go to battle. You left. I stated what I had to say, Drew, and you left. You ended the broadcast. That's what happened. So I temporarily quit, and then you rage quit. But see, again, these are people that will never own it. They will never just say, "Wow, you're right," and take an L. Like, what do you do with somebody who just psychologically will not take an L? Because the fact is, if you're created in the image and likeness of the Most High, you have free will and creative force. So you can absolutely use those abilities to never accept being wrong. Like, you can do that, and nobody can stop you. Yeah, exactly. But you're here listening to it, Drew. And I've been a shit talker since day one. So it's like, hey, look at that dog over there, eating its own feces or eating its own vomit, right? And like we're mystified that the dog is behaving consistent with its nature. It's like, what have I ever done to indicate to you that I don't talk shit? I've been a shit talker since day one. That's fine, Drew. Well, I'm plenty man enough. In fact, you ran, Drew. So the one who's not man enough to hash things out is the one who runs, Drew, which is what you did. You ran away, and now you're over here being very disingenuous and saying things that are completely untrue. When what you could do as a man is own it and say, you know what? I want to raise two boys. Whenever they detect that they're in error, that they will follow my example and just fall on their sword metaphorically, right? Oh, and the jokes are writing themselves in my head right now, believe you me. See, that's what would happen, Drew. Except you're not capable of that. You're not capable of just being like, wow, I'm in the wrong. I should just go back. I should just back up a little bit, actually consider what this man's saying, right? But to do that, you would have to treat me as if I'm a human being of value when you're not willing to do that. And I've known that for a long time. And it's fine, by the way. I will engage with that or not engage with that as I see fit, right? That's up to me. I wasn't sabotaging anything, sir. That's not true at all. That's a perspective, and I don't share it. That's your view, and I don't share your view, right? The reality is that we both dug in our heels, and you lost the game of chicken. That's what happened. There was a Mexican standoff, and you lost. Why? Because I'm much more mentally strong than you, Drew. That's why. And you're not equipped for that battle. So nothing I can do about that, sir. A famous man named Davy Crockett once said, "First, make sure you're right, then go ahead." And that's what I did. Because y'all were on some bullshit. You just were. Well, if it is paranoid thinking, I will certainly detect it and deal with it appropriately. That's what I will do. And I would say also, as far as sabotaging a broadcast, that would have been very easy to pull out of that. If that was a tailspin, that would have been very easy to pull out of. But not if one is only ever going to operate from a space of 0% humility, see, which is you, by the way. So as long as you're not willing to go from 0% humility to some positive number on the humility scale, there's nowhere to go from there. So, of course, I'm the one with the problem. Of course, I'm the one doing the sabotaging from your perspective because you cannot admit fault. And that, by the way, is my basis for compassion for you because I could see how miserable it would be to live that way, right? Oh, well, Drew played a part in things, and they went off the rails, but it wasn't his fault. It's just that crazy Benton. Well, let's just go ahead and accept your premise, sir. You're the one who decided to try to do a show with me. So, see, even if you're right, you're wrong because clearly you understood these things about me beforehand. It's like me letting Tommy on the channel and then complaining about him and blaming him for sabotaging a broadcast, which I would never do because I'm the one in charge of the broadcast, just like you were the one in charge of that broadcast. But again, now the person who wants to lecture me about accountability is on here not accepting accountability for his actions. It's interesting, Drew. I find that fascinating. Well, I've got some prepared material that I think you folks will find very interesting. Before that, I think what we're going to do is have a reading. Oh, I rebooted my computer. Dadgummit. I had this all queued up. Oh, interesting. One moment, please. All right, this is Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How by Theodore J. Kaczynski. Let me share this screen in case anybody wants to read along. Chapter 1, the development of a society can never be subject to rational human control. There's a quote in Spanish. We're not going to bother to translate. Context
Well, it looks like we borged out temporarily. OTW just went live.
Well, as much as we hate to have to do it. By the way, it's interesting when certain people comment on how I choose to interface with the, but then they're right here critiquing me. It's interesting. Yeah. Hey, this grapefruit's been a game changer, I have to tell you. The old gallbladders. I can't even tell you how delicious this is. What I've noticed through my illness is when certain foods have exactly what my body needs, bro, they're just like delicious. Grapefruit being one. Oh, late. When people, after the technical difficulties, it was 11 people in here. I figured I might as well take advantage of it and eat some fruit. It's one of the many sacrifices I make on these broadcasts. But I can't stay since well, actually, so if any, yeah. That is. Why did it take so long? I have no idea. All right. So these are screenshots from Wiktionary.com. So this is the definition of success from Wiktionary or .org, I guess. Success, noun, the achievement of one's aim or goal. So I'll go ahead and stick with that definition. So then we'll scroll down a little bit. And by the way, this is, you know, it's funny because I think we all just assume that we know what the word success means because it has specific connotations in our culture, typically tied to the second definition, which would be financial profitability, right? Well, I'm that as well. Now we could debate to what degree. Let's see, not in debt. Earning potential is right around, I don't know, $1,500 a week or so. You know, provided I can physically stand up to the job, which may not pay. So maybe I'm not successful, right? It also means the fact of getting or achieving wealth, respect, or fame. So I think that's where people were, you know, became very mocking at the idea of me being successful. You know, me declaring that, right? Well, I'm going by definition number one. I'm not getting all the way down to 2 and 4 here. It also means one who or that which achieves assumed goals, right? But see, I think it's right there in the first definition, the achievement of one's aims or goal. Well, who is the one? That's me. So if I have an aim or a goal, the achievement of that aim or goal is by very definition success. And that's why and it wasn't anything personal with Christos, but that's why I paused him, because when he said, I wish you success, I said, well, wait a minute, this is success, which just half of the peanut gallery just found hilarious, right? And they started throwing tomatoes at me, or what was it, the rotten, the stinking fish fallacy or whatever that Yurt talks about. But meanwhile, something I've been talking about since my very early days on the Chalk Body Outline Discord, one of the first things I remarked when I showed up was I said, I don't think you people have a lot of schooling. And I was actually quoting the intro to my favorite rapper, Sean Price, had a song where he said, I don't think these kids have a lot of schooling, speaking of the more, the current crop of rappers, right? And I see that a lot in these so-called truth communities. And by the way, not this audience. See, this is the audience. What I think I'm saying generally don't apply to you folks. Now, when there's 32 in the house, when there's 70 in the house, it's you folks. And then the other half of the audience is the peanut gallery that wants to throw tomatoes at me while I'm on stage, right? See, personally, I'd rather have the 34 who want to be here and want to talk about ideas and want to think about ideas. And then I'll expound on something, and then I'll look in the live chat, and somebody will actually be building on what I'm building on. See, a build. That's what I want. And you don't find now. EBT does that to some extent. Drew's never in the live chat building on what I'm saying ever. Meanwhile, I've been in his live chats plenty of times building on what he's putting down. Same thing with Toilet Bowl Earth. Now, I'm sure they could, but for whatever reason, that's not what they're going to do. EBT will, though, although he's giving me the tomatoes. Oh, apples for the teacher. Thank you. Well, I don't know that I want to be the teacher in this regard, but I'm certainly the student. But y'all ain't the teacher. That's for sure. Not in this way. So by very definition, if one is achieving their aim or goal, they are successful by definition. That's the definition, right? And I get to set the goal. The society doesn't get to set the goal. See, Drew doesn't get to assume an authority over me and then say, or Kim before the storm. See, that's someone who's assuming authority, which, by the way, that's a psychological sickness. When somebody, Talcott does this too, when somebody immediately psychologically assumes an exalted position as if they're looking down on me. Now, sometimes I am in the exalted position looking down, but meanwhile, I'm generally looking down at people who are looking up at my level that they've never bothered to get on, and they're actually throwing the tomatoes. They're throwing them up in the air at me. But see, the tomato, you can't throw that far. I'm too far above your level. The tomato can't hit me. But the peanut gallery can always be swayed. See, you can always appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. But to me, that's no accomplishment. Some people don't seem to understand that. So let's go on to the next definition, because I'm not done. We're actually going to look at what some of these other words mean. Oh yeah, down here. So goal meaning a result that one is attempting to achieve. Isn't that interesting? So by definition of success, the person does not actually have to have fully completed the goal in order to be successful. Isn't that interesting? Because some people could judge, well, he's in a motel, he has 30 viewers, he's running out of money, whatever it is, and say, well, he's not then successful. Well, if you, and not you, the listener, but if these bozos, these appealers to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery, such as Kim before the storm, they actually haven't bothered to learn the definitions of the words. And I know Kim, if he's actually fighting these legal, if he's actually preparing these legal documents, he's having to get into, well, what does this word, he's having to read the law and being like, okay, what does this word mean in this context? So let's go back a little bit. This is very important, Kim. Success is the achievement of one's aim or goal. And then a goal is a result that one is attempting to achieve. Not something that someone has achieved. It's someone who's attempting to achieve a result. And I'm successful as long as I am achieving that result, is attempting to achieve the result. That's the definition of success. And see, I understand this in the moment. And I think this is sometimes, why I get sort of into these confrontational spaces, because, even as I recognize how dumbed down the masses are, and even the problem for me is that on some level, I actually believe that these people understand what the words mean. And I don't bother to stop and take into account, well, most of these people haven't read very many books and probably don't have enough experience to even understand when I say this is success. They just think it's hilarious because they're only going by the definition of money, right? They're only going by, financial profitability. That's the only thing they're going by. Or number 4, the fact of getting or achieving wealth, respect, or fame. But respect, right? Well, they're not going to give me respect. So they're certainly going to, and by the way, these are people who are actively working against my success, right? They're actively attempting to undermine such that I can't call myself successful. But I am that by definition. And I think a lot of folks, would be well served to practice this in their life. And there's nobody in this realm that can make me feel less than. And you can call it banner all you want. That's demeaning when I go on a live broadcast, and I never have watched it, but let's just assume OTW made a fool out of himself intellectually. That has nothing to do with me. But then you saw the first words out of Drew's mouth. Number 1, calling me crazy, which, I can deal with that. But then trying to attach OTW's supposed crimes to me that I had nothing to do with. Oh, that's your boy. What are you talking about? Number 1, he's Canadian. But yeah, I like his broadcast. I've supported his broadcast. We're not buddy-buddy. I've never emailed the man. I don't have his email address. I haven't even called Tommy my boy. We got pretty close. See, that never even happened. How the hell's OTW my boy? Think about that. I mean, what even is this on some level? Well, it's success is by definition, sir. You may be late to the party. Good to see you, Kevin Mooring. Success by definition is the achievement of one's aim or goal. And so one in this circumstance would be me. And I am that. And by the way, it's it's contagious when somebody, knows and understands these things. There's people in the physical realm who can hear some of the words I'm saying right now, right? And even that can become oh, is Drew here to yeah, exactly. I'm just like Paul. See, that's what it is. Yeah, I never was this way, but then magically one day there was a channel that I went to, and then I started becoming interested in definitions. I never did that on your old Discord. I never did that on my podcast, right? Before I'd ever heard of Enslaved. See, this is where Drew proves himself to be basically a liar piece of shit, essentially. I mean, realistically, Drew, that's you being a lying piece of shit talking that way, which doesn't reflect on me, buddy. That only reflects on you. Isn't that interesting? Meanwhile, I know this: if people were timing me out and being me in a chat, I wouldn't be coming back under other names. Meanwhile, I don't have any other names. It's interesting now. There's all these names. Now I know 2 of them were channels, but now we're just coming back under different names. Although it's his name, right? Presumably. But yeah. But now, see, I have to be associated with Paul Enslaved. Now let's discredit. See, but you can't discredit me. That's because. Do you see the definition of the word success, Drew? Could you demonstrate your intellectual integrity and say yes by the definitions of the words Benton is a success? But you'll never do that, will you? Because that would require you to get out of that 0% humility space. And man, I feel sorry for anybody in that 0% humility space. That is no place. You were Talcott. If you at 0% humility and you never move out of that space, you literally sharing space with Talcott. Think about that. SMH, baby. SMH. So let's go on. So goal being a result that one is attempting to achieve. So just by setting a goal and working towards it, I am a success. That is, success is setting a goal and working towards it. Something I've done repeatedly in my life. I've set goals, worked towards them. Oh, there goes the camera. I've set goals, worked towards them, and achieved them time after time after time after time. And see, we're just warming up, y'all. I'm really about to start cooking. See, I know what's coming, and y'all don't. And this is about to be some goodness. And Drew's got his strengths, but what I'm about to lay down, you ain't never gonna get this from him. He can't access these levels I'm about to go to. Nothing against him, but he ain't. You got to come to Benton for this. Now you get some of it from Paul too, but I'm not even sure you get this from Paul. You will in his way, but you ain't gonna get it from Paul in this way. Hang on, my camera's being stupid. In a second. All right, there we go. Verb. Achieve. So achieve means to succeed in something. Now, especially in academic performance. I don't think that was the. Okay, here's one. Yeah. So this is one I was going to use. Transitive. To carry out successfully. To accomplish. Okay, it's interesting. What does carry out mean? Carry out means to execute or perform, to put into operation, to do. See, I'm performing on these live streams. That's what I am doing right now as I talk to you. I am doing that. And then perform means to do or to execute, to exhibit an expected pattern of behavior, to function, to work. But see, the expectation is only going to be in the context of my goal. It's not going to be based on somebody else's expectation. And when somebody's operating from 0% humility, I think this is where they get confused, because when they look at another person and this person is audacious enough to declare, well, this is success. Well, they seem to think that success in that regard has something to do with what is their expected pattern. What pattern of behavior do they expect from that individual? See, but it don't work that way. So here I am in the realm, and I'm interfacing with people intellectually, and they haven't even figured this very basic shit out. This is what I mean by get on my level, by the way. So if I understand all of this in the moment well enough that I know when I say this is success, I know that I am that, and I know I can lay out exactly how and why based on these definitions. And I knew that when I said it. And if they don't understand that, if they don't understand as I say it, well, technically speaking, based on these definitions, because you're not on my level. Now, I'm not talking about you, the listener. I'm saying the peanut gallery, not on my level. They're not on my level. Well, Drew, I don't think I'm even going to waste the time to explain to you why that's not a contradiction, and you seem to think it is. But I don't even know what to say, man. Now I think we're back to stupid or liar now. I mean, but I'm honestly starting to veer towards stupid. Starting to veer towards stupid, because clearly that's not quite the contradiction that you think it is. Yeah. Well, there's 47 people watching me talk about definitions of words, so I must be doing something right, Drew. Meanwhile, you must be getting something you want to get here because you're still here. So. Well, I was hashing it out. Just fine, and then a message came on my screen that said the broadcast had ended. So I was actually in the process of doing that, Drew. Just like I'm in the process of succeeding in life, I was also in the process of hashing it out. So it seems like there was two people involved. Actually, there was three. So it's me versus two people. But in the process of said hashing out, you chose to end the broadcast. Oh, but I'm sabotaging the broadcast. Well, you're right here sabotaging my broadcast, which is why we're going to do this, because I think I'm going to go. No, I quit and you rage quit, because what you did was clearly far worse than what I did. Yeah. Well, I can only see, Layla, I can only act on my behalf. I can't make the other. I can't also. And here's what I've noticed in life, by the way: work things out means the other person stays the same and Benton changes. Right. Well, I'm already what I need to be. So the reality is, it's going to be the other party's going to need to do better. So here's what working it out is going to look like, and I fully expect this will never happen. Drew needs to do better. That's what working it out looks like. Because meanwhile, there was a time, by the way, when I didn't live up to what I needed to live up to. It was back during the drinking myself to death portion of this incarnation. And then you know what I did after that? I did better. So I went into error. I corrected myself and I did better. So that's where Drew's at. Drew's fallen into error. He has the opportunity to correct himself. And until that's done, it's out of my hands, because I've already corrected myself and done better. So it's really up to him as far as I can tell. But meanwhile, I was happy to stay on the broadcast and just keep blasting him with my righteousness that he was unwilling to accept in the moment. Yeah. Yeah. Because, it can't be Drew's fault. That's not possible. See, Drew can never fall into error. It's nice because he's at 0% humility. He cannot fall into error in his own mind. It's impossible. So if there's two people and he's one of the two people, and now a situation crops up, it has to be the other person's problem. It has to be the situation has to be of the other person's creation, because it cannot be of his creation, because in his mind it's not possible, because he's at 0% humility, and that's not my problem, and I can't work with that. So when I say I can work with anybody who can work with me, that's the other person not being willing to work with me, while I'm also willing to work with the other person. See, I can only actually do my part. I am doing my part. There was a time, I will happily own, where I wasn't living up to my part. I didn't die, and then I realized the error of my ways, and now I'm doing better, and I will continue to do better. Because, by the way, that is success. That's setting a goal. And I fell short of what I was aiming at. I corrected myself, and I went right back to success. So success, failure, figure it out, regroup, back into success. Isn't that amazing? But what if somebody's went into failure, but they can't psychologically accept that they've gone into failure? Well, now there's no reason to do anything. See, I owned the part in the past where I've fallen into failure. Then that's what enabled me to go back into success. But once the goes into failure, but can't recognize it as failure, they actually can't go into success now. Isn't that amazing? See, but how come I understand this and other people don't? That's what I find fascinating about this life. How come I can come on here and express this in such a basic, clear, concise fashion, and it all makes sense, and you could literally make a transcript of this and just go hand it to a professor with just minor modifications and say, hey, grade this paper, and you're going to get at least a B+. Probably going to get an A, right? Just correct some of the colloquialisms, right? Maybe correct a little bit. Meanwhile, I'm coming off the dome here. Okay. Things Benton can do, write a fucking university level A paper off the fucking dome in real time, as he speaks, by the way. So perform also means to do something in front of an audience, such as acting or music, often in order to entertain, and then to behave theatrically so as to give the impression of a quality character trait of a social actor to behave in certain ways. Again, see, what I'm detecting is that here's where the major misunderstanding is, that other people believe that success for Benton is dependent upon what they consider to be the behavior, right, of the performance, when that has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with what my goals are, and I am achieving those goals, just like I have achieved them in the past. And I will continue to do so. Why? Because I'm set up for effectiveness, and I have been my whole life. Things Benton can do. All right, now we get to the fun part of the broadcast. This is going to be fantastic. I hope you keep your ears on. Some of y'all ain't got a lot of schooling, man. That's what I was talking about earlier, Sean Price. And I wrote all this morning, so we'll just riff on this. If that's all right. Make sure you guys can see this. When many hear me say this is success, now this is what happened yesterday. And see, I'm observing this yesterday in real time, and this is the levels I'm processing on. And when I talk about that, my entree into the present moment is that thoughts and ideas and perceptions. And I've recognized that most of the population, their entree or their interface into the present moment is through their feelings and their emotions, right? Which is okay, but it's like the opposite, right? So I'm actually aware of this as it's happening yesterday. So when many hear me say this is success, what do? They utilize an incorrect strategy or philosophy in their thinking. And now why are they doing that? Probably because of what they're feeling. See? And then we'll quote old Benton here: correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So what these people are doing, which this is a incorrect philosophy, what they're doing in the moment is they're using their thought form to seek to negate the validity of the statement, this is success, right? But that's a backward strategy. This is literally the reverse of what they should be doing if they were aiming for effectiveness, right? And since I'm set up for effectiveness, and like I said, correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So the moment in my life, probably in my mid-30s, when I recognize these dynamics at a very basic level, what I realize is, okay, all I have to do is never use these incorrect philosophies. Correct philosophy is not going out here and reading books and constructing an ideology or a worldview and then moving forward. It's backwards. Correct philosophy is getting rid of all the things that don't apply or pertain or that are not valid. You get rid of them and you don't ever operate on them. So because I've practiced that, again, success, by the way, this is success. I aimed for this, and I have been achieving this. See, I'm a dynamic human being expressing moment to moment. See, I'm not this static, dead thing, right? So I am successful in this regard of correct philosophy. And I do that by, in the past, I got rid of the incorrect philosophy. And if I detect an incorrect philosophy in the future, because I'm paying strict attention, I will get rid of that too. These are people who've never done any of that. Again, get on my level. But they're below my level, looking up at me in this regard and trying to tear me down, trying to pull me down from my perch. But in their mind, they think they're in the exalted position psychologically because they're at 0% humility. They perceive this as they're in the exalted position looking down on Benton. Now, here's where the cognitive dissonance comes in, because as the results manifest in the real world, the shit don't line up. You know, how am I doing all these things, by the way? But this idea that I am successful is ridiculous to some people. What's the I want to check in with the chat real quick. Yeah, exactly. GOML, get on my level. So what these bozos attempt to do, because they're not aware of, they know not what they do. So they're using their thought form to try to negate the validity of the statement when I make it. That's ineffective, right? Now, again, we can always appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery, which I say represents nothing. That's literally the well, it's figuratively, rather. Let's be correct. It's figuratively the courtroom scene from Idiocracy. That's if you want a visual. And hell, yesterday's stream got blocked because I showed that Saturday Night Live clip. Saturday Night Live clip. Shout out to Pineal Power. He was right. They ain't having that. But yeah, the courtroom scene from Idiocracy. That's if you want to know what peanut gallery is, that's what that is. And at one point, one of the lawyer's arguments is basically like, just look at them, and then everybody just goes crazy. Like that's the level we're at here. So a superior stratagem, which I say represents a correct philosophy, is to begin by seeking to affirm the statement. Right, but you can't do this from a space of 0% humility. Because if I'm Jack Talcotting it at a 0% humility, and somebody like Benton is audacious to say this is success, well, I can't seek to affirm his statement because that would require humility. I can't seek to affirm Benton's statement of this is success if I'm operating from 0% humility. Because in order to try to seek to affirm his statement based on my emotional makeup or their emotional makeup, that's going to require them to go from at least to 1% or 2% humility at a minimum. It can't be done from a 0% humility from a psychological space. Not possible. So this is what I do, though, because I don't concern, because since I'm operating at some positive percentage, greater than 0 on the humility scale. When I hear somebody say, like Paul and Slave say something like this, I don't try to negate it because I know that's not the proper philosophy or strategy for effectiveness. I try to say, okay, what evidence is there to support the claim? Which is what they would do if we're anything above 0% humility, and if they were utilizing proper philosophy, they would do this, but they're in their feelings. They're appealing to the peanut gallery, so they're unable to do what I'm able to demonstrate. And by the way, what I understand to such a deep level that I'm here explaining it to you folks. Thanks for listening. And Lord knows my understanding of this is 10% of my understanding of this, because I'm limited by the language. I'm limited by my own brain. I'm limited with time. I need to deliver the message in some sort of a entertaining fashion if possible, right? I can't too much abuse your attention span. And then you saw what I did with the daddy stuff, because it's getting implied that Drew was my daddy, and now now I got a new daddy, Paul, and now it's like I'm in conflict in their mind. Meanwhile, is this banter? Because I'm not wired for anything. Well, it struck me when I woke up this morning. I thought about this, and I said, well, shit, Larry Benton could beat both of these guys up simultaneously. Hell, he could probably take you one-on-one now, and he's 68. But when he was 40, he could have beat the fuck out of both of them at the same time. That's the true facts. It's not me being crazy. It's not, my dad can beat your dad. He would have been able to do that. So what I'm saying is, I have a daddy, and that's him, right? Meanwhile, he hasn't been my dad in fucking 30 years, right? So, like, what are we even talking about with the daddy stuff? I think some people are down in their lower chakras. Well, I'm circulating all of those energies throughout the entire energy body, as it were. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. Thank you, Jesus. I done been delivered from the lower chakras. I ain't got to worry about that. Only one left now is maybe this demon of wrath. We get this demon of wrath out of here and fucking home free, baby. This is very subtle, and this is why I say there's no such thing as common sense, because to me this shit.
Praise God.
But I understand that it's not obvious to other people. So here's how, in seeking to affirm the statement. So if the statement in fact does not apply, the way to understand that is through the negative passive yin form, after you use the positive assertive yang form to try to affirm the statement. If by utilizing the positive assertive yang form, you cannot positively affirm the statement, guess what? Now we understand that it doesn't apply, or it's negated. See, we can't realize the negative form by practicing the assertive form, as far as we can't immediately in the moment use an assertive means to negate validity. It's not a thing that can be done. We can only attempt to aggressively or assertively, or in a yang form of the yin and the yang, try to see is this something that can be affirmed. And if we can't affirm it, now it's negated. It's not, you can't negate something that exists. You can discover that it doesn't exist, therefore by its nature it is negated. See, this is so fucking basic, man. So I'm in a realm, in a metaverse, with people who think not only are they on my level, they're psychologically exalted and looking down on me. Meanwhile, they don't even have this basic understanding. They don't even have this basic understanding. So, like, what even is this? It is not possible to assert a negation. If you could assert it, it's not a negation. That's why I said the human brain can't process negation. When you tell a kid not to run, you're telling them to run. Why? Because you cannot positively assert a negative. It's not possible. That's what do you think the yin and the yang is? All right, NJ Jeep Girl, have a good day. Grasp the dang dong. That's right. Things Larry can do. Well, and I've said it before, Mr. McGee. Y'all just don't have no idea what it means to be a Benton. Because, I don't want to get into the whole thing, man. But, my dad's dad it was national news when he passed away, like for sports, right? Like it's a big fucking deal, man. And my dad, all of his 3 brothers are all bigger and tougher than him. All 3 of them. Whatever that is, that's in them is in me. My spirit doesn't know that I'm just normal sized bozo. There's no fucking idea. My spirit thinks I'm the size of my dad's twin brothers who terrorized the whole fucking town. Who were bigger, stronger, and faster than everybody. And there was 2 of them, right? So on some level, my spirit, and I'm, by the way, one-man army. I ain't got no people. I'm out here by myself. So, I didn't make it that way. I was born into this. But see, it's not possible to assert a negation. It is only possible to understand a negation because it cannot be positively affirmed. That's how you know it's a negation. So here's some more incorrect philosophy. Many people are so polluted in their own thinking and thought forms that they cannot recognize that they are in error, and because they are operating psychologically from a space of 0% humility. And I think I already covered this, actually. And the only possible way for them to recognize the errors in their thinking is to move from 0% humility into a space on the positive side of the humility spectrum, any percentage greater than 0. So while they're in a 0% humility space, they cannot figure this out. Which meanwhile, again, my basis of compassion for them, because I can imagine how horrible that would be. That's got to be a bad place to be, because the insistence on remaining in this, because of this, the insistence of remaining in the psychological space of 0% humility, these individuals cannot figure out the above for themselves. Due to this, as well as their own bias towards the person, that would be me, who made the assertion, how they feel about that individual, these people are totally unwilling to begin correctly. What I mean, they will not come correct by seeking to affirm the validity of the assertion. Hang on, I think I'm getting a phone call about a job. Hello? Oh, yeah, my bad. Hey, I think I know who this is, but I can't talk right now. Could you call me back later? Sorry about that. Yeah. Let's see. Later this afternoon, like around 2 o'clock, if that works for you. I'll go ahead and make a reminder for that, Mr. Jason. Either myself or someone over here will give you a call back at 2 o'clock, all right? Sounds good. Thanks a lot. All right, so y'all good. You too. Bye-bye. Apology for the emotion. That was the injury attorneys, but through my own research, what I figured out is that because of the way the workman's comp laws work, the only way I can get money is they would have to have me declared disabled, and I'm not in fact disabled. So unfortunately, that's going to be a non-starter, but I'm at least going to politely explain all that to that fella. Once a lawyer's on a sin of money, potential money, it's hard to shake them off. So I'm going to need a little bit of time so they can accept it. Treat them like a person, even though they're lawyers, right? So back to the, due to this, as well as their own bias towards the person who made the assertion, how they feel about that individual, these people are unwilling to begin correctly, meaning to come correct, which to come correct would be to seek to affirm the validity of the assertion instead of attempting to negate it out of hand. This strategy is so odd, which I think, by the way, is what we saw on the live stream today, which is whenever I made my assertion about the way I was being treated, instead of them pausing long enough to try to consider, well, does he have a point? It was just immediately they tried to negate what I was saying on the basis of, well, he's cranky, he hasn't had his coffee, and he got up on the wrong side of the bed. Oh, well, when I pointed out the flaw in their logic, it's like, oh, well, it's banter. Well, okay, that's great, but don't y'all know by now that I'm not interested in banter? I mean, surely we've all figured that out by now. So my personal feelings and biases played no part whatsoever in my ruthless, and I am ruthless, in my application of logic and reason. Ruthless. And this is why these practicers of incorrect philosophy cannot defeat my logic. They cannot destroy my logic. It's literally not possible. Because even if it's not possible from this, because they're not coming correct. If they don't make the first move out of the gate correctly, they can't destroy my logic. See, they have, it's almost like a game of chess. They have to, they blunder with the first move. And in my mind, a blunder would be only ever operating from a space of 0% humility is a blunder. Well, if they're blundering in the very first move they make in the chess game, they cannot defeat my logic and reason because they made a blunder. Meanwhile, I'm going to have all moves available to me intellectually, that I'm able to access anyway, because there are levels to this, by the way. There's many people who are intellectually on levels far above me, right? I'm really kind of just middle of the road, ultimately. And it's not even my logic, of course. However, if these people, and what I mean by that is it's something in the ether that I'm tapping into. And I tap into that by getting over myself, by getting out of my own way. Also, I do that by refusing to exist all of the time in a space of 0% humility. Do I go there on occasion? Sure, I do. I don't stay there. Yeah, I go off into 0% humility. I'm a person. I think we all various times. What I refuse to do is live there. Okay. And it's not even my logic, of course. However, if these people are unwilling to utilize these thought forms for themselves, basically I have a weapon that they don't have because they're unwilling to do what it takes to have that weapon in their fucking, that arrow in their quiver, as it were. Then I may as well lay claim of ownership, since these individuals are derelict with respect to these strategies. Yeah, they can't. Basically, I can take it all for myself, and because they won't use it, it's mine. They can't lay claim to it because they're derelict with respect to these strategies. And that's on them. That's not on me that they're derelict, right? And this is why I can correctly claim to be above their level in these regards, as I just explained. There's levels to this, said one of my friends in Slab City, who was, by the way, far above my level intellectually, way above. GOML, EBT, get on my level. How can you critique, ridicule, and admonish my thoughts, speech, and actions from levels below me? Like, it just doesn't work that way. Now, again, you can always appeal to the courtroom scene from the movie Idiocracy. That's always a thing that can be done. But guess what? Those folks are fickle. And just as you get them on your side, I can employ the exact same techniques and get them on my side. But it's called pseudo-intellectual integrity. I don't see any value in appealing to the peanut gallery, as I cover here. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery can always be swayed by appeals to emotion. Always. You can always sway the peanut gallery with an appeal to emotion. So it's so easy to get their support by appealing to their emotions that, to me, it means nothing. Emotion is inherently illogical and thus cannot touch thought, reason, logic, and perception. They do not intersect, say, which is beautiful, by the way. I probably went ahead and drank myself to death if they could intersect, but thank God they can't. And by the way, this is why I was able to tell AJ Lloyd that part of his issues he was going through was his lady would become in an excessively emotional state, and then he wasn't recognizing that how emotional she had become, and he was trying to speak logic to her. But when she's in such an emotionally charged state, the logic can't penetrate. Right? But thank God, like they don't cross over. See, I'm military minded. Meanwhile, the bozos giggle derisively. I succeed in my practice of efficiency and effectiveness by accepting them as they are. See, now I put a little bit of energy into it, I will say. So I'm not quite living up to, this would be my best self, which I don't always live up to, but I think I did okay today. I certainly could have spurged out for a couple of hours and just never even, see, I'm covering material. Like, it hasn't even been that long. It's 10:30. Like this happened. All these things occurred wasn't that long ago, right? So I had whatever, went through whatever I went through. We all saw it. And then now I'm on to covering my material here, which I would rather do, by the way. I would rather come on here and cover my material than do a morning show, honestly. But, I don't have a lot of people willing and able to collaborate with me, right, in that regard. And I always like to support people's creative endeavors if I can, which is how we get back to OTW News and who I view as a content creator. And I want to support what he's doing at a level of content creation. That's not me putting in I'm not, going into business with him. I'm not, tossing in with him, like now my fortunes are tied to his fortunes. That seems to be what Drew's trying to turn it into, right? Yeah, no, it's not that. I'll go team up with Dick before I will OTW. Nothing against OTW, but can I not support somebody's broadcast? This is somebody who, I don't know if he's still doing it or not, but for a time he was attempting to live stream 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I respect the grind, sir. I respect that. I succeed in my practice of efficiency and effectiveness, and I wrote all this before the things happened on the morning show. I succeed in my practice of efficiency and effectiveness by accepting them as they are. So I accept that they're this way, as much as it does annoy the fuck out of me, right? Well, that's my base emotional state, is annoyed. So who cares? But they waste their energy. See, by the way, this is how I defeat them in the long run. They waste their energy by ineffectively directing it outwards toward me, where it cannot achieve success for them in their life. Now, again, success based on their definitions, but I would say that by focusing on me and directing, coming into my live chat, right, and trying to tear me down, I guess if that's their definition of success, I guess they can succeed. See, so now I kind of have to hold myself to my standard. But I don't think in the long run that would be something that they would point to as, well, we succeeded because we put all that time, effort, and energy into somewhat effectively tearing Benton down, right? And and we got to say that he spiraled or he rage quit or whatever. End result, I win. So the end result of all this is I win. And I'll define that as I'm continuing to express in a linear fashion on my path of progress, which, by the way, that's my path is progress, has been my whole life. So that means life, right? That's me living. By living, I'm continuing to express in a linear fashion on my path of progress. While they lose because they remain trapped in the practice of incorrect philosophy, and they remain where they are on that linear progression, which I equate with death, because what is not moving and growing and progressing and changing is dead. So Benton is the victor, and to the victor go the spoils, and the peanut gallery is vanquished. They're defeated by themselves through ineffectiveness and inefficiencies, and they receive their punishment, whatever that may be. That's it, and that's all. Bam. How about you? Hey, there you go, Terry. 20 years ago. It was a long time ago. Right around the year 2000. That's pre 9/11. Much different world, I expect. All right, we're going to drop the link. But if people come up here and ignore me and don't defer to the host at least a little bit, I'm going to get annoyed and start reading the Gulag Archipelago over the top of them. So be forewarned. Who is BG? I don't know who that is. Probably I do. BG. I don't know who is that. See, I don't even know who most of these bozos even are. And he may not be a bozo. I don't know who it is. Well, no, the material was, yeah, I worked that up this morning. What happened on the show wasn't pre-planned. That was a response to yesterday's fracas EBT. Oh, Barricade Garage. Yeah, go check him out. Shit. Black Goof. What's up, Jake? You know, it's funny. I ordered the second monitor. Now I'm starting to wonder if I'm even going to need it or not. So I'm strongly considering doing a audio only live stream. But I have noticed that the numbers are better when I actually show myself. But dude, my connection is just terrible. Oh, Benton is a goober. Yeah, I reckon I am. Bubble guts.
You, man, I love you. I told you daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real, you know?
Well, Cecil's down there. I don't know that I want to blast him with my uncompromising, my spirit, my uncompromising and unwavering spirit right now. Because there will certainly be attempts to, and I am a backpedaler, as EBT's known.
You really want to feel it?
No, at times, certainly. Show me him, I'll show you a hypocrite, right? It's all a paradox. Oh, man. Yeah, but not too bad for something I just put together in like 30 minutes this morning. I thought it went pretty well. Hell, it took me twice as long to cover it.
Me or something?
Yeah, twice as long to cover it.
You really want to feel it?
No,
Things Benton can do. Yeah, I think we'll get into the Solzhenitsyn. And just to show y'all who this man was. I know y'all got schooling, but not everybody does, right? Oh, did I already stop the screen? That's foolishness. Present. Uh-oh. Share screen.
Heard you talking about their favorite little guys with funny mustaches.
Yeah, maybe so. You might be right.
Because we're gonna put this guy on something secure that we know what he's talking about. It's a little easier.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm gonna see if I can get back on the hotspot here. See what happens.
Oh, you're all good.
Takes it a minute to boot up. I might have to reboot the whole computer. Hoping not to have to do that.
Well, as long as you're not digging holes, you know.
Well, I've had days where that's what I did all day was dig a hole. It's I was in a little better shape back then, so.
Well, I started at 8:30, and that's what I've got so far.
Damn.
So I'm not doing too awful bad. It's nice and clean.
What's the purpose of the hole, if I may ask?
The customer that I'm working at, he's got a sump pump that drains out, and it drains out too close to the house. So I'm putting in piping underground into a reservoir so it has a place to go and then disperse underground as opposed to making an ice sheet during the winter.
I see.
It's a way that I've come up with that allows water to disperse very well underground. Is basically you dig a 3 foot by 4 or 5 foot hole, 3 foot by 3 foot, and then 5 feet or so down, 4 or 5, something like that. And then you'd use the heavy grade landscaping fabric, and you put that down all the way around, and then fill that with like a pea gravel. Then after the pea gravel goes on, your last piece of landscaping fabric goes on, and then you just backfill it like a normal yard, and you never know the difference because the pea gravel holds up even without, it's not going to wash out because of the landscaping fabric.
Well, it sounds like you're providing a valuable service for which you will hopefully be, rewarded handsomely.
Well, this is the second year that we've worked for this guy. Where he's a return customer. We also did the neighbor's house on both sides, based off of his word. So he's definitely got us plenty of work. So I'd say we're doing all right.
Cool, man.
unfortunately, it does require, some physical labor and, some do it to it. So that's me.
That's good for you. Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah. What a blessing.
Yeah. The first day at this job site, I cut down 3 pine trees and then derooted them. I didn't get a grinder or anything. I literally went in and I cut these out of the ground. The reason for that is the hill that they're on, there was no way you were going to get any size grinder that you needed. And not only that, but replanting after it's ground, you still have a lot of the main tap roots going around. And I was able to dig a good majority of those out so that there wouldn't be that much sinkage as it destroyed itself. But anyways, I didn't mean to come up and take over your stream or anything. You were talking about the good people with nice mustaches.
Yeah, man, I kind of needed a break anyway, so I'm glad you did.
Well, I'm learning more and more. I'm learning more and more that after we always talk about after War II. However, armistice does not mean we're done fighting. It means we're done in physical combat. That means that now there's economic issues for the rest of it. And I think we're seeing some of the outcroppings of those things that were done even all the way back then. They know the long game. We know tomorrow's game. Most of us can't even tell each other what we were doing last week, much less last year.
Well, the masses are certainly not fit physically, psychologically, or mentally. That's for sure, or spiritually.
Yeah, I think that the reason that they're not one and not the other, because I think it's a combination of all three, makes up one. Like it really is the 3 in 1. There is no 3; it's just one. It's just different attributes of the same thing. Much more discipline and tenacity. You put those 2 together, they're not the same thing, but they go hand in hand. Down.
Drew, what's up, man? What's up, man?
Of course,
what's up,
connection sucks.
What the fuck's going on this morning, Ben?
Searching for a better economy.
Where do you get this idea? You say, "Oh, these people will never treat me as equals." I've heard you say that before in the past. It sounds like some cope or something, but I don't know. Can you explain it?
Are you speaking to me?
Oh, I was away for a second. I had to go outside. I'm still fighting these connection.
Ben said my dad can beat up your dad.
Oh, I'm gone. Yeah, it's not possible for somebody to have a connection issue. This is part of what we're talking about, EBT. It's like the same level of trolling. Like, doesn't it ever just get old? It's like, oh.
It never gets old because you react to it every time.
My fault. That's right.
I thought we beat this out of you, Ben. I thought we beat this out of you.
Yeah, now I'm going to beat something out of you, Drew. See, now it's my turn to beat something out of you.
All right,
no, I already said it all. It's whether or not you accept it or not.
What? I was doing other shit.
Okay, I guess I'll replay the stream then. So.
Well, I'm here right now. I can.
Yeah, I'm going to replay this. I'm going to replay the stream to you. You need to hear this.
Well, just say it. Can't you just?
I just said it. So no, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again. I'm going to play it again. Again, see, it's I must do something different. Drew stays the same. I do something different.
Okay, let me watch an hour stream and I'll come back in an hour. I'm trying to settle this right now. You're trying to compare me to Jack Talcott. That's fucking laughable, dude. You're saying we don't treat you as equals, dude. I've said some of the worst, most horrific shit ever to EBT and Total Bowler.
I said you don't accept me as your equals. That's what I said.
Where do you get that? Where do you get that idea?
From being a human being having this experience, Drew. Why are you not willing to accept that? Is my question. Because if you're not willing to accept that, there's really nowhere to move forward from. If you can't move out of where you are towards my position, there's nowhere to go. I've moved as far towards your position as I can. Listen to me. I've moved as far towards your position as I can. Until you take a step in that direction, there's nowhere to go.
Well, how much more could I do to show you that I accept you? We did two different shows together over time and all this other stuff. I help you with the channel. I don't even do it. I don't want anything for it. I'm glad to help you grow the channel and do all this stuff and help you get subscribers as much as I can. And I mean, how much more could I show you that
to bust your balls?
I respect you and I try to be here and work with you.
By not behaving the way that you and Cecil behaved this morning. So that negates all of the goodwill when you behave that way.
Okay, well, I could be wrong, but I'm about 90% certain. I've heard you co-sign OTW before, and you said he's
who cares?
Grinding.
Who cares?
Who cares?
If he did something stupid, that don't have nothing to do with me, Drew. You bozos are wrong about your religious dogma, and you're trying to pin that on me through OTW, and I'm not having it. You're not living it. You're trying to claim something you ain't living, and I'm not here for that.
So we can't claim anything you do, but you can claim.
You can claim whatever you want, Drew. You're not living it.
Everyone
I certainly
falls
have not. I
short.
certainly was not treated appropriately this morning. And when I
Everyone
brought it
falls
to your
short.
attention, you doubled down.
You didn't bring anything to my attention. You just quit, acted like you couldn't hear it, and then quit. So I didn't know what was going on. And then you came back in. You didn't say, "Hey."
I didn't act like anything, Drew. I still had the stream going, so I was hearing you in real time, and I was hearing you again on delay.
Okay.
And once I resolved that, I got told something about butt buddies by Cecil. I'm not here for that, man. I'm not
So
here
what?
for that.
Gives a shit.
What, I give a shit, Drew. I give a shit.
Well, it's why.
Well,
why would
I
you
give
care
a
what someone
shit.
else says?
Because it's me, and what I care about ain't up to you, Drew.
It's called banter. It's a show. It's an entertainment.
I'm not interested in banter.
Well,
Go
it's
have
a show,
with
Benton.
have a show with Cecil. Then he's really good at banter. I'm sure people want an hour of banter.
Wait a second. So are you saying that every single show is all about banter and that's what we should expect if we go, say, watch a PBS special or something like that?
Yeah, every movie and every show and every sports game is about banter. That's what I said.
No, I'm just making sure I'm getting what you're saying clear.
You're right.
Okay.
No, these Stephen David, EBT to some extent, although he doesn't embarrass himself as much. Drew and Toilet Bowl Earth embarrass themselves through the way they're trying to foist their understanding of religion on people, and it's laughable. And for
You
some
said you
reason,
didn't see the
they're trying to wrap
stream,
me
so
up
how
in
would
that.
you know?
Because I can discern that, Drew. That's how I know.
Okay, so I need to go watch your stream to know what you said, but then you can just not watch a stream, but know everything that was said.
Well, if I just answered all of your questions here, then yes.
Okay, I see how it is. Because that's right. Because I'm not on your level. You right?
No, you're not willing to accept me. That's the problem, Drew.
That's a delusion in your head.
And it may be, and if it is, I'm entitled to it now, aren't I?
I guess you are. I mean, I don't know how much more I could do to.
If you can't see that I was not received warmly this morning, and I was immediately put on the back foot, and then now I'm being attached to OTW, who apparently embarrassed himself last night. If you can't see that I wouldn't appreciate that in the context of a show in which I would expect to at least be greeted warmly, although if it doesn't happen, I can deal with it. But I certainly wouldn't expect the opposite. And if you can't own that, there's nothing to talk about until you can realize that you are the one that created that in conjunction with Cecil. There's nothing I can do.
I mean, I need to go back and watch it, but I feel like we were just like gently busting your balls when you came in.
And I pointed out that I wasn't here for that. And that's your time to pause and reflect and realize that maybe you need to take a different approach. You didn't do that. You said I needed my coffee. You said I was cranky. You said I woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
I remember
so you put it back on me
hold on.
immediately.
I remember you saying those things, but I don't remember. Maybe you did. I need to go watch it. I don't remember you saying, "Hey, I don't appreciate the way you're talking to me. Don't talk to me that way," or anything like that.
Go back and watch it.
I guess I'll have to.
If you can't tune into another human being and detect that they're not appreciating their way they're being treated, it's not going to matter. Like that's a fairly basic level.
You can't just say how you feel straight out. You got to do like some showing out shit. You can't just say, "Hey, this is how I feel right now."
Well, hell, it's probably not even up. We can watch it right now.
Of course, it's up.
Yeah. Anyway, we're back to Benton needs to alter his approach while Drew, who is not capable of doing anything wrong, stays the same. I am this way. I'm going to be this way. We're at an impasse. Period.
Why do you say I'm unable to do anything wrong? That's silly.
Well, you were wrong, and you're not owning that. You guys were shitty to me. I don't appreciate it. All you have to say is, "Wow, I didn't realize that. Thanks for letting me know it's not going to happen again." I'm letting you know that now.
Okay. Well, this goes to what you said about when you were talking about your
again trying to make me wrong. You're attempting to make me wrong, Drew. Instead of owning where you're wrong, you're attempting to make me wrong. That's weak ass bullshit.
I'm trying to.
If that's what you're going to model for your boys, we're in trouble. I don't need to be shown anything by you, Drew. I don't need to. I see my patterns.
When you say that you're in your marriage, the woman started acting shitty, and you realized, oh, she's acting shitty. Now let me be mean, or you didn't say the word mean, but you're going to act a certain way to her. That's some kind of weird psychological manipulation. Why don't you just come out and say, "Hey, this is how I feel. Why are you acting this way?" And now you're trying to do that shit with me.
Well, I don't share your viewpoint, Drew, so I don't know what to tell you.
Gaslighting.
I mean, just rage quitting and then acting.
Stop with the psychobabble shit.
Okay, we both rage quit.
Well, yours was obviously worse because you ended the stream.
Because you're trying to sabotage the stream.
Again, my fault again. Yeah, I'm trying to sabotage. Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Gaslighting.
Meanwhile, you guys were over here all day, every day, sabotaging this broadcast.
Stop with the psychobabble
I'm trying
shit.
to sabotage.
The chat is the same as coming on the stream and berating.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to look up the meaning of the word sabotage, Drew.
The live chat is there. It is what it is. You know,
Again, everything you guys do is fine and above reproach, but Benton's behavior can be called into question. Interesting. I've been seeing it in all of you guys.
You're on one. You're on one today. I'm not above reproach.
Dude, I'm like this all day, every day, man.
No, ever since you went to that casino, your behavior's changed.
Oh, see, now he's going to try to imply that I'm drinking.
Oh, yeah, you thought I was drinking.
Yeah, and you're wrong. And you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong.
Of course you're wrong.
Haven't touched a drop.
It doesn't matter what they think.
Oh, okay, so a general
ask
consensus
whoever
doesn't matter.
Not with respect to the truth, of course not.
You know, low blood pressure, low blood sugar, things that could make you potentially irritated.
What's
and if
up,
you're going to say
Drew?
he's drunk, you better make
Yeah, no, exactly, Drew.
consideration.
Exactly.
Shout out to Chalk Body.
I don't know how much more I could show you, Ben, that I'm trying to be out here and work with you, and I do accept you as an equal. I don't know why you would even say that I don't.
Woohoo!
You know, I've never been part of y'all's group, man. It just never has happened.
You were a few times, and then you just rage quit. This is a pattern I see with you, like over and over time. Like,
Well, this is the part where he's not that
Paul.
wrong.
You're gonna have fallen out with him too.
Yeah. Well. Sort of.
Bro, there's nothing to fall out from.
Sort of.
What do you-
That's
this
true.
Is,
There's
this is
nothing
a
to fall
part of the
out
problem,
from.
I think, is that you guys are putting some sort of importance on that or relevance that just
Anyway,
doesn't
good to
exist.
see you, Drew. Either way.
On what?
What
I know
you just
might
said.
be busy.
That you're gonna have a falling out with Paul.
There's nothing to fall out from, man.
Yeah, that's true.
What are you even talking
Never
about? I've been on
broke
the show a
good.
few times, and I like to watch his channel.
Never broke good.
Until you don't, and until you go at him.
Why would I go at him? I'm not even going at you.
Why would you go at me? You are going at me.
You came
That's
on here,
fine.
Drew. You came on here. I'm not going at you.
That's fine if you want to go at me. We can go at each other.
It's not even about that. You're clearly unwilling to accept your part in things. Just like that bullshit with the D Live show. When I told you ahead of
Let's
time
go,
I wasn't
man.
doing the show,
Let's
and
do
you were
it.
like, "Oh, everybody knows I don't check my fucking PMs." You could have just owned it.
Let's
But instead,
go,
it's my
man.
fault.
Let's do
It's
it.
fucking bullshit, man.
Well, I wouldn't call that a falling out.
So you could be like, "Oh, well,
Drew.
Croco's not here," and fuck you guys. Yeah. Which, by the way, I just forgave that. But you were fucking totally
He
wrong
needs
for that
somebody. He needs a. By the way, have you seen him tightening up? He's tightening up that bullshit.
How was I wrong?
Exactly.
I'm never wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
because where I see it from, I'm
Exactly.
just gonna tell you where I see it from. I did the show and I didn't see the email. I was there every time for the show. I don't know what, and other people didn't show up. So
Well, you can't say that I didn't show up because I let
You want me to
know
play the
several
rest of
days in
this,
advance that I wasn't going to be
Drew?
there.
I mean, it doesn't
Okay,
make
well,
you look
understand.
bad or anything.
Well, that's not my
there you go,
problem.
Ben. There you go,
Not
Ben.
my
It's my
problem
fault.
that you missed it.
I'll take the blame. The D Live show ended because it was my fault.
No, the D Live ended showing it because I couldn't keep my shit together.
The morning show ended because I couldn't not bust your balls, so that's my fault too.
I wouldn't blame the outcome of the show. I'm saying that, dude, I just don't know why you would treat me that way. That's fucked up.
I need to go watch it again. All I remember is some very light banter.
Yeah, that's what, again,
Fucking
that's not my
nubs,
perception
by the
of it.
way.
So if you intend it as light banner and I don't take it that way, that your intention has nothing to do with the way I take it.
Okay, the first thing I remember is that I played the clip of the OTW where I said he's crazy and doesn't know he's crazy. And I've heard you say over 100 times, you can't say that you didn't say this. You always say, I'm crazy, but at least I know I'm crazy. Those are people you can actually work with and talk to.
I've probably
Yeah.
said that in an offhanded way in a
No,
certain context.
no,
yes,
No,
yes.
you've
yes,
said it
yes.
many times.
Oh man.
I've said
We're all
what I've
crazy,
mostly
right?
said. What I've mostly said is that I can't be crazy because when I say things that sound crazy, I know that they sound crazy, and actual crazy people can't tell the difference. But I probably flippantly said also called myself crazy flippantly. But I generally don't even say that because I know that the government can construe those comments in a certain way in the future.
Okay, so the reason I said that was because I just played that OTW clip where I said he's crazy and doesn't know he's crazy. So then you came on right at that moment, so it was a segue for me to say, speaking of that,
Yeah, and that's fair. I
that's
wasn't
why I
aware
said
of
it
that.
wasn't a personal attack or anything like that.
Fuck
Well,
Cecil.
and
By
what
the way.
psychology
I blame
license-
Cecil ultimately.
At the Banter University.
Ultimately,
Well,
I
real quick,
blame Cecil.
What EBT says, I think he was annoyed off the bat seeing Cecil again on the show. I don't care who's on the show, but Cecil's not. He's kind of dim-witted, man. He's just not that sharp mentally. He's just not.
Yeah, Cecil's a
Talking
fucking
about
moron.
things he can't even spell. Like, what is that?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I think we're actually. I'm pretty sure we're cool. I don't know. I mean, I think we are anyway. Well, I probably
don't
do
accept
owe
you or
Drew an
something like that. I
apology
don't wanna
for
go into
the machine
something like
lies.
that,
Actually,
but
that's
then you
what
say,
we'll
"I'm
do
above
while
you,"
Drew's here.
But then we're the ones that
In those
Hopefully he's
ways,
still here.
we
in the
don't see
ways-
you as an equal, but then you say you're above me.
in specific ways. So you're generalizing things when I'm speaking.
Anyway, I'm a little too locked in autistic here in this clip, but yeah, bring back the morning show. That's right. Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure. I felt like we were, but I will say this: I was a little disappointed in the way the you versus machine lies turned out because Paul had to insert himself into that. So that's part of the reason he doesn't have the keys anymore. Although it was mostly that Tom didn't like it, and Paul kept getting shitty with me because I was promoting other people's channels. Meanwhile, like Drew said, I don't know if Drew heard the part where Drew was saying that he had promoted my channel and was happy to do so. Yeah, I never had to ask Drew for promotion. He just did it. But then you got Paul who gets mad when I promote other channels. It's like, well, wait a minute, dude. And I didn't tell him this because why bother? But it was like, man, like this is how it works. And then I was watching Brian O'Shea last night, and he had Paul on one-on-one, and Just a Gal was in there, I think, giving O'Shea donos. And so then I was like, hey, Yeah, exactly. Exactly, RT. Yep. Hope you're doing well, man. I was pointing out to O'Shea. I said, "Yeah, Paul doesn't want me dropping links, but I'm pretty sure that this person's here because I dropped a link in my chat." And then Brian is not even allowed over here. It's like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I assumed. I figured you was highly motivated. Oh. Well, and I don't want to blame my health, man, but I mean, if y'all remember what I looked like at the first of that stream compared to what I look like now, I mean, good Lord, man. I think that was around the time I got down to like 116. And hey, man, I'm up to like almost 140. I've been eating the fuck out of papaya. Well, I mean, you guys can have round two. I mean, Drew seems like he's busy, but oh fuck, having some pain, abdominal pain. Well, see, I knew I stayed live for a reason. See, I almost wrapped up earlier. We had the return of Drew. Not that he left, but you know. Then we got then we got this one. Hey, check out. I got a soundboard for you, Drew. Where is it? Hang on. Where is it?
Stop acting like a little hoe, bitch. You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth. You and Drew claim I have no fucking teeth.
Yeah, I probably will be. That'd be cool, man. Yeah. Drew says he might show up in about an hour. Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Yeah, Benton on a bulk cycle. Dude, I need to. I'm in such bad shape. Listen to this, man. I did like some push-ups the other day, but I've been using my wrist so much for the mouse, on these live streams that my fucking wrist is killing me. And I did some squats and my hips all fucking sore and shit. It's crazy. Yeah, welcome to Tyranny in the Metaverse. That's right. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Robin? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to find some. I'm probably gonna find some something from the archives to play, and then I'll be here, Drew, if you can make it. Fuck. Fucking hurting. Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I don't know that for a fact, Steve. Because O'Shea used to come around here, but then he wasn't coming around as much. So maybe maybe it's his choice. I don't know, but there does seem to be a climate in which folks who want to be in good with Paul don't come around here, right? I turned them off, and actually, you're the man to ask. Did they ever start taking taxes out of yours? Because they want me to. I already filled out the tax, the tax stuff. They never took any taxes out. I've gotten 2 payments so far, and then they started sending me messages that I've got to file more tax info, and then they said something about they might decide that I owe federal income tax, and they might start taking tax out, which I know to mean that they'll start, they'll just take it out of one of my payments, right? Like they'll do back taxes, basically. So I turned them off on the 1st for that reason. But we've been taking Cash App. I've been doing, I wouldn't say great with the donos, but I mean, people donate, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, he is, though. That's not exactly true. He just, Tarek seems to be. And this is where, it becomes like a telephone game, right? Because something I say in jest, I might say that like as a joke, like, oh yeah, and Tarek's not allowed to go to other channels. Maybe I'm talking to Tommy or whoever, but it's said as a joke, right? Because he does go to other channels. But then what happens is somebody hears that and they remove the joking context, and it starts getting repeated. Because he's in the live chat over here sometimes. Tarek is. Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll turn it back on then. Yeah, I don't give a fuck as long as they as long as they don't take it out, you know, because 30%'s bad enough. But once we start getting into half of what, you know, if somebody donates $10, if they're keeping half, that's too fucking much. Yeah, that's right. Some neighborhoods just don't get along. That's right. Tarek has a pimp. Damn. Ouch. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Oh, really? He's not able to be unslaved anymore? I didn't know that. I've still seen him posting as unslaved. Huh. That's interesting. Now, is Tarek smart enough to... did Paul tell him that, and is Tarek smart enough to even figure that out? Because I've figured out Tarek's an actual insane person. Like, literally insane. Between the giggling and... Dude, have y'all read what he types into live chats? That dude's fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he still goes to all kind of channels, Steve. I just think, like I say, I think it was kind of a joke. But, and again, I shouldn't even say O'Shea's not allowed around here. I have no way of knowing that. Fucking weed smoke. Some weed smoke has drifted into my room here, which doesn't bother me, but. Yeah, that's right. Paul doesn't want to taint his brand by being associated with infidels. Yeah. All right, what can we watch here? Because I'm hurting. I need to lay down for a minute. What the hell's going on here? Oh, Drew, have you been following Aphrodite? Have you been watching those videos? That's been pretty interesting. She seems to be somewhere general vicinity of Santa Barbara, as far as I can tell. Although I'm thinking maybe she's not quite in SB proper. Not that I'm trying, I'm not trying to figure it out. It's just I'm familiar enough with the Cali coast to where I could, she was talking about the Channel Islands. That narrows it down quite a bit. Do we want to watch more of this Tom on Ian? Maybe we'll watch some more of that. Uh-oh, fuck.
No, but it's
Great.
funny though.
Which should be a compliment in a sense, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, this is almost over. Never mind.
Egan.
Never mind. It's almost over. Oh, I think she seemed appreciative, Robin. I think that I think she didn't realize that she could private it because she could have used the editing tools to edit that out. It was a pretty good video, so of course I was just listening, so I didn't notice. But let's go back to O'Shea and Paul. Let's see what they were talking about.
Baseball field. It's been from day
Paul
one
bragging about being good at baseball.
Everything in my
fair
life
enough.
that I've had the dynamic.
Fair
So my
enough.
father then went to coach, right? Because he saw the fucking political games and all the nonsense and the fucking loser failure attitude. And the coach is not getting in these fucking kids' ass and being like, well, everyone's got to play and do the blah, blah, blah. Do you want to win or not? You're teaching these
Yeah,
kids
where is
that everybody
Dimitri? That's a good question.
opportunity to play every position when it's not what they're meant for. Some people suck at first base.
Yeah,
Some
see, I
people
was
don't wanna
thinking maybe
play, they
she
won't
was in
practice to
Ventura.
perfect
You
it.
thinking
Why would you put them
Oxnard?
there to make them feel a part of it? Why
Thinking
would you sit
Oxnard,
someone
Ice
who's an
Grills?
asset and a value to teach these kids that there's no inherent power and value systems in creation? That doesn't matter if you're a winner or a loser or not. It does. That was the worst thing that our generation was taught, that winning
think
and
she's
losing
farther
doesn't matter.
north
It
than
fucking
that.
does. And if you don't show up to win, then you're a loser. And you lost because you didn't put the fucking time, energy, and attention in, and you don't want it bad enough. Why are you there? And that's why you got so many folks in life who don't want to live and want to die at this point. Because they're not really living. They don't want to win. They don't even know why they're here. Pack it in. There's no more excuses. There's no more political games. There's no more fighting for entitlement trophies and pretend games. Rise and fall on your own merit or check out and accept your slavery and genocide.
Yeah, I used to go to Shocking No One. I used to go to Ventura to play
I wanted to jump to
cards.
Escaped me, but yeah, that's something to do with like fighting for the freedom and oh yeah, like
I keep going back to this book, but part of their society, what made it function was not getting caught up in the comforts. That's what unraveled the freedom. Where eventually you lose your freedom is when they started to not be up on their training of the weapons. Like they wanted the comfort. They didn't want to like work as hard, and it's just all, it's all.
Right. I didn't like it at the time. I didn't like it at the time. My father going, "Get the fuck up. We got to practice." What the fuck are you talking about, bro? 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, where we don't miss. Get the fuck up. We got, because he always wanted to be a professional baseball player, and he had an opportunity to do that, and he bitched out, right? Because he was in all the papers. He's amazing talent, genetically, whatever, just natural, right? And he punked out because his daddy died young, and he's got his mama's spirit, right? Let his mama talk him out of chasing his dreams and fulfilling his vision, and he's been regretting it ever since. So he put that on me. Did I like that?
What about
no? Did I need that in some ways? Yes. Because it taught me later, like now, how I need to live if I want to win, if I want to be successful, if nothing else, even if I lose, value me and my time, energy, attention, and the effort I put in. Because I could at least at the end say, I showed up every day, I fucking practiced, I struck everybody out, and I fucking got on base every time. And you motherfuckers didn't do shit. You want to call that arrogance and ego? I don't call it that. I call it confidence. See, when you can cash the check, it's not arrogance and ego, it's confidence. I perform when I'm put in position. Do you?
Yep,
and if you don't, why are you here and why are you okay with it?
That's right.
Right? And that's called self-worth and self-esteem. And most of us don't have it in different areas. We're just okay continually losing and being on a team of losers and saying, well, at least we get a pizza party. Fuck you. I can eat pizza any fucking day of the week. That ain't special. Beating everybody because you have perfected yourself and excel in this venue is why we're here.
Well, I still haven't figured out
competition.
But again, I don't care that much.
They don't want to do away with the weak, low-value beta males. Why should we compete at all anymore? Well, we don't have to. We don't have to be competitive. But if you won't be accountable and responsible, then motherfuckers got to go, do you want to be a winner or loser in life?
Accountable to whom? In what sense?
And they don't like that competition.
Responsible
because then they're forced to account. How much time and energy, attention have I put into my purpose and creating value for myself and others? What are my results? They don't want that. That's the only time competition matters. You look at yourself and others, you look at what they're co-creating and the results, and you look at what you're doing, and you put them side by side to ascertain what's more desirable, if anything. They're too self-righteous to do that, right?
Yeah. What's interesting about these comforts and being on the land, and then there's this whole other dynamic of like sea. These Orlando people were seafaring people, or like masters of the sea. They traveled a lot, actually. You know what I mean? They traveled around, but they were free travelers. Like, there were slaves all around, but they were like an exception to the rule. When they came around, people knew what these people were. And my point is that like maybe like a good exercise. Like Dan has this urge to go out on the boat. Maybe that's a good exercise to be on the boat and learn the sea and watch motherfuckers die, dude. Like, get close to death. Like, be out there where it's like you're not really gonna be comfortable, or you're gonna be, if you're in the water and you don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know. I'm trying to force a conversation, bring up.
It's narcissistic and egoic, Brian O'Shea. When you can reconcile death as part of life and accept life on life's terms, meaning death as well, it's egoic and narcissistic and cold. I mean, why not just like consistently let life on life's terms break you down and destroy you and put you into a wreck? I mean, again, there's a time to have feelings. I'm not saying to be completely devoid of emotion. I'm just saying, like, what do you do with that? So yeah, if you're out on the seas and somebody falls overboard and gets eaten by sharks, what do you do with that for the next 1,000 miles? You gonna sit there and whine and fucking cry? You're going to compare your walk to his walk and not do what you need to do because it might be you next? Or are you going to push forward and excel and use that as a lesson?
Yeah, and you'll see people like step up. They're going to lose that facade of the niceties and shit. And they're going to, because they know if they're being a bitch, they're going to get thrown overboard. But like, bro, like, if it's life or death and your back's against the wall and it's understood everyone's got to step up, you don't get to fucking play the stupid shit, the games. And then you'll probably see that person could excel past everyone. He'll bring the greatness out of him because he can't be a bitch. It's fucking
right. But that's what you do. As the leader looks at all the things, right? Imagine the battle. The leader looks around at the death and everything and still moves ahead to show the other motherfuckers over there, we don't need to stop. Right? Because if I stop and I look around, it's going to trip me up and it's going to trip them up. So the same thing with my uncle. He's been begging to die for years. I want to die. I don't want to live. Now he's got cancer and can't walk. And they want to ask me how I feel about it. Motherfucker, how would I feel about it? It's what you manifested. And you said, oh, I want to die, but I just want to be in control of it. I don't want a suffering, painful death. Well, you got everything that you said you didn't want. That's how this shit works. You got what you needed. You think I'm going to sit there and feel any kind of way about it when I've been preparing for it for the last 5 and 10 years? Is there something within me that I could move into and allow to express and grow and cry and whatever else? Yeah, but what it is, he manifested that. He created that. He did nothing to avoid that. So all I could do at this point is take any emotion that's in me and say what I said to her and what I did this last few days. Disconnecting from all these toxic motherfuckers on here. I'm done with the coffee in the morning. I'm done with the sugar. I'm done with this, that, and the third. I'm going to use this emotion to get myself where I need to be, to take that motherfucker out of where he is or let him be because that's what he's choosing. I ain't going to let his situation and what he's created actively and what he's not avoided actively take me down. I'm going to let his imminent death make me better and build me up, right? Because that's how you would honor him. If I honor my uncle the way that he raised me when we were younger, and the relationship we had before it's become what it's become, you know, in his degradation because he didn't love himself. I can't love him, and I can't burden myself with his choices. I can only take his walk and become better through observation of it, and wish him well and blessings in whatever his next endeavor is. He's given up long ago. He hates himself. He's never been able to love himself in life truly, and I've started to see that and feel that more and more as the years go by. So I have to walk with that blessing and be thankful and grateful of that, and I have to turn it over to whatever the fate is meant to be. There is no role for me to hold toxic emotions that are going to keep me paralyzed or take me down or, you know, cause me to act out. Those times are times where it should strengthen you and fortify you to honor those beings in a way that maybe they didn't even honor themselves, because that is true care and true love.
Yeah, when I kind of resonate there is like when my dad died, for some reason, it's like the instant he died, he became the best version of himself, like in my eyes, which is like, I don't know, maybe a way of forgiveness, or like I didn't have to look at him like with flaws. I only looked at him like perfection, like, and then maybe an acknowledgement on his end, like an instant acknowledgement, like, oh shit, he did, you know, the mistakes that he made. You know, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean,
But
that's the thing. You have to forgive while people are here in order to see it clearly. You know, if my uncle dies today, I'm not going to ignore, just like with my grandmother. They all played that game. Oh, Nana, Nana. I said, did you all forget Nana was arguing on the fucking phone, fighting, acting like an animal, and then on her deathbed, recanted all of it, went to talking to my father when she was shitting on him for years? It's one thing to call my father out and hold him accountable for what he's done and not done. It's another thing to try to undermine him and malign him and make him out to be the biggest devil in creation because you were jealous and envious of him having some level of success, right? So you got to call it as it is. You know, I've always seen the game for what it is on both sides. I was, again, 12 years old, right in the middle of both sides of the family. I saw it for what it was on both sides. I said, you're a sociopathic, egoic motherfucker, and you're a jealous victim motherfucker. So it's interesting how you'd all find each other. It's always the narcissistic and the victimhood people who find each other, you know, if you want to look at it that way. And then again, then there's narcissism in the sense of egoic and what they claim about me. And then there's a certain level of confidence. So when you're a confident, powerful motherfucker and you're getting results others aren't, you're going to generate somebody who's in need of them. And they're not going to see it that way. They're going to try to compete with you and equalize. And that's what she did. So I saw it on both sides, right? He wouldn't be real with himself and them about his role and everything. And they wouldn't be real and she wouldn't be real either. Because they're all going to defend their clan. You know, mother-in-law is going to defend mama. You know, daddy on his side can never do no wrong. Mother-in-law is always wrong. And then there's something usually in between we could get to. But they can't get their egos out of the way to do it. I'm watching the same process repeat with me and her and the mother-in-law with her mother. The difference is I've already done it 34. My father couldn't do his whole life. I've offered everybody a seat at the table. Let's go. Let's have the conversations. Let's hold accountability sessions. Let's air it all out. I ain't the coward in the situation. I ain't the egotistical one in the situation. I'm looking for resolution and reconciliation and completion for every individual being for themselves. And I'll pretty much do anything to get that, including accept all their attacks on me. I don't mind it.
Yeah, man, it's fucking heavy duty. How many families?
It always replicates, bro.
It always replicates. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we see these cycles and we see them all replicate, and then we see the places in the choose your story where we can break the cycles. You know? And we either choose that or we don't.
Yeah, that's why cyclical in these families. There's like times where there's people in the family that are like the heroes of the family that are holding it down, and then there's a degradation, and then someone's got to like spring up, and start the cycle over.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I see with me and Jennifer is that we're like in this relationship to break generational cycles within ourselves together, if that makes sense. So like we're gonna be somewhat of an emulation or replication of what we come from, and then we get the choice to choose something different in each moment as time goes on. Right. And I believe that's what all relationships are really supposed to be about, especially now at this time in history more than ever. We're not here for the emotional appeal, right? The romantic love. We're here to complete
Praise
within
God.
ourselves, using each other as mirrors, right? That's just how I see it. So once we do that, and while we're doing that, the bond comes, the connection comes. The connection, the bond's already there. The universe establishes that by bringing you all together to begin with and keeping you together because you got work to do, right? So if we're going to be better and do better, then we got to have the reflection and the replication, and then the mirroring that leads to making choices that get us out of what we've been put into. And it's all mind and heart control. You know? So that's why they'll never understand me, these clowns on here or anywhere else, what type of relationship I'm in or what type of relationship I'm facilitating. You know, and that's what it is to me. That's the vision to me. Individual completion with the partner as a mirror. Through that process will come a lifelong bond and appreciation and respect and honoring because we've done what they wouldn't do.
Yeah. Yeah, because you get that question all the time, and like all these interviews that you did, they'll say, "Where do you know, you're a great speaker, Paul." And it's like, where do you get your information?" And I'd always be like thinking that question too at the time. Like, yeah, that's a good question. But now the more I understand it, you know what I mean? Like it's a combination of things, but this whole like being able to trust your instincts and going back to what that
Yeah,
sick
they all
listening
want me to
was.
tell them where I got my information as if I'm not a student of life and consciousness and don't have my own perspectives. Like I can't look at life and make my own breakdown and determination. I must have got everything somewhere else. That's not an authentic life. That's not a conscious and aware being. Right? That's a looper, the replicator, a repeater. There's nothing new under the sun. But with that said, you can't study someone else's information and experience that they've come to and repeat it and make it be true for yourself or anyone else. Right? So they always ask me that because that's the way they live. And then I have to remind them, I don't live like you. You think I could sit up here and talk for hours on all these different things and I have my own perspective and my own way of languaging out what I see?
Because people want to talk you into shit, right? And that's what I fucking learned, you know, when I dealt with that lawyer back in the day, bro. I knew in my gut what the move was. But I got a person like saying, expressing their opinion, dude. But that's the learning lesson is
bro, you know, this is the point why people don't know themselves. If you watch yourself intensely, you start to pick up on the move universally. What I mean by that is, you know when someone's saying something to you that you need. You don't even know why. You just feel it. It's the resonation. Versus the rest of the conversations you have. You could have 1,000 conversations throughout a month. You don't remember any of them. There's one you remember and can't forget because it's what the fuck you need and what you resonate with. If you start listening to that force, that's what I tell you. This is why I do. They tell me I'm egoic and narcissistic because I do what I just did before. I go top 2 guys already off the bat just by how they look. Let me listen to them first. I'm counting them out. I go, there's something going on with this guy in the bottom. Sure enough, he gave us everything we needed, everything that I talk about day to day. Was it a coincidence again, or is it intuition? Is it pattern recognition? You know, what is it, is what I'm saying, right? It's consciousness and awareness. So you can't be right that often, even to a certain percentage of degree, if you don't have consciousness and awareness. And that's the difference. Folks will talk to anybody and everyone and say, I want to listen to everybody. Everybody's got a voice. Everybody's blah, blah, blah. It's not true for me. All of my life, this thing has gone, stop listening. So I can't even make myself listen. The thing takes over me, checks me right out energetically. It was all ADHD. No, it ain't. Because there's certain things that pop up. I can't let go of them. And when I feed into it, I get everything that I need every time. How often do you just trust that before you second guess it at a certain point? You know? At what point do you just go, this thing always knows what I need and shuts down everything else that's an impediment to what I need? And I want to second guess that and just entertain everybody and their nonsense and opinions? No, that thing knows what I need. That's surrender to the will, I believe, rather than your own will and your own beliefs about how we're all unique and special and everybody's got a voice and a valid opinion. You don't.
Yes, I do, sir. Yes, I do.
You saw your boy yesterday on my stream. In the middle of
yes,
saying
I
something,
do.
the only thing he could think
I
about was Uncle
absolutely
fucking
have
Kenny.
those things.
You know why? Because out of the thousands of conversations he's had over the years, Uncle Kenny dropped it on him, gave him everything he needed indirectly. And just through me talking to him and him telling me about Uncle Kenny, I know that's the case. He knows it, I know it, and Uncle Kenny knows it. Thousands of conversations from a bunch of jerk-offs don't matter. Because in that one conversation, at one moment, he got everything he needed and still doesn't know it and had to have me tell it to him. So he knows it, but he won't accept it, right? It's really what it is. They don't know. They just need a reminder. And that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about speaking into someone's soul, you know, and how you can be creative with that. Modern way people speak is just, it's all phony. That's what you pick up, you know, people are just fucking disingenuous, trying to sound good. That's
How
why
many people you got over on your side? I'm just curious.
Says 12 here on StreamYard.
Okay. I got 50 over here. I'm gonna have to shut it down. I don't have to. I could go on the phone or whatever and go in the room, but she's going to bed. It's already 12, and I pretty much stick to a habit of, as you see, being kind of focused on my nightly process and getting back to me and being rested and all that. Not that this was I enjoyed the conversation, but you know how we are. We'll just keep talking and people come and go and drag it out. And then I'll be waking up tomorrow ready to fucking go off on everybody because I let it get away from me. So, yeah, man. I need structure is what I learned from me. So I create certain structures for myself and I stick to that and I find it works for me and everyone else without even being forced. Because I don't want to be, again, like I was up all night, sleeping all day back in the day on drugs. I don't live like that. Being up with panels and schizos and fucking amphetamine freaks, I don't live like that. So I'm already late for my own non-schedule because I like to check out all the shit. 8, 9, 10, even 11 the latest. We're already coming up on midnight. That means another hour or two. I'll be kicking around, winding down, sitting on myself, manifesting visions. Slavery and genocide. I'm manifesting visions of slavery and genocide. Not because that's what I want, because that's what people need. That's what I figured out. I'm very much like Bezos in his first few months of Amazon, first few years. All right, O'Shea. Everyone right now, immediately, all 50 of you, go over to Brian O'Shea's channel, get him up to 62 people, like, share, subscribe, piss everyone else off who's a fucking egoic, prideful hater that doesn't really give a fuck about themselves in their life, and they're too sensitive to work with me or even listen to me. critiqued him. So Brian O'Shea is an amazing man at this moment. He goes with the flow, right? But at some point here,
hey, what's up,
again,
folks?
like that mixtape video that we just saw released. That fire is going to reignite. Brian O'Shea is going to burst into a blazing.
Shout out to 59 in the house. Is that right?
Venereal disease all across
Good
this
Lord,
nation,
what is
this world.
happening?
World famous Brian O'Shea, comedian, actor, entrepreneur, world traveler, ladies' man in his own right, world's most
Is
interesting
this on
man.
news of Drew possibly showing up?
That was amazing promo, huh? Now
Is that
I'm going
what
to leave
that
you
is?
50, and you're going to have to do something with that. I have faith in you.
Yeah, Paul, great
spread, like,
broadcaster.
outbreak of herpes at a
Love the
Florida
show.
State college. You know what I mean?
All right, I'm gonna go.
Ain't nobody above the
I'll
program.
see you later. See you later, Brian O'Shea.
All right, Paul.
You know that I'm rooting for you. You know that I want to see you win. As long as you're happy and you're peaceful and you like what you are and what you're doing, and I'm good with it. Talk my shit, but ultimately I want to see you peaceful, empowered, and happy, whatever that means for you. So,
Is that
hanging out at the
really?
Hard Rock is where
Is that
it's
the lyric? I brought
get it
you
done.
a crate of
Going for
papaya.
I
You
support
live in
that
a world of
'cause I love
illusion
you.
where everything's
I don't
peaches
promote
and
that, but I'll
cream.
support it because I love you.
We all face a
Right.
scarlet
Love you,
conclusion,
man.
but we spend our time in a
All right,
dream.
get out of here.
I'm out of here.
Get some sleep.
Jungle love.
All right, blessings. It's the one and only Paul Enslaved. Yeah, appreciate the man coming down. You know, holding up big end of the stick, doing most of the heavy work.
Well, I don't. Is that the case
some of
though?
These two-man operations they got out here, they
I don't know.
they got what's called the giggler.
It's hard to know somebody's
the other guy's
intentions.
not his sidekick.
Is
like
it
the giggler.
not?
You know, you don't want to aspire to be a giggler, but
Guess we can go back to this. Maybe jump forward a little bit. Timmy there the whole fucking time? Oh, here's Hank. We can see what Hank's talking about. Uh-oh. Why did it? Okay, never mind.
Have to like this guy or they. I mean, look, you know, I do pump it up in the chat because I'm there just to, you know, kind of heckle a little bit, kind of get the excitement going for the broadcast. That's all that is. But in true, just like 50 Cent or the other ones that we gotten value from, and hey, Hank, and passed along, we take the value from them and we move along. I'm not addicted to 50 Cent or Wes Watson or Russian Law Boss, but I'm going to take the value I learned from them and apply what I find valuable.
Steve Miller.
Listen, man, there's an ethic that you live by, and it's old school. Doctors used to do X amount of their procedures for free. You call it tithing.
Hank's weird as fuck, but I like
coming up in New
listening
York
to
dentists
him.
would even people would just live like that. They work like that.
And
What do you
weird
got?
is not a
Right? That's how you
weird
live
is
as a
not
man. You don't
an
fucking come
insult
at
in my
everybody with
world.
a
That's
set
for sure.
price list like I'm at Applebee's. I'm a man. You're a man. Show some fucking respect. Show some ethic. Show some care for the truth. Show up for the strength of it. Maybe say to me, hey, bro, what do you got? I know you ain't. He's got Lamborghinis and mansions. He needs 10K from me and would take that and sleep at night. He's a fucking piece of trash. He's a mutt. I would never operate like that. I didn't operate like that. I had tons of people who had more than me when I was in a tent hit me up. I never asked them for a fucking dollar because I was there for the strength of it, the conversation, the truth, the development for others. Now, if they hit me up and said, we're going to give you 2K to come speak, I ain't going to turn it down. Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean a B-dog hits me up and goes, come over to my channel, bro. I'm going to tell him it's going to cost you 2K an hour. It's ridiculous. I go over there on the strength of it to work with him because it's true and it's right and he's doing his thing. That's
from them never telling you the truth about
accidentally
fix it.
fast
It's
forward.
been known for, you know, well over 100 years. I yield.
Shit.
It's just so amazing when you realize that God literally is more available to folks like Hank than the rest of these slaves who keep claiming they have a monopoly on it. These people don't even realize this is all just one big ego trick game. Like this is pure conscious and awareness of self and the other and what is. Did you trademark that like slave cop? Did you spend a couple grand on nothing? He spends thousands trademarking brands that have no money-making potential, no possibility of upward mobility. It's amazing. I go, you realize that I've single-handedly 1,000x your proceeds and haven't trademarked anything because I'm not living in fear? I go, do you see the irony of you trademarking a brand out of fear while the brand is living without fear? But you're living in fear trademarking a brand that has no upward mobility because you produce no value with it. This is the comedic irony of the universe lost on anyone in these interactions.
No, I can see it. I just try not to point it out because it makes me too annoying.
You don't want to get on people's bad side. You know, you're too nice of a guy. I go, hold on a second. Stop the press. You realize what's going on here, and they all get pissed at me.
Well, look at it like this. It's just a bad investment. He invested in negative social capital, and he lost. I yield.
Right, because the whole point of live without fear is to live in faith. And if you lived in faith,
Okay,
you
back
wouldn't have
down to 41. That makes a little more
trademark
sense.
the brand. You are the brand.
That
But if you
makes a
don't
little
live
more
the
sense.
brand, then you need to trademark it because the value doesn't come from you. It comes from the brand, which you don't live.
47 at OTW.
Like I
Well,
live
he
my
updated-
brand and my
Let's see what they're
information.
talking
That's
about.
why it's valuable and works. And I don't need to trademark it because I could just change it and I am the value. I will rebrand it.
What do you do with it?
Sorry for apologies for jumping around so much. Yeah, Timmy in the Hat. Yeah, he does, man. Yeah, he's a very original thinker, certainly. Hank is. Absolutely.
Day with a bag full fiat, you know, the jobs that are available, you know, that's why you have ghettos versus non-ghetto. That's why you have, you know, so, and people in hurt try
You
to
have
cover
ghettos because
pain,
people
you know, they
choose
try
to live in a ghetto.
Well, actually, I mean, there are people. Yeah, it's
We're in
their
a ghetto
choice,
right now.
but I mean, you ever, you know, I mean, especially, I guess you could get
This is ghetto.
locked in, so to speak.
Well, you can get locked into anything. If you want to be locked into something, you get locked into it. I grew up in the ghetto, and I don't live in the ghetto
Most
anymore.
people don't want to be in the situation they're in, man.
Then get out.
Well,
Yeah, but that's problem solving.
What about the people who want to live there and help the same tools and the same toolbox and the same circumstances? It's different for everyone.
No, it's not different for
Yeah,
anybody.
why are you problem solving?
And you had pride for your community, whether
See, I'm just not a fan of that. Nubs just immediately says, then get out. It's like, well, wait a minute. We're not problem solving, are we? Can't we talk about issues without having to try to solve them? This is two different things, right?
it was the most slummiest ghetto of all. And you wanted to
I did
better
have
the
pride for my community. I used to clean up all the time in my neighborhood. I grew up in the neighborhood they killed George Floyd in.
Like, you know, if paramedics are running around giving clean shit out versus
just to clean up in your neighborhood. Like, why, like that's so odd.
Because I had pride. He just said people that have pride in their neighborhood. I had pride in my neighborhood, and I cleaned it up every chance I got. I grew up in one of the worst neighborhoods. We had the second highest crime rate per capita for violent crime, not murder.
In your neighborhood, like, just, like, I mean.
Of course I do.
You ever seen the old movie, The Burbs, Mitch? The Burbs?
Yeah,
They take pride in their lawns, in their neighborhood. You know, it's kind of like a tribalism thing, so to speak, I guess, you know, with communities. But
it's the Joneses.
I can't wrap my head around this pride for a neighborhood thing. Like,
do you just shit where you eat?
No, but that's because
look at it this way, Mitch. If you had a neighborhood that was trashy as fuck versus a neighborhood where everyone picked up their trash, weren't thrown on the streets, or a neighborhood where they respected each other, they weren't going in your garages and fucking stealing, versus a neighborhood where, you know, fucking everyone respects each other, you leave your garage doors open. Like, I mean, I see where there is a pride, I guess, for where you live. You want to fucking, you know, make sure it's to par, I guess, to your standards.
Old Mama Jenkins at the corner, she needs to make sure that there's somebody that's going to look out for her.
Right.
It's the difference between being a simp and a real man.
That's being, you know, a contributable part of your
my neighborhood. Yes, having pride in it.
Right.
Not pride in the sense of we're better than you.
The same neighborhood George Floyd was killed in to pick up trash. That's not pride. That's my point.
That is pride. That's taking care of shit.
Dude. That's
Have you ever done it?
Why wouldn't it be though, Mitch? Like, I don't get why you. And maybe you're thinking about this the different way because you're mobile.
It's a lifestyle. It's not something you do so you can brag about it on YouTube.
I'm not bragging. I'm making a comment.
People being prideful for their communities.
But you're exposing yourself by asking me if I ever picked up.
Because I'm looking for the experience that you have so that I can glean information from that experience. And if you have no experience on a particular topic,
just presume that being 36 years old and self-sustainable and self-sufficient, I'm not a stranger to picking up trash in my neighborhood. Let's just say that.
So why would you bring that up? Isn't that bragging then? I mean, if we're going to go by those standards.
That's information you asked for, and I gave it to you.
Right. And I
So
was having a conversation and I gave
just asked
information
for
in a
it, and I just gave
conversation.
it to you, and now you want to go to bragging to deflect. It's
Bragging,
not
yes,
bragging.
bragging.
You bring it up. You asked me because
you did a
that you
very
had
good
gleaned some
thing.
sort of information. That doesn't to me. I mean, picking up
But,
trash
but Mitch,
once.
when you picked up the trash for whatever,
Picking up trash
you did that
once.
for
doesn't make you a
beneficial
good person,
factors,
dude.
right?
And talking
Mitch,
about it on
when you went and
YouTube,
picked up
like,
trash
have
in
you ever
whatever
picked up
community
trash?
neighborhood you did,
Like, come on, man.
No, picked up
How
trash
would
in
I?
my neighborhood.
I'll
Not
pick
just
up
picked
trash
up
in
trash.
anyone's neighborhood. It doesn't matter whose neighborhood it is.
What the fuck is wrong with Mitchell here? I think this is actually pretty interesting insight into what's wrong with Mitchell. Yeah, exactly. He needs donations for his quality content. I think this is an interesting insight into what's wrong with Mitchell. He seems like he's easily annoyed by other people just living their lives, right? And again, I'm going to bring it back to, what about freedom? Aren't we free? Shouldn't Nubs be free to express himself? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a good. What is his deal, RT? That's very interesting. What is his deal? But if you run this back, it's fascinating because I think it's easy to just choose to view, because like Mitchell was in here just a few minutes ago, going in on me, right? And it's easy to just think, oh, he's a miscreant. He just likes to cause problems. But then let's back up about 6 minutes, and you can actually see what triggers him. I think he's actually annoyed by this. I don't know that it's just him wanting to. And I think, Sterling's probably onto something about the craving of the discord, right? Lack of craving, the opposite of harmony, effectively. Yeah, discord.
And people in hurt try
You
to
have
cover
ghettos because
pain,
people
they
choose to
try
live in a ghetto.
Well,
actually,
is it really a
there are
choice,
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's their choice, but I mean, especially, I guess you could get locked in,
Don't
so
realize
to
they have a
speak.
choice. Most people
Well,
don't
you can
realize
get locked into anything. If you want to be locked into something, you get locked into it. I grew up in the ghetto, and I don't live in the ghetto
most
anymore.
people don't want to be in the situation they're in, man.
Then get out.
Well,
What about the people who want to live there? What about the people who want to live there and help
the same
them?
tools and the same toolbox and the same circumstances. It's different for everyone.
No, it's not different for anybody.
What if it was your community and you had pride for your community, whether it was the most slummiest ghetto of all, and you wanted to
I did
better
have
the
pride for my community. I used to clean up all the time in my neighborhood. I grew up in the neighborhood they killed George Floyd in.
Like, if paramedics are running around giving clean shit out versus
just to clean up in your neighborhood, like why, like that's so odd.
Because I had pride. He just said people that have pride in their neighborhood. I had pride in my neighborhood, and I cleaned it up every chance I got. I grew up in one of the worst neighborhoods. We had the second highest crime rate per capita for violent crime, not murder.
In your neighborhood, I mean,
of course I do.
You ever seen the old movie The Burbs, Mitch? The Burbs.
Yeah,
They take pride in their lawns, in their neighborhood. It's kind of like a tribalism thing, so to speak, I guess, with communities. But
it's the Joneses.
I can't wrap my head around this pride for a neighborhood.
See, I think I figured out what's happening with Mitchell. And I think it comes back to this accountability and resolution I've been talking about, where Mitchell talks about accountability and resolution a lot, but he's not able to be accountable to himself within himself, seemingly, and he's not able to seek resolution, within himself. So I think he's very sensitive to, things that he's attempting to resolve something that it's not his place to resolve, right? It's like Nubs is free to shoot his fucking mouth off however he wants to. Mitchell's choice here is click the fucking button and go do something else. Now, part of the problem, I would say, is that Mitchell's all day long in the driver's seat of his vehicle in a parking lot somewhere. I've been there and done that. That shit sucks. I hate that shit. Just think about all day, every day, just sitting in your vehicle in a parking lot all fucking day. And then, it's like, okay, I'll go across town and, there's only so many errands that one can run, right? So he's already fucking cranky and agitated probably on some level. Remember, he was over here trying to pick a fight with me about 30 minutes ago, and I just ignored him for the most part. Actually, what I said was, I said sometimes I wonder if Mitchell does Mitchell flip a coin to decide if he's going to be nasty or nice, right? And then he tried to get a rise out of me, and then he left. It's fascinating, and then to see him over at this other panel.
Thing, like,
do you just shit where you eat?
No, but that's because
look at it this way, Mitch. If you had a neighborhood that was trashy as fuck versus a neighborhood where everyone picked up their trash, weren't throwing on the streets, or a neighborhood where they respected each other, they weren't going in your garages and fucking stealing, versus a neighborhood where, fucking everyone respects each other, you leave your garage doors open. Like, I mean, I see where he's coming. There is a pride, I guess, for where you live. You want to fucking, make sure it's to par, I guess, to your standards.
Old Mama Jenkins at the corner, she needs to make sure that there's somebody that's going to look out for her.
Right.
It's the difference between being a simp and a real man.
That's being, a contributable part of your
my neighborhood. Yes, having pride in it.
Right.
Not pride in the sense of we're better than you.
The same neighborhood George Floyd was killed in to pick up trash. That's not pride. That's my point.
That is pride. That's taking care of shit.
Dude. That's
have you ever done it?
Why wouldn't it be though, Mitch? Like, I don't get why you. And maybe you're thinking about this the different way because you're mobile.
It's a lifestyle. It's not something you do so you can brag about it on YouTube.
I'm not bragging. I'm making a comment.
People being prideful for their communities.
But you're exposing yourself by asking me if I ever picked up trash.
Because I'm looking for the experience that you have so that I can glean information from that experience. And if you have no experience on a particular topic,
just presume that being 36 years old and self-sustainable and self-sufficient, I'm not a stranger to picking up trash in my neighborhood. Let's just say that.
So why would you bring that up? Isn't that bragging then? I mean, if we're going to go by those standards.
That's information you asked for, and I gave it to you.
Right. And I was having a conversation, and I gave information in a conversation.
I just gave it to you, and now you want to go to bragging to deflect.
Bragging, yes, bragging.
You
did a very good thing.
Some sort of information. That doesn't to me. I mean, picking up trash
but when you picked up the trash for whatever,
picking up trash once,
beneficial factors, right?
And talking about
when you went and picked up trash in whatever community neighborhood you did.
Like, come on, man.
No, picked up trash in my neighborhood.
I'll
not just picked up trash.
In anyone's neighborhood. It doesn't matter whose neighborhood it is.
Right, because you have pride in yourself and pride in your neighborhood. Or somebody else's neighborhood.
It has nothing to do with pride in the neighborhood. It's just picking up trash because it's the right thing to do.
Right.
But how many people just fucking throw it out, Mitchell, or just don't give a fuck? That's the whole point of the pride thing. That's the whole conversation. Taking pride where
I'm not going to justify my behaviors based on the behaviors of someone else. I'm not going to justify my behaviors based on the behaviors of someone else. That makes no sense, and it'll never happen, and that will lead to corruption.
Does this remind you PTSD of community service? You're getting a little upset here.
No, I haven't. I've never had to do community service.
Okay, I was just checking, just wondering, because you're getting a little upset about the whole just talking about picking up trash.
Projecting. That's what you are doing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like some people would walk past say you're walking on the road, whether it's a suburb or in the city or fucking out in the land, whatever, and you saw some fucking plastic bags caught in a bush or some shit like that, and do you just walk right past her, or fuck it, I could pick it up and throw it away? I mean,
if I walk in here some trash and I can pick it up and secure it until it has a receptacle, that's no problem. I'll do that anywhere, anytime.
Right, and that's prideful of you because you're watching out for, you're just keeping it clean. You're keeping
No,
it. You're not one of
it's
those just
because
throwing
I
it
don't
out
want to
there.
be walking around in trash. It's selfish.
Right. Right. That's what I'm trying to say, Mitch. Is
No,
there's different
it has
people.
nothing to do with my neighborhood. The world is my neighborhood.
Right.
When I was
So whether you're
13
fucking
and
in one
12,
state or another,
I
you're
had
the
pride
type
for
of
my
guy-
No, it's
neighborhood.
not right. There's a big difference there. I have no neighborhood pride.
Do you have a
Well, if
neighborhood?
you want to consider the world your neighborhood,
Sure. I grew
the
up in a
sky's your neighborhood. What is that, Matchbox 20? Or who the hell sings that? No, it was the sky's the neighborhood.
No, you
The Foo
don't have a
Fighters.
neighborhood.
That's what I'm telling you. The world's my neighborhood. I don't have neighborhood pride. That's my whole point. That's all. I yield.
Okay. That's all.
But yeah, I'm happy to talk about other things too. I'd let that soak in, I guess. But
Well, I wouldn't want to be called prideful by you, for other things that I've done.
you're the one who called yourself prideful. What are you talking about?
I said I had pride in my neighborhood, as in past
Okay,
tense.
so now why are you saying you wouldn't want to be called prideful by me? You just called yourself prideful.
Because I wouldn't want it to come from you. Self-reflection
Okay,
versus
well, I don't give a
external
fuck what
reflection.
you want. If it fucking
You're all
comes from
all
me,
feisty, man.
I
You're
can't
all
help it,
feisty.
Like, I'm not gonna fucking change who and what I am because of how you feel. It's ridiculous.
When did I ever ask that?
Well,
Can we
you
get the
just
clip of
I
that,
wouldn't
OTW?
want- That's what you're doing. You're like saying it's ridiculous. Your behavior
Is that what I'm doing?
You're
Am I
asking
digging
another
myself
man
a
if that's
hole?
what you're doing. Ask yourself, dude.
Well, I'm actually digging a hole, so
Well,
actually it's more of a trench because it's kind of longer than a hole.
Cool. Are you bragging? Are you prideful?
No, I'm telling you what I'm doing.
Why? I didn't ask.
I said, am I digging myself a hole? You don't listen very well, do you?
I'm not following your bullshit. That's the fact.
Okay.
The optics are high.
Yes, I'm bragging because I'm digging a hole.
The more I observe some of these folks like Mitchell and others, I'm seeing more and more that he needs people to behave in specific ways, right? But this is not how humans operate. Meanwhile, imagine being Mitchell, right? And being in a truth community, so-called, and I would say 50% of everybody in these, whatever this is, are more or less oppositional defiant. Good luck getting specific behaviors out of these people, including me, by the way. I'm included in these people. It's insane. Yeah, that's a good point, RT. It's just complete insanity. But Mitchell really does he seems to need specific behavior and specific reactions from the people around him. It's just never going to happen. It's like, welcome to people, right? People 101. It's bizarre.
And picking up trash. These are definitely things to brag about.
I guess that makes you a manly man on the internet.
Yes, because I give a fuck about the internet. Right.
Obviously. That's why you're here all the time.
I see Timmy in the...
And why are you here all the time, Mitchell? Because Mitchell seems to truly believe that it's somehow demeaning or, somehow to look down on somebody to be online all day while he's online all day. Like, what is this?
They're talking all this shit. Get your ass up on the panel, little raincoat Timmy.
What's this?
Red coat Timmy. I don't know why you're attacking me, sir. It's very sad.
He's
I
gonna say,
used
"I'm
to
not attacking
compliment
you."
you on your hair and say, wow, you have the hair of a nice woman.
What are you victiming
sad.
for, dude? What am I doing wrong to you? Like, get over it. What the fuck, man? We're grown men here or no?
Okay, so Mitchell, who needs specific behaviors, right? So that's accountability. Accountability is other folks are accountable to what Mitchell expects. But then Mitchell is not accountable to anybody. And when he gets called to the carpet on his behavior, he just goes, "What are you talking about? You know, basically, we're grown men here. Why are you victiming?" Well, I don't know, Mitchell. If you're attacking the guy, that seems like a characterization, not a victiming, right? So if Mitchell goes on the attack and someone says, "Hey, why have you gone on the attack?" and that's what's happening, that's a characterization of a behavior. Accurate characterization. It's not to be a victim of the attack, right? It's to characterize the nature of what's happening in the environment. And I'll say this again, and I've told people this. I said, I always have a right to observe what's happening in the environment, and to comment on it via characterization. I can always do that. Nobody can deprive me of that right. This is sick, man. There's just, what is this?
I'm just having a conversation.
Okay.
A man chooses, a slave obeys.
The soundboard's way better when the people can't hear the soundboard, in my opinion.
O2W, you're supposed to ref things between these two guys.
You did good.
I am?
I appreciate you letting it play out. Yeah.
Why should I
Yeah.
rep anybody? What the fuck? Am I?
I'm just
Do
kind
I have
of waiting to hear
oh, yeah,
your
I do have
response.
I'm no longer willing to accept that Mitchell's had traumatic brain injuries unless it's proven. I'm not taking his word for it. I need to see the evidence. And I'm not picking on you, Chuck. Good to see you, brother.
White and black. Okay, I guess I would look a bit like a ref. But I'm still
Yeah,
missing
you got the white and black on.
Conflict.
I'm still missing the point.
I am too.
And this is where, you know, I don't always do this, but when I'm really on my game, if I'm talking to somebody like Mitchell, especially if I know him halfway and he starts down that path, I'll just say deal with it. Like when he's like, "Hey man, what are you doing bragging about cleaning up your neighborhood?" I'll just go deal with it. Put your big boy pants on and deal with it. I said what I said, fucking deal with it, or fuck off. I think there's not enough of that. Thank you, Ice Grills. I think there's not enough of that in the world today where you just say, "Hey, just fucking deal with it. Put your big boy pants on and, you know, or fuck off," right? Pick one. Like, what's this? Just bizarre, man. Totally fucking bizarre. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and we've, you know, we talked about that earlier, Sterling, right? Yeah. All of us who stood against the C narrative are oppositional, at least in a way, right? Like maybe not at the level of a disorder, but just, again, you know, sort of just using system language, you know. And what I would say about the defiance, that's normal. You know, I understand it's something the system has taken and decided to call a disorder because it's inconvenient. It can be, pardon me, inconvenient to the system itself, but you know, overall, it's completely normal, and actually, it's always served me well for the most part. You know, not across the board, but it's served me well, I would say, overall. It's better to have a decent amount of that than not have any of it, certainly.
Well,
Then why the fuck are we arguing about anything?
That makes fucking three of us because I'm lost in the sauce.
Yes, full of pride.
You got defensive about me not having neighborhood pride.
Right.
And what that means.
No, we come to the conclusion of world pride, planetary pride.
And you.
Well, I assume he would have to go on a boat, RT. I'm just guessing. But yeah, I don't know how he would pull that off with his behavior, but who knows? No idea. Hey, what's up, Dow? Good to see you, brother. Partners. Good to see you. Well, I would be astonished if he wasn't on SSI, but he claims to have corrected his status and all of this, so presumably he would not be eligible for SSI. But who knows? It's none of my business, and I'm not saying that he is. I don't need him in here asking me to correct the record and all of that. So I bet he probably was in the past, but who knows? I have no idea. I have no way of knowing any of that. But I've never heard him talk about it, but I've heard that he's had settlements, and then he himself said that he had several different options for lawsuits. But whatever that means. I'm sure he is good at sort of baiting people into doing God knows what so he can sue them.
You said the world was your neighborhood, so how can you not have neighborhood pride if the world's your neighborhood?
Because
your words are all wrong, sir.
It's not really a neighborhood, and it's not mine. But I was making a point. Like, if I'm going to have a neighborhood, it's going to be the whole world.
Okay, well, in that case.
Yeah, Mitchell, because you don't have a neighborhood. However, Mitchell said earlier that he has a neighborhood. I'm guessing he was talking about his neighborhood when he was growing up, I'm assuming. But he doesn't have one now. It's the neighborhood around whatever parking lot he happens to be parked in at any given time.
Case, can you come? What?
I said, Nubs, are you nitpicking right now? Because I have that.
Yeah,
maybe.
That's what he does all the time. That's what started this, and now he wants to fucking, on his quest for victimhood status, fucking act like I did him wrong.
He's going me too on Mitch.
Oh, Yolanda, good to see you. She says, I never knew men were this dramatic. It's funny. Ladies, seem to have mechanisms for working these things out sort of over time, I'm assuming. Men, we don't seem to have those skills, overall, right? So, yeah, a lot of bickering, a lot of picking at, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Fascinating. Are we talking about Mitchell or Nubs? RT, I'm a little lost, but that's a me problem, I'm sure. I think you mean Mitchell, and it's like, well, that's the bizarre part. Is earlier Mitchell was more or less accusing Nubs of being online all day. Meanwhile, Nubs is actually doing something. He's digging a trench apparently, while Mitchell yet again is pictured in the driver's seat of his vehicle parked in a parking lot somewhere, which is fucking miserable, number one, because it's what he does all day, every day. It's what he does. Been there, done that. That shit sucks. Yeah, no kidding. Huge. Yeah, exactly. No, I believe me, I'm not that pedantic today. Wondering if Drew's going to come back, but who knows with Drew. You just never know how that's going to go. I used to tell him he was like Lucy with the football, and I'm Charlie Brown, like running up thinking I'm going to kick the football. But and it's like every single time I still think I'm going to get to kick the football, but it's more of a joke. When was that, Sterling Ray? You mean from what I played earlier? It's not an excuse, but and I don't view that. Was he begging me to come back? I didn't view it that way. See, maybe that's where I'm not, maybe that's where I don't quite have enough self-esteem. I didn't view it that way. I was probably feeling rejected, right? Whether that was the case or not. But, we actually saw that with me and Bex that time. We both went into our autism simultaneously. Do y'all remember that? Which is super fucking interesting. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to excuse my behavior, but by the end of me and Drew's conversation, I was fully locked into whatever the fake undiagnosed autism is. And I was actually controlling myself like very strongly, believe it or not. I may not have seemed that way, but seemed that way. I was very strongly controlling myself. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think there was a little more to it than that, Sterling Ray, but I'll have to go back and listen to it again. Because but yeah, I'm sure I was in full diva mode, Sterling Ray. You know I identify as a diva, right? Hopefully you've been around. That one day I actually made my name be an acronym for diva. Like, I definitely have a little bit of diva energy. I mean, that's just a thing. Thank you. Yeah, it's part of my personality, actually. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Well, and I'm trying. Sterling is so on the ball. I try not to nitpick her comments because me and her do think alike in a lot of ways. So I certainly appreciate that. But yeah, I am a diva, I guess is the best way to. Let's just cut to the chase. Yeah, I am that. Yes, definitely. As unbecoming as it may
What's
be.
the wrongdoing? Let's just get that clear.
I asked what the point was a while ago, if you didn't hear, and you agreed. Neither one of us knew, so.
We're both a little nitpicky this morning, apparently.
That's my nature, man.
You see,
Mine too,
all
I
I have
think.
to do is say a couple of phrases and I reveal the truth. You guys argue for fucking, I don't know.
Yeah, that's funny. I'd like to, hopefully I wasn't, but anyway, yeah, it was the whole thing. It was definitely a whole thing.
How long has it been now?
I think it's built into the program. Like, we probably have so much more in common to talk about than we do to disagree with, but all of our time and energy will be wasted on disagreeing over nonsense, and it's so stupid. It's like,
That's right,
I'm
Mitchell.
hoping people start to realize, like,
It's mostly your fault, Mitchell, in this regard. I don't mean across the board. In that situation, it was mostly your fault, Mitchell. And why? Because Mitchell's refusing to accept the other person for who they are. And sometimes it's that person is just cranky at that time, right? Now, sometimes the cranky person is Mitchell, and he's not accepting that he's cranky. And didn't he say he was 36? Like, it ain't going to be too many more years. He's going to be legitimately cranky old man. Like, it's a thing, man. It started happening to me in my 40s for sure. Like, this is a real thing. I think, as men, I don't think we realize it. It's just like, but yeah, that's the cranky old man energy sometimes. Yeah, that's what that is. I just pretty much expect to be cranky old man in the mornings by now. It takes me a few hours to get out of that. Definitely. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anyway.
okay, yeah, it'd be easy to blame me for that with everyone, but maybe you got to consider.
Nah, it's not. But it's not blame. It's you're refusing to accept that this is how people are, Mitchell. It's just you are refusing to accept that for whatever reason.
Consider that everyone else is involved, right? It's like,
Well, I've not wasted too much energy.
Now I'm getting confused on the victimhood. Who's taking the victimhood stance now?
Well,
I don't know who the victim is in the first place.
there is no victim.
Right?
Nobody.
It was that Asian bitch.
What does it mean to be a victim? Like, to you, Snafu, you brought it up. So, like, express your words.
Not this shit. Like Venus Cupcake, fucking saying I'm putting her in hospitals and making GoFundMes for trying to sue me, saying it. Like, that's victim shit. That's the Me Too victim shit. But to get over this whole pride neighborhood shit, that's not nothing.
What did you mean by who is victiming right now?
Well, because you said he was being a victim. And then you were saying something about how you felt you were being attacked. So I just was wondering which one of you guys were.
I've never said that. You've never heard those words come out of my mouth, ever.
Just a minute ago, you were saying, why are you attacking me, Nubs? Why? And then OTW backed you up and said, are you
attacking
me, Nubs? You've never heard that come out of my mouth. You're a liar.
Okay, maybe it didn't come like that. I don't know. Maybe, did I misread that? Maybe I misread what I was hearing.
Yeah, I would say so. I don't know what you're referring to because those words never came out of my mouth.
You said, aren't we both men? What is your problem? Why are you going after me, Nubs? Or something like that. Something
I
in
never
that.
said, why are you going after me?
Mr. Six is here.
I thought I heard Rob a second ago.
He's about to unfold on your asses.
He ain't got shit. He's an innocent bystander, right?
He ain't got shit but bitches and hoes.
Well, he is date. He does got a little chubby white chick. He told me, so that's good. Rob Cleveland be making moves.
And she's old. He's playing with a real granny.
Yeah, she's like one of them Baskin Robin ladies. She remembers when they had one flavor. Them older chicks are fucking. They do it up though, huh, Rob?
I gave her I nicknamed her Mary Poppins.
Okay. I'm just glad you're back. I'm just glad you can separate yourself from the chubby white chick to come say hello.
Well, she's asleep.
He's got new responsibilities.
Does that come with caregiver pay?
You ain't right for that.
Hey, if you get caregiver pay, you get paid to play. So I don't see a downside.
That's why Rob Cleveland is a genius. He is. He fucking is thinking ahead, man. Rob Cleveland already knew.
Nah, there's no exchanging of any fiat currency going on here.
No taxable events.
Exactly.
Taxing, not taxable.
I like what you did with this OTW. This is a good idea. I hope you continue to do it. Maybe up the ante on a couple of these for the characters on the streets. But the propellers and the plane, that's good. It was fire. You even put Snafu up in the cockpit that one day.
Yeah. That was a great idea, actually. You know what?
Yeah, fire.
There we go. Yeah. That's better.
Back in my Lupin cockpit.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Mr. Goblin.
Welcome, Goblin. Welcome.
What's
Six.
going on? I'm just eating real quick. I'm here.
Yep.
All right, Rob, go ahead and unfold on these fuckers. We're waiting for it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to criticize their show here, but
Snafu.
And now is Christos muted or?
I love you, man.
The Snafu special.
Sorry, my headphones came unplugged.
I didn't even see that at first. Maybe I did. I don't know. It just reappeared to me. Wow. OTW?
Yep.
So is Paul going to make an appearance on this one again for the Pat and Paul show? Make us 5 minute at
like
least?
He said himself, he says he shows up when he wants.
Well, now Rob's back to cult member, by the way.
Right on.
I never know in advance.
You just have that much faith.
Which is fine, but he hasn't been around here much either. But I think the last thing I saw him post here was something along the lines of best cult ever. And then they were calling me out a little bit for the whole Crunchy Bee saga, which we may or may not revisit that at some point. Probably not. But you see what this is called, right? Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul. Well, who's Paul? Because they can't possibly mean Paul Enslaved. Because he makes less than half the shows at this point, right? No, you know what they're doing, right? RT, they're waiting around to see if Paul shows up. That's literally what they're doing here. They're waiting around. Now, I'll admit it. Now I may still have stayed live, but part of my reason for staying live is that Drew might pop back on, possibly, or he might come on the broadcast. But this. How many hours have I done, by the way? 8 hours. Yeah, probably not going much past 9, just so y'all know. Noon's probably my heart out, because I'm not feeling that well, actually. But by the way, yeah, not feeling well. I seem to have more energy than these guys do, but whatever.
Faith in the God of all media, right?
Absolutely.
Well, he also said he
willing
sort of
to-
feels obligated to come here because you put his name in the title. So he's gonna show up. I mean, for at least 5 minutes, at least.
Really? See, it's interesting. Yep, I called it. I said, yeah, they're waiting around to see if Paul shows up.
I would
Well,
assume.
Rob, I think OTW is doing all these hashtags. He should add in hashtag Last of the Mohicans. That'd be another one.
That's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'm eating as well. Seems we got Nubs and Mitchell AFK, as well
but you
as
see, that's not
no,
really an issue.
Snafu's
Even
still
if he
here.
doesn't show up there, Christos, you know what I'll do is I'll just play one of his videos where he's talking
Hey,
about something that
Flow State, I don't know if you're
bring him
white
up
knighting
anyway.
or if you're agreeing, but he just posted a clip of your show of us talking earlier, just now.
Who did?
Flow State. When I was telling you about these weaponized fucking Karen bitches saying that I put them in the hospital, blah, blah.
Who's Flow State?
I don't know, this dude online who has like this black guy that has like these plastic torsos that they bust nuts on and stuff. Like this dude
I'm
online.
Flow State. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing.
But he must be
I'm
watching the
Flow State. I'm
OTW
a
show. 'Cause he
broadcaster
just
now.
posted it.
Amazing.
Oh, well, good for him.
Yeah, it sounds like an E-slave.
No, Drew
Or
said
an
he might
SPLS?
come back.
Oh, that's
so I wouldn't hold
where
your
I
breath,
heard of
Cloud
him.
Atlas.
That's it.
but,
It's
yeah,
from
he
the
might.
eSlave.txt.
Hey, what have you called that number on the SPLS?
Who?
You should call that number live. The SPLS number.
Wouldn't know why. I don't know. Why would I call there? I don't need any.
No, he said he had stuff to do and
To
he
help
might come back in
adopt our
about an hour.
motherfucking asses.
But with
Yeah,
Drew,
but I
a
don't need
might
to
is
Why
adopt.
wouldn't you?
I have enough
that's
slaves around.
very much a might.
Yeah, get us adopted. Get the fuck away from you.
No. You don't understand. It's like I have one already in real life. I have to deal with at work. I mean, why would I want one at home? That would be crazy.
I would say, you know,
You could have
I
a
will
Christos, a
challenge you
Goblin, a Mr. Mitch, a Snaff, a Nut.
I'll challenge you a little bit there, Roy. I think credibility is actually overrated in these realms, although it still exists. There is such a thing as credibility, but no, he's lost relevance. Is what I would say. He's actually become irrelevant on his own show. You know, he's more or less he's basically a producer at this point. But you know, typically the producer works with the talent exclusively, right? So when the producer is producing a live broadcast, the talent is always fucking present for the most part. So he's actually become a producer. So when he talks about broadcasting, well, he's producing a broadcast. He's standing in as a broadcaster, but he's actually made himself irrelevant. Back to this is actually back to Zetetic Warrior's point, which is when Z was saying that, you know, losing creative control, he's lost creative control of his show versus it was a little different. The only time I lost creative control was if Paul was here and I was just going to let him have creative control. Obviously, why wouldn't I? But I'm still able to broadcast and produce when he wasn't around, if that makes sense. OTW's thus maintaining my relevance, I would assume, right? OTW's now become irrelevant on his own broadcast. Yeah, it's fucked up. Hey, here's Drew. Cool, man. All right. Give me a second, sir. Appreciate you. Thought you might be listening. Well, and Drew is considerate. He might have thought I wanted to keep talking about all of that. That's all. That's always a possibility. Might have thought I actually wanted to keep talking about all that stuff. So I'm glad you said that, Cloud Atlas. I can't fucking stand Rusty, but I'm sure they are a good combo. I'm just not a fan of Rusty for whatever reason. But anyway. Mr. Barrymore.
What's up, Ben?
What's happening? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you. What's going on, man?
Oh shit, just hanging out. Daily live streams, you know. Glad you made it up. You know, Tommy, do you hear this? That Tommy's been running around saying that things about you that I don't even care to repeat at this time. I don't know if you were aware of that. Moving right along. Anything you want to get into? I can't hear you if you're there. The people's champ in the building. Can't hear you. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, we lost Drew, damn it. Perhaps he'll be back. I don't know. What's up, Freedom Grower? Anyway, Drew, I heard you when you first came on, then I brought up Tommy, then you dropped off, so we don't certainly don't have to talk about that. Hey, he's back. All right, man, what's up? Technical difficulties? Hello, hello. We got an icon on the screen. No, no audio yet. Am I being punked? Oh shit. Is Drew muted? Nope. How strange. Oh, I mean, I'm sure we could coexist there, Cloud Atlas. Now I'm starting to think you might be Rusty, but I don't know. There's so many folks that use alternate accounts, right? Although that picture doesn't look like Rusty. I don't know. You never know with Drew. I doubt it. He is a busy man. I doubt he's trolling, but you just never know. Could have been somebody else trolling, actually. Yeah, maybe somebody else trolling. We'll see if he comes back.
There's so many to adopt from. OTW. Which one would you adopt?
What?
Third tries a charm, perhaps.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right.
Okay, I'm sitting literally right next to the router, so hopefully this works. I was trying to go outside, but
yeah.
Yeah, these fuckers charged me $100 for the internet. The shit sucks. And then the new bill was $130 fucking dollars. I haven't called them yet. I'm gonna call them and fucking gripe and try to get the price down, or I'm just gonna cancel. I don't want to pay $130 for some bullshit internet. It's the only game in town. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
Really?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Well,
130 for your internet, dude. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. What is it advertised as? What is it supposed to be?
Like like the speed, it's like whatever the highest speed. I don't even know. It's pretty fast, but like then you drop down and it's like a quarter of the speed, and it's still like $85 or something like that.
Oh, I see. I don't recommend anything, but I have that. I've got the T-Mobile 5G home internet. It works here, but you know how things. Who knows if it works where you are or not?
Right. Yeah, I have Mint Mobile, and they have like an unlimited, which would just be another like, I think it'd be $120 more for the year or something. Which that's like one bill of the internet. So I might as well just fucking do that. You get, I don't know, it gives you 20 gigs of hotspot. I don't know if that's a lot or not.
Well, this is actually it's separate than their cell service. This is unlimited. It's truly unlimited. I did a terabyte the first month I had it.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's $55. You might check it out because if you have Mint,
Yeah.
if you got good speeds with Mint, it'll probably work where you're at.
Yeah, I'm not paying $130.
Yeah, that's
fucking insane.
Yeah,
what were you saying about Tommy before? I couldn't hear you anymore. He's talking shit.
Yeah, he's been running around saying some stuff. I don't
What's
even want to
what's he
repeat it.
saying? I haven't been checking out much the streams.
Maybe we'll see if somebody types it in the chat. I don't even like repeating.
I heard him
such
saying
things.
before that he was saying like I have some fucking adopted kid out there, so I give a kid up for adoption or
Yeah,
some
there you
shit like
go.
that.
Yep.
100% false.
Well, and I would assume so. And I don't even ask people questions or personal questions. I wouldn't even want to repeat that. So I'm glad you'd already heard it. So yeah. So Tommy's running around saying that. So I'll let him know.
Yeah, he gets he's obsessed with that Bub, the puppet. He thinks Bub is me. And Bub said something about having an adopted kid or something. So he thinks I use a puppet to go online and like tell the internet my deepest, darkest secrets. And then Bub's been on the damn panel before when I was on. So how the fuck is Bub's me?
Oh shit! See, I missed the whole Bub saga.
Yeah, it's like a puppet. I don't fucking know who it is. I think it's Jack Talcott actually, because Jack Talcott left the stream, and then Bub came on right after Jack Talcott.
Okay, that makes sense. The plot thickens.
Yeah, we'll see who it is.
Well, I don't know that some folks will just believe whatever they hear, but I don't know that Tommy would. Most folks are just going to be like, "What? That doesn't make any sense. We don't care." So yeah, I figured I'd ask since Tommy was saying that stuff. I know.
Tommy. Yeah. What's up, Big Drink T? What was your thoughts on the Aphrodite going full normie and entering the Matrix again?
It's interesting, man. I'm no fan of the medical system, but I guess she really does have a lot of training, so might as well monetize, I would assume. However, it'll be interesting to see if she's able to do that in the long run. She seems like she would, but who knows? What do you think?
I think she'll be fine at first, but then then she's gonna start telling these doctors like, so you guys know about Starfire?
Yeah, it is tough to just be in that normie mode all day. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think she needs that though. She needs some kind of career or something she can focus on. Otherwise, she gets all sucked into these conspiracies and swept up into all of them. So I think it would be good for her. But I want to know what happened to Dimitri, man. Where's Dimitri?
It's a good question. I'm assuming I don't know what his backstory is, so I'm assuming he knows his way around, just life in general. I'm guessing he probably has various crash pads. I'm assuming. I don't know.
I don't know. The story, from what I understand, is that Aphrodite brought him into the United States to van life with her. So that means I'm pretty sure it was kind of a last minute thing. That would mean that this dude doesn't even have a work visa, I would think.
Oh fuck.
So the arrangement must have been, hey, we're gonna go van life and you can help fix the van and I'll pay for everything. And so if she's just dumping him on the side of the road now that the van life's done, then
he's gonna get
I
deported.
don't know if that's fair to him because he came here. I would assume. I mean, this is all assumption, but I mean, if the guy's coming in here kind of last minute, I doubt he's got a work visa. So what's he gonna do? He has no way to get a job. Maybe he's still around. I don't know. Who knows?
And I think that whole van life thing is a LARP anyway.
Yeah, unless you have you're independently wealthy already or something.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yep.
Yeah, there's no way you can just live like that and still make money, especially like on YouTube. There's so many van life channels and stuff.
Yeah, I won't watch them anymore. I watched a few. Just I won't even fuck with them anymore. What else
Yeah,
is
no,
going on? EBT said he's headed to Florida. Again, I don't ask personal questions.
Oh, is he really? See,
What
he
he
just.
said.
See, I haven't been online too much. I saw in the Discord he said he was in Alabama. That's what I was wondering, because I think he's got some. He's a slumlord. I think he's got some properties in the Panhandle.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
I'll have to ask him, but it'd be nice to hook up with EBT. Otherwise, I haven't been doing much. I've just been working every day, and then I wanted to try to stream tonight, and then I already knew. I didn't know, but my work asked me again to come in tomorrow, my day off, and I was like, yeah, I haven't been turning down any extra days. Just been stacking my money, and then I've been doing the grinding hard on the eBay, and the eBay's an algorithm-based system too, much like YouTube. So I'm posting good stuff and I'm posting often, so the algorithm's pumping my shit out there, and I'm getting actually a lot of sales on eBay recently, and yeah, so that's been good. Just been making money.
Hell yeah, man, love that. That's kind
Yeah,
of what
the
I
algorithm, it's live or die by the algorithm, because if you're not posting on eBay at all, like your shit, you could have hundreds of thousands of things up there. It won't really like show your shit to people.
Really?
Yeah, if you're posting like bullshit things, but if you're posting really good things, it'll just like YouTube, it'll feed it out into the feeds and stuff.
That makes sense.
But it wants you to constantly be posting. Become a slave to these machines, just like YouTube or eBay would either one algorithm based things. It's just like that Ready Player One loyalty center. I hate to talk about the movie comparisons, but
yeah, I know you do. I need to watch that again. Actually, I'm probably gonna have to watch that movie again.
yeah, if you've never seen it, they get into debt, and then they have to they sit in like a little VR box. It's basically like a prison almost, and they have to just grind out accomplishments in the game, and you earn like power-ups and shit like that, special rare things in the game, but they don't earn it. They earn it for the corporation. The corporation's trying to mine all these like little rare artifacts or whatever that are worth money in the game. Say when you owe money, you got to go do that for the corporation. You're just locked in a box.
Yeah, what a fucking nightmare, man. I will say this: anytime you want to hop on, I don't know how much longer I'll be doing daily streams. Probably going to have to go back to work soon, but I may still keep doing them if I go back to work. But yeah, anytime you want to hop on, feel free.
What are you gonna do? The trucking again?
God, I don't want to, man. I love the driving part, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. The holidays are coming up, and then I don't know, man. I like the living in the truck part of it. It's just dealing with all the bullshit. But that's any job, right?
Yeah, that's any job. It's like how much bullshit can you eat?
Yes, and I'm sure you deal with that on your gig also. But I don't know, man. It's a good problem to have. It's halfway decent money when I factor in that I can live at my workplace. That if I still had to play bills and shit, it really wouldn't be enough, I don't think. But
right. Where's is Chem still banned from the channel?
No, I unbanned him. Pretty much everybody's unbanned at this point.
RT is unbanned.
Yes, I don't think he was banned for very long, actually. Yeah, I think everybody
was all
banned.
up in arms about your Enron take for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's no telling, but I do go hard in the paint sometimes. But yeah, he's back around. He was here earlier in the chat, so that's good. I like to see folks around as much as possible.
Dude, I seen yesterday EBT posted in the Discord the Brian O'Shea rap from 8 or 9 years ago. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I think it's pretty decent, personally.
Dude, the guy, he's aging like milk. I guess that drinking that piss ages you quick.
Oh shit. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that was only. I see what you're saying. His physical.
Yeah,
appearance.
That was 8 years ago. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, man. A lot of people have been hit hard.
Yeah, it's rough out here, man.
Yeah,
the
chemtrails. Chemtrails, drinking. I tried to drink myself to death. All of these things, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm way less fucked up. I finally started gaining some weight here in like the last month. So I don't know. I might make a full recovery. You never fucking know. Definitely no longer actively dying. So
you were healed by Amazon gift cards.
Yes, I was hailed by Amazon gift. Well, it's been Actually, I've been eating a lot of papaya lately. I'm on a medical misinformation warning, so I can't even attempt to give medical advice. But yeah, for me, it seems like the papayas helped quite a bit lately.
Yeah, I cannot fuck with papaya. I don't know why it tastes weird to me. It tastes like armpit or some weird shit.
Oh,
And then I found like
yeah.
another type of papaya that was like a golden or some weird, almost looked like a pear type thing in Florida. And I was like, okay, let me try this little. It's like a smaller papaya. And that one was nasty too. I can't fuck with it.
Well, and again, yeah, I don't recommend stuff. Everything tastes good to me. I'm eating raw fucking egg yolks every day, for fuck's sakes. I can pretty much eat anything at this point if my body thinks it has nutrition in it. It's bizarre how that works, you know. So you're thinking maybe some streams coming up, but probably not going to fit into the work schedule. Sounds like.
Yeah, I want to. Getting one day off a week, so I'm trying to kind of rest up on that day, and then my computer's still dead. I'm on this little Chromebook. You can't do too much on that. So we're already like almost to Black Friday. So I'm thinking about just waiting until Black Friday, see if they got any deals out there.
Oh yeah, that's same with me. I'm thinking about getting a new phone, and I've been looking around, but it's like shit. I gotta just wait for Black Friday.
Yeah, it's only like 3 weeks away or something.
Yep.
2 weeks now or something. Yeah, so hopefully, because I want to be able to kind of edit the video. What I want to do with my main channel, kind of the way I had envisioned it, is kind of do a hybrid of like prepared and live stream. So kind of prepare like the stuff that I wanted to show, like little clips or something, and then kind of segue back and forth between like live talking to the chat and then play like a clip that kind of I made or just shows what I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah, man, that would be dope. I've been thinking
But I
about.
can't really do that on this Chromebook. Like,
Yeah,
I need a system.
computer.
Yeah.
So your computer just totally died. It sounds like.
Yeah, like the what do you call it? The power supply died, so it was like one of these mini towers, like an HP mini tower, and it's like a proprietary power supply. So if it was a regular power supply, it's like a $60 fix, but the power supply alone, even an off-brand one, was like, I can't remember, it was like 270, 300 something dollars. Plus then to pay him to put it in, or I'm sure I could put it in too, but I'm like at $300 at that point, I could just buy a whole new mini tower. It's like $500.
Yeah, I'm on one of those little mini PCs. I paid like a little over 300. So yeah, you can.
Yeah, like the little like tiny like box thing.
Yeah, man, I love it. Yeah, hell yeah.
You need to try one of those maybe.
Yeah, I run Linux, so you know it's a little. It doesn't require quite as much on the hardware, but I'm sure. Yeah, $500. I'm sure you get something really good. Even less.
And honestly, this Chromebook is not bad, except for it's just the lowest tier one. I bet if I got a good Chromebook, you can do a lot more than this one. Is good as long as you're on only one tab. Once you start opening another tab and shit, it's struggling. And they just came out with a new Chromebook Plus. They're called like a line of Chromebooks that meet these minimum system requirements. I've been kind of looking at those too. But then also that you're at the mercy of you're running everything through the cloud basically on the Chromebook.
Yeah.
It's just an interface to get onto the cloud basically.
I do like the Google.
But everything's on the cloud too,
Yep,
so I don't know.
And you know, Google is just too fucking good. Their software is really good, in my opinion. So yeah.
Yeah, I have the Google Home little home speaker things or whatever, because they had a deal like buy this phone and get the home. I forget what you call it. You just say, okay, Google, play a song, or you tell it whatever. And then that actually was pretty sweet. And you just sit there with the kids, tell it to turn on a song or whatever.
Nice.
So I have like I sound like the biggest YouTube Google show. I have the Pixel phone, the Chromebook. I have like the whole Google what do you call it, ecosystem or whatever.
Which Pixel do you have?
That works. I have the 6A.
Okay. Yeah, but how do you like that? I've been looking at that one, but then now the 7A is out. But you know me, I don't want to pay too much.
7A. I had the 3A, and I loved that motherfucker. I had it forever until the 6A came out, and because it's like plastic, I prefer that actually. And then I got the 6A, and it's fine, and runs good. But then I broke the screen like right away.
Oh shit.
Where the other one was plastic, I was dropping it all the time, and then eventually the screen broke, but it took a long time. I had that thing for like 3 years.
So I have these Motorola's, like $200 Motorola's, and as long as I have a case on them, I drop them and nothing ever happens. Maybe I've just been lucky. I don't know. But they're okay, but they're not great overall. So yeah, I've been thinking about stepping up to a Pixel.
Yeah, that's how these electronics get you. Because I had bought the 6A. I think I paid like $300 for it or something, and then I broke the screen. And then you look up, to fix the screen, it's like $200. So
Exactly. Yeah.
it's like, okay, now you guys got to buy a whole new one.
Fuck.
All those electronics. I like that TV. I just saw a TV repair van on the road today. It was like in-home TV repair. I was like, God, this guy must not have much business, because for him to knock on your door is probably $100, and then he's probably telling you, okay, it's 500. You're better off go get a damn 60-inch TV brand new for $500.
I know, man, but there's always these weirdos that they just want the one they've got fixed. It's bizarre. I bet you
That's
there's
true.
enough of those people. Yeah, there's got to be. Pretty has said hello.
Yeah, I
Wanted to know how
see.
you doing.
Hello, Pretty, and we still haven't sent you. Pretty is pen pals with me and my wife. We send each other stuff. We have a package ready for you. We'll probably send it out this week, hopefully.
Hell yeah, man. Love that.
Sending stuff to India.
I've never sent any packages to India.
I'm trying to figure out that there's these people. There's these people that I work with. I can't remember the country. They're from. It's like South. Is it South Africa? Somewhere in South Africa, but they're Indian people. But then when you call them Indian, they're like, no, I'm from whatever. I can't remember what it is, but and I looked it up. It's an Indian colony, and these people are like so adamant to not be called Indian, but they're 100%. They look exactly like Indians. So India is colonizers, basically. That's the point.
Well, now I'm gonna have to research that. I have to know, but
Yeah, I can't. It's not Trinidad. That's in the Caribbean. I can't remember what the hell it's called.
yes, yeah, I'll have to look it up. But yeah, it's interesting about the cloud because my computer kept running real slow and having problems, and finally I figured out that if I run Chrome browser on Linux, they literally upload all my files to the cloud.
Who does? Google?
Yeah, you can't turn it off or anything. It just does it. Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's
fucked up.
bullshit.
Yeah, so it made my computer run so slow I can't use Chrome. And as you know, StreamYard mostly works best with Chrome.
Yeah, you pretty much have to have Chrome, don't you?
Yeah, there's some ways around, but yeah, it's not convenient. But I'm on Brave for StreamYard. Actually, that's not true. I'm on this. It doesn't even matter. There's a version of Chrome, but they actually remove all the Chrome bullshit, if that makes sense. It's like Chrome without all the Google stuff. It's insane, man. This is a crazy world. It's like, yeah, it's Google Chrome without the Google. It's like, what are you talking about? I don't even like saying that.
Right.
It's like, what?
It's been interesting to watch the internet since we're early internet adopters to watch what it kind of turned into. It was like basically was like the Wild West, and now everything's like turning into apps. And what we're talking about here too with the Chromebook and everything, they're taking away basically your computing power. No one even wants a desktop anymore. You want a Chromebook or something like that, or just a phone where you have way less computing power. You can't do as much. But you still kind of can though. You can, edit videos and everything on your phone, but it's definitely less powerful than if you had a beastly desktop. So they're slowly kind of taking away the powerful computer, I guess, from the people and giving you apps instead of just programs where you could do whatever you wanted.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing with the Google Chrome, on a Chromebook, it works really well from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the one I have for $80, dude, it's awesome. I can do everything on it except like, once I start hosting and I have a bunch of people on the StreamYard and shit, it does start to bog. And this is an $80 one, so I'm sure if I had a $250 or $300 one, it wouldn't be as bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Cloud Atlas, who we're not exactly sure who that is. Maybe it's just a fan of yours, perhaps. This is getting him pumped up for the return of Monday Night Nitro. Well, hopefully. We'll see.
Hopefully, yeah. I was ready to go tonight, and then they're like, "Yeah, you want to come in tomorrow?" I was like, "Yeah."
Yep. Yeah.
I'm trying to work that. They won't let me work 7 straight, but they'll let me work 6 straight.
I see.
They force you to take a day off.
Yeah, I've worked at places. When I finally went back to work at the airport in Austin, I just showed up to work every single day until they told me not to. It was like 22 days in a row or something. But it was an easy fucking job. But
Right. Once you get into the habit of it, it's not that bad, really.
well, and you've got you've got stuff going on. I didn't have anything else
Right.
going on, so it was super
But
fucking
still,
easy.
yeah. Once it's a routine though, like it's not bad. I'm still done. I start in the middle of the night, and then I'm done by like 10 in the morning. We do all outside type stuff in the night, and then once the
Okay.
sun comes up,
Well, you're
finish the
used.
work inside.
Yeah, you're used to the night work anyway, right?
Yeah, and then like Florida's made me soft. It's been cold. It's been relatively cold here. It's like it's like 50 degrees, and I'm outside. I'm like, man, this is cold. And I'm like, damn, I sound like a bitch. I'm from Minnesota. Like it's literally like 20 degrees in Minnesota right now.
Oh, dude, yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah.
Once you
Do
get
you
used to
miss
that
the
warm
winter?
weather, though, like
Yeah, I thought you might miss it.
nah, I don't miss it at all, really.
Yeah, because the coldest it's going to get where you're at is not going to be that cold, I'm assuming.
No, since I've been here, I think there was 1 or 2 days where we got frost, like right when we first moved here. But since then, doesn't even get that cold.
Yeah, here in Arkansas, it'll get down to like single digits, but it doesn't ever last. It'll be for like a few days at the most. So we don't know nothing about that real winter. But yeah, Jacksonville, or Florida rather. Yeah. Anyway, we're going old man weather, so we better get on something else.
Old man weather.
Fuck, dude. I'm trying to keep the convo going. I'm fucking hurting though. I don't want to whine and cry about that. I'm trying to read the chat here. See, y'all got any questions for Drew? How about that?
Yeah, I've been on for a minute. If you don't got any, been living life, man.
Fuck yeah, I love that.
Doing the damn thing. We've been trying to do less computer time. That's why I got to call these fuckers on this $130 internet and be like, look, dude, I'm not paying you $130. So
yeah, it's bullshit.
I wouldn't even mind just cutting the whole thing out. It's such a high bill.
Yeah, that's nuts. And I don't recommend anything with this T-Mobile. They give me like a big box. It's not. It gets confused because it's actually a home internet service. It's designed to be used at home, but it just happens to work. What's funny is if I go to the website, it tells me your address isn't supported. And then when I brought the thing home or to my motel and signed up through the app, of course, now we're back to the apps, everything on the app. And it was like, hey, your location's not supported, but then it just works. So maybe that's just so I won't bitch about the speeds, if they get slow or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm getting like...
So
go ahead.
It's not like a hotspot then, you're saying?
No, it's a fucking full... I'll show you real quick. Hang on. Let me see.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into that because I'm not paying fucking $130. These guys are out of their fucking minds.
Yeah, it's across the room over there, but yeah, it's... and you're in an actual city. See, I'm in bumfuck Arkansas. Like, I'm in a city, but it's, this shit here is ghetto as fuck.
Right.
Like, dude, Verizon doesn't even work. AT&T doesn't even work. I'm on T-Mobile now for my phone, and it works, like, part of the time. Yeah, it's bad on purpose here, man. Like, 100% bad on purpose. But for some reason, the home internet thing works pretty much all day long, which is great. But, yeah, I almost always get at least 20 megabits upload because that's mostly what I'm looking at, obviously, for the streaming. And it's true unlimited. I hit a terabyte the first, wasn't even a full month I had it. Yeah, I know,
They didn't
dude.
call you and say, hey.
No, man, thank God. Yeah, back in the day, they cut me off on my cable internet just because I was downloading a bunch of movies and shit. And they were like, you were like 10. They said I was some crazy percentage of all their traffic. And I said, listen, it's not my fault these bozos don't know how to use high-speed internet. It's like, why are you cutting me off?
Right.
It's not my fault. It's like, yeah, in comparison to them, I'm using a lot, but come on. I'm not slowing anybody's experience down. They're just on the web pages. And I'm downloading fucking movies. But yeah, that was way back in the day. But anyway, yeah, I'm on the internet all day, every day, as you can see. It is what it is. Your thoughts on overconsumption of screens?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying. Me personally, I'm trying to do less screens, at least for a while. I miss my Photoshop though. I can't do the damn Photoshop on the Chromebook, so that's why I need a desktop.
You seeing this?
Yeah, see the pan up.
This is crazy. And there's another one over there for. I just mostly use that for screen recording. Yeah, it's crazy. But I'm no longer white as a sheet. I'm actually gotten some color back. So
that's good.
Yeah, one day I was on stream and they were like, "You look like you got some color back," and I was like, "Fuck, I do." Holy shit. Yeah, Wi-Fi is what red blood cells crave. What's that?
What's the latest with you and Paul? I saw a clip. Someone posted a clip in the Discord where you were.
Yeah, I've been going in on him a little bit.
Talking about Paul said something about along the lines of like, "Oh, Benton doesn't do, he's not in this line. Or we would have taken over the world by now," or something like that.
Oh fuck, I don't even remember that.
You were calling him out about basically being kind of ambiguous with what he's saying. He's not saying exactly what you should be doing or whatever.
Yeah, I've been helping him tighten up some of his ideas, and that's how I view it. And I'm still a fan. I still listen to his broadcast. I don't have any personal beef, but yeah, I think maybe I probably did selfishly sort of attach myself in some way to just get more people to come over here. I'll own that. I think that's most likely what happened. He seems like an interesting person, but I don't know, man. I don't know how to characterize that, but I can only listen to so much half-baked nonsense. So I've been helping him tighten some of his ideas up.
Yeah.
Without his consent.
Without his consent.
Yeah. Well, but he's tightened up.
OTW would be washing his balls all day.
Dude, that's what we were talking about right before you came on was, somebody said something about OTW's credibility. And I said, actually, he's just made himself irrelevant, which is, you hate to see that. Because he's, got some talent, believe it or not. Maybe not as, talking on the mic the whole time, but yeah, he's, it's, what do you think? I know you haven't probably seen a lot of it.
Yeah, I never really fucked with OTW.
Yeah. I don't know.
But yeah, I know he's just Paul's ball washer, and I know he hates Jack.
Yeah, I don't watch any of the Jack stuff, personally. And then, the We Are Awake TV, Ian's come back.
I heard he came back.
Do you have, where is that video of when you went on and trolled him? Do you
I
know
don't
where that
know,
is?
man. I don't think I have that. Or it might be on my old computer. That's why I was thinking, too, instead of buying a computer, I might just pay the fucking $300 to fix it. Because all my shit's on there, all my programs and all my... Like, I have the thing where I can rip the hard drive out and turn the internal hard drive into an external hard drive.
Yeah, that's the move, I think.
It might be better to just fucking fix it up, and then all my shit's on there, all my movie editing thing and everything. Like, maybe I'll do that. But the problem is now I have these two little boys. They're 2 and 1, so they're into fucking everything.
Yeah. Yep.
So if I have a fucking desktop set up somewhere, they're gonna be fucking with it, touching it.
Yep.
Pounding on it and shit. I almost have to have a laptop so I can put it up and put it away.
Yeah, that's probably the move, actually. Yep.
I've never really ran a laptop ever. I've always had desktops.
Yeah, especially if you're only using it in one place, I think the desktop is way better. But that's one thing about truck driving. It takes so long to set all this stuff up. I probably will mostly be using a laptop if I end up driving a truck. It just takes too fucking long to pull all this stuff out and hook it all up.
Yeah, that's where these little Chromebooks got you, little shit like this, and then the StreamYard, it's all cloud-based shit, and then it just works.
Mm-hmm.
Although StreamYard, man, $25 a month, honestly, that's kind of steep for what it is.
You know what? I agree, actually, and for me, it's with what I'm doing, it works for me because I'm using it so much. But yeah, especially if you're only using it here and there, I would tend to agree. Yeah.
And like the storage capacity, I don't think is that much for 25 a
No,
month.
50 gig. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that's nothing. Like this shit should be, the reality is this shit should be built right into YouTube. It should be this easy to stream on YouTube and connect with other people and have call-ins and all this type of shit. This shouldn't be an external thing.
Well, and I would just assume, and I agree, and I would just assume that somebody's going to buy StreamYard eventually.
Well, maybe that's their plan. Yeah, they want to just get bought out by Google and
I would think.
integrated into.
I mean, that's
YouTube.
what I would assume. That would make the most sense.
Right. I mean, that's what YouTube needs, because you can't. They don't have any like streaming type shit. They're still. I mean, Twitch is still one of the top live streaming things. Like, probably none of our people really go on Twitch, but it's huge for gamers. Like, it's not even. They're just now. The gamers are just now kind of migrating to YouTube to try, because there's no features really for like you to be found as a live streamer to people that are kind of outside of your little niche or whatever. And that's why we see these streams kind of cap out at like, 100, 150 at the most. Is the YouTube's not really like stretching it out past that audience.
No, and every once in a while somebody gets just randomly comes in here, but it's not that often.
Yeah. No, Just a Gal, I haven't blocked you. I can see you. Jag.
Yeah. Well, I always got along with Just a Gal, so.
I remember we had a trial for Just a Gal, and she was found guilty, and then
Yeah.
I had to pay $30 to get unblocked or something like that.
Dude, that was a lot of fun
Then she
back
got
in the
blocked
day.
again like a week later.
Off with your head. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun back then. I'm assuming, I'm just assuming there's still people on Discords, but I just can't do it, man. I wish I
It's
could.
just the same, like 8 people. It's just a tiny little.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing. Yeah, it's hard to grow these things, like I was saying, because the YouTube doesn't really expand you out anymore. You're just kind of in this little
ghetto.
So it's the algorithm kind of like they'll see what these other people watch, and then they'll maybe expand to that group only. So that's why it would be like, you might get recommended my shit if you watch Paul or something, because the same types of people watch the
Yes.
same kind of content, but you're not going to really get outside of that bubble organically without someone like shouting you out or something like that.
Now, one
So
thing.
that's what I was saying. That's what I was getting to with the YouTube. Like, hopefully they can add more stuff to become more like live streamer friendly.
I think live streaming is going to blow up. I see way more, what I would consider normie type people are doing live streaming. So I think it's going to blow up.
Yeah.
What's that?
Totally. And but the YouTube too is like it's more for the prepared video it's actually, they're trying to push those shorts too, so you got to have the whole ecosystem of lives, shorts, and prepared videos. So you almost need to have an editor, like you do your live streams, and someone edits the clips out.
Yes.
And edits the shorts and shit. But that's too much for like one person usually.
There's no time. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no time, and then what are you gonna do? Pay someone to do that? Who's gonna do this shit for free?
Well, and by the way, I'm at 8 hours and 48 minutes, and which I'm happy to do. But even if let's say I average about 8 hours a day, dude, it's a 24-hour day thing. I mean, it really is. Like, but by the time I take care of myself, I have to go to sleep at a certain time. I have to be real well rested. It's a 24-hour thing. I mean, it really is. It's immersive. And again, I enjoy doing it, but yeah, and as well as anybody how much goes into making content, whether it's a live stream or not.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. Hold on one second.
Yep. Drew could sense I was about to give him a compliment, so he's gone away for a moment. But yeah, I'll avoid doing that. I'm going to ask him when he comes back, does he know anything about Kick? What have you heard about Kick?
I don't know anything about it. What is it?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but people do live stream to Kick. I think it's an app, but I'm old, so I don't fucking know. I think it's the kids, but people apparently are able to earn money on there somehow on Kick. And then there's another one I've forgotten the name of right now, but Rumble. But my gut says Rumble's trash. That's what my gut tells me.
Yeah, Rumble, their numbers are 100% bullshit. There's no way these numbers I see on there are fucking real. Which I don't think YouTube's are that real either, but it's way more closer to reality than these numbers I'm seeing on fucking Rumble. Like, Revenge of the Sis getting like, I don't even remember. They're saying they're getting like 100,000 in the live chat at the same time. I'm like, yeah, that's 100% not true.
Wait, who was getting how much?
Right. It was Revenge of the Sis. I don't remember the
Oh, I
exact
know what that
numbers.
is. Yeah. Yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, but then they had like the number was like, I don't remember. It was just an insane number. They were saying was watching it live at that time. I was like, yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, that was
Like, they have a good crowd, I believe that, but not it was something along the lines of like 100,000 people in
Oh,
the chat
there's
at
no
once.
fucking way.
Yeah, that's not on YouTube. No way is that real.
Yeah, I think Rogan doesn't even do that much. I don't think, because he streams every once in a while. But one of those guys was isn't that Mersh, who Crocco was friends with? May peace be upon him.
Yeah, rest in peace, David Crocco. Yeah, that was Crocco's buddy Mersh.
Yeah,
and then the other fat guy, I forget his name.
Oh, Ralph. The Ralph guy. I forget his name. Ethan Ralph.
Not the Ralph guy.
Ethan Ralph.
Ethan Ralph
Yeah.
is a Crocco's buddy too, but the Revenge.
Oh,
of
that's
the
a different
Sis
guy.
is
Okay.
Mersh and some other. I can't remember the other guy's name.
I don't know the other guy either. Yeah.
Big fat boy.
Did you ever
they're
watch?
okay. I don't mind them. They're not bad.
Did you ever watch Red Bar? Mike David.
No, I hear about him a lot, but I don't know anything about him really.
I think he's pretty good. It's he's up behind a paywall, but the clips end up on YouTube.
Yeah, I watch that Jim Cornette too sometimes, the wrestling dude.
Yeah,
That's the guy. He reminds me of you.
Yes.
Or you remind me of him, but that's his whole strategy too. He has this whole long stream behind a paywall, and then somebody clips it all out, like each little topic. So it gets maybe like on YouTube, he'll put like 20 little clip videos up, all monetized, and then after he does all that, then he drops the whole thing that was behind the paywall on YouTube, the full show. I'm like, that's the strategy. That's the way to do it.
Oh, and he does it all himself? He does even the YouTube stuff, you're saying?
I don't think he does it. I'm sure he has a team.
Yeah, his team.
Yeah, so they do it all behind the paywall first. And then like a week later, like all the clips are on YouTube, like 20 clips per whole show. And then after all the 20 clips are monetized, and then he drops the entire show on YouTube like a week later.
Yeah,
so he's getting paid like 3 times basically on each time he's doing it.
He's got the replay value because I know just enough wrestling that I've watched some of those here and there. I've watched him, it's mostly him talking about behind the ring or whatever those documentaries were.
Yeah, he just says so. He's just fucking funny ass dude. I think the guy's hilarious. I just listen to it. He just says some fucking funny shit.
Yeah, and he knows a lot about wrestling too. So
all those old like Southern sayings and shit.
yeah. I know, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, if his voice was a little deeper, I guess maybe he would sound like me. Not that I have some super deep voice, but he's a little high pitched. But yeah, I could see the resemblance.
It's just that southern voice, I think.
Yeah, there's something.
But these people in the South, they're way different than the Yankees up north. I'd say down here. let's go into the racial territory.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's get edgy.
Let's do it.
I'd say down in the South, like the blacks are a little more in line.
Nice. Stay in the place
north,
a little more.
In the North, they're like more like grievance based. So like where I work, they're all in this, like they all do the shittiest job. And like if that was in the North, they would just be like, "Hey man, you have us over here because we're black," and then the white people would just bow down to them like, "Oh, you're right. Let's make you a manager."
Oh shit.
Here they're just like, "Yeah, go do this bullshit job," and they're like, "Yes, sir."
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you.
Where up north they'll just complain. It's just all grievance based, and then also like the transgenders too. Like up north, they just say, "Hey, you're a bigot," and they say, "Oh, okay, we're gonna promote you." And down here, I guess I didn't see it, but I guess before I started there was like a transgender trying to do that shit there, and they were like, "Nah, you got to go. You don't work here anymore."
Yeah, we're not having that.
Yeah, that shit don't work down here.
It's different, man. I have been interested. I've been thinking about it at various times. I wonder how Drew's adjusting. You seem like you've adjusted.
Yeah, I like it, and the people are just nicer. I think it's not as much like passive aggressive.
Yep.
Like I will call the police on you, or I will tell the manager on you, or I'll call the homeowners association on you. Here it's like, hey, what the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, more confrontational, but not going to try to get you
Yeah.
in trouble. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Up north, they'll try to like ruin your life. Like, okay, let's tow his car and fucking
Yeah,
call
what the
police on
fuck?
him and all this other shit. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, you know, I've told people before, like, we're not friends until I flip you off. Like, that's a thing, you know. Until I tell you to fuck off or you get a middle finger. We're not really friends until then. Like that's a more of a thing, I think. But yeah, I love the South, obviously, being from here. But Arkansas sucks. It's horrible. But you know, as other places get more and more expensive, it starts to and more enslaved. You know, to use that term. You know, less free rather. It certainly has its advantages. And it's so shitty. Nobody's moving here. That's the best part.
Do you follow what's going on with that Trump trial at all?
No, man, I can't. I just can't do it. But I could listen to somebody like you if you're following it. But I can't. I
No,
can't look
I
at it.
haven't followed. That's the thing too. Like, I can't even. That's the thing where it's like for the content, even it's like, how do you, are you gonna follow it just for some content? And even though most of the audience is probably checked out of all that shit at that point, so they don't even care.
Well, and it's bizarre because, you know, people don't talk really in public anymore. So I go to the Slave Mart or whatever, you know, Walmart, and it's not like I'm overhearing people's conversations, but I can sort of just detect their mood. And, you know, it's all MAGA types around here. And, you know, I can tell when their boy's being persecuted or whatever. They get, you know, you can just, you can sense the mood, right? But I tapped out at the Chinese balloon, man. I'm done. You know how much I used to love the fucking news cycle. I'm over it. I'm done. I can't deal with it.
The Chinese balloon was so silly.
And that shit took me out.
A balloon, wow.
Bro, I'm telling you, these people really thought that the country was under attack. It was causing me problems on my job. It was insane. They just whatever, man. They believe whatever. Doesn't matter what it is.
And now the new one is the Israel. If you got to support Israel or you're anti-Semite. And some guy at work was kind of giving me that, because I don't support Israel, I must be an anti-Semite or something. I was like, yeah, so.
Yeah, they don't know who they're dealing with, do they? Yeah, it's like, no.
I met another guy too. I met another guy that he said something kind of off the cuff about the Jays. And I said, what do you know about him? He said, I know everything there is to know about him.
Oh,
so
shit.
then I've kind of been talking to him about him, and he knows all about him. And but then we started talking about Trump or something. He just loves Trump. I was like, what, dude? I was like, dude, Trump's the biggest J puppet there is. He's like, well, my life was better under Trump. I was like, how? God. He's like, $2 gas, man. That's all it takes to buy these people off. Just
then there was a fake pandemic. By the way, it got down.
That's what I said to him. I said, dude, we were under like medical martial law. What are you talking about?
And the country shut down. Hell, it got down to 99 cents in Oklahoma City, or actually in Little Rock when Trump was president. Does he get credit for that? No, that was a economic shutdown.
Yeah, that's exactly. And then when I try to bring that stuff up, it just kind of bounces off.
Well, you know,
he didn't. You know, Trump didn't do it. It was the Democrats.
And as we've talked about, as long as they can blame the Democrats, they're happy. They just think it's all fun. Oh, Biden pooped his diaper.
The wily Democrats.
Well, and
they're just always getting over on them.
Fuck, dude. I can't deal with it anymore. But, you know, here in Arkansas, what keeps happening is the legislature, you know, we got this ridiculous governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and then, you know, it's seen as such a conservative legislature and all this. So they keep passing all this like, you know, you can't, no trans surgeries below a certain age, you know, all the things that people would cheer on, right? All the stuff. And every single time some of that conservative legislation gets passed, the Arkansas State Supreme Court nullifies it. And it's like nobody even notices. So every time, well, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as they get the headline that this is what's happening, you think?
It's just, I don't think they ever make the connection in their mind. I think it's just, they can only think about one thing at a time. And so it's like, yeah, everybody's happy. And then like 2 or 3 months later, and I mean, it's been like 4 or 5 different times this has happened with different issues. And then like 5 months, you know, a few months later, oh yeah, it got struck down. I don't know how they react to that. I think they just go, "Oh well, it got struck down." It's like these things never connect in their brains. It's just so bizarre. But we've talked about it literally for years by now. So it is what
Yeah,
it is.
it's crazy though that these people are just so like programmable.
See, this is reminding me why I love truck driving, because it's mostly, other than when I'm being hassled and treated like garbage, it's just me and I'm in the rig, and the traffic can be a problem or whatever, but it's mostly not that bad.
Right.
So yeah, probably going back to it, most likely. We shall see.
Just stack your money up until you can become a professional poker player.
You know what? I decided about that actually, Drew, and I'm glad you brought that up. And I do bring that up from time to time. And that, by the way, here's how you know I'm not going to do something, because I tell you I'm about to do it. Although the truck driving is a little different, and if there is a track record there, but I don't want to spend all my time around the type of bozos who spend all their time in card rooms. I mean, ultimately, I actually did really well. I've done really well the last several times I played, won a decent amount of money. I don't want to be around those fools.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. So that's what that came down to. And I'm not even going to try to play online. That's a whole nother beast. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I could, at least for a period of time, until their skill level would eventually catch up to me, but it would take a while. But yeah, not interested, man. And by the way, it was, I'm actually way better when I'm drinking. I play way better drunk. It's another thing. It's like, I kind of get nervous and shit. It is kind of terrifying and nerve-wracking when I'm not fucking hammered. When I'm drunk, it's just like, here we go. But my brain knew all the right moves to make, It's like now my brain still knows the right moves, but I got to overcome like my nervousness and, I might fucking psych myself out or something. But then even if I do the right things, it's still like, it's still gambling, So there is those elements.
I want to do sports gambling, but I don't think that's legal here. I'm not sure actually.
Oh, in Florida? I don't know either.
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know.
Were you going to get into the Zach Hubbard gematria side or this?
No, I would just bet like the sure things, but then you're not making much at all.
Well, I know that Jake the Asshole's been doing pretty good picking games. You ever watch that dude? I know Legend was a big fan.
Know who he is. I don't really watch him, but I know who it is. Like that. Did you see that Tyson Fury Nagano fight?
I didn't watch it, but I listened. There's some people I listen to. I follow their channels that have been talking about it. I guess is the best way to say that.
Yeah, that shit was just. I didn't watch it either. I saw the highlights. That shit was so rigged. You could tell just by the highlights.
Well, that the last Fury Deontay Wilder fight was pretty bad too, I thought.
Yeah, that shit's got to be all.
It's all rigged, man.
Rigged, yeah.
I mean, they're really hitting each other, but beyond that, yeah, it's all fucking rigged, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. There's no way this guy stood flat-footed and just bombed on Tyson Fury, a guy that's been boxing his entire life. Some guy that's barely trained boxing just stood there flat-footed and is just bombing on him. It's not happening.
Yeah, since I have an actual decent internet connection and I have a VPN, I'm probably going to use, BitTorrent, and I'm probably going to download the whole fight at some point and watch it. But yeah.
Yeah, just the little highlights. Yeah, I could tell. Like even the punch that knocked Fury down is like sus. Like it looked like a decent shot. It didn't look like just some crushing blow though. And then, because then, I mean, obviously the business behind it too is now you want to see the rematch, so they can sell it to you again. Otherwise, if Tyson Fury just goes in and mops the floor with them, then it's just over, and then everyone's like, okay, well that fight sucked because that other guy got embarrassed.
Yeah, and obviously they have to set the business up, for the future. And then he still Nagano lost, but everybody considers like he won.
Right, exactly. You win through losing, basically. And then it also feeds into the black versus the white. Oh, the black man got robbed and everything. Delonte Wilder they had the same thing because they were like, okay, then they claimed he had the long count. Like Tyson Fury got knocked down, and they're like, oh, the count was too long. He should have been done. They did it because he's a black man.
I mean, whatever. That's, I understand that
But
folks
that's
say that.
yeah, people just feed into that. They love it. Yeah, I think that when they create the storyline for it, and they know that people love that type of shit.
Yeah.
It's built right into it.
And apparently
Black
something about the split decision, I didn't get all the details, but now there's not an automatic rematch or something. I'm not exactly
Oh,
sure.
there's not?
But apparently it has something to do with the split decision. I'll have to go back and look at it, but it was something along those lines.
Well, he was scheduled to fight. Tyson Fury was scheduled to fight that other. I forget his name, but he's like the next top contender for the
Yeah.
heavyweight boxing. Onyx, or his name's like Onyx or Olnick. Or
I know who you're talking about, but I
Russian
can't think
dude.
of it.
So they even asked the Russian dude, the guy he's supposed to fight next. They were like, "What did you think about Tyson Fury's performance in this fight against Ngannou?" And even that Russian dude was like, or wherever he is, he was like, "Yeah, Tyson Fury was playing a game or something." He knew that shit was rigged, and he was trying to not just come out and say that.
Damn.
He said, "Yeah, it was just a game." But it could be too, even if it is like legit, then Tyson Fury's trying to just play kind of possum for that next dude. That's an actual real opponent. He doesn't want to show him everything.
Yeah, I was trying to look up something on this, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't really follow sports anymore because it's all fake.
Yeah, I don't
right?
either. I haven't followed, like, I used to be huge into NBA, and then I saw this dude, and I don't know if you've seen him. He plays for the Celtics. He's like a point guard. I forget his name. It's just some regular looking dude. And they're saying, "Oh, this guy's like now one of the best players in the league." And he had the craziest hairline. There was a video of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley just roasting his hairline. And then after that, the dude just shaved his head bald. But it's like some guy you never even heard of, and then now this guy's like one of the best guys in the league. Just like that other, what was that Joker dude?
Oh, Jokovic or whatever, Jokic or something. Yeah, he
That
sucks.
dude's actually pretty badass when I watched him.
Really?
I thought he was pretty good.
Huh. There was somebody me and Legend used to make fun of that. I think it was the black guy, though. I think we used to make fun of that dude. I can't even remember. I was so drunk, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, the Joker. The Joker reminds me of it, like when you go to the YMCA and there's some old guy that played like cup basketball and he has a little bit of footwork. And he can just ball on all these athletes just because he knows he has a little bit of skill. That's what Joker kind of reminds me of. These other guys are just so athletic and jump out of the gym. That's what they rely on. But then the Joker dude has all the fundamentals.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he has no athletic ability. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's good.
Slow as fuck. It's got to be rigged too, just like the rest of it.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely rigged for sure. But yeah.
And the Luka Doncic dude, I don't know if you've ever seen that dude too. That dude's slow as fuck, and I don't know how the fuck he's fat. How are you an NBA player and you're fat?
Yeah, that seems almost impossible, actually.
Yeah, you're just running all day, every day.
Sprinting. He's sprinting, actually.
Yeah. And he's slow as shit, and somehow this guy's like gets to the basket all the time.
Yeah, they're talking about the Paul brothers maybe fighting each other. That'd be interesting, right?
Well, the one's in the wrestling now. He just was in the Saudi.
Logan?
They did a show in Saudi Arabia and WWE got 50 million to do the show, and they get 50 million every time they do a show in Saudi Arabia. And then he won the championship from Rey Mysterio, the United States Championship, Logan Paul.
Oh shit!
And he's good. If you watch the wrestling at all, he's like athletic.
I don't watch it anymore, but yeah, he's a good you can tell he's a real good athlete.
Yeah, like he's better than some of these guys that are like full-time wrestlers. He's able to do all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I believe
that's gonna be my boys, the next Paul brothers. I gotta raise them up.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, get that money. You gotta buy daddy a house.
Fuck yeah. That'd be badass.
Roy Duggan said Tyson Fury has bought property on the Isle of Man recently. 200 million, or 200 million pounds not getting taxed.
Well, and what country, what's his home country, I wonder?
I'm not sure. Is he from Ireland? Looks like a big ginger.
Scotland, maybe. Ireland. Yeah, maybe Ireland or Scotland. Now, Isle of Man is not part of the EU, I'm guessing. Is that how this works, Roy? I'm not exactly sure. I know they had a guy that won the World Series of Poker one year, and it's from Denmark, and it's like 65% tax or something on his, millions. Oh, it was crazy. This Russian guy finished second and got more money, got to keep more money because Russia apparently has a flat tax. But this dude tried to like move to a different country in the EU to avoid, to at least pay less taxes, and it didn't work. Oh yeah, it is part of the UK. So yeah, it's no longer in the EU. So yeah, that probably would work then. Yeah, because the UK, I think, finally is out of the EU. I guess I don't know. I haven't kept up with that either.
Was that Brexit shit?
Yeah. Did that ever
took
take
like 8 years or something to happen?
It was like 8 years ago. Yeah, I don't know if that ever took. But yeah, he's in the Isle of Man. So.
Well, in Florida too, we have no state tax, which is nice on your paycheck.
Dude, yeah, big time.
Minnesota has huge state tax.
Yeah, I'm sure it's one of the worst. Arkansas is like 7%, which is not great.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of change extra on your check.
Oh, dude, when I first started truck driving, I was a Texas resident and no state tax. Yeah, it makes a big difference. Absolutely. Although Florida's fairly expensive overall. Jacksonville, again, I'm not trying to dox the location.
No, it is. But they call it the sunshine tax, where everything's just more expensive.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan overall. But, go ahead. What's that?
So that's why I got to keep this eBay popping, because shit's expensive, man, especially with all these kids.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you were saying that, because, at a certain point, it's just, it's more effective to make more money than to try to, squeeze every nickel, I think.
Yeah, totally. Then especially what I'm doing like vintage clothes mostly on eBay, and there's tons of that shit down there because there's tons of old people moved down here, and they had all the hip clothes in the 80s and 90s, and now they're old, getting rid of them. There's actually tons of shit down here that I find.
Yeah, the thrift stores are amazing. I had a buddy that lived in Jupiter, and I used to go down there and hit the thrift stores just for my own personal, clothing, and it was badass.
Yeah. Okay, Just Out said Florida makes up for it with property tax. So I just watched a video about that where they call it, God, I'm going to forget what it's called, but people that, if you own your house outright, you can just pay like the bare bones. Or no. Okay, I was saying it wrong. If you own the house outright, you paid off the mortgage, you don't need to have the property tax. So there's people out here that do that, and they just pay off the house, which is unattainable at the current rates, but if you got in here a long time ago, you pay off their house, and then what they do is they take like the $7,000 a year, or whatever the hell they'd be paying in the property tax, and every year they just stash that in an account. And then there was this huge article or news story about it, and like the news story trying to scare you, like why this is dangerous to do this, and they had some like J insurance guy come on there say, yeah, this is a really bad idea because your house can get whatever from a hurricane and shit. But then they talk to the people that actually do this, and the guy's like, yeah, well, I would have pissed the 7,000 away every year, nothing would have happened, and now I have all this cash on hand. If a hurricane came today, I could fix my house tomorrow with straight cash, where with an insurance policy it would take the insurance company has up to like 45 or 90 days to even get working on it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And the insurance, the scam of the insurance property is they charge you property tax based on the value of your land and your house, but really the only thing that can get damaged is the house, right?
Good
like
point.
The land, the plot of land you own is still there, so they tax you at like 400,000 or whatever, but the house itself is only worth whatever 150,000 or whatever. So that's why the property tax is so high, because of the land. So, but now they make it so like, dude, these houses where I'm living, fuck, dude, there's one couple blocks away, small little two-story house. They just had it up for sale for like, I don't even remember. It was like 300 and something. Maybe it was 400,000. I don't remember. It was an insane price for this little house. I'm like, and I think it did sell. I'm not sure. I should go look and see, because it's public record, but I doubt they got everything they were asking for. But I think it was like 379 or something they wanted. It's insane.
Well, and you can get It is insane. I agree. And, again, this is not an attractive area I'm in, but you can get a completely acceptable house here for no more than $100,000. Obviously, a person could pay more if they wanted to. But,
Right.
depending on what you're basically like that house you're talking about, because you're just like, what? This isn't even a good house, really. I'm assuming when you look at it. But it's acceptable, right? It's acceptable.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's nothing good about it. Same thing here.
No,
You can
not
get
to
a
the
house that's
kings.
acceptable for like 80 to 100,000.
Right.
And if you want to go shitty, you can get something like now if you really want to go like to a shitty place like where I grew up, dude, you can get a really good house, not really good. You can get a decent house there for no more than 50. I'm like not even kidding. It's nuts, but it's obviously that shows you how shitty the town is.
I believe it. Yeah, but then there's no jobs or anything there. Is
Oh
there?
no, you can't make. Well, there's a casino. You'd have to work at the casino, or yeah. There's definitely no jobs. Yeah, very economically depressed.
Yeah, that's where they get you, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just kind of, or I'll say this: you'll end up driving really far to the job,
right?
Because you can find something to make decent money, but it's not. You're not going to be able to live near it, probably.
Yeah, this housing market bubble has to burst soon. It's out of control. I don't know. Well, maybe not though, because the people that are buying it, it's all like BlackRock and shit like that, and these giant investment firms. They don't really give a fuck how much it is. But for just an average guy like me with a job, like I'm priced out.
It's a bummer, man. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but unfortunately, I don't know why I
You
keep
used to
saying
be
the
able to
same word.
buy a house with just pumping gas for your family.
Well, if a person was, saved up and was frugal, yeah, absolutely. And well, especially with the, community back then, the bank knew you and all that sort of thing,
Right.
presumably. Yeah, and I'm not a person that romanticizes the old days because that shit did suck in some ways. But yeah, it was way better in other ways, certainly. Yep, they're talking about Jupiter down in the chat. But yeah, lovely place.
Oh, yeah.
You been there? I guess I'm assuming you have.
I've never been there.
Oh fuck yeah! It's not worth going to just like as a destination, but it's fucking nice, man. Jupiter's very nice.
That's where my wife's from.
Yeah, she mentioned that in the chat.
Okay.
That is Palm Beach County though, which is surprisingly rough overall. I believe that's in Palm Beach County. Please, she'll correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, that's actually surprisingly high crime in the county. But yeah, Jupiter's very nice, very safe. I'm assuming.
I see all the psyops come out of Broward County.
Yeah, I think that's Miami. I believe. I think Broward's Miami.
And then they have that guy's name. His name's Sheriff Israel.
There's no way that shit's real, man. It can't be, can it?
Yeah, he's always on the news with like the latest psyop and shit.
Yeah, he's like finding all this human trafficking, and it's like busting like 500 people at a time and shit. Yeah, what do you think that's all about?
I have no idea anymore. I feel like a lot of the shit they just throw out there just to see what you think about it and what you're gonna post about it, just a data mine.
It's fucking bizarre.
Kind of probe the waters and see where people are at with all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My wife was just telling me today about. I didn't look into this. Hopefully, she was right. But what is that thing called that Ben Shapiro has, that little network with Jude and Peterstein?
I don't even know what it's called, but I know what you're talking
Blaze,
about.
is that it, or is that whatever? Is that a different one? One of those little networks.
Something like that, yeah.
They're gonna remake all the like Disney movies, like conservative values, though. Like all the different Disney, like how Disney's making them woke. They're gonna do that, but make the same movies, but with like conservative values. Ridiculous.
Oh fuck, dude! I can't even process it anymore.
Yeah, it just there needs to just be a split is what needs to happen. Secession or something, and kick all those other people out. Kick the trannies out, and all these other woke motherfuckers can go.
Well, I think that's the problem, though, is the youth. It's becoming so prevalent in the youth that I'm sure it's fairly common here in Arkansas among the young people.
Oh yeah, they think you're a weirdo if you're not a bisexual probably nowadays.
It's gotten fucking weird, man, and Yeah, they say like Gen Z is like 20% identifies as somewhere in LGBTQ or whatever. That's what I've heard. I mean, that's what the stats claim. Who knows? But
Yeah, that's fucking wild.
I follow a tranny channel, Nikki
bet you do.
Starkiller. What's that?
Said I bet you do.
Yeah, well, exactly. Nikki Starkiller and a biological male, and I'll call it a she. I'm not hung up that way, but she intentionally worked for Amazon for 2 years, and they paid for $300,000 of surgeries.
Amazon just covers all that shit in there.
Apparently so.
That's fucking insane.
She's got some videos on her channel about it. I need to just go watch them. I haven't actually, but I heard her because she does these interviews. She interviews other trans people, and they're pretty good. They're interesting to me, obviously, and there's a lot of tie-ins, and actually a lot of these a lot of them are Trump fans. Believe it or not.
Nannies for Trump.
I'm not even kidding. Like a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are Trump fans. Not even kidding. It's gotten strange, but this Nikki Starkiller is like a call it like you see it type of person. So, always causing a little bit of controversy, like in the community or whatever. And I don't even want to get into the particulars, but I like to follow these dynamics, sociologically or anthropologically. I find it
Just a gal
fascinating.
says I used to watch Blair White, who's the conservative one, supposedly. Yeah, that's how they do it.
I
They
know.
put one out that's like a conservative, and then so you can be like, yeah, you can say I'm not a transphobe. I watch Tucker while I think about getting jerked off by Blair White.
Jeez. Yeah,
But
and
that's the cool one, Blair
Yeah.
White, because she's conservative.
Based, yeah, because she's based.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do. It's just like as long as you agree with my politics, then it's fine.
Well, and that's what I've been saying is the Republicans are just as deviants. They're just as deviant as the Democrats, but the Democrats are more, they're proud of it, and then the Republicans are, they're ashamed and hiding. And that I'm telling you, man, that Tom Cotton from Arkansas, that's the most obviously gay man I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this guy's 100% gay. There's no way he's not. Of course, they can't spot it. These folks in Arkansas. They just think he's great, probably because he pretends to have traditional family values. But as we know, he'll vote for whatever he's got to vote for. He'll do what he's told.
Whatever Israel tells him to.
Oh fuck, dude. Yeah, I just can't anymore. Just can't do it. I mean, dude, I just let people pretty much say whatever they want on here, but I don't even think about that stuff.
Right.
And again, if you know about it, I'm happy to listen to you talk about it, but I'm not going to go fucking look into it.
Yeah, I don't fuck with it.
Well, and one thing I've said though is, my whole life I have been into the news, and I started reading the newspaper at a young age, and it's been trouble in the Middle East my whole life. So I don't really see how this is that much different other than, obviously the propaganda is off the charts, I'm assuming.
Right. Yeah, it's just a nonstop battle zone over there.
But I definitely want to get to the bottom of this Amazon paying $300,000 worth of surgeries, because it's like, is that a strategy to get people to work for them, or I'm confused by what's that all about.
Well, I think it's part of the. I forget the name, man. I need to get on top of my game here, but there's that credit system that these companies get. The more they get more credit, the more blacks they have in higher management, transgenders, and all this.
There's some kind of overall score. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you get like a credit score, and you get actually more credit to your damn bottom line that you can spend by doing stuff like that.
Well, and that's when people talk about, there's going to be a social credit score. I mean, there already is in some ways.
Oh yeah, I think that's what all this internet stuff's all about, just to mine your data, and the social credit score exists. It's just behind the scenes right now.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently that thing is sorry to cut you off, the DEI score. I think that sounds right. Whatever.
What is that? Is that what it's called?
That's what I'm being told. The chat usually knows.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Right. DEIs.
Sounds right. It's got to do with that BlackRock or whatever that's called. There's another name, not BlackRock, but I think there's another company involved also. What is DEI?
Yeah, these guys are all working together behind the scenes.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Bam.
Your DEI score.
Fuck. When it sounds like the way it's enforced, it's like almost sounds like extortion, the stuff I've read about it. Where it's more like, hey, you're going to do this or we're not going to give you what you need, more or less.
But who's doing it? Is that,
I heard it
like
was one of those
the World
big,
Economic Forum?
who knows, probably. I'll have to look in. I need to study. That's what I need to be studying, actually, is more into the economics.
To mold society, they're going through these corporations, basically.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to get to the bottom of that tranny story, apparently. Oh, what a fucking farce.
Too many trannies out here nowadays, man. Wild.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear about this Cat I Am? Do you know who that lady is?
Okay, I saw the post on Aphrodite's thing about her. Like her van got. Is this who you're talking about?
Yeah,
the old lady.
that's her. Yeah,
that old lady that got like the thing got water damage.
Well, she crashed into some kind of
That's
overhang or
I
whatever.
read there was a comment that was like, yeah, there's no water damage. This bitch drove into a low overpass, and then she was like bitching that guy out in the comments. That Cat I Am was like,
oh man,
no, I admitted I did that, but the problem was because it was all water damage before.
It's not though. Those things aren't designed to be able to be crashed into stuff.
Yeah, she's like, well, the guy told me there was no water damage. Well, of course, any seller is gonna say that shit. You gotta, whether there was or not, you gotta look into that shit yourself.
Yeah, and the thing was gonna be fucked up either way. But yeah, I guess she did a live stream like from the fucked up RV.
Oh, really?
And I feel really bad for her, but at the same time, I'd find it hilarious, like simultaneously.
Okay, that's the lady that
I know. All right, go ahead and tell the people.
She was
though.
with Aphrodite. Her and Aphrodite met up or something, and then she paid Dimitri cash to fix something on her car, and Aphrodite didn't know that. So then when they were streaming together, Aphrodite's like, "What? You paid him cash?"
Really?
Like, so he was getting like secret cash from Kat to do some repairs, and then
that's strange.
And then they caught on that she was figuring this out, and then they were both Kat and Dimitri were trying to like play it off like live.
What? I need to go watch that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because she was bitching about Dimitri getting a hamburger when he sold his bike. Like he brought his bike over into the United. She paid to bring his bike over, and then he sold it, and he wanted to go buy a hamburger, and that was the one time they like broke up. She doesn't want him to have any money to even get a hamburger.
This is human trafficking. This is human trafficking. I mean,
hashtag free Dimitri.
I mean, look, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I mean, we haven't heard from him. Who knows what's happened to this guy?
I think she's putting the bread truck in storage, and he's chained up in it. Right?
Dude,
just gonna go into storage from now on.
Wow.
Until he just dies. I want Dimitri to come on stream. That's the stream we need. We need to get Dimitri on and ask him all the pressing questions. Does she make you call her Aphrodite?
Yeah.
I want to know these issues.
Does anybody have his contact info? I wonder. Maybe email me if anybody's hearing this and you can contact Dimitri.
Us.
Yeah, email us. Exactly.
Email us, Dimitri.
Yeah, email Drew.
We're gonna give you the stage, Dimitri. You can let us know. That's where the money's at. Is we got to find Dimitri. All right, bro. My laptop's about to die. I'm gonna go.
All right, man. We're gonna shut it down here pretty soon, anyway.
All right, my man. I'll catch up with you again. There she is, Kat.
Yep. Right on, brother. Hope you swing through again soon.
All right. Is that Gary Busey?
If it ain't, it ought to be.
All right. Peace out.
Later. All right. He's still here. Let's I'm gonna do this. We're kicking him. We're not banning him though. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. Got to catch up with Mr. Barrymore. Shout out to Drew World Order. He needs to GoFundMe a burger fund. Yeah, never trust a lady named Kat with a bowl cut. Well, and what I thought I didn't even know Drew was going to go Dimitri with that. I thought he was going to go, actually, that was this lady here. And my laptop's lagging, so I'm not even going to try to play this right now. But this lady actually, she went out to wherever Owen Benjamin lives, and I guess she had donated to Owen Benjamin. She was out there in the freezing ass winter in Idaho or wherever the fuck he is. I'm not trying to dox the guy. I don't know where he is. Somewhere out there in the that part of the country. And it was cold as fuck. And she went out there and met him at the. Actually, Carl found some comments about it and sent me the comments. Maybe we should read the comments. Actually, that's right. No backstaging. I don't think I backstaged him last time, Gary. I think he left. I think he told me to fuck off and he left. I'm pretty sure. But who cares? Water under the bridge. But yeah, always good to hear from Mr. Barrymore. I'm out of gas, folks. So that's all I got for you today. I'm assuming we will be back at it in the morning. Yeah, exactly. She was practically starving. She was. I remember. Croco was covering all of that. May peace be upon him. Yeah. And again, I actually feel bad for this lady on some level, but I also just find these situations she gets herself into to just be fucking hilarious. Just her streaming with the damaged RV and the damage to the RV in the background is hilarious. But let me drop her link, and I'm sure she's going to get donations. I'm not saying she crashed the thing intentionally to get donations, but once it's been crashed, why not? And there's plenty of kind-hearted people that would like to help, right? So yeah, let's drop her link out here. Yeah, very poor choices indeed. Yeah, that timeshare. She had a timeshare. See, I don't know all this lore. Yeah. All right, we got to get out of here. Thanks for watching and